The setting sun was fading, and the sunset glow reflected the huge rock head in the distance. So familiar and real. Like a dream, that am I not playing the Naruto game? How did I suddenly play myself into it? Is this the game world? No. How can this picture feel so real? Could it be that this is the real Naruto world? Jiang Chun looked at the rock head again carefully, where the face of the first generation of Hokage was engraved. There's only one head. So now is the early days of Konoha? Jiang Chun subconsciously touched his forehead. His forehead was very wide. You should be a handsome guy. Fuck, I don't even have a forehead protector. Then who am I? I have no memory? Which village do I belong to? Everything is different from other time travels. Jiang Chun has no memory. He also has no identity in this world. A brand new existence. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully entering the Naruto world. The mechanical voice sounded, and Jiang Chun breathed a sigh of relief, finally relieved. No matter what, as long as there is a system, everything can be figured out. System. I have no memory of this life. Who am I? The name of this world is Ghostblade. You have successfully bound to the swordsman system. Jiang Chen's brain circuits are accelerating desperately. The name Ghostblade is the name of the game he played in the 21st century Naruto game. Is this real picture really the Naruto game world? System. Is this a game world? No. This is the real Naruto world. You don't have any relatives here. Of course, you can become anyone's relative. It all depends on the host's own choice. Jiang Chun sneered, implying that he is a lonely person. It's so sad and lonely. Shouldn't you give me a cute sister or something? At least give me a sister with a queen style. No, you must create a relative for me. It must be a lowly sister or a queen's sister. Otherwise, I will quit and not travel through time. You're not playing by the rules. Ahem, master, don't be anxious. I can arrange an opportunity for you to recognize a sister according to your instructions. How about that? Jiang Chun was instantly interested when he heard it, and rubbed his hands. Okay, then Hyuga Hinata will be my sister. Master, Hinata's father Hyuga Hayashi is not even born yet. Aren't you making things difficult for me? Jiang Chun suddenly realized that this is the era of Senju Hashirama. In his impression, the Hyuga clan did not even have Hayashi and Hayashi. He sighed helplessly. Then can you send me to Naruto's era? I don't like this era. I can't do this, but the master can choose to extract from the system. What if the immortality attribute is extracted? It will be easy to wait until that era. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. If he really has this attribute, he can survive until Naruto's era and show his skills. Isn't it beautiful? Start the lottery system. Ding. The novice lottery system is open for the host. There's only one lottery. The turntable is spinning. Please stop it on your own. Jiang Chun closed his eyes, clasped his hands together, and prayed to all the gods in his heart. Stop. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Frozen Age attribute. This attribute can freeze the age according to the host's wishes and set the number of years to be unlocked. During the freezing period, the host will hide in a dimension that no one in the world can find. Although the immortality attribute was not drawn, this attribute can basically satisfy one's wishes. Just accept it reluctantly. Ding. Please choose the system type. Option 1. Upgrade type. The host can become stronger through the system upgrade little by little. Option 2. Invincible type. The host's combat power can directly become the ceiling of this world, but there is no fun in life. Jiang Chun cursed when he heard it. The joy of life? I think your system doesn't understand life. Who would bother to upgrade when you can be invincible directly? Do you think I'm a fool? I choose the second option. That's not right. Others use cheats to upgrade. Why don't you even use cheats to buy a full-level account? Jiang Chun sat cross-legged on the ground, looking at the sunset in the sky. That's because others didn't give him a full-level account. Imagine that you can experience an invincible life with a full-level account. Isn't it great? Xiaojun, I think you're quite righteous. I'll tell you the truth. This ninja world may be killed by some Jonin, Akatsuki organization, or even more powerful ninjas one day. You can't protect the people you want to protect, you can't pretend to be cool, and you have to rely on luck and the protagonist's halo to survive. Do you think that's interesting? It's all nonsense. The system didn't respond for a long time. Perhaps Jiang Chen's words were too real for the system to respond. Master, your understanding is too realistic. I'm really convinced. You're the first host to teach the system in tens of thousands of years. I am convinced. From now on, I will call you Big Brother. Okay, that's not a big deal, little brother. Brother, I still have work to do. Next, I will issue the first task. Jiang Chun stood up and patted the dirt on his body, pinching his waist, and said, "Okay, you say it, little brother. I will definitely support your work. You try to choose the tasks that reward me. For example, I am very hungry now. I can earn some money to eat by giving a task. Okay, brother, the system detects that Uchiha Madara will launch the meteorite skill in an hour. At that time, the entire Konoha will face a catastrophe. You must prevent the village from being destroyed." Jiang Chun originally thought that the first task will be to find someone to escort a VIP or something, but the first task is to smash the meteorite. This is SSS level. Little brother, I'm not saying anything to you. Are you a professional pitfall? How can I stop this meteorite with my face? Brother, your current strength is the ceiling of the entire ninja world. Wait a minute. I will transfer all the skills you know to your brain, and then you'll find this task is not difficult. Boom. The names and images of various moves appeared in Jiang Chen's mind one by one, and all kinds of awesome names were like the endless water of the Yangtze River. After a while, Jiang Chun felt that the power in his body was constantly surging, and the situation in the entire Konoha village was projected in his mind like a film negative. Fuck, why does this picture look familiar? Observation hockey? Jiang Chun grinned excitedly and closed his eyes again to feel the surrounding environment. Thousands of miles away, in the Valley of the End, two figures rushed and collided at lightning speed. It was seen that neither of them had ever cast a seal ninjutsu, but they were endless. Jiang Chun recognized these two great gods at a glance. Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama. Uchiha Madara, who had transformed into a tailed beast, wrapped the nine tails with a layer of the outer garment of the complete Susanoo, and the tailed beast Jade continued to form in the sky. Hashirama Senju bit his finger and slapped the ground and shouted loudly. Summoning technique. 5-layer Rashomon. At the same time, he activated the wood release ranking technique to avoid the tailed beast Jade. Boom. Bang. The 5-layer Rashomon was completely destroyed, and the tailed beast Jade hit the surrounding mountains, and the sky collapsed and the earth cracked in an instant. Chapter 2. The mysterious boy and the meteor strike. Hashirama emerged from the wood release technique, his gaze fixed on the fully formed Madara Uchiha, his voice booming with disbelief. Have all our efforts been in vain? Has our friendship and our village truly reached its end? Answer me, Madara. Madara felt a surge of anger at the mention of companionship, unleashing his chakra as he bellowed. You. Are you preaching to me? Those are your things to protect, while I wish only to destroy them. Die, Hashirama. With no other option, Hashirama closed his eyes and clapped his hands together, exclaiming, Sage art. Would release. True thousand hands. In that moment, the battle between these two titans escalated to a fever pitch. The true thousand hands clashed violently against the fully formed nine tails, causing the heavens to tremble and the earth to quake. Ultimately, Madara lay gasping on the ground, his eyes meeting the equally weary Hashirama and Appo's. A smile crept across Madara and Appo's lips as he laughed heartily. Activating his Rinnegan, he channeled his remaining chakra into one final technique. Hashirama, this technique is my last gift to you. Despair. With those words, Madara coughed blood, his gaze drifting to the dimming sky. A triumphant smirk gracing his lips as a gentle breeze brushed against his face. Madara was dead. Hashirama, clutching his chest, sat beside Madara, quietly observing the falling meteor that indicated the direction of Konoha. Yet, he knew he was gravely wounded and could not return to the village in time. Besides, his own body would not endure for many days longer. Tobirama, the village is in your hands. You must stop that meteor. With that, Hashirama collapsed. Kenshin, having witnessed the battle, gasped in astonishment. He had watched the Naruto anime and understood the brilliance of their confrontation, yet being present in that moment left him breathless. The meteor loomed closer, casting a shadow over Konoha that evoked an overwhelming sense of dread. Tobirama, look at the sky, shouted AJ Nin, his face contorted in fear. Do not shout. I can see it. Tobirama's gaze fixed on the meteor, his mind racing with strategies. There was only one way to save the village from such a colossal meteor, to utilize the Flying Thunder God technique to transport it far away. However, this plan was futile. The marked locations were not far from the village, and given the meteor and Appo's rapid descent, even relocating it would unleash devastation upon Konoha and beyond. Sarutobi Hisashi and Danzo rushed to Tobirama and Appo's side, eyes trained on the meteor. Hisashi leaned closer to Tobirama and asked, Master, can the first Hokage and Appo's would release support that meteor? Hisashi and Appo's naive question struck a chord deep within Tobirama. Indeed, if his brother were here, perhaps he could use wood release to hold it up. Yet, he felt utterly powerless. Within Konoha, chaos erupted as villagers fled in terror. Run, the sky is falling, cried countless voices. Mom, I and Appo's am scared. A small girl, abandoned and covered in dirt, crouched on the ground. I don't want to die. A man, consumed by despair, knelt, his eyes filled with hopelessness. Tobarama surveyed the turmoil. The assembled ninjas before him and issued a command. All Ch Nin and J Nin, evacuate the villagers. Save as many as you can. Genin, flee on your own. In a flurry, over 100 ninjas vanished from sight. J Nin scooped up the crying girl, disappearing with a swift leap to the rooftops. Ch Nin guided children with some ninja skills, darting across rooftops towards safety, while Genin fled in panic on the ground. Tobarama and Apos' brow furrowed tightly. He understood that no matter how they fled, they could not escape the meteor and Apos' reach. He gazed up at the sky, his heart heavy with despair. Would Konoha truly meet its demise? Yet, just as hope waned, a figure appeared before Tobarama, standing atop a stone railing. The figure, clad in a black trench coat, with a flowing tail that danced in the wind, boasted striking silver hair. The youth, resembling a boy of 12 or 13, seemed younger than Hisashi and Danzo by several years. Who are you? Tobarama stepped forward. If I can help you shatter that meteor, may I borrow your Raijin sword? The boy turned his face toward the three of them. Hisashi, startled by the boy and Apos' devilish mask, felt a jolt of recognition. Danzo and Apos' eyes widened as he whispered, "That mask is incredible. I need one too." Tobarama approached the boy, tossing the Raijin sword before him. "If you have such confidence, then by all means, give it a try. May I know your name, brave hero?" "Ghostblade," Kenshin exclaimed, seizing the Raijin sword and vanishing in an instant, reappearing in midair. With the Raijin sword positioned behind him, Kenshin closed his eyes, enveloped in an aura of black energy. One slash of the frenzied blade. Countless strikes erupted like a shower of fireworks, relentlessly bombarding the meteor. All eyes froze on Kenshin and Apos' figure as he unleashed a frenzy of slashes against the colossal meteor. Crack. Boom. The meteor shattered like a watermelon, breaking into countless fragments that scattered across the sky like celestial fireworks. Tobarama stood in stunned disbelief, awestruck by such a miraculous feat. Yet, the peril was far from over. The thousands of meteor fragments still posed a grave threat to Konoha. Tobarama leaped into the air, clapping his hands together, summoning a mighty wave of water. Kenshin glanced back at Tobarama, understanding the immense power of his water release technique. Yet, within the village, such a scale of water jutsu could spell disaster. Kenshin raised his hand, shouting, "Stop. Trust me, I can shatter those fragments." His voice resonated like a divine proclamation, reaching the ears of every villager. Is this a god? Could this be the legendary deity? The crowd stood in awe, their gazes fixed on Kenshin, who shone radiantly in the sunset, imbued with an otherworldly aura. Tobarama halted his water release, the mist around him dissipating as he focused intently on Kenshin. As the meteor fragments neared, Kenshin positioned the Raijin sword behind him, channeling all his strength. An aura of death enveloped him. With the Raijin sword spinning 360 degrees, a deafening sound erupted. Buzz. Crack. Boom. The slashes unleashed a force akin to an atomic explosion, sending ripples of energy outward, obliterating the meteor fragments that threatened the sky. Chapter 3. 1,000 miles away. At the summit of the snowy mountains, the vast expanse of boulders transformed into a raging sandstorm, and the colossal meteorite that had fallen mere moments ago was now but a memory. Jiang Chun and Apos' figure gradually descended, once again standing atop the stone pillar of the shadowy building, facing the swirling yellow sand. His silhouette appeared ethereal and divine. Yuan Fury Zhan gazed intently at Jiang Chun and Apos' form, his hands clenched in excitement, revering the name of the demon blade as if it were a deity. Tuanzong stood with his mouth agape, allowing the wind and sand to invade, yet he remained unperturbed, fixated on that mask, vowing henceforth that this mask would become his unwavering faith. Senju Tobarama stepped forward, extending his hand and revealing a long-lost smile. Having observed the second Hokage for so long, it was the first time Jiang Chun had witnessed him smile, and it was rather unflattering, prompting a chuckle. He cast the Thunder God sword toward Tobarama and, with an open hand, said, "Lord Senju Tobarama, if you truly wish to express your gratitude, let it be in a more tangible manner." Tobarama froze, pondering what could be considered tangible. Tuanzong leaned in and whispered a few words to Tobarama, who suddenly comprehended and exclaimed in a flurry, "Demon Blade Lord, you have saved the entire village. Name your price." Upon hearing this, Jiang Chun and Apos' eyes brightened. In any realm, the lack of funds was an insufferable plight. The currency in the ninja world operated in taels, with one tael equating to 10 yen, approximately 6 cents in the 21st century. By this calculation, requesting 300,000 taels for saving the entire village seemed reasonable. Indeed, it should not be excessive. Jiang Chun extended 3 fingers and gently stated, 300,000 taels. Tobarama nearly stumbled upon hearing the amount, astonished at Jiang Chun's audacity. The heroic image he had once admired was shattered. Nevertheless, considering the price in light of having saved the entire village, it was indeed not exorbitant. Tobarama promptly arranged for the funds to be prepared. "Demon Blade, may I inquire from which village you hail? Since you have rescued Konoha, would you consider remaining here?" Tobarama and Apos' words were sincere. In his heart, He believed that with the strength of this youth, he could be groomed as a future Hokage. He would undoubtedly become the strongest among the 5 Kages, and the village would ascend to the pinnacle of ninja villages. For the long-term development of the village, this youth must remain. However, Jiang Chun had no desire to stay. At this moment, there was no ninja academy, few familiar faces, and certainly not his beloved Hinata. Of course, his affection here was not of romantic nature. It stemmed purely from his innocent fondness for Lolis, desiring merely a little sister. Lord Tobarama, I am accustomed to solitude and dislike constraints. Moreover, the future here seems rather dull and tedious. I cannot stay, but I have a request. Speak, hero. I wish to be granted a forehead protector of fire. 50 years hence, I will ensure my descendants join Konoha. May I have your consent? Tobarama and Appo's heart swelled with joy. 50 years later, the youth before him would merely be in his 60s. If his descendants could join Konoha, it would signify that they too were part of the village. A boon for its future development. Very well, I grant you this. Tobarama removed the forehead protector from his own head and tossed it to Jiang Chun, who caught it. At that moment, a Jainin approached with a chest of money, which Tobarama opened and presented to Jiang Chun with a smile. Here are 300,000 taels. Thank you for saving Konoha. Jiang Chun accepted the money, rising to his feet, and declared, well then, I must take my leave. Konoha will flourish in the years to come. My grandson and Appo's name is Jiang Chun. Remember it well. I hope that regardless of his talent, Konoha will grant him a place. Out of respect for me. With that, Jiang Chun leaped and vanished from the stone pillar. Where can we find a hero like you again? Tobarama shouted, hurrying outside. 1,000 miles away, at the summit of the snowy mountains, Jiang Chun and Appo's voice resonated deep and profound, clearly heard by all within Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen and Tuanzong firmly etched Jiang Chun and Appo's name in their memories. After departing from Konoha, Jiang Chun deposited the money in the bank, retaining only 20,000 for his personal expenses. Ding! Congratulations, big brother, on successfully completing the task. Reward: 1 demon blade. Monetary reward: 100,000 taels. With a resounding thud, an exquisitely Chapter 4, The Dread of the Nine-Tailed Fox, Konoha Year 58. Jiang Chun slowly opened his eyes and stretched his limbs, astonished to discover that he felt no ill effects whatsoever, not even the slightest change. Approaching the riverbank, he gazed at his reflection in the water, his smile growing even broader. Ah, what a handsome visage I possess. After being frozen for so long, my skin has improved even more. What a stroke of fortune. Hello. Big brother, long time no see. Little brother, just as I have been unsealed, you emerge. Are you here to welcome me? Brother, this is my duty. Today, I am to undertake my second mission, to enter Konoha and become a ninja. Jiang Chun stroked his chin, pondering. In truth, becoming a ninja in accordance with his identity would not be difficult. However, if he graduated early, wouldn't he miss out on meeting young Naruto and Hinata? No. He must adhere to the same pace as the other children. He cannot become the center of attention. To alleviate Naruto's suffering, he must remain at the back of the class, ensuring that Naruto does not come in last. Hey, little brother, is there a deadline for this mission? Can it be completed a few years later? Certainly. As long as you accept the mission, it is all good. Very well. The system vanished from his mind, and Jiang Chun quickly tidied himself by the river before hastily heading towards Konoha. At that moment, the gatekeepers of Konoha stopped Jiang Chun. Who are you? We have not seen you before. Did you register upon leaving Konoha? Taking a deep breath, Jiang Chun removed his forehead protector. Indeed, it is easier to meet the king of hell than to deal with these minor obstacles. He held the protector high and declared loudly, this forehead protector was a token given to my grandfather, the demon blade, by the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama. 50 years later, I am to carry this token into Konoha. Do you too wish to defy the will of the previous Hokage? Jiang Chun furrowed his brow, his words tinged with a hint of reprimand. The two ninjas exchanged fearful glances, recalling the third Hokage and Appo's instructions that a boy named Jiang Chun would arrive this year, and they must escort him to him. Are you Jiang Chun? The ninja and Appo's tone became somewhat obsequious. Yes, how did you know it was me? Jiang Chun asked, puzzled. At long last, we have awaited your arrival. Come, the third Hokage has instructed us to keep an eye on you. He has been eagerly anticipating your arrival. Upon entering the village, the vibrant atmosphere radiated peace and prosperity. The ramen shop bustled with life, the sounds of children clamoring echoing within. The barbecue restaurant was filled with warmth, and Choji, clad in a white t-shirt, stuffed his mouth full of meat, his chubby cheeks adorably round. Uncle Irika still squinted as he served customers, though Naruto was nowhere to be seen. As a few individuals passed by an adult bookstore, a child in a white shirt was suddenly ejected by the storekeeper. Jiang Chun immediately recognized that it was Naruto, and he leapt forward to catch him. It must be said, 10-year-old Naruto was quite endearing, with his striking blonde hair and big, innocent eyes gazing up at Jiang Chun, his cheeks resembling those of a kitten. Setting Naruto down gently, Jiang Chun affectionately ruffled his hair and said softly, Little Naruto, you shouldn't visit this kind of bookstore too often. Naruto and Appo's youthful expression turned to one of curiosity as he scratched the back of his head. Big brother, thank you. How did you know I was Naruto? Don't you dislike me because I'm a demon fox? Hearing this, Jiang Chun and Appo's heart sank. Indeed, at this time, Naruto had not received any recognition from others. He was constantly labeled as a demon fox, resorting Chapter 5. Enrolling in the Ninja Academy. Pleased to make your acquaintance Jiang Chun and Appo's mind raced. He couldn't and Appo's T-channel chakra only wield a blade. To graduate alongside Naruto and Hinata, he needed a flawless plan. Very well. Decision made. Lord Third, he began earnestly. My grandfather and I specialize solely in swordsmanship, not chakra manipulation. I humbly request an exception to graduate. My grandfather has pledged that, as a member of Konoha, its struggles shall be his own. In time, he will aid this village with all his strength. His only wish is for his grandson to live freely within these walls. The words carried an innocent tone, yet their implication was unmistakable. Treat Jiang Chun well, indulge him, and the legendary ghost blade shall stand with Konoha. Displease him, and that support vanishes. Sarutobi Hiruzen, having weathered 6 decades of life, understood perfectly. Ahem. Since the esteemed ghost blade holds you in such regard, as the third Hokage, I cannot refuse. Jiang Chun, should you require anything, come to me directly. For now, I shall arrange your enrollment in the academy. With a smile, he called toward the door, Genma, escort Jiang Chun to the academy. Place him under Irika's instruction. Shiranui Genma entered, a sunbon resting between his lips, his expression unreadable. As you command, Lord Hokage. His voice was cool, detached. Jiang Chun, follow me. The journey passed in silence, Genma's demeanor as icy as ever. Jiang Chun studied the sunbon, no mere toothpick, but a concealed weapon. Upon their arrival, Irika blinked in confusion at the unfamiliar face. Genma leaned in, murmuring a brief explanation, special circumstances, before departing. Irika's smile returned as he addressed the class. Everyone, this is our new student, Jiang Chun. Let us welcome him warmly. Applause filled the room. Jiang Chun bowed gracefully. It's an honor to meet you all. I look forward to your guidance. A whimper cut through the cheer. Akamaru, nestled in Kiba's arms, trembled violently, his whines laced with fear. Kiba frowned, pressing his chin against the quivering pup. Him, dangerous? He muttered. Akamaru whimpered again, nudging Shino urgently. Kiba's gaze flicked to Shino, sweat beading on his brow, his ever-present insects conspicuously absent. Shino, you all right? Shino jolted, his dark glasses masking his eyes, yet his trembling was unmistakable. Don't speak of him, he whispered. Even the insects recoil. The others sense nothing, but animals. Their instincts don't lie. Stay cautious. Kiba swallowed hard, stealing a glance at Jiang Chun before quickly looking away. Meanwhile, Ino twirled a golden lock around her finger. Her cheeks flushed. He is even more handsome than Sasuke-kun. Sakura, lost in her usual Sasuke-induced days, barely registered the newcomer. Sasuke's glare burned with its usual intensity, his hatred undimmed since the Uchiha massacre. Naruto's eyes widened. Ni-san, Jiang Chun and I-san. Hinata's Byakugan flared in surprise, her fingers fidgeting. Naruto-kun's brother? Jiang Chun waved, offering a warm nod. The class erupted in murmurs. Naruto knows him. He called him an I-san. Is he another demon fox? Silence. Irika rapped his desk, gesturing to the empty seat beside Naruto. Jiang Chun, take that spot. With effortless grace. Jiang Chun strode over and settled in. Naruto stared, starstruck, until Jiang Chun leaned in. Pay attention, little Naruto. The gentle words washed over him like sunlight. Naruto straightened, mimicking focus with exaggerated seriousness. Irika's lips curved approvingly. Since this is Jiang Chun's first day, let us review the academy's structure. He detailed the curriculum, theory, physical training, practical application, before pausing, his gaze lingering on Jiang Chun. Special arrangements, Genma had said. No prior knowledge. Jiang Chun suppressed a wry smile. Connections truly smooth the path. Afternoon session, Shuriken Jutsu. No exceptions, especially you, Naruto. Laughter rippled through the room. Jiang Chun turned to Naruto, extending a fist. Gambat, Naruto. For a heartbeat. Naruto froze, then his grin split wide, his small fist meeting Jiang Chun's. Their smiles mirrored each other, bright and unguarded. Chapter 6. I do not wish to learn this. Ino achieved an impressive score of 82 in shuriken throwing. Sakura, it's your turn, Irika announced, pen in hand. Ready to record the scores. The shuriken throwing event consisted of 10 targets, with students standing 60 meters away. Hitting the target earned them 10 points, totaling 100. Ino had one perfect score and 9/8, culminating in her total score of 82. Upon hearing Irika and Appo's loud declaration of her score, Ino smiled brightly, striding confidently towards Sakura with her fists clenched. The rivalry between the two young women rekindled. Sakura pouted defiantly, declaring, what and Appo's so remarkable about 82? I will definitely score higher. Just wait and see. Dressed in a red skirt, her long hair elegantly pinned up, Sakura twirled a shuriken in her hand, her large eyes fixated on the target. Go, Sakura! Naruto cheered, raising his fist and shouting encouragement. Be quiet, Naruto. I can't concentrate. Sakura snapped, causing Naruto to withdraw his fist, sulking with puffed cheeks. Hinata, with delicate hands fidgeting, discreetly glanced at Naruto, her head bowed and cheeks flushed. Sakura scored 82. She is currently tied for first place with Ino, Irika announced. Humph, you're not that impressive. Didn't you promise to outscore me? Ino retorted, both glaring at each other with indignation. If Irika hadn't been present, it seemed likely that the two lovely girls would have clashed. Next, Sasuke. Wow. Sasuke-kun, go for it. His admirers squealed, biting their hands and blushing fervently as they cheered for him. Naruto shot Sasuke a disdainful look. Humph. Sasuke glared back at Naruto with a scoff, picking up a shuriken and effortlessly throwing it. After a few swift movements, 9 shurikens struck the target perfectly, with one slightly off mark. The class erupted in cheers. And Irika, astonished as always, announced, Sasuke scored 99. If you weren't so eager to show off, you could have achieved a perfect score. How cool, Sasuke-kun. You're amazing. Irika-sensei, you can't blame Sasuke. His fans erupted in a chorus of excitement, some even expressing discontent at Irika for critiquing him. Sasuke and Appo's gaze fell on the lone shuriken that had missed the target, his eyes narrowing as they landed on Naruto. The errant shuriken had been thrown just as Naruto had distracted him, igniting a fierce desire to confront him. Next, Naruto. Everyone, step back. Irika directed, recalling the incident when Naruto had accidentally hurled a shuriken at a classmate, causing him to feel a twinge of anxiety. Jiang Chun stifled a laugh at the scene, gesturing encouragement to Naruto. Go for it, Naruto. Okay, big brother, Naruto replied, taking a deep breath as he grasped a shuriken. With a swift motion, one shuriken zipped past Irika's face, landing a solid 2 meters. Awa Chapter 7. A single strike shatters 10 targets. Naruto stood behind Jiang Chun, his face marred with concern. Nisan, can't you wield a kunai? The third Hokage, seated beside the crystal ball, took a deep drag from his cigarette, gazing at Jiang Chun and Appo's silhouette with a heavy heart, exhaling wisps of smoke. This is truly troublesome. If he can't even pass the basic course, he will certainly fail the physical and practical assessments. Oh, the Demon Blade. The Demon Blade. Your grandson is indeed a source of great vexation for me. It seems I may have to sacrifice my dignity and grant him special graduation privileges. After saying this, the third Hokage glanced at the pile of letters on the table that he had been perusing for days, taking another long drag from his cigarette. What troubles me even more are the issues with the Land of Thunder and the Hyuga clan. Sigh. Irika-sensei held a kunai, observing the noisy students around him, feeling truly perplexed. Jiang Chun was someone the third Hokage had instructed him to look after. If he granted Jiang Chun an exemption from kunai practice, how would he face the other students in the future? Conversely, if he forced Jiang Chun to use a kunai, it would undoubtedly embarrass him. How would he explain that to the third Hokage? It was indeed a difficult situation. Jiang Chun sensed Irika and Appo's predicament. Looking around at his classmates and Appo's mocking expressions, he sighed and spoke calmly. I cannot wield a kunai, nor can I gather chakra. But so what? Isn't it all about hitting the target? Isn't using a blade the same? His tone was unassuming, yet it bore a striking impact. This statement held truth. Regardless of the method, as long as the outcome remained the same, what difference did it make? Irika seemed to experience a moment of clarity, promptly placing the kunai aside. He clapped his hands and declared loudly, Classmates, I believe Jiang Chun is correct. Regardless of the method, the victor is the one who achieves success. Indeed, many ninjas may not master certain techniques, but as long as one possesses formidable strength, they can become a ninja of Konoha. Take Gai-sensei, for instance. He specializes solely in taijutsu, yet excels remarkably in that field. Therefore, do not ridicule Jiang Chun. He may possess talents unknown to us. As he spoke, Irika's gaze fell on the imposing black blade strapped to Jiang Chun's back. Jiang Chun has carried that large sword for some time now, suggesting he might be a swordsman. As an exception at this school, if a student excels in a specific field, they may be granted permission to graduate without mastering other ninjutsu. I believe Jiang Chun is such an exception. But why haven't we seen him draw his sword? Didn't he just say that using a blade is the same as hitting the target? Another student chimed in. Right? Are you suggesting he sliced the target in half? If that and Appo's the case, I could do that too. Irika-sensei, you are being biased towards Jiang Chun. Why should he be allowed to get away with not knowing anything while we cannot? Irika had hoped his words would convince the students, but it seemed in vain. Rather than quelling the noise, it only escalated. He could only helplessly glance at Jiang Chun, hoping he would do something to silence the class. Or else his position as a teacher would become untenable. Haha, Irika, you have it tough, the third Hokage mused, taking a drag from his cigarette. Observing Irika and Appo's plight through the crystal ball, a sympathetic smile gracing his lips as his gaze shifted to the black blade behind Jiang Chun. I wonder how proficient his swordsmanship truly is. Can it astonish the world like the legendary demon blade? Jiang Chun exhaled deeply, his right hand gripping the hilt of the demon blade, a glint of menace in his eyes. I can indeed draw my sword to strike the target. However, you all need to stand back, lest I inadvertently harm you. This is the strongest demon blade left to me by my grandfather. And let me impart a word of wisdom. When the demon blade is unsheathed, it slays heaven and obliterates gods. The entire class was taken aback by Jiang Qin's audacious declaration, with Naruto gazing at him in awe. Yet, apart from Naruto, the others resumed their mockery. That slogan is quite intimidating. And Apos, slaying heaven and obliterating gods. And Apos, one might think he is a deity himself. I bet he is just full of hot air. Does he really think he can destroy the world? Enough with the bravado, just draw your sword. If you can strike the target from 60 meters, I'll eat feces while standing on my head. Jiang Chun smiled faintly, particularly noticing the one who had boasted about eating feces upside down, though the face was unfamiliar. You, who mentioned eating feces upside down, what is your name? Jiang Chun asked with keen interest, his eyes betraying a hint of menace. The chubby boy trembled under Jiang Chun and Apos' gaze, taking a couple of steps back, mustering his courage to stammer. I'm Tianjing. My father is a wealthy merchant in Konoha. Why you better not mess with me? Jiang Chun was taken aback. The only familiar faces to him were the Konoha 12. Encountering an unfamiliar student was somewhat disconcerting. Since he was not acquainted with Tianjing, it was clear he wasn't a formidable opponent. I wanted Apos to indulge you. It matters not if you are a rich heir. That has no bearing on your promise to eat feces upside down. If I strike the target while standing still, do not forget your words. With that, Jiang Qin turned and fully unsheathed the demon blade, holding it before him. Bathed in sunlight, the blade emanated a luminous green glow, instilling a sense of dread in Irika, who instinctively stepped back from Jiang Chun, unable to utter a word, swallowing hard and gasping for breath. Kiba leaned toward Shino, both feeling an overwhelming sense of fear. Shino shook off Kiba, hissing softly, "Don't touch me. The bugs within me are agitated. I must concentrate to control them." Kiba, hiding behind Shino, licked his parched lips, shaking in trepidation at Jiang Chun and Apos' blade. What was it about that sword that made me so frightened my legs feel weak? As Kiba trembled, Shino suddenly seized his arm and wordlessly led him away. "Hey, Shino, what are you doing?" Kiba exclaimed. "Cough, cough. I can't stay there any longer. It feels like the bugs inside me are about to explode. This is terrifying." The two took refuge in a corner of the school, too frightened to return to the training ground. The third Hokage had long since finished his cigarette, his gaze fixated intently on Jiang Chun through the crystal ball. Hinata instinctively moved closer to Sakura, hiding behind her. Jiang Chun and Apos' mind swirled with countless slashing techniques. Yet even the simplest move could devastate this ninja school. All right, I'll just perform a basic strike, keeping the power to a minimum. With a swift motion, Jiang Chun executed a clean slash, producing a resounding sound as a wide arc of energy surged forth. Chapter 8. The Ascendancy of Sword Intent. Irika stood astounded, mouth agape, gazing at the 10 targets, now reduced to mere halves, oblivious to the pen that had slipped from his grasp. With a clatter, the third Hokage and Apos' cigarette fell from his lips onto the table, astonished, exclaiming, "This must be a deception." At such a tender age, to possess such mastery in swordsmanship, truly a prodigy. Ding. Congratulations to the elder brother for astonishing the audience, receiving a reward of 20,000 silver and an increase of 10 in sword intent. Additionally, astonishing the third Hokage grants 30,000 silver and an increase of 20 in sword intent. Little brother, was it not said that my strength is the pinnacle among Hokages? How can there still be room for improvement? Brother, as of now, you indeed stand as the pinnacle. Yet if your strength does not advance, who knows when you may be surpassed? As long as you continue to astound, your sword intent can increase. And the greater your sword intent, the stronger your combat prowess. Jiang Chun furrowed his brow in confusion. The system and Apos' words possessed a certain logic. Only through continuous progress could one truly become invincible. Little brother, can you tell me what my current sword intent is and its significance? Replying to the elder brother, your fundamental attributes are sword intent value, 30, rank, first stage, capable of instilling fear through murderous intent. Upgrade progress bar, 31,000. Upon reaching 1,000 sword intent, you will ascend to the second stage. The higher the rank of sword intent, the stronger the murderous aura. Once the sword intent value reaches a certain height, it can induce illusions merely through sword intent. Hearing this, Jiang Chun and Apos' heart raced with excitement. According to the system, if his sword intent continues to rise, could he not create illusions solely through sword intent? Brother, can sword intent indeed create illusions? Indeed, brother, the stronger the sword intent, the more potent the illusions. Excellent. You are the most conscientious system I have encountered, always providing clear explanations and rewards. Truly remarkable. Jiang Chun emerged from his reverie, retrieving his savings book from within, where the figures had indeed increased by 50,000. Elated, he tucked it away, perhaps caught up in his joy. All eyes turned to him, and his action of producing the savings book left everyone in stunned silence once more. Ding. Congratulations to the elder brother for revealing the savings book, astonishing the audience, earning 10,000 silver, and increasing sword intent by 5. with current progress at 35,000. What in the world? Is this even possible? Jiang Chun could hardly contain his excitement for the system's operations. This was truly beyond expectations. Observing the astonished expressions of his classmates, he apped Chapter 9. Acknowledging Hinata as a sister, yes, this is for the best. Additionally, when Kakashi returns, I shall ensure he discreetly keeps an eye on Jiang Chun. You two must pay close attention to him. Do not allow him to engage in sparring easily with others. Jiang Chun's swordsmanship may far exceed what is apparent, and we must not risk harming anyone, the third Hokage advised earnestly. He was acutely aware of the formidable prowess of the Demon Blade, and being his grandson, Jiang Chun's skills were undoubtedly impressive. He wished to avoid any situation where someone could be injured by Jiang Chun. Irika nodded solemnly and departed from the Hokage's office. As he stepped outside, dusk had already settled in. Parents began to arrive in droves at the entrance of the Ninja Academy to pick up their children, and Irika busily assisted the students in reuniting with their families. Naruto sat on a swing beneath a tree, his head lowered as he gazed at the school gate, watching his parents escorted their children home. Mom, why does that child sit there every day? A little boy inquired, pointing at Naruto. The mother scooped her child into her arms and shot a disdainful glance at Naruto, saying in a voice loud enough for him to hear, "Don't play with that child. He is a demon fox." Naruto, hearing the remark, lowered his head further, despair evident in his eyes. Just then, a pair of warm hands rested gently on his head. He turned with surprise, a joyful smile blooming on his face. "Brother, aren't you going home?" Jiang Chun looked at Naruto's adorable face and bent down, speaking softly. "Shall I take you home? From now on, Brother Jiang Chun will escort little Naruto home every day." Upon hearing this, a long-lost smile graced Naruto's face as he dove into Jiang Chun's embrace, his countenance radiant with happiness. "Brother, you are so kind." At this moment, Naruto stood a head shorter than Jiang Chun. He leaped off the swing and stood beside him, as Jiang Chun took his small hand and said gently, "Let us go home." As they walked a few steps, Jiang Chun noticed Hinata glancing around shyly in the background. "Little Hinata, did Lord Hayashi not arrange for anyone to pick you up today?" Upon seeing Jiang Chun, Hinata instinctively felt a twinge of fear. Shaking her head and pouting her cute little lips, her big white eyes darting shyly between Naruto and the ground, Jiang Chun shook his head and gently grasped Hinata's hand, saying, "Come, I shall take you and little Naruto home." Hinata, caught off guard, found herself being led by Jiang Chun as they exited the school gate. With Jiang Chun holding both her and Naruto's hands, their shadows lengthened on the path, illuminated by the evening glow. Jiang Chun paused beside a shop. "Brother, are you going to buy something?" Naruto tilted his head, confused. Jiang Chun entered the shop and emerged with a carton of fresh milk cradled in his arms. Smiling at Naruto, "Here, hold this. Remember, do not drink expired milk, little Naruto. You must listen, understood?" A beaming smile spread across Naruto's face, his head bobbing vigorously in agreement. Hinata, observing Jiang Chun's smile, felt her initial apprehension dissipate, secretly thinking, "Brother Jiang Chun is so nice to Naruto." Hinata's home was located farther away than Naruto's, so Jiang Chun first escorted Naruto home before continuing on alone with Hinata. Walking alongside Jiang Chun, Hinata's cheeks flushed a deep crimson. Jiang Chun released her small hand and softly said, "Little Hinata, how would you feel about me being your brother?" Hinata stammered, at a loss for words, her face reddening again. Jiang Chun couldn't help but shake his head, noting how shy she was. "I will protect both you and Naruto." Jiang Chun reached Chapter 10. What I set out to do shall be done. Witnessing the scene before her, Hinata stood frozen in place, murmuring in astonishment, "This." Komachi and his two subordinates were desperately pleading for Jiang Chun's mercy, their fear instinctual. In that fleeting moment, the murderous aura emanating from Jiang Chun had made them feel as though they were prey under the gaze of a predator, moments from being devoured. With a dismissive wave, Jiang Chun spoke coldly, "Get up. I have no time to waste on the likes of you." Scram. Komachi immediately prostrated himself, stammering, "Thank you, boss. We'll leave right away." Yet, despite his efforts, he found himself unable to stand, forced to crawl away while casting fearful glances over his shoulder. Approaching Hinata, Jiang Chun gently patted her head and whispered, "They're gone now. Let us go home." Thank you, Nisan." Hinata nodded earnestly. After this incident, her fear of Jiang Chun had begun to fade, replaced by growing admiration for the older boy. Inside the High-GA main family estate, a tense conversation unfolded. "As the clan head, I must take responsibility for what has happened," declared Hayashi Haiga. "Brother, you are the leader of our clan. As your twin and a member of the branch family, it is my duty to bear this burden in your stead. The High-GA cannot afford to lose you," insisted Hisashi. "Nonsense. How can I let you take the blame for my actions? Brother, I do this not just for the clan, but for you, my beloved elder brother. I go willingly." Hisashi, you, Jiang Chun, overhearing this exchange, finally understood why no one had been sent to fetch Hinata earlier. The incident involving the Land of Lightning had unfolded after Hayashi killed a Kumogakure shinobi who had attempted to kidnap a High-GA clansman. The Land of Lightning demanded the perpetrator be handed over, or face war. Hayashi had resolved to surrender himself to prevent conflict, while Hizashi sought to sacrifice himself in his brother's stead. The door slid open abruptly, startling the two men. "Hinata, where are your manners? Who told you to barge in like this?" Hayashi barked. Trembling, Hinata hid behind Jiang Chun. "I opened the door. It has nothing to do with Hinata," Jiang Chun stated calmly. "And who are you? Did you hear our conversation?" Hayashi demanded, eyes narrowing. "My name is Jiang Chun, Hinata's classmate. Today was my first day at the academy. And yes, I heard everything." The brothers exchanged glances, their expressions darkening with lethal intent. "Hinata, leave us. I wish to speak with your classmate," Hayashi ordered. Hesitant, Hinata tugged at Jiang Chun's sleeve. Gently prying her fingers loose, he reassured her, "It's all right. Go on." Only after she left did Jiang Chun's demeanor shift. "I know what is happening. The Land of Lightning is at fault. You were justified in killing the kidnapper. There's no need for you to surrender." Hizashi's killing intent flared. "You're just a child. I'd prefer not to harm you. But you've learned too much." Chakra surged around him as his Byakugan activated. Gentle fist. Jiang Chun unsheathed his demon blade, unleashing a wave of suffocating bloodlust. "Hizashi, retreat!" Hayashi shouted, sensing the overwhelming danger. Mid-charge, Hizashi froze, as if staring into the eyes of a monstrous beast poised to annihilate him. He leaped back, drenched in cold sweat. "Who are you?" The boy before him was no ordinary child. Ding. "Congratulations, host, for astonishing the High-GA clan. Reward, 20,000 Re. 10 sword intent, progress, 45 1,000. Suppressing his excitement, Jiang Chun refocused. "My identity is irrelevant. What matters is that I see Hinata as a sister. As her father, your plight concerns me." Relieved that Jiang Chun wasn't an enemy, Hayashi bowed respectfully. "Please, sheath your blade. If we are not adversaries, there's no need for hostility." Once seated, Jiang Chun continued, "The Land of Lightning is in the wrong. I can persuade the third Hokage and resolve the conflict." Hayashi studied him. The boy's confidence and power suggested formidable backing. "If you succeed, the High-GA clan will grant any request," Hayashi vowed. Jiang Chun smiled. "My terms are simple. I wish to formally adopt Hinata as my sister and reside within the High-GA compound. In return, I'll settle the Land of Lightning matter tomorrow." He leaned forward, eyes gleaming with certainty. "Rest assured, what I set out to do shall be done." For the High-GA, housing a prodigy and gaining his allegiance was a boon beyond measure. Hayashi beamed, clasping Jiang Chun's hands. "Agreed. We await your success. Consider it done." Chapter 11. The Ghost Blade appears. Journey to the Land of Lightning within the Hokage's office. The third Hokage placed a letter on the table with a deep sigh, his pipe clenched between his fingers. "Has Hyuga Hayashi made his decision?" "Yes. Hizashi will go to the Land of Lightning in his brother's stead," reported Shiranui Gunma, kneeling with his head bowed. "Very well. You and Reidu will escort Hizashi in secret. Ensure his safe arrival." "As you command." The third Hokage rose to his feet, his gaze shifting toward the door. "Since you've come, you may as well show yourself." The door creaked open, revealing a figure draped in black. A silver-white mane flowed beneath the hood, and a ghostly mask gleamed eerily in the dim light. You're the Ghost Blade?" The third Hokage stood frozen, his pipe slipping from his fingers, scattering ashes across the floor. His hands trembled as he rubbed his eyes in disbelief. "After 50 years, I never thought I'd see you again." Gunma recoiled instinctively, his throat dry. The legend of the Ghost Blade, the warrior who had once cleaved a meteor to save Konoha, was known to all. He swallowed hard, not daring to utter a word. Jiang Chen's cloak concealed his form entirely, his voice deliberately aged and weathered. Such mimicry was child's play for him. In his past life, he had mastered vocal impersonations without aid, imitating a young woman's dulcet tones to charm his way through dungeons. An old man's timbre was nothing. "To think you still remember me after all these years. A pleasure." Convinced of the Ghost Blade's identity, the third Hokage beamed like a child, rushing forward with a respectful bow. "Your return to Konoha is a joyous occasion. What brings you here?" Jiang Chen swept his cloak aside as he took a seat, chuckling. "My troublesome grandson. On his first day here, he took a liking to a Hyuga girl, Hinata, I believe, and insisted on making her his sister. When he heard of the conflict between the Hyuga and the Land of Lightning, he begged me to intervene. I assume you're aware of the matter? No need for subtlety." The Ghost Blade's influence in Konoha rendered diplomacy unnecessary. The third Hokage retrieved his pipe, taking a long drag before sighing. "Indeed, it has weighed heavily on me. I hadn't expected Jiang Chun to cross paths with Hinata, nor to learn of this so soon. Had you arrived any later, the Hyuga clan head would have departed for the Land of Lightning tomorrow to atone." A faint smile touched his lips as he regarded Jiang Chun, relief softening his features. Jiang Chun understood the unspoken plea. He straightened, his voice firm. "You seek to avoid war, no? Very well. For my grandson's sake, I shall go to the Land of Lightning tonight. I will ensure they apologize to Konoha and settle this matter. Does that suit you?" The third Hokage shot to his feet, grinning. His greatest fear had been Konoha's weakened state, after the deaths of prodigies like Namikaze Minato and Hitaki Sakumo. The departure of the Sannin, and his own declining strength, The village stood no chance against the land of lightning. The fourth Reikage was hailed as the strongest Kage. His brother Killer be the perfect Jinchuriki, and Darui a formidable shinobi. But with the Ghost Blade's aid, the scales tipped in Konoha's favor. Your mediation would be most welcome. Why not accompany Gunma and Hizashi to the land of lightning tomorrow? Jiangchen nearly laughed. The third Hokage was shrewd. By sending him as an escort, he ensured the Reikage would be humiliated, proof that Konoha could deliver a Hyuga to their doorstep, yet they'd be powerless to strike. A complete and utter defeat. Moreover, should anything go awry, Hayashi remained in Konoha, minimizing losses. Truly, age brought cunning. As for Jiangchun, the arrangement mattered little. His true dilemma lay in maintaining the duality of his identities. He couldn't vanish as Jiangchun while the Ghost Blade journeyed abroad. I have no objections. However, my grandson is restless. He roams as he pleases. Henceforth, should he skip the academy, pay it no mind. He's unruly by nature, but his strength ensures his safety. A flimsy excuse, but it would suffice for now. Of course, as your grandson, his prowess is beyond question. The academy has little to teach him. Once this matter concludes, I shall arrange for Konoha's finest swordsman to spar with him. Splendid. Then I shall take my leave. We depart at dawn. Oh, and Jiangchun has already left the village. Inform his instructor. With that, Jiangchun rose and vanished into the night. Consider it done. The third Hokage waved him off, too elated to dwell on trivialities. The next morning at Konoha and Appo's gates, Hizashi and Gunma stood waiting. Hizashi wore his customary white robes, while Gunma chewed idly on a samban. Leaning closer, Hizashi murmured, "What exactly is the relationship between the Ghost Blade and Jiangchun?" Jiangchun is his grandson. Last night, the Ghost Blade sought the Hokage at Jiangchun's behest. You Hyuga are fortunate to have the Ghost Blade intervene on your behalf. Gunma's gaze held a hint of envy. Hizashi offered a sheepish smile. He knew nothing of their ties. That Jiangchun favored Hinata was the Hyuga and Appo's blessing. Without it, their plight would have remained unresolved. In the distance, the Ghost Blade's silhouette emerged from the morning mist. Chapter 12. The impressive system as the Ghost Blade gradually approached the two, his flowing silver hair, fearsome ghostly mask, and billowing black cloak exuded an undeniable charisma. However, their admiration quickly turned to bewilderment upon noticing the sword strapped to his back. It was an exceedingly ordinary long sword, akin to the inferior wares sold by merchants. Xianma remained silent, yet Rija could not contain his curiosity. Stepping forward to point at Jiangchen's sword and inquiring, "Senior Ghostblade, is that sword on your back a last-minute purchase?" Jiangchen's heart skipped a beat. How could they discern that at a glance? It was truly embarrassing. He certainly could not carry the Ghostblade sword without revealing his identity as Jiangchun. Clearing his throat, he remarked, "A sword's worth is not determined by its quality, but by the skill of the wielder. Even with a wooden sword, I could still claim lives." His words astonished both Rija and Xianma, who felt their own inadequacies and eagerly nodded in admiration. Senior Ghostblade and Appo's swordsmanship is truly unparalleled. We can hardly aspire to reach your heights. Huh, I'm merely skilled through practice, Jiangchun replied, his voice resonating with a profound depth that only added to the illusion he crafted. This pretense left both men in awe and admiration. Congratulations. Your boast has astounded Rija and Xianma. Reward, 2,000 taels of gold, sword intent 5. Current progress, 51,000. At this moment, as the two walked ahead, Jiangchen followed closely behind, engaging in a mental dialogue with the system. I say, dear brother, must you label my boasting as mere bluster? Should I confess to them that I am just a cheat? Haha, your candor is refreshing, as always. I am straightforward by nature, preferring transparency over concealment. By the way, you promised to create an opportunity for me to recognize Hinata as my sister, yet I found this opportunity myself. Aren't you indebted to me for a chance? Ahem, that is indeed the case. Do you have further instructions for me? My perceptive little brother. I must share that I have taken a particular interest in someone. I hope you can arrange for us to meet in advance. Who is it, brother? I assure you I will make the necessary arrangements. Arrange a fete for me with Shizuka from Fuzi village. I wish to meet her. Understood. The system is currently searching. Shizuka, a 12-year-old disciple of the village chief of Fuzi village, will inherit the chief's position upon adulthood, standing at 168 centimeters tall, with measurements of 36D. Do you confirm? The system and Appo's detailed report astonished Jiangchun. This captivating and well-proportioned kunoichi had left an indelible impression on him. The system was indeed remarkable, providing accurate information. Haha, well done, little brother. That's the one. That and Appo's her. Brother, can we not be so exuberant? Control yourself, if it weren't and Appo's for the mask. Your drool would be apparent. Ahem. Low profile. Let us discuss serious matters. Arrange for our encounter. This relates to my future happiness, you understand? I comprehend. Elder brother. The system has detected an impending invasion from formidable enemies in Fuzi village 3 days hence. You will have sufficient time to travel to the land of lightning and back in 2 days. On the third day, you may proceed to Fuzi village to assist them. Upon hearing this exhilarating news, a broad smile erupted on Jiangchen and Appo's face, akin to that of a child. Ahem, wait, I am still a child. Excellent. Once I conclude matters in the Land of Lightning, I shall execute a heroic rescue and personally witness the splendor of the Land of Women. Haha, alert. The system has detected that on your way to the Land of Lightning, you will encounter ninjas from the Sound Village attempting to intercept you. Congratulations. You have triggered a random lucky mission. Defeat Kimimaro without eliminating him. Completion rewards, 2 resurrection pills. What? A randomly triggered mission? By the way, what is a resurrection pill? Dear brother, this resurrection pill can revive someone near death when consumed. What a marvelous item. With this pill, could I not resurrect those on the brink of death? This is nothing short of miraculous. Why is the reward so generous for such a simple task? Little brother. Are you certain there is no catch? This is a random lucky mission. It does not trigger at all times and is unrelated to difficulty. Agreed. This is splendid. Haha. A smile lingered on Jiangchen's face. Today's system was not merely powerful but astonishingly formidable. The prospect of acquiring resurrection pills soon, coupled with the impending heroic rescue, filled his imagination with visions of countless women surrounding him in gratitude, enveloped in vibrant colors and sweet fragrances. The euphoria was overwhelming. Laughing with unrestrained joy, Jiangchen inadvertently drew the awkward gazes of Xianma and Rija, who exchanged uncomfortable glances. Senior Ghost Blade? Are you all right? Rija inquired with concern. No, nothing to worry about. Let us continue on our journey, Jiangchen hastily explained. From Konoha village to the Land of Lightning, they traveled northeast, passing through the Land of Sound, the Land of Hot Water, and the Land of Moon. The Land of Hot Water, a realm that cherished peace, posed no dangers, offering a perfect opportunity for rest. The Land of Moon, much like the Land of Hot Water, was a sanctuary for weary ninjas, founded by those weary of conflict and violence, also a very safe country. Everyone was acutely aware that the greatest challenge on this journey to the Land of Lightning would arise from the Land of Sound. Xianma, leading the way, turned to the east and proclaimed, Senior Ghost Blade, we are about to pass through the Valley of the End, beyond here. We will be quite close to the Sound Village and may encounter their resistance. Jiangchen understood all too well, softly murmuring towards the direction of the Sound Village, Orochimaru. Is it? Truth be told, I am rather keen to meet him. Yet, he was well aware that he would likely not encounter Orochimaru, otherwise. The system would have detected his presence. Orochimaru was elusive, and at this moment, none could ascertain his whereabouts. Kimimara's emergence indicated that Orochimaru was aware of the situation and intended to seize the Byakugan first. Rija, stay close to me. I suspect it won't be long before the enemy comes knocking. As a branch member of the Hyuga clan, though not of the main family, Rija possessed considerable strength. Had anyone else issued such a command, he would have likely resisted, even engaging in a contest. However, he was in the presence of the Ghost Blade, a legendary figure known for cleaving meteors with his sword. Deep down, he admired the Ghost Blade and thus complied, slowing his pace to walk alongside him. As the trio arrived at an open area, they heard rustling from the nearby forest. Xianma immediately halted and shouted, We're under attack. Chapter 13, Xuanma, in the battle against Junmaru with a swift motion. 10 fingers pierced through Xuanma's body like missiles. A wisp of white mist appeared, revealing a wooden stake marred by 10 visible, transparent holes the size of fingers. A substitution technique. Truly, he is no ordinary ninja. His reflexes are astonishingly quick. Junmaru parted the foliage and emerged from the woods, standing defiantly before the 3 individuals. Riji stepped forward, veins bulging at the corners of his eyes, activating his bloodline limit, Byakugan. He remained silent, intently observing Junmaru and Appo's form. To his astonishment, he noticed Junmaru and Appo's bones were incessantly shifting, the 10 finger bones visibly regenerating with remarkable speed. Is he even human? Seeing the astonishment on Riji's face, Jiangchen approached and calmly stated, like you. He is also a bloodline limit wielder, Shikatsumiyaku. His entire skeleton can serve as a weapon. You and Xuanma must tread carefully, though he appears merely a child. You two should handle him. When the time comes for me to intervene, I shall. Upon hearing this, Riji felt no surprise. After all, the realm of the Demon Blade would not descend to battle a mere child. If both he and Xuanma could not handle a child, it would indeed be a source of shame. Junmaru's gaze fixed on Riji, his finger pointing at his eyes, emitting a chilling tone that belied his youthful appearance. My sole purpose is him. If you do not wish to die, do not provoke me, and that person hiding should stay out of sight unless he seeks his end. You are one of Orochimaru's, Riji deduced, revealing Junmaru's identity. Junmaru's words dripped with arrogance, and even the usually calm Xuanma, lurking in the shadows, displayed a hint of anger. Jiangchen dismissed the bravado, considering Junmaru's posturing trivial compared to his own. Finding a stone, he leaned against it, anticipating the unfolding spectacle. Junmaru slowly approached Riji, his expression utterly devoid of warmth. As he closed the distance to a mere 10 meters, Riji spread his legs and extended his arms, his demeanor fierce. You have entered my attack range, and though I would not typically strike so harshly, since you are an associate of Orochimaru, I shall show no mercy. Soft fist technique. 8 trigrams, 64 palms. Riji's chakra surged, gathering in his palms before unleashing a barrage toward Junmaru. At that moment, Junmaru stood within the 8 trigram circle, caught off guard by the rapid speed of the attack. 2 palms, 4 palms. 64 palms. Riji's strikes landed on Junmaru, echoing with crisp slaps. Junmaru did not evade, he absorbed the blows. Once the onslaught concluded, Junmaru remained still, head bowed. Riji retracted his attack, deactivating the Byakugan, and sighed. I cannot bring myself to kill this child. You may leave. With that, he turned to walk toward Jiangchen. Lord Riji, watch out behind you. Xuanma leaped from the shadows, his voice trembling with urgency. He had just witnessed Junmaru extract his spine, a monstrous act that left him in shock. As the markings on Junmaru's face appeared, he swung his spine like a whip toward Riji, and Xuanma could no longer remain hidden, leaping into the air. After warning Riji, he expelled a barrage of shuriken, 1,000 needles, forming countless projectiles that rained down upon Junmaru. The sound of steel-piercing flesh resounded as Junmaru's body became a porcupine. Bristling with Chapter 14, the dance of bones, the skeletal spear halted mere inches from Xuanma. Kimimaro turned his head sharply toward the masked Jiangchen, his expression grave. From the very beginning, Kimimaro had been wary of this enigmatic figure whose leisurely demeanor belied a formidable presence. He knew this masked man was no ordinary opponent. Quite perceptive for a brat, Jiangchen remarked, drawing his blade with deliberate ease. It seems you possess both strength and intellect. How refreshing. Kimimaro's eyes narrowed, his grip tightening on his bone whip. Enough talk. I'll kill you and return to Orochimaru-sama with your corpse. A chilling aura erupted from Jiangchen, saturating the air with suffocating malice. Xuanma and Hinata staggered back, their breaths ragged as if staring into the maw of a primordial demon. This killing intent. It eclipses even his own. Hinata stammered, sweat drenching his brow. Kimimaro, though beads of perspiration dotted his forehead, stood unwavering. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have shocked Xuanma and Hinata. Reward. 5,000 Rio, 5 sword intent, current progress. 55 1,000. Jiangchen smirked. Interesting. I expected Kimimaro to be rattled, not just these two. Host. Kimimaro and Appo's fanatical loyalty to Orochimaru renders him immune to intimidation at this level. My apologies. No matter. I and Appo's LL simply escalate. He strode forward, blade gleaming. You show spine, boy. I want to kill you today, unless you force my hand. Spare me your theatrics. Kimimaro lashed out, his bone whip slicing through the air with a keening shriek. Jiangchen didn't flinch. Fool. A blade's worth lies not in its steel, but in the hand that wields it. Xuanma and Hinata, now dozens of meters away, exchanged uneasy glances. Lord Hinata, even our techniques couldn't pierce his bones. That thing in Ghost Blade's grip looks like a Vinder's reject. Yet his confidence suggests otherwise. With a contemptuous flick, Jiangchen's blade darkened. A single, effortless stroke, crack. The bone whip split cleanly, its severed halves crashing onto the rocks below. The residual slash tore skyward, vanishing into the heavens. Kimimaro's throat bobbed. Ding. Host has shocked Kimimaro. Reward. 10,000 Rio. 10 sword intent, 65 1,000. Still think this is just a broken blade? Jiangchen taunted. Even what becomes divine in my grasp. Gritting his teeth, Kimimaro discarded the remnants of his weapon. I acknowledge your strength, but I want to yield. His hands clasped. Sawarabi no mai. The earth erupted. A forest of bone spikes surged outward, impaling everything in their path. Hinata seized Xuanma. Move. As they fled, Jiangchen merely sighed. Pathetic. Amidst the carnage, he stood untouched, a specter of inevitability. Chapter 15, The One Sword Style. A great shock, all the bone spikes erupted from the ground, and Jiangchen leaped into the air, positioning his long knife behind him while closing his eyes. One sword style. Great shock. Buzz. The long knife sliced through the sky yet did not produce a cutting strike. Xuanma and Richa gazed at Jiangchen in astonishment. They could only see Jiangchen wielding his long knife in midair, but the strike itself was invisible. It was also the first time they had heard Jiangchen call out the name of a technique. In that fleeting moment, the scene before them utterly shocked everyone. The air seemed to quiver around Jiangchen, distorting the distant scenery until it became unrecognizable. The bone spikes that erupted from the ground were instantly engulfed by the shockwave of air. Bang, bang. The bone spikes were crushed as if they were under a press, shattering into pieces and producing a crisp, incessant sound. Everyone was left dumbfounded, acutely aware that this technique, which even shook the air, was indeed the one-sword style. Great shock, just as the ghost blade had declared. This wave of air pressure ceased less than a meter in front of Junmaru, who stared blankly ahead. The once green grass had transformed into a sea of white bones. He swallowed hard, staring at the ghost blade in shock, realizing that had the ghost blade not held back, he would have been reduced to a mere puddle of mud. As he watched the ghost blade gradually descend from the air, he involuntarily murmured, "Is this the power of humanity? It is simply not of this dimension." Ding. Congratulations, big brother, for shocking Junmaru and earning 10,000 coins, sword intent 10. Current progress, 75 1,000. Not bad. I thought that little brat Junmaru could remain calm, but it seems he has faltered. Haha. Jiangchen smiled as he slowly landed, his feet crunching on the snow-white bones beneath him. Little brat, do you still think you can kill me? You should know well that had I wished to kill you, you would have perished in that last strike. Go back. Inform Orochimaru that as long as I, the Ghost Blade, am in Konoha, he had better not act recklessly. Otherwise, there will be no mercy. With that, Jiangchen and Appo's expression turned as cold as water, coupled with an overwhelming aura of killing intent, utterly shattering Junmaru and Appo's resolve. Following the recent events, Junmaru abandoned any thought of resisting Jiangchen. He bowed deeply and said, "My lack of skill is my own incompetence. I thank you for your mercy. Farewell." Junmaru was quite decisive, raising his head to glare viciously at Richa before turning to leave. Ding. Congratulations, big brother, for successfully completing the lucky random task and receiving 2 soul revival pills. Richa and Xuanma hurriedly jumped down from the trees to Jiangchen and Appo's side, their eyes radiating admiration. Richa, bowing earnestly, said, "Ghost Blade Senior, your swordsmanship is simply astonishing. I deeply admire you. And what I previously claimed about my sword being inferior was merely my own blindness. Indeed, even a wooden stick in your hands could become an extraordinary blade. To encounter such a master in my lifetime is more than enough." Xuanma stood to the side, smiling shyly yet remaining silent. His heart filled with immense admiration for the Ghost Blade, fixating on the long knife behind him. Contemplating how wonderful it would be to have such a master as a teacher, he would diligently study the art of swordsmanship. Jiangchen watched Junmaru's retreating figure, a smile escaping his lips as he shook his head, lamenting, what a once innocent child he was. Orochimaru is truly a master of brainwashing. In modern times, he would undoubtedly be a king of pyramid schemes. As Junmaru gradually vanished from sight, the three continued on their journey through the land of lightning. Within a certain mysterious structure, Junmaru knelt on one knee, his head bowed and hair obscuring half of his face, his cheeks flushed as he spoke. "Lord Orochimaru, it is my incompetence that has caused me to fail the mission and disappoint your expectations. Please punish me." His voice was filled with sincerity, his lips pressed together, his eyes brimming with self-reproach. Orochimaru reclined in his stone chair, his long hair covering half his face, revealing a serpentine left eye that fixed its gaze upon Junmaru. "This is not your fault. The person you encountered is the legendary Ghost Blade who, 50 years ago, cleaved a meteor to save Konoha, an existence on par with the first Hokage. The fact that you returned alive is already miraculous. Rise." Junmaru remained kneeling, clenching his fists and gritting his teeth, coughing heavily. Kabuto adjusted his glasses and gently said, "Stand up, Junmaru. Lord Orochimaru is more concerned about your safety than anything else. You should go to the medical room for a checkup." Upon hearing this, Junmaru excitedly raised his head to look at Orochimaru, his eyes filled with anticipation and longing. Orochimaru nodded slightly, a smile gracing his lips as he spoke in a voice that was both hoarse and filled with experience. "Go, recover your health. You are my most favored candidate." Seeing Orochimaru's affirmative smile, Junmaru was overwhelmed with excitement, standing up with a smile and bowing before leaving the room. As Junmaru departed, Kabuto pushed up his silver hair, adjusting his glasses as he softly remarked, "Lord Orochimaru, Junmaru and Appo's condition is not very optimistic. I cannot guarantee he will last for years." Orochimaru gazed toward the door, sighing deeply. "If he were not afflicted with this illness, he would truly be my favored vessel. Keep an eye on Konoha. He cannot stay here for too long." "Yes, Lord Orochimaru." In the land of soup, the streets were lined with resplendent 2-story buildings, a plethora of delightful snacks available, bustling with people. Jiangchen strolled along the vibrant street, marveling at the prosperity of this resource-rich and peaceful nation. "Ghost Blade Senior, we have walked for quite some time. Why not find a place to dine? I would like to treat you all to some barbecue," Xuanma exclaimed, a wide grin on his face, his gaze fixed on the Ghost Blade. Richa also turned to the Ghost Blade, particularly eyeing his mask, swallowing in anticipation. Eager for a meal, Jiangchen observed their enthusiasm, a mix of emotions swirling within him. Could it be that these two wished to see my true appearance? This absolutely cannot happen. If my identity is revealed, it would all be exposed. Ahem, I apologize, but I never reveal my face in public. You two should go ahead and eat. I will buy some food and meet you at the village entrance shortly." As the two were about to dissuade him, Jiangchen turned and walked in another direction. He purchased some skewers and buns, heading toward the outskirts of the village. In the dense forest outside the land of soup, the path was narrow. Jiangchen hid beneath a tree, removing his mask and indulging in a hearty meal. While eating, he muttered, "Wearing this mask is truly troublesome. I fear being discovered even while eating. These skewers and buns are quite delicious. Hey, you there, little brat. Want to join the cult of evil gods?" Just as Jiangchen finished his last bun, a particularly comical voice rang out ahead. Jiangchen turned to look. About 30 meters away stood a youth appearing to be around 15 or 16, his gray pompadour and light purple eyes striking. He wore a fashionable black fur-lined hoodie, a prominent necklace around his neck, and held a striking red 3-section scythe. Jiangchen recognized him immediately. It was none other than Haydn. Chapter 16. For updates, training with Haydn, seeking silver notes. Jiangchen's mind raced as he contemplated the current year, 48 years in the era of Konoha. coinciding with Haiden and Appo's 16th birthday. It was during this year that Haiden, having been defeated by Konan, Kakazu, and Itachi, joined the Akatsuki organization. After a satisfying meal, Jiangxin found himself with idle time and decided to toy with the fool before him. Clearing his throat, he feigned an expression of intense eagerness and inquired, "What sort of teachings does it encompass?" Seeing Jiangchun and Appo's exaggerated desire, Haiden and Appo's expression became even more ostentatious as he grinned widely and proclaimed, "You can kill without facing judgment. Moreover, Lord Jashin will be even more pleased. What do you think? Quite enticing. ISN and Appo's. Care to join?" With that, Haiden and Appo's excitement was palpable. Jiangxin merely shrugged, gazing at Haiden with indifference. "Oh, I'm not interested. Farewell." This infuriated Haiden, who widened his eyes and pointed his three-bladed scythe at Jiangxin, shouting, "It seems I must offer you as a sacrifice to Lord Jashin." Jiangxin turned his head, still appearing disinterested, and with a dismissive tone remarked, "Oh, do give it a try, you big fool." Haiden and Appo's fury reached a boiling point as he leapt, swinging his scythe down towards Jiangxin. However, his speed was woefully inadequate, and Jiangxin easily sidestepped the attack. Haiden made several more frantic attempts, but Jiangxin dodged with effortless grace. "Hey, is this the speed you intend to use to offer me to your Lord Jashin? Surely you jest." Jiangxin understood Haiden and Appo's character well: naive, straightforward, impatient, and bloodthirsty. Despite being a villain, Haiden was amusing, and Jiangxin felt confident he wouldn't be harmed. Thus he had no fear of Haiden. After numerous failed attacks, Haiden's expression twisted in rage as he shouted, "You bastard! Can't you stop dodging? Do you dare to engage in a proper contest with me? Why not? I've heard you possess immortality. Yes? I wonder what would happen if my blade were to sever you," Jiangxin responded, his previously playful demeanor suddenly turning serious as he drew his longsword, an aura of murderous intent emanating from him. The powerful presence of his killing intent exhilarated Haiden, who licked his lips and snarled, "What an exhilarating feeling. Such overwhelming killing intent." The longsword in Jiangxin and Appo's hand was enveloped. Chapter 17, the name of the demon blade. The fourth Reikage gazed at Hyuga Hisashi, a satisfied smile gracing his features. It appeared that Konoha had acted wisely, promptly delivering the criminal. Retribution for murder was a natural course of justice. Darui arranged for personnel to subdue Hyuga Hisashi. At that moment, Darui sauntered in from outside, his dark skin contrasting with the white bangs that obscured his left eye. Tattoos of the characters 4 and Appo's, Thunder and Appo's, and Appo's, Water and Appo's, adorned his shoulders. While he spoke in a nonchalant tone, his gaze slightly lowered. "All right, Lord Fourth." The fourth Reikage's expression soured as he observed Darui's lethargic demeanor, his ire igniting. "During your duty, you ought to show some spirit. You fool. Hurry and take him away." Darui instinctively recoiled, his body jolting as he nervously scratched his head, exhaling a sigh while glancing at Hyuga Hisashi, muttering to himself, "What a hassle." He approached Hisashi, his eyes suddenly sharp and imbued with a hint of menace. "Although it is troublesome, please come with me." At that moment, both the Reikage and Darui seemed to dismiss Jiangxin, perceiving him merely as a silent Umbu operative, masked and voiceless. However, just as Darui was about to escort Hisashi away, Jiangxin extended his hand to block their path, erupting into a boisterous laugh. "Haha. I never said this was a delivery of a criminal to you." Jiangxin and Appo's words struck like a torpedo in a tranquil lake, instantly igniting the atmosphere. The fourth Reikage's expression shifted to one of fury as he bellowed, "If this is not a delivery of a criminal, then what does your bringing Hyuga Hisashi here signify?" Jiangxin stepped between Darui and Hisashi, snorting disdainfully. "What does it mean?" "Merely to explain the circumstances, nothing more." "The circumstances?" "It is a fact that the head of the Hyuga clan killed a ninja from the Land of Lightning. It is only right that a life is paid for a life. Do you Konoha villagers intend to incite war?" The Reikage's words dripped with indignation. The final statement a contemptuous dismissal of Konoha's strength. Jiangxin discerned the Reikage's intent, lowering his voice in an angry retort. "It was your Cloud Village ninjas who first kidnapped a member of the Hyuga clan. Their actions in eliminating the threat were merely to protect their kin. What crime have they committed?" With a resounding crash, the Reikage's fist shattered the table before him, electricity crackling ominously around his clenched hand. "The matters I discuss with the Hokage are beyond the purview of a mere Umbu. You lack the qualifications. If you wish to avoid death, leave the criminal and get out, or face my wrath." As his words hung in the air, Darui drew his ninja blade, readying himself for battle. Jiangxin had anticipated the fourth Reikage and Appo's volatile temperament and had never truly expected the negotiation to succeed. He unsheathed his long sword, a chilling aura radiating from him. The overwhelming presence of his murderous intent startled the four individuals in the room, with Genma and Hisashi breaking into a sweat and retreating, their legs trembling beneath them. Darui and Appo's pupils widened, his previously fierce gaze shifting to one of trepidation. He had not anticipated such formidable murderous intent from the masked man before him. He swallowed hard, his shock causing a momentary hesitation. The once furious Reikage now felt the weight of Jiang Chen's aura, perceiving a ghostly essence about him that even he found profoundly unsettling. Unlike his encounter with Konoha, the murderous intent Jiang Chen exuded this time was at least double what he had previously displayed, reaching nearly 80% of his total killing aura. Ding. Congratulations, brother, for shocking the 4th Reikage in Darui, earning 50,000 currency. Sword Intent 40. Current progress, 135,1000. What the hell? What is happening? This increase in sword intent is excessive, right? Little brother, are you sure about this? To clarify, the Reikage is recognized as the strongest shadow combatant of our time, the fastest man alive. You just astonished him with your murderous aura. Hence the substantial increase in sword intent. If you manage to dazzle the Reikage with your speed, your sword intent will increase even further. The system's words illuminated a path for Jiang Chen. The 4th Reikage only acknowledged the speed of the Yellow Flash, Minato Namikaze, since Minato's demise. He had not bowed to anyone else in terms of speed. I shall heed your advice, thank you. Jiang Chen advanced further, continuing, so, do I now possess the qualifications to speak? Who on earth are you? The Reikage and Appo's gaze was filled with confusion. The Demon Blade. Jiang Chen answered nonchalantly, a hint of ease in his tone. What? You are the Demon Blade who cleaved a meteor 50 years ago? The Reikage stared at Jiang Chen in disbelief. The tale of that incident was well known to him, having been recounted by his father. He had revered the name of the Demon Blade since childhood, equating him in stature to figures such as Uchiha Madara and Shinja Hashirama. The legend spoke of the Demon Blade retreating from the world after saving Konoha, never to be seen again, only to resurface now to mediate the tensions between the Cloud Village and Konoha. Are you truly the esteemed Demon Blade? The Reikage questioned, still half in disbelief. Without a doubt, Jiang Chen affirmed resolutely. The anger that had once consumed the Reikage dissipated, replaced now by a burgeoning sense of admiration. Darui, too, had heard of the Demon Blade, his excitement palpable as he licked his lips, the fervor in his heart rivaling that of the Reikage. Being considerably younger, he had only heard tales of legendary figures such as Uchiha Madara, Shinja Hashirama, and the Demon Blade in their time. Moreover, the stories claimed that the Demon Blade had been merely 12 or 13 years old at the time, wielding such power, which had inspired their lifelong admiration. Now, standing before the very embodiment of the Demon Blade, Darui was left speechless with excitement. Hizashi and Ginma stood in a corner of the room, having breathed a sigh of relief now that Jiang Chen had withdrawn his murderous intent, observing the awestruck expressions on the faces of the Reikage and Darui. They realized that the name of the Demon Blade resonated not just within Konoha but throughout the entire ninja world. Ginma, unable to suppress a smile, thought to himself, it seems we are in safe hands. With the esteemed Demon Blade present, this matter is sure to resolve favorably. With Jiang Chen's affirmation and that overwhelming aura of menace, the Reikage no longer doubted the authenticity of Jiang Chen's identity. He stepped forward, treating the Demon Blade with the utmost reverence, courteously saying, I never imagined I would witness the true form of the Demon Blade. Please, come and sit. Jiang Chen was pushed into a chair by the Reikage, who then bellowed, Darui, what are you standing there for? Quickly, prepare tea for the Demon Blade. At the sound of the Reikage and Appo's command, Darui snapped back to reality, nodding eagerly as he hurried off to prepare tea. This unexpected display of reverence was utterly unforeseen by Jiang Chen. What was this sudden favor? A banquet of sorts? In that moment, he found himself utterly perplexed. The Reikage paid no mind to Gunma and Hizashi, who remained frozen in the corner, appearing as mere bystanders. Chapter 18. How about a speed contest? Seeking silver notes. After a brief pause, Darui respectfully placed a cup of tea in front of Jiang Chen. Senior Ghost Blade. Please enjoy. After speaking, Darui stepped aside, maintaining his stance as he focused on Reikage, continuing, Lord Reikage, is Hinata Hizashi still with us? Reikage glared furiously, barking at Darui. What do you mean by still with us? Stay put and behave. Reikage felt a strong urge to strike Darui. How could he not comprehend the current situation? The arrival of Senior Ghost Blade was clearly to mediate this matter, yet he still dared to attempt to seize someone in front of him. Was that not courting death? Setting aside everything else, the overwhelming murderous intent emanating from Ghost Blade assured Reikage that he was no match for him. Moreover, it remained uncertain whether Ghost Blade was affiliated with Konoha or simply acting on behalf of the Hyuga clan, regardless of his allegiance. Hinata Hizashi could very well be in motion. Seated on the stool, he politely inquired, is Senior Ghost Blade here on behalf of the Hyuga clan or Konoha? Jiang Chen, hidden behind his mask, was unable to sip the tea, yet he observed Reikage's puzzled expression and replied calmly, let us consider it Konoha, after all. My precious grandson Jiang Chen has just joined Konoha. Is it true that the 4th Reikage intends to wage war against Konoha? Jiang Chen and Appo's words carried a subtle threat. Upon hearing this, Reikage hurriedly stood up to clarify, that is not the case. Merely a misunderstanding. Haha. So, are you still preparing to launch a war against Konoha? No. No. Must the Hyuga clan and Appo's leader pay with his life for the incident involving the murder of a Cloud Village ninja? Senior Ghost Blade is jesting. This was indeed our fault from the outset. We hope you can mediate with the Hyuga clan and refrain from laying blame. Shall we consider this matter settled then? Very well. Each of Jiang Chen's inquiries was laced with a hint of reproach. Raikage could only nod and shake his head repeatedly, feeling increasingly humbled. This stark contrast in dialogue left the others in the room utterly astonished. Xuanma scratched his head, chuckling bitterly. Isn't this resolution a bit too easy? Rigia furrowed his brow, awkwardly staring at Raikage and Jiang Chen, muttering to himself, true power dictates the conversation. Darui, observing Raikage and Appos, demeanor, swallowed hard. His previous lackluster expression replaced by astonishment. He sighed inwardly. This is the first time I and Appos, seen the fourth Raikage treat anyone with such deference. It and Appos, truly astonishing. Ding. Congratulations. Big brother, for astonishing Darui, earning 10,000 coins and 10 sword intent. Current progress, 145,1000. Upon hearing the mechanical voice of the system, Jiang Chen looked up, puzzled, at Darui, who scratched his head and smiled foolishly, saying nothing. Little brother, why is my conversation with Raikage shocking him? It is because, due to your influence. Raikage has displayed such humility for the first time towards another person, which is inconsistent with his character, thus astonishing Darui. I see now. Your system is quite impressive. It can even gauge other psychology. Big brother, the system encompasses many functions that you are yet unaware of, as this is a swordsman system. Your current sword intent is at the first level, preventing you from unlocking other features. Once you reach the second level, you will have access to the system and Appos' shop. So, big brother, do your best. Wow, there's even a shop function? What does it sell? Everything you could imagine. However, as you have yet to reach the second level, I cannot disclose any information for now. Please forgive me. All right. I'm quite curious about what's in store. I'll be sure to check it out once I reach the second level. As Jiang Chen withdrew from his thoughts, he noticed Raikage awkwardly watching him, hesitant to speak further, fearing that Ghost Blade might impose a special request. Raikage stood and approached Jiang Chen, clearing his throat. Ahem. Senior Ghost Blade, do you have any further instructions? Jiang Chen lifted his head, smiling as he said, of course. I've heard that the fourth Raikage is known as the Blue Lightning, the fastest man in the current ninja world. I am unworthy of such praise. Raikage humbly responded with a smile. How about we race? Jiang Chen's words momentarily stunned Raikage. He possessed great confidence in his speed. Although Ghost Blade was a legendary figure, he did not believe he would lose in a speed contest. Senior Ghost Blade, do you also know the Flying Thunder God technique? Raikage asked this, assuming that Ghost Blade possessed the same madara as Minato Namikaze, or he would not challenge him to a speed race. Moreover, he believed that in this ninja world, only Minato's technique could surpass his speed. Uchiha Madara, in his view, would not likely outpace him either. This was Raikage's absolute confidence. Jiang Chen stood up, laughing heartily. I certainly do not know the Flying Thunder God technique. I propose we race without employing any ninjutsu. What do you say? Jiang Chen's words were exceedingly arrogant, bordering on hubris. Had anyone else uttered such a declaration, Raikage would have likely knocked them out with a single punch. However, since it was Ghost Blade speaking, Raikage, despite his immense fury, dared not show it. Then, Senior Ghost Blade, do you wish to wager something? I initially intended to wager on the Hyuga clan matter, but it seems that is unnecessary now. Let us wager on a meal instead. I've been wanting to savor the specialties of Cloud Village. Boom. Jiang Chen's words struck Raikage like thunder, implying he was certain he would win, which was utterly humiliating. Raikage repeatedly adjusted his mindset, sighing deeply. Then let us compete outside. It is rather inconvenient here. Jiang Chen stood up, responding with a smile, agreed. Outside Cloud Village, on a towering peak, Jiang Chen and Raikage stood together, with Darui, Xuanma, and Rigia nearby. Senior Ghost Blade, how shall we compete? Jiang Chen surveyed the area. The mountaintop was spacious, with numerous rocks scattered within a few kilometers. He pointed to two massive boulders about a kilometer away, suggesting, to ensure fairness, we can divide our contest into two parts. The first part will determine who can shatter the boulder first. Darui and Xuanma can wait by the boulders to judge who touches them first. What do you think? Raikage gazed at the two boulders standing side by side, separated by a distance of several meters, and concluded that the contest was indeed fair. He hastily clasped his hands together and said, very well. This is quite fair. Jiang Chen laughed heartily as he teased Raikage. Fourth Raikage, I know you possess multiple forms. However, I advise you to enter your full power state, or you may suffer a decisive defeat. Raikage's eyes widened in fury as he looked down at the 1.6-meter-tall Ghost Blade, feeling as if he might explode with rage. He suppressed his anger and released his chakra fully. Chapter 19. Shocking the fourth Raikage with Speed Bang. The blue chakra surrounding the fourth Raikage surged violently, causing the surrounding debris to explode and scatter. The sight of the Raikage, his white hair standing on end and enveloped in a tempest of blue chakra intermingled with lightning, resembled that of a thunder god. Jiang Chen nodded in satisfaction upon witnessing this. The Raikage cast a glance at Darui and shouted, you too. Go over there and wait by the rocks for me and Senior Ghostblade. Remember, do not be lazy or blink. Make sure to watch who breaks the rock first. Yes. Darui and Gunma obediently walked toward the rocks across from them. The Raikage looked down at Jiang Chen's figure, puzzled, and asked, Senior, do we really not need any ninjutsu? No need. Jiang Chen replied nonchalantly. The Raikage ceased his inquiries, his curiosity regarding Ghostblade and Apos' enigmatic power only deepening. Jiang Chen drew his long blade and etched a line in the ground. Addressing Nichiryu beside him, please act as the referee and shout and Apos, start and Apos, when the time comes. Nichiryu nodded seriously. Both the Raikage and Jiang Chen positioned themselves beside the line, ready to dash at any moment. Bang, bang, beneath their feet. The ground was indented by deep hits from their powerful stomps. Gunma watched the two prepare, his heart racing with excitement as he held his breath. Thinking to himself, this contest is incredibly thrilling. The fastest man among ninjas, the fourth Raikage, facing off against the legendary Ghostblade who cleaved meteors 50 years ago. What a spectacle. Darui and Apos' heart raced as he intently focused on the two, murmuring, though I know Senior Ghostblade is formidable, I firmly believe that the fourth Raikage will not lose in speed. Yes, he absolutely will not lose. Nichiryu, astounded, swallowed hard as beads of sweat trickled down his forehead. Watching Gunma and Darui standing by the distant rocks, he raised his hand and brought it down decisively. Start. Bang. The moment Nichiryu's voice rang out, the rocks shattered explosively, dust swirling as the two figures vanished in an instant. Before Nichiryu could process the scene, a resounding boom echoed from afar. Bang. 2 seconds later. Bang. The colossal boulder, a kilometer away, was obliterated in mere seconds by the two swiftest men. Countless fragments cascading to the ground like petals scattered by a celestial maiden. Had it not been for the chakra shields prepared by Gunma and Darui, they might have been injured by the flying debris. The outcome of this contest was unmistakable. Darui's eyes widened in shock, rubbing them in disbelief. Scarcely able to accept what he had witnessed, he forgot to announce the results, murmuring, the fourth Raikage was actually 2 seconds slower than Senior Ghostblade. This feels like a dream. Senior Ghostblade didn't even use chakra. How is that possible? Is it purely physical speed? At this moment, he stood frozen in astonishment. The Raikage gazed at the shattered boulders in front of him, and then at the completely pulverized rock that had vanished before Ghostblade. He swallowed hard, approached Jiang Chen, bowed deeply, and said in utter amazement, Senior Ghostblade, I am utterly convinced. Jiang Chen had intended to playfully lift the Raikage spirits. But given the Raikage and Apos' towering height of nearly 2 meters, even when bent over, he was still taller. Jiang Chen could only clear his throat in resignation and stand with his hands clasped behind his back, replying, it's nothing. Your speed is quite impressive as well, haha. The Raikage remained silent, awkwardly retracting his fist and laughing sheepishly. Ding. Congratulations, you have shocked the fourth Raikage, earning a reward of 100,000 coins and 100 sword intent. Current progress, 245,1000. Upon hearing the system and Apos' announcement, Jiang Chen grinned widely, his mask concealing his delight, lest he embarrass himself. Wow. This is fantastic. Gaining 100 sword intent points is simply splendid. Brother, you truly did not deceive me. The rewards for astonishing the Raikage with speed are indeed substantial. Naturally, the fastest ninja in the current ninja world, the difficulty of this astonishment is quite high, hence the generous rewards. Absolutely. Well, I am quite satisfied this time. You may take your leave now, little brother. The system faded from Jiang Chen and Apos' mind. Raikage, I previously mentioned there would be another contest. Let me explain the rules. Seeing Jiang Chen about to propose a second contest, the Raikage quickly interjected, there is no need for a second contest. I concede willingly. The Raikage and Apos' earnest attitude was something Jiang Chen appreciated. Who is it? Who dares to cause a ruckus in the hidden cloud village? Just as the two were debating the second contest, nearby ninjas rushed over. Darui furrowed his brow and exclaimed, Raikage. The recent loud noises have likely attracted the nearby guarding ninjas. What should we do? Shall we send them away? Let them come. Why panic? I was merely competing in speed with Senior Ghostblade. It's not something to hide, the Raikage replied nonchalantly. Moments later, a dozen cloud ninja elite stood around them. Raikage, I apologize for the noise. I was unaware it was you and came to investigate, the leading elite explained. The Raikage turned, his expression stern, and said, it's nothing. I was just competing in speed with Senior Ghostblade. It's no big deal. Darui approached the group, signaling them to keep their distance, and whispered, Raikage is competing in speed with Senior Ghostblade. It's not appropriate for you to be here. You should return. Upon hearing such explosive news, the elite ninjas were instantly thrilled, disregarding Darui's advice as they surrounded him eagerly. Wait, is Ghostblade the legendary figure from Konoha 50 years ago? Did the contest just conclude? Who won? Is that even a question? Who in the ninja world can defeat the fourth Raikage? I believe Senior Ghostblade is exceptional, but I doubt he could best the Raikage in speed. A dozen voices buzzed with excitement, their conversations growing louder, drawing the attention of others around. The Raikage and Apos' expression darkened as he inwardly lamented. How does Darui manage his subordinates? Surely, he must lack any authority. Jiang Chun, overhearing their discussion and glancing at the Raikage, struggled to suppress his laughter. If not for the mask, he might have truly angered the Raikage. Darui scratched his head, looking back at the Raikage with an awkward smile, while the Raikage glared at him and bellowed, "Enough! No more questions. This is indeed Senior Ghost Blade, and I lost the speed contest. Are you all satisfied now?" The Raikage's declaration struck like a thunderbolt, leaving the dozen ninjas stunned, too afraid to speak further as they exchanged incredulous glances, swallowing nervously. Jiang Chun stepped forward and proclaimed loudly, "Fourth Raikage, my contest with you is far from over. How can we reach a conclusion so easily?" Chapter 20, Master Ghost Blade. Thank you. As Jiang Chun uttered these words, the interest of the dozen or so Jonin surged, their faces illuminated with anticipation. Rija and Xianma furrowed their brows, clenching their fists tightly, their hearts a tumultuous mix of emotions, silently lamenting. Master Ghost Blade, what are you planning? Raikage has already conceded. Why proceed with a second match? Is it merely to humiliate Raikage further? Darui glared at Jiang Chun, his earlier respect for Ghost Blade evaporating, internally cursing, what a ridiculous so-called hero. Merely a braggart seeking the limelight. Does he truly wish to strip Lord Raikage of his dignity before the crowd? Utterly despicable. Raikage stood resolutely, his face darkened, fists cracking with tension as he forced back his fury, stating, "Since the senior requests it, we shall proceed with the second match." Excellent. The second match is quite simple. You will strike at me. If I evade your attack, I win. If I am struck, you win. How does that sound? Jiang Chun deliberately raised his voice, ensuring all the Jonin could hear him clearly. Raikage, without much thought, replied, "Good." Positioned less than 100 meters apart, Jiang Chun and Raikage readied themselves for battle. Onlookers buzzed with conversation, observing the tension between the two. Raikage, now at full power, stood at such a close distance. Surely no one could evade a full-force strike from him. Indeed, I concur. Although I am unaware of their previous match at this range, evasion seems impossible unless he possesses the Flying Thunder God technique like Minato Namikaze. Darui, does Master Ghost Blade wield the Flying Thunder God technique? He does not. Darui replied casually, his gaze fixed intently on Jiang Chun and Raikage. Without the Flying Thunder God technique, Lord Raikage is certain to triumph. The murmurs among the crowd grew louder, and Darui's heart was a tangled web of emotions. At this distance, Raikage's assault would be instantaneous, while Ghost Blade was swift. There was no way he could react in time. As before, Rija stood in the middle, raising his hand high. Witnessing this, everyone held their breath, silencing their discussions, even controlling their breathing to the faintest of sounds. In this moment, the atmosphere was so still one could hear the heartbeat of their companions. Begin. Rija and Appo's right hand swung down sharply as he shouted. Bang. Whoosh. Bang. In the blink of an eye, none could discern what had transpired. All they saw was Raikage and Appo's fist striking the spot where Ghost Blade had been. Yet, Ghost Blade had vanished. Nearby, enormous boulders shattered, tumbling down to form heaps of debris several meters high. The crowd stood dumbfounded, glancing around in confusion. What just happened? Where did he go? Did he even strike? Bang. Just as the spectators were in a frenzy of speculation, a bloodied arm emerged from the rubble. Jiang Chun slowly crawled out from the debris, clutching his chest with his right hand, coughing uncontrollably, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of his mouth, coursing down his chin and neck. Well, the Jonin erupted into cheers, their voices filled with excitement. Lord Raikage has won. Xianma and Rija hurried to the pile of rubble, each supporting Jiang Chun from either side. Gazing at the blood on Ghost Blade's arm and neck, Xianma felt a pang of sorrow, reflecting, indeed, the distance was too close. I never anticipated such severe injuries. Though pained, Rija was surprised to see Jiang Chun and Appo's mask remaining unscathed. What is the meaning of this? How could it be completely intact? In his confusion, Rija activated his Byakugan to investigate, just as he focused on Jiang Chun. He felt a formidable sword aura pressing against his throat, a threat to his very existence. He promptly retracted his Byakugan, gasping for breath. Lord Rija, what troubles you? Xianma asked, perplexed, yet cautious not to reveal too much, adhering to their prior agreement to refer to him as Hugo Rija. Rija waved his hand, wiping the sweat from his brow, struggling to respond. It's nothing. Just nothing. Raikage retracted his fist, fixing his gaze on Jiang Chun, remaining silent. Jiang Chun coughed heavily, more blood seeping down his neck. Raikage rushed to support him, asking, Master Ghostblade, are you all right? Jiang Chun waved his hand, panting, I concede this match. It is a draw between us. My current condition makes it challenging to engage in a third match. Perhaps we could compete again another time, if that is acceptable? Darui observed Ghostblade and Appo's weakened state, frowning but saying nothing. Raikage, supporting Jiang Chun, called out to the gathered Jonin. My match with Master Ghostblade has concluded. You may disperse and return to your duties. Yes. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, the group vanished, leaving the mountain peak with the explosive news. Master Ghostblade, since you are injured, please stay in the hidden cloud village for a few more days. Seeing Reikich's sincere invitation, Jiangchen considered lingering for a few days. But recalling the matters at Fuzi village in 2 days, he had to decline. Thank you, Reikich, but I have matters to attend to and cannot stay. I hope for your understanding. Xianma and Rija remained silent. For them, leaving the land of lightning as soon as possible was paramount, as staying offered little sense of security, particularly for Rija. Reikich, noticing Ghost Blade and Apos' refusal, added, but Master Ghost Blade, how can you travel at night with such an injury? Jiang Chun waved his hand. You need not worry. I am in robust health and will manage just fine. Very well, since the senior is unwilling to stay longer, Ashan and Apos, insist. Allow me to escort you out of the village. Rest assured. I will deliver a message to the third Hokage, and the matter concerning the Hyuga clan will be settled. Excellent. That would be best. Jiangchen nodded heavily. Outside Hidden Cloud Village, the fourth Reikage stood at the forefront, Duru Iki following behind. The group exchanged handshakes, preparing their farewells. Reikage stepped forward, addressing the three. You may return. I have matters to discuss with Master Ghostblade. Understood. Whoosh. Darui acknowledged and vanished from sight. Xianma, Rija, you may proceed ahead. I will follow shortly. Yes, Master Ghostblade. The two responded in unison, departing. Once assured they were alone, the fourth Reikage bowed deeply to Jiang Chun. Nearly at a right angle, speaking with utmost sincerity, Master Ghostblade. Thank you. Jiang Chun smiled faintly, waving his hand. It's nothing. Please do not dwell on it. With that, Jiang Chun turned to leave, gradually fading from Reikage and Apos' view. Reikage stared at his clenched fist, replaying the scene atop the mountain in his mind. He had struck Ghost Blade, who had seemingly evaded the blow, only to return to the original position and endure the punch. He understood Ghost Blade's intention, to take the hit for Reikage's reputation within the ninja world, and to uphold the honor of the Hidden Cloud Village's highest combat strength. He could not help but admire Ghost Blade once more. Jiangchen twisted his neck, rolled up his sleeves, and examined the cut on his arm inflicted by his own blade, muttering, It seems my performance was adequate, though my own blood is truly distasteful. Haha. Having spoken, he gazed upon the beauty of the setting sun, reminiscent of a maiden's rosy complexion, and with a broad smile, he exclaimed, I have arrived at Fuziken. Chapter 21. A Father and Apos' Love and the Son. Thank you, Elder Ghost Blade, for coming to our rescue. Without your intervention, the Hyuga clan would have faced dire consequences. As Jiangchen joined the two others, Richa suddenly knelt before him, pressing his forehead firmly against the ground, his demeanor profoundly sincere. Jiangchen hurriedly helped him up, smiling as he spoke. It's merely a trivial matter. There is no need for such gratitude. Moreover, my dear grandson has no place to stay in Konoha, and I will still need to trouble the Hyuga clan. I've heard he has a particular fondness for Hinata and wishes to regard her as a sister. Is that not so? Indeed, Elder Ghostblade. We have met your grandson Jiang Chun, and it is true that he holds a special affection for Miss Hinata. My brother and I have discussed this matter, and given Jiang Chun and Apos' remarkable strength at such a young age, it would be fitting to consider an engagement with Miss Hinata in the future. Upon hearing this, Jiangchen nearly dropped his mask in shock and hastily cleared his throat. What's wrong, Elder Ghostblade? Are you unwell? And no, it's nothing. I initially thought, like you, that Jiang Chun had intentions towards Hinata, wanting to bring them together. However, I later realized that Jiang Chun merely wishes for a sister, nothing more. Please do not make any hasty decisions regarding this matter. It should not be mentioned again. Upon hearing the elder's words, Richa understood the misunderstanding regarding Jiang Chen's feelings for Hinata. I see. Hee, Elder Ghostblade. I will explain this to my brother when I return. Having a genius like Jiang Chun as Hinata's brother is a blessing for the Hyuga clan. Jiang Chen quickly interrupted Richa's continued flattery, eager to resume their journey. He sighed in relief, grateful to have learned of Rizu and Richa's intentions beforehand. Had he inadvertently stolen the position of the crown prince's bride, it would have been quite a predicament. He harbored no such desires for Hinata. The only one with ulterior motives was Shizuka, especially with her perfect figure and mature charm after coming of age. While watching Naruto, Jiang Chun had often reminisced about that woman, who had made a lasting impression despite her brief appearance in just one episode. Indeed, from the moment he traversed into the world of Naruto, he had already resolved to claim Shizuka as his own. As the three traveled through the night, they did not pause for rest. The following day, within the Hokage's office, the third Hokage expressed gratitude to Elder Ghostblade, acknowledging the successful resolution of the issues in the Land of Lightning, where the Reikage had treated him with utmost respect. Shinma, eager to report back, knelt on one knee before the third Hokage, detailing the events that had transpired. At this moment, Jiang Chun and Richa entered the office. Seeing Ghostblade and Richa, the third Hokage quickly approached them with a smile. Elder Ghostblade, thanks to your intervention, this matter has been resolved, and I truly appreciate your efforts. It was nothing, just a small favor. After traveling through the night, I am quite fatigued, so I must take my leave now. Jiangchen turned to depart. The third Hokage quickly interjected, Elder Ghostblade, since you are in Konoha, why not stay here for a while? Jiangchen paused, For the life he desired was one of freedom and unrestrained adventure. Remaining in Konoha would hinder his endeavors. No, I prefer my freedom. My dear grandson will return once he has had his fill of fun. Very well. In that case, we shall do our utmost to ensure Jiang Chun enjoys his time in Konoha, the third Hokage replied, laughing. After exchanging pleasantries, they bid farewell. Fully aware of Ghost Blade's firm decision, the third Hokage did not attempt to persuade him further. However, Richa hurriedly followed him outside, bowing respectfully. Elder Ghost Blade, may I request a meeting with the Hyuga clan? There's no need for that. Simply host my dear grandson well when the time comes. Jiang Chun shook his head and waved his hand, vanishing from sight. Richa gazed at the spot where Jiang Chun had disappeared, his eyes lowered, filled with gratitude. After bidding farewell to the third Hokage, he hurried back to the Hyuga estate. His brother, Rizu, was currently teaching Hinata the gentle fist technique. Under normal circumstances, Richa would wait patiently for the training to conclude, but today was different. He rushed to his brother's side, beaming with excitement. Brother Rizu, this time, Elder Ghost Blade managed to resolve the issues in the Land of Lightning without bloodshed, and the Raikage holds him in high regard. Rizu looked up in surprise. Frowning as he replied, did he not conflict with the fourth Raikage? It was merely a test of speed. Before that, the fourth Raikage had no intention of competing. When he realized it was Elder Ghost Blade, his demeanor was almost subservient. As Richa recounted the events, he animatedly recalled the earlier situation, detailing Jiang Chen's attitude towards Hinata with clarity. Rizu was utterly astonished. The fourth Raikage was notorious for his hot-headedness throughout the ninja world. Yet Elder Ghost Blade had managed to command such respect with just his name. What immense influence must he possess? Since Elder Ghost Blade has discussed this matter with Jiang Chun, having such a legendary hero as our ally is indeed a blessing for the Hyuga clan. Richa, we must honor the debt we owe to Elder Ghost Blade and treat Jiang Chun with utmost respect. Once he returns, we shall arrange for him and Hinata to be engaged. The entire Konoha must know that Jiang Chun is Hinata's brother. Richa understood his brother's intentions and eagerly nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, Hinata practiced diligently, her small hands moving as she trained. Having overheard her father and uncle's conversation, she murmured to herself, Jiang Chun Nizan, will he really become my brother? Lost in thought, Hinata suddenly slipped and fell to the ground. She quickly stood, glancing fearfully at her father, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. In the past, any mistake during training would earn her severe reprimands or even physical punishment. And now she had fallen during practice, committing a grave error. As her father approached, his gentle eyes revealed a tender expression, and her little lips formed a cute pout. It was a sight that would surely melt the heart of any doting brother. As her father's large hand reached out, Hinata instinctively shut her eyes, shrinking her little head, thinking, oh no, I'm going to be punished. To her surprise, after what felt like an eternity, she felt no pain. Slowly, she opened her eyes to find her father's warm smile. Rizu gently patted Hinata's head, speaking tenderly. All right, you've practiced long enough. Go rest for a while. When Jiang Chun returns, we'll have a lovely family meal together. This sudden wave of happiness left young Hinata in shock. From her earliest memories, she had only known her father's strict teachings and rigorous training. She had never experienced a warmth akin to sunlight from a father's love until today, making it a moment she would cherish forever. Hinata nodded earnestly, her face lighting up with a delightful smile. Chapter 22. The fireman and the fatty enter the daughter village as the gentle demeanor of his elder brother towards Hinata unfolded. Hisashi could not help but smile with a sense of relief. Being identical twins, he had an astute understanding of his brother's character. The Hyuga clan, as a prominent family in Konoha, could only remain steadfast through relentless training and the continuous enhancement of their abilities to establish their position within the ninja world. The events in the Land of Lightning served as a stark reminder. Their insufficient strength had led to the inability to protect even the secrets of the Byakugan. It was precisely this fear that compelled his brother to be particularly harsh on Hinata from a young age, subjecting her to relentless training and reprimands, devoid of any paternal tenderness. However, thanks to the esteemed Elder Kyoto, the entire ninja realm would no longer dare to covet the Byakugan, nor would they provoke Konoha. The paternal love that had long been lost began to resurface as a result of this incident. As Hisashi gazed at the soft morning light, he silently expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Elder Kyoto. You have not only salvaged the Hyuga clan, but also restored a father's love for his child. Within Konoha village, whispers circulated about Elder Kyoto's recent appearance and his effortless resolution of the issues involving the Land of Lightning and the Hyuga clan. It was rumored that the elder had achieved compliance from the fourth Raikage simply by revealing his name. The tales of Elder Kyoto's speed matched against the fourth Raikage were nothing short of legendary, and many were in awe of his prowess. It was said that his willingness to assist Konoha stemmed from the fact that his grandson, Jiang Chun, had enrolled in the Ninja Academy. You mean Jiang Chun? He is a swordsman, just like Elder Kyoto, and exceptionally skilled. Just a few days ago, I heard Irika mention that he sliced through 10 targets from 60 meters away with nothing but his sword. Remarkable. Throughout Konoha, Both ninjas and ordinary citizens engaged in lively discussions, with most conversations centering around Kyoto and Jiangchen. For a time, they became the focal points of attention. In the Hidden Cloud Village, news of the recent speed contest between Elder Kyoto and the Fourth Raikage spread rapidly. The Kyoto you speak of is the legendary hero from 50 years ago, correct? Indeed, that's him. Well, the Fourth Raikage is incredible to have matched him. Of course. But as a result of this encounter, a peace agreement was reached between the Fourth Raikage and Konoha. The hero Kyoto is now an ally of our Land of Lightning. Haha. This development quickly gained traction in the Land of Lightning, enhancing the Fourth Raikage's reputation and spreading the message of peace between the Land of Lightning and the Land of Fire. The following day, the morning sun cast its warm glow over the mountains, giving rise to a scene of exquisite beauty. Two towering peaks, one grand and the other modest, stood majestically, connected by a massive wooden bridge upon which lay a village, a place that embodied the dreams of countless men, the daughter village of Konoha. Two figures appeared at the village's outskirts. With fiery red hair, a beard, and strikingly expressive eyes, the man emanated an aura of fierce desire. His red-patterned beast skin vest accentuating his formidable presence. He was known as Sato Yuen, a master of fire ninjutsu, famously dubbed the Fireman Raijin. This must be the daughter village, right? Let me confirm, brother, spoke a plump figure clad in a flowing white robe. His bald head shone under the sunlight, nearly reflecting light, while his small eyes squinted into crescent shapes, and his fair complexion stood out vividly. This hefty individual was Sato Raijin, the younger brother of Yuen, a master of water ninjutsu. Raijin scrutinized the map for quite some time, then sheepishly remarked, "Brother, this is it, no doubt. Are we really going to stay here without returning? Do you think the master will come after us to punish us? You fool. The master is accustomed to a peaceful life. She won't come looking for us," Yuen replied, causing Raijin's anxious heart to finally settle. His eyes gleamed as he observed several patrolling kunoichi outside the village, licking his lips and rubbing his hands together. "Brother, if we take this village, you choose first among the beautiful ones, and then I'll pick afterward." With a smile curling at the corners of his mouth, Yuen placed his right hand on Raijin's shoulder, gazing towards the village. "Raijin, I will only choose one. The rest you may select at your leisure. But you must heed my advice. Do not act impulsively, understood? All right, I will listen to you, brother. You are the best." Raijin chuckled foolishly, appearing quite naive. Without further hesitation, the two made their way toward the daughter village. The village, though not vast, was adorned with the beauty of chirping birds and fragrant blossoms. Not far from the village flowed a clear river, its gentle current adding to the serene ambience. Within the village, kunoichi with flowing hair and graceful figures were a sight to behold, embodying the adage, "The scenery is beautiful, and the people even more so." Who goes there? For kunoichi, armed with short blades, stood guard, their fierce gazes fixed on the fireman and Raijin. Yuen stepped forward, a sheepish smile gracing his face. "Ladies, do not be alarmed. My brother and I are ninjas and mean no harm. We merely heard that your village has a rule allowing those who can defeat your strongest warriors to join your ranks. Is that correct?" The female guard sized up Yuen and Raijin, and upon seeing Yuen's humble demeanor, she sheathed her short blade. "Our village does have this rule, but it requires the approval of our village chief. May I be taken to meet your village chief?" Yuen asked again, bowing with a smile. The red-haired guard turned her head, disdain evident in her tone. "Follow me." Another guard with large eyes tugged at her sleeve, whispering, "Sister, is it wise to take them to the chief like this?" "It's fine. They don't seem to harbor any ill intentions. If the chief disagrees, we can simply send them away," she replied, reluctantly releasing her grip. Thus, the red-haired guard led the two men into the village. The daughter village was a genuine matriarchal realm, teeming with beauty, where the women were formidable and only the strongest men could hope to be accepted. Though a paradise for men, it was equally a place that inspired trepidation. Within the village, the stunning women wielded short blades and shuriken, their eyes brimming with hostility as they regarded the newcomers. Had it not been for their escorts, they might have rushed forward to engage in battle. As the two men beheld the throngs of beautiful women, Raijin nearly drooled, his heart brimming with admiration. Truly magnificent. This place is nothing short of paradise, haha. Yuen quickly grabbed Raijin, whispering, "Raijin, control yourself. Do not appear so foolish." The group continued deeper into the village, arriving at a grand structure. A woman clad in a red robe stood with her back to them, gazing into the distance. Her coffee-colored short hair exuded an air of elegance. The red-haired kunoichi kneeled before her, hands clasped. "Chief, two men have come to challenge and seek to join our village." Upon hearing this, the chief turned around. Yuen and Raijin widened their eyes in shock, left speechless at the sight before them. Chapter 23. The ninja techniques comparable to the Ghost Lantern Clan. The astonishment of the two individuals did not stem from the appearance of the village chief. If assessed solely on her looks, she could be considered merely above average, certainly not breathtakingly beautiful. However, the alluring charm that emanated from her very essence ignited their hearts, causing their pulses to quicken with excitement. Her captivating eyes, resembling brown orbs scattered with starlight, paired with her subtly curved lips that hinted at the sophistication of a mature woman, were undeniably enchanting. The fire-wielding man gazed at the village chief with unrestrained infatuation, his expression betraying a lustful admiration. With a slight lowering of her enchanting gaze, the village chief disdainfully remarked, "The village has its regulations regarding marriage, but one must be deemed worthy to be considered. You should return." The portly man, upon hearing this, glared at the chief, his fists clenched in outrage, ready to unleash a torrent of curses, yet suddenly recalled his brother's admonitions and promptly sealed his lips, casting a glance at his sibling. Meanwhile, the fire-wielder remained entranced, oblivious to the chief's words. The portly man nudged him with his elbow and urged, "Brother, she actually rejected us. What should we do?" Only then did the fire-wielder snap back to reality, licking his lips with a smile. "What? Does the chief doubt our abilities?" The village chief scoffed, raising her chin in haughty defiance. "It is not a matter of doubting your abilities. Rather, it is that you are simply unworthy of my attention." She then glared at her red-haired guard and commanded, "Escort these two out. No men are to be allowed entrance henceforth." "Understood, chief," replied the female guard. Her cheeks flushed as she approached the fire-wielder, extending her hand. "Please, you must leave." The fire-wielder, feeling slighted by the chief's blatant disregard, allowed a smirk to play at the corners of his mouth. Suddenly, a thunderous crash reverberated through the room. The village chief's head snapped up, her eyes widening in shock. The female guard had collided with the wall, her hair singed and her face darkened, collapsing to the ground. The fire-wielder's right fist was raised, now engulfed in a blazing inferno. Furrowing her brows in concern, the village chief shrugged off her red robe and bellowed, "Who are you truly?" Her heart raced as she examined the Chapter 24. The murder of Huime Jingxiang was his most esteemed disciple, destined to be the unequivocal candidate for village chief in the future. He could resist with all his might this time, but he never wished for Jingxiang to be embroiled in this chaos. Unbeknownst to her, she was solely concerned for her master's safety. The rotund man turned his gaze toward Jingxiang. Her lustrous black hair and beautiful brown eyes were strikingly attractive, and despite her tender age, her features were exquisitely refined. A true beauty in the making. "Hiki, brother, this little girl is truly charming. She will undoubtedly blossom into a stunning beauty in the future." Fireman glanced at Jingxiang and scolded him harshly. "Stop looking. What is there to admire in a child of 11 or 12? By the time she grows up, it'll be ages away. Turn your focus back to this formidable woman here." The rotund man, chastised by Fireman, sheepishly turned away. Yet couldn't he resist casting one more lingering glance at Jingxiang. The village chief bellowed at several female ninjas. "You all take Jingxiang away and ensure no other ninjas approach this area. Quickly." She was acutely aware that such a commotion would undoubtedly attract other ninjas from the village, and she wished to prevent further unnecessary casualties. Upon hearing her command, they finally reacted. 3 dashed off in different directions to block others, while the remaining 5 of the chief's personal guards rushed to Jingxiang's side, grasping her arms. "Miss Jingxiang, you must leave now. These 2 ninjas are formidable. We cannot delay the chief's battle." Jingxiang forcefully shook off the grip of the female ninja, shouting defiantly, "I want to leave. I want to stay here with my master." The village chief, incensed by Jingxiang's obstinacy, roared, "Carry her out." The chief's extreme reaction puzzled Fireman, who turned his head again to glance at Jingxiang, muttering to himself, "It seems this little girl holds great significance in the chief's heart. Quite intriguing. Lingjun, take care of those 5 ninjas over there and also bring that little girl back. I'll handle this one." "Understood," the rotund man replied cheerfully, rising to approach the 5 female ninjas. Upon noticing his approach, they hastily released Jingxiang and Appo's arms, pushing her backward while whispering, "Miss Jingxiang, run quickly. We'll hold them off." Jingxiang stared at them blankly, recalling her master's furious expression moments ago, fear coursing through her, and she shook her head repeatedly, her delicate face etched with panic. The rotund man did not pursue Jingxiang directly. Instead, he ambled forward with a jovial demeanor, saying, "I need to focus on dealing with your chief, so I'll take care of you little ladies." His tone was remarkably simple-minded, and coupled with his foolish appearance, he radiated an air of lackluster intelligence. The 5 ninjas exchanged glances, scattering and simultaneously shouting, "Raging wind palm." They planned to collectively unleash their technique, aiming to disperse this rotund man who possessed the ability to transform into water. In an instant, 5 powerful gusts of wind surged toward him. The rotund man raised his hand, his earlier joviality replaced by a grave seriousness. Water release, water bullet. A barrage of water erupted from around him, hurtling toward the 5 ninjas. The overwhelming force of the water struck them before they could form any counter-seals, and they instinctively raised their short blades to shield themselves. Boom, bang. With several loud crashes, the 5 were propelled backward, landing heavily on the ground. Puffed. Blood spewed from their mouths as they struggled to rise, wiping the blood from their lips. They looked up, only to find the rotund man had vanished from sight, leaving them searching anxiously for him. "Huime, be careful behind you." "Yes, right behind you." The 4 female ninjas shouted in unison, their voices filled with alarm. The ninja named Huime's eyes widened in terror, trembling as she dared not turn around. Before she could react, the rotund man extended his index finger, forming a gun gesture aimed at Hui Mei's temple. Grinning as he whispered, "Water iron cannon. Double shot." Boom. A powerful water bullet erupted from his fingertip, akin to a gunshot, striking Hui Mei's head and causing blood to pour forth, her eyes bulging in shock. Thud. Her body crumpled to the ground like a severed T. Chapter 25, Shizuka's resolution. Countless shurikens shot forth in all directions like scattered beans, colliding with the water bullets and producing a tremendous cacophony. Bang, bang. Moments later, the rain of water bullets from the rotund figure intertwined with the rain of shurikens from the village chief, dispersing the water bullets into a torrential downpour. The stout man glared fiercely at the village chief, hurling curses and frustration. "This woman's ninjutsu is truly formidable. She managed to send them all back at me." Just as the words left his lips, dozens of shurikens erupted from the deluge. "What the heck? There are still more," the stout man shouted, glaring at the incoming barrage of shurikens, feeling nothing but anger, devoid of any fear. Swoosh, swoosh. The sound of shurikens piercing the water surface echoed, as part of the stout man's body transformed into water, allowing the shurikens to penetrate through him and embed into the ground behind him. "Haha. You big fool, unless it's a lightning-based attack, you can't harm me at all." The stout man let the shurikens continually pass through his form, clutching his waist and laughing mockingly at the village chief. Shizuka sat helplessly on the ground, staring blankly at her master soaring through the air, her heart filled with hope for victory. The remaining 4 guards of the village chief, Dai Fei, Lu Li, Ziyin, and Luo Lan, stood steadfastly beside Shizuka. They were not foolish. They recognized that the fiery man and the stout figure had no chance of winning, not due to a lack of power, but because of the secret technique, which left them utterly helpless. Lu Li and Ziyin hoisted Shizuka and began to flee the village, while Shizuka struggled and shouted, "I want to leave. My master is still fighting. He can definitely win. I want to go." Unable to endure Shizuka's noise any longer, Lu Li suddenly struck her. Slap. A red handprint appeared on Shizuka's delicate face, and she stared blankly at her sister Lu Li, covering her cheek and stifling her sobs without uttering a word. "Shizuka, you still don't understand? We have no way to win against them. The village chief is indeed stronger, but if he cannot injure them, it will all be for naught. He will inevitably lose." Lu Li's voice was filled with anguish, her teeth clenched, tears brimming in her eyes, her face etched with despair. Ziyin crouched down, her cheek pressed against Shizuka's, speaking gently. "Shizuka, I understand your desire to stay with your master, but we all wish to be by the village chief's side as well. However, for the sake of the village's future, you cannot afford to take any risks." Boom. Those words struck like lightning. Shizuka abruptly lifted her head, her eyes shimmering with tears. Ziyin and Lu Li both comprehended the village chief's intentions and resolve. He was determined to fight to the death, hoping to buy time for others to escape the village. Shizuka finally grasped her master's purpose and understood that he was sacrificing himself to save the village. Wiping away her tears, the 12-year-old Shizuka stood up and bowed to Lu Li. "Lu Li, Ziyin, I'm sorry for causing you trouble. I won't cause a scene anymore. Let us go seek help from Konoha." Shizuka's words left Lu Li and Ziyin in utter shock. They had not anticipated that the 12-year-old would suddenly display such maturity. They were even more taken aback by her suggestion to seek assistance from Konoha. The village had strict rules against outsiders entering freely, and seeking help from Konoha would mean breaking those rules. The two exchanged concerned glances, voicing no words. Shizuka sensed their dilemma and sighed deeply. "Fine, I won't hide it anymore. Over 20 years ago, my master had dealings with the Konoha ninja Jiraiya, and they share a close bond, so I believe we can fully trust Konoha." Shizuka, prioritizing her master's rescue above all else, felt that a simple explanation of her master's connection with Jiraiya would suffice. Even if we truly go to Konoha, it's still so far away, at least half a day's journey. By then, it may be too late, Lu Li said anxiously, spreading her hands. Ziyin observed the stout man and the fiery figure working together against the village chief and had a sudden inspiration. "I believe it may not be too late. As it stands, the village chief is incredibly strong. Although he cannot defeat them, he likely won't fall easily. Their objective in coming to our village is clear. They, like other vile men, only wish to dominate this place. Even if the village chief were to lose, they would probably use him to coerce us into submission. Thus I believe he is not in immediate danger. If what Shizuka says is true, and there is a connection between our village and Konoha, we can certainly seek their help. Konoha is vast, and surely there are many masters of lightning and water techniques." Ziyin's words acted like a clarifying tonic, awakening the two to a greater understanding, and they nodded in agreement. "I will go to Konoha with Shizuka. You must keep everyone steady. Do not act rashly. Survival is paramount." Ziyin leaned in closer to Lu Li, earnestly advising her. Lu Li nodded firmly. Just as they prepared to depart, cries of despair rang out behind them. Dai Fei and Luo Lan fell heavily to the ground. Dai Fei's shoulder and thigh had been struck by water bullets, blood slowly soaking through her white garments, staining them crimson. She clutched her shoulder, gazing in terror at the stout man. Chapter 26, The Dashing Rescue. A charisma that dazzles. The rotund man glared with his beady eyes, his jowls heavy and sullen. He raised both hands and bellowed, "Water release, water shuriken." In an instant, two formidable columns of water rapidly formed, hurtling toward Violi and Xian. The water columns spun at an alarming velocity, slicing through the surrounding air with a sharp whistle. Jingxiang, having witnessed the devastating power of this ninjutsu before, recalled how her 5 sisters had once been sent flying dozens of meters after attempting to block those water columns with short blades, only to be left coughing up blood. Now, it seemed these 2 columns were even thicker and more potent than the previous 5. If struck from behind, survival was utterly impossible. "Quick, dodge!" Jingxiang shouted frantically, urging her sisters to evade the oncoming torrents. However, they were preoccupied with supporting her, their backs turned to the danger, leaving them no time to react. Even if they could defend against it, the outcome would likely be fatal. As the 2 swift water columns surged forward like lightning, Jingxiang and Amp, Appo's mind flooded with the haunting image of her sister Huimei lying in a pool of blood, tears streaming down her face. She shut her eyes tightly and cried out. No. Her voice was filled with helplessness and heart-wrenching despair. Buzz. Bang. Jingxiang awaited the grim announcement of death for her sisters, knowing that the moment she heard their anguished cries, tragedy would unfold. Yet, mere seconds later, instead of hearing their screams, an earth-shattering clash resonated through the air. Slowly, she opened her eyes, and the sight before her left her utterly astounded. A figure clad in a black trench coat, with silver hair billowing in the wind, radiated a divine glow under the sunlight. His handsome visage was sharply defined, and his piercing eyes looked down upon her, the swirling forehead protector atop his head unmistakable. In his hand, a jet-black sword emanated a ghastly green light, amplifying his otherworldly presence. At that moment, Lioli and Xian also froze, their previously resigned expressions now captivated by Jiang Chun and Amp, Appo's striking appearance. They witnessed his blade in action, as if it had descended from the heavens, exuding an indescribable charm. They released their hold on Jingxiang's arms, standing dazed and motionless. This heroic figure, adorned with a forehead protector, was none other than Jiang Chun. Ding! Congratulations, big brother. You have astonished Lioli and Xian, earning 10,000 coins and 10 sword intent. Current progress, 255,1000. Ding! Congratulations, big brother. You have shocked Jingxiang and won her heart, earning 50,000 coins and 50 sword intent. Current progress, 305,1000. What on earth? Why did shocking Jingxiang yield so much sword intent? Reply, big brother, because you amazed a woman whom the host admires, thus generating significant affection towards you, leading to a substantial increase in sword intent. Oh, I see. Haha, the system is quite thoughtful with its rewards. Very nice. The rotund man glared at Jiang Chun and Amp, Appo's back, frustrated by his display of bravado before Jingxiang. With an exasperated tone, he pointed at Jiang Chun and shouted, Who are you? Exactly? Jiang Chun turned, planting his formidable blade into the ground, and proclaimed, I am Jiang Chun, the apprentice of Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin of Konoha, a top-tier jonin. Upon hearing Jiang Chun's introduction, Jingxiang's eyes widened in astonishment, her lips quivering as she whispered excitedly, Is this the man I must rival in martial arts? The one I shall follow for a lifetime? The rotund man was also taken aback by the mention of Jiraiya. And when he learned Jiang Chun was a high-ranking jonin from Konoha, he stood rooted in disbelief, his mind racing with thoughts. Could he be Minato Namikaze? No. That can end Appo's. Be right. I end Appo's. Heard Minato had blonde hair and was already deceased. Is he the copy ninja Kakashi Hitaki? No, Kakashi possesses the Sharingan. Who is this man? His charisma is simply overwhelming. Lioli and Xian's cheeks flushed crimson as they gazed at Jiang Chun's silhouette, filled with excitement and endless fantasies. This is a ninja from Konoha. It's incredible. We needn't search any further. He's simply too handsome. Ding. Congratulations, big brother. Your boastful claims have astonished everyone present, earning 30,000 coins and 30 sword intent. Current progress, 335,1000. Wait a moment, little brother. Why did astonishing the entire crowd only yield 30 sword intent, while shocking Jingxiang netted 50? Brother, there and Amp, Appo's, something I need to mention, but I'm unsure if I should. Just speak plainly. There and Amp, Appo's, no need for circumlocution. Alright, brother. Can we tone down the grandstanding? If it weren't and Amp, Appo's, for the necessity of following the procedure, I wouldn't and Amp, Appo's, want to grant you any sword intent. You're being too arrogant. First of all, you're still a student at the Ninja Academy, not even a genin, yet you call yourself a top jonin. You claim to be Jiraiya's disciple without ever having met him. Come on, brother, that's just shameless. Cough cough, what has gotten into you today? Have you learned to argue back? I will become a jonin in the future, alright? I could seek out Jiraiya to become his apprentice, can I? System. Seeing the system's voice fade from his mind, Jiang Chun angrily retreated from his thoughts, grumbling, truly lacking in understanding. If I had claimed I hadn't graduated, perhaps they would have protected me. Saying I'm Jiraiya's disciple was simply to help Naruto with future troubles. I wouldn't want Jingxiang chasing after Naruto for a fight later on. That would break my dear sister's heart. I have my reasons, all right? Cough cough. Jiang Chen had long since the two battles occurring in this vicinity. He was aware that the fight involving the fireman was intense. While the village chief was at a disadvantage, he was not yet in mortal danger. This battle, however, was different. Death could come at any moment, prompting him to rush over for assistance. He disdainfully pointed at the rotund man and said, "Hey, you over there. If you have any skills, feel free to unleash them." Jiang Chen's arrogance infuriated the rotund man, who swiftly formed hand seals and roared, "Water release, water shuriken." Instantly, a powerful column of water surged toward Jiang Chen. Its speed exponentially greater than the previous two columns, with a strength several times more potent. Jingxiang watched in horror as the colossal water column approached, her heart racing in terror. The sheer might of the water made her tremble uncontrollably. "Fear not, I am here. You shall not be harmed." Jiang Chen's voice echoed in Jingxiang's ears, akin to sunlight piercing through darkness, enveloping her in warmth. Her trembling gradually subsided. She raised her gaze to Jiang Chen's back, her cheeks flushed with color, shyly lowering her head, lips pressed together in a delicate pout. As the formidable water column drew near, Jiang Chen calmly picked up his blade from the ground and executed a swift strike. Buzz. Bang. A powerful slash erupted forth, cleaving the water column in two, leaving Jiang Chen's area completely dry. The rotund man stood there, dumbfounded, his mouth agape in disbelief. He actually split the water column with a blade? Chapter 27. The portly man split by the blade. The stout man was utterly taken aback. He and his brother had trained under their master since childhood, who, although living in seclusion and refraining from appearing in the ninja world, had imparted much knowledge about it. He had never heard of anyone capable of cleaving a column of water without getting a single drop on themselves. Ding. Congratulations to the elder brother for astonishing Sato Raijin with the water-splitting technique, earning 20,000 coins and 20 sword intent. Current progress, 355,1000. Jiang Chun furrowed his brow. He had never heard of the Ghost Lantern Clan's secret technique being attributed to Sato Raijin. "Little brother, can you investigate the true identity of Sato Raijin?" "Certainly, elder brother." Sato Raijin hails from the Moon Country and is the biological brother of Sato Yuan. Both parents perished in the Third World War, and they were adopted by Master Sato Baichi, who regarded them as experimental subjects. Jiang Chun was astounded. It seemed that even the so-called peaceful Moon Country had individuals like Orochimaru, who harbored an obsession with cell transplantation. After all, the Moon Country was a haven for ninjas unwilling to return to their villages after the ninja wars, inevitably attracting some researchers with a penchant for experimentation rather than slaughter. "So, you're suggesting that this stout man has successfully transplanted the Ghost Lantern Clan cells, enabling him to perform the water transformation technique?" Jiang Chen inquired. "Indeed, elder brother. Moreover, Sato Yuan has also successfully transplanted the Spark technique, which is a modified secret technique akin to that of the Ghost Lantern Clan." "What? So this fireman also possesses the Ghost Lantern Clan's techniques, only with fire replacing water?" "Yes, elder brother." Jiang Chen sighed. "What a headache." "Very well, I understand. Let us leave it at that for now." He closed his eyes, sensing the distant battle between the fireman and the village chief, acutely aware of the fiery combat unfolding. It truly was a troublesome situation. Jingxiang, with her brown eyes wide in astonishment, gazed at the water column that Jiang Chun had cleaved. The column had scattered, leaving a dry area surrounding several people, devoid of even a single drop of water. "Jingxiang, do you know this young man? He appears to be around your age. He will undoubtedly grow into a handsome man." "Jingxiang, this young man is extraordinarily good-looking. I feel my heart fluttering," giggled Lioli. "Lioli, can't you show some restraint? He is at least 5 or 6 years younger than you. How shameless can you be?" Lioli and Xian were utterly captivated by Jiang Chen's remarkable display, and his otherworldly good looks stirred the hearts of the two 18-year-old girls. Jingxiang, hearing her sister's teasing, felt her face grow hot, shaking her head in denial. Lioli playfully hugged Jingxiang, looking down at her, teasing, "Oh dear. I merely asked if you knew him. Why is your face so flushed? But I can see why. Your figure has developed so quickly, you seem almost ready to catch up with me." "Lioli, that's not true." Jingxiang stammered. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, lowering her head and falling silent. Once filled with sorrow and anger, Jingxiang's spirits lifted because of Jiang Chun, allowing her to momentarily forget her grief over Huimei. The stout man snapped back from his shock and roared in fury, raising his hands in a gesture resembling a pistol. Water cannon technique, double shot. Countless water bullets erupted from his fingertips like a machine gun, inundating the 4 individuals with a torrential downpour of water projectiles. The deluge came crashing down, leaving no place to take shelter. Jingxiang and her companions understood that such a barrage could not be countered by sword techniques. They swiftly rose, grasping their kunai, preparing to employ their vacuum dance technique. "Stay put. Don't move. I can handle this alone." Jiang Chen's voice rang out, resonating deeply within them as if it had emerged from their very souls. They retracted their kunai, watching Jiang Chun in silence. He positioned his ghost blade behind him, its blade shrouded in black mist. One sword style, centered strike. A tremendous shockwave ensued. He swung the ghost blade with fervor, the blade slicing through the air with a resounding hum. The trio of girls stared in astonishment as the ghost blade descended, yet they failed to perceive the cut, casting puzzled glances forward. Boom. Bang. In an instant, a thunderous crash resounded. They clearly witnessed countless water bullets detonating midair, scattering like debris. As the area around Jiang Chun became engulfed in chaos, the shockwave did not cease. It surged relentlessly toward the stout man. He attempted to employ the water transformation technique. Yet even so, his body was hurled several meters away, colliding with a distant rock, his water-formed body shattering upon impact. As he watched the stout man's water form slowly regenerate, Jiang Chun furrowed his brow and sighed. This technique truly is troublesome. A mere slash cannot eliminate him. Since I cannot kill you, I shall let you rest for a while. Jiang Chun released 70% of his killing intent, positioning the ghost blade behind him as he swiftly approached the stout man, the blade hissing against the ground. The overwhelming killing intent sent shivers down the spines of Jing Xiang and her companions, rendering them weak and trembling on the ground, fixated on Jiang Chun. The stout man felt the oppressive aura and beads of sweat trickled down his forehead. Devoid of any strength to resist, he began to retreat incessantly. Jiang Chun's speed was unmatched, leaving no opportunity for the stout man to escape. One sword style, Demon-S Wail. With a single stroke, the blade, accompanied by the haunting cries of spirits, lunged toward the stout man's form. Ah! The stout man screamed, transforming into a puddle of water, his head remaining above the surface. Eyes wide in terror, lips trembling, unable to utter a word. This technique plunged opponents into a realm of torment, ensnared by 100 demons. The more fear they felt toward Jiang Chun, the more devastating the effect of this strike. Ultimately, those struck down by it would succumb to overwhelming terror, potentially leading to their demise. The stout man, having just experienced fear from Jiang Chun, found himself unable to revert to his original form, lying still like a stagnant pool of water. Turning to see the frightened expressions of Jing Xiang and her companions, Jiang Chun hastily withdrew his killing intent, reflecting. Controlling the release of this killing intent is truly vexing. I can only manage how much I release, but not whom it affects. Ding. Elder brother, allow me to assist you with this dilemma. The mechanical voice of the system echoed in his mind. Little brother, can you not suddenly appear like that? Jiang Chun protested. Brother, I did not suddenly appear. I informed you. Jiang Chun sighed. Fine, I want to argue with you. How can I effectively control the target of my killing intent? Brother, once your sword intent reaches the second tier, you will be able to control the target of your killing intent. Jiang Chun had anticipated this would be a daunting task, but discovering that he could control it with just a tier 2 sword intent surprised him. He approached Jing Xiang, intending to help her up, but she recoiled, collapsing to her knees and pleading, Please, save my master. Chapter 28. The village head's compromised. Shizuka's eyes shimmered with unshed tears, crystalline droplets tracing delicate paths down her porcelain cheeks. Her lips trembled as she spoke with heartbreaking sincerity. I know you can save our master. Please. From the moment she witnessed Jiang Chun defeat the brutish adversary, Shizuka had become utterly convinced. This young man was the salvation their village desperately needed. If he chose to intervene, Fuzi village would be spared, and their beloved master would not have to sacrifice herself. Observing Shizuka's plea, Ruri and Xian knelt behind her in unison, their voices soft yet urgent. Please, save our village head. Jiang Chun had already resolved to aid Fuzi village. Their supplications were unnecessary. He approached Shizuka and crouched beside her. Lifting her gaze, Shizuka met his eyes, her tear-filled orbs shimmering like amber under sunlight, mesmerizing in their vulnerability. Jiang Chun placed a reassuring hand upon her shoulder, his handsome features softening into a gentle smile. Of course I and Amp, Oppos, LL save her. Dawn and Amp, Oppos, T worry. If you must cry, save those tears for when you thank me later. His voice, tender as a summer breeze, seemed to seep into the very core of her being. That final remark sent a ripple of warmth through her, stirring emotions she could scarcely contain. Watching his retreating figure, Shizuka wiped her tears, lips curving into a grateful smile. Jiang Chun sheathed his ghostly blade and sprinted toward the village head and the fire-wielding foe. The battleground lay in ruins, debris scattered in a wide circle. The village head clutched her injured arm, breaths ragged and uneven. Her combat attire hung in tatters, edges blackened by scorching flames. Beneath the torn fabric, her fair skin bore angry burns, the pain searing through her with relentless intensity. The fire-wreathed man smirked, his expression dripping with lecherous amusement. I didn't expect you to be this strong. Without my secret technique, I might be lost. They say you're no longer young, yet your allure is undeniable. Why resist? Let me become Fuzi Village's man. Spare yourself further suffering. The village head's eyes blazed with defiance. I'd rather die than yield to the likes of you. A man of your depravity is unworthy of even glancing upon our women. The flames around the man receded, his smirk twisting into something far more sinister. So be it. Once you're dead, I'll take every woman in this village and break them, one by one. You monster. Face it, you can't save anyone. Soon, my brother will return with your precious disciple. I wonder how long your pride will last then. His grin widened. Oh, I forgot to mention, my brother has a particular taste for young girls. By the time you see your disciple again, she might not even be clothed. The village head's lips trembled, her fists clenching until blood welled beneath her nails. The mere thought of Shizuka suffering such horrors sent daggers through her heart. Still defiant? The man taunted. Make this easier. Submit, and I'll spare your village. Your people 1T be violated, and your disciple 1T be humiliated. What say you? Her resolve wavered. If she fell, the village would be defenseless. The images of her people's suffering flashed before her, unbearable, unthinkable. A single tear slipped free, icy against her skin. Fine, I'll comply, but on one condition. You harm no one else. No killing, no tormenting the children. The man grinned, nodding eagerly. Agreed. Exhaling shakily, the village head released her chakra, eyes shut tight. The man approached, rubbing his hands with obscene anticipation. See, was that so hard? Had you surrendered earlier? Your guard might still be alive. He gestured toward the lifeless body of Megumi. The village head's eyes snapped open, fury burning through her. But for the sake of her people, she endured. The man leaned in, inhaling the scent of her hair with perverse delight. Exquisite. Truly a rare treasure. Confident in his invulnerability, he reached for her, touch her, and you lose that hand. The man froze, his fingers mere centimeters from his target. Both he and the village head scanned their surroundings, finding no one. Who dares? Then, emerging from the distance, came Shizuka, Ruri, and Zien. The man's eyes widened in disbelief. Whereas Rima? If that girl is unharmed. No. Impossible. He couldn't have lost. Denial twisted his features. His brother, defeated? Unthinkable. Chapter 29. Blade Through Flames Master. Village Chief. Shizuka and Ruri cried out in unison. Seeing Shizuka unharmed, the village chief and Appo's heart finally settled. And she rushed toward her. Slap. The fire wielder seized the chief and Appo's shoulder with a vice-like grip, his eyes blazing with fury as he roared. Did I permit you to move? Stay. Put. The chief froze, the fleeting joy on her face vanishing instantly. Shizuka and Ruri stood paralyzed nearby, their gazes locked on the scene. The chief knew, as long as this man lived, her village remained in peril. Compliance was the only way to protect the others. Run, Don and Appo's, worry about me. The chief urged. Master, a hero defeated that wretched brute. He promised to save you. Shizuka and Appo's voice trembled with hope, though her frantic search yielded no trace of the young man from before. Ruri and Cheyenne scanned the surroundings with equal desperation. Did he abandon us? Ruri murmured, crestfallen. No. He gave his word. He will return. Shizuka clenched her teeth, resolve stealing her voice. The echo of Jiang Chun and Appo's vow still resonated within her. The fire wielder heard her clearly. His eyes darted, seeking the absent savior, yet found nothing. Still, unease coiled in his gut. That voice had been unmistakable. Not from anyone present. Where is Liangjin? Speak, or your master dies. His grip tightened. His free hand mimicked a pistol against the chief and Appo's temple, his expression twisted with malice. Stop. Shizuka and Appo's vision blurred with tears at the familiar, terrifying gesture. But Jiang Chun and Appo's words surfaced once more. She swallowed her sobs, refusing to weep. Chief. Ruri and Cheyenne collapsed to their knees, their cries piercing the air. The chief and Appo's heart wrenched. She yearned to embrace them. I said Don and Appo's. Move. Test me again. The fire wielder bellowed, his grasp turning brutal. Then, that stench of yours, remove it, or perish. Every head snapped upward. Jiang Chun descended from the sky, his demonic blade wreathed in swirling shadows, its edge carving through sunlight like a rift in reality. With a single, effortless swing the slash split the heavens, its thunderous descent crashing into the earth. Boom. Dust erupted in a cataclysmic wave. Master. Shizuka screamed, her heart lurching as she strained to see through the chaos. The attack and Appo's sheer scale terrified her. How could anyone survive such devastation? Resentment flickered. Why such reckless force? Then Jiangchen materialized before them, the chief cradled safely in his arms. Apologies, he murmured, lowering her gently. Retrieving your comrades delayed me. Shizuka and the chief whirled toward where Emi and Chi had lain, now empty. Shizuka dropped to her knees, pressing her forehead to the ground. Thank you, enough kneeling. Gratitude is premature. Jiangchen pointed past the settling dust. The fire wielder emerged from the flames, his form reassembling, eyes bloodshot with rage. Jiangchen offered Shizuka a reassuring smile. Leave the rest to me. He turned, advancing toward his foe. The chief and Appo's breath hitched at the sight of the Konoha forehead protector. A shinobi of the leaf. Why here? Cheyenne, noting her confusion, whispered. He claims to be Jiraiya's disciple, a Jonin. The chief's mind detonated. Memories surged like storm clouds. Jiraiya's student? She breathed, staring at Jiang Chen's retreating figure. So he said, Cheyenne confirmed. Ding. Host's fabricated identity as Jiraiya's apprentice shocks the Amigakure chief. Reward, 30,000 Re, 30 sword intent. Progress, 385,1000. Jiang Chen stiffened. The urge to glance back warred with embarrassment. Cough. Even lies pay well, he mused inwardly. Host, this conversation is terminated. Goodbye. The system and amp, Oppo's, voice vanished with finality. Jiang Chen smirked. Feisty little thing. Shaking his head, he refocused on the fire wielder. The man, fully reformed, sneered. A brat playing hero? A swordsman defeating me? Arrogant fool. Today, you learn the cost of meddling. His palms ignited, flames coiling into a serpentine inferno. Fire release, majestic dragon flame. Damn, Jiang Chen grinned. No hand seals for that. Impressive. The dragon roared to life, its maw gaping as it surged toward him. Calmly, Jiang Chen raised his blade, eyes closing. A single, flawless slash. Skying crack. The flames split, scattering harmlessly against the ruins. Boom. Debris rained as the bifurcated fire obliterated the surroundings. The chief shuddered. Had Jiang Chen not evacuated the others, they and Amp, Oppo's, have been buried alive. The fire wielder gaped. Impossible. My technique, one strike. His disbelief mirrored his fallen comrade and Amp, Oppo's, S. Chapter 30, The Coolest Flame Demon Slash. Ding. Congratulations, host. Your blade strike has shocked Sato Yoin, earning you 20,000 Rio and 20 sword intent. Current progress, 405,1000. Jiang Chen froze for a moment, then chuckled inwardly. Hey, little bro, why aren't you calling me big bro anymore? The system remained silent. Seriously? You're ignoring me now? Say something. Still no response. A lone autumn leaf drifted down, brushing against Jiang Chen's face, lonely and awkward. He sighed. Realizing the system had truly given up on him. With no other choice, he withdrew from his thoughts. Who are you? A hunter, Jiang Chen answered without hesitation. The flame man frowned. A hunter? Never heard of any hunters in the shinobi world. What kind of hunter? The kind that hunts wolves. A cold smirk curled Jiang Chen's lips as killing intent flickered in his eyes. He advanced slowly toward the flame man. Be careful. He can turn into flames, slashing one T kill him. The village chief shouted in warning. The flame man scratched his head, finally grasping Jiang Chen's meaning. He calling me and that fat pervert wolves, and himself the hunter who kills them. Damn it. You're all talk and no skill. I'll end you. Enraged, the flame man nearly lost control. He channeled all his chakra, his flames swelling from crimson to a sinister black-red. His body expanded. Towering 3 to 4 meters tall, a monstrous inferno. The flames crackled and roared, devouring the very air around them, exuding an aura of death. Shizuka and Ruri gaped in stunned silence. The village chief's eyes narrowed. He was holding back against me. If he had fought seriously, I wouldn't he have lasted this long. Haha. Kid, today you'll taste the power of a flame demon. Die. Jiang Chen studied the black-red flames, murmuring, impressive. Similar to Amaterasu, yet not pure black. Interesting. Boom. The flame demon stomped the ground, the impact deafening. He coiled for a devastating charge. Not bad. Transforming into a flame demon for a fiery taijutsu strike? Creative, I'll give you that. Jiang Chen smirked, stroking his chin. The villagers held their breath. Their fate hanging in the balance. If Jiang Chen fell, they were doomed. Die. The flame demon vanished, blindingly fast. Jiang Chen exhaled, recalling his techniques. A name flashed in his mind. Perfect. I'll name this move after him. He closed his eyes, raising his demon blade, as his killing intent surged. The sword hovered midair, wreathed in black flames. The instant the flame demon lunged, one sword style, flame demon slash. Clang. The two figures flashed past each other. Standing meters apart, backs turned. Jiang Chen sheathed his blade. Demon blade drawn, black flames sever fire. Ting. The sword clicked into its scabbard. Arg. The flame demon screamed, bisected. His flames dissipated into nothingness. We won. We won. Ruri and Xian cheered, dancing like children. The village chief trembled. Staring at Jiang Chen's back, so reminiscent of the man she had loved and lost. Shizuka sprinted to Jiang Chen, embracing him from behind. Jiang Chen stiffened. Then flushed as her warmth seeped into him, soft and comforting. He cleared his throat, turning to pat her head gently. It's okay. Cry if you need to. Tears welled in Shizuka's eyes. She buried her face in his shoulder, weeping silently. Jiang Chen hesitated, then wrapped his arms around her, heart aching. This pain. Is this what love feels like? Ruri and Xian wiped their tears, smiling warmly. The village chief watched, murmuring, perhaps this is fate. The bond we couldn't fulfill. They will. The moment was tender, serene, until duty called. Chief, what about this one? Ruri pointed at the fat man, still trapped in his nightmare. The chief's gaze turned icy. Burn him in a barrel. Jiang Chen shivered. Women are terrifying when angered. As flames consumed the barrel, agonized screams echoed before fading into silence. The chief bowed deeply to Jiang Chen. Thank you for saving us. May I know your name? Jiang Chen glanced at Shizuka. Their eyes meeting. She blushed, looking away. Konoha Shinobi, Jiang Chen. Chapter 31. Resurrection of Huime. The village chief harbored a natural affection for the words Konohagakure and continued to inquire. Are you truly Jiraiya and Amp, Oppo's, disciple? Jiangchen exhaled deeply, spreading his hands as he replied, I apologize for deceiving you. I am not Jiraiya's disciple. However, I shall strive to become one in the future. Furthermore, I am not a Genin from Konoha. I am still a student at the Ninja Academy. What? You are not even a Genin? How is that possible? The village chief, along with Lioli and Xian, gazed at Jiangchen in astonishment. Unable to fathom that someone of his caliber could be anything less than a Genin, the village chief furrowed her beautiful brows. Looking at the forehead protector atop Jiangchen and Apos' head, and bowed deeply. Does someone of your strength truly need to attend the Ninja Academy? Regardless of whether you are Jiraiya's disciple, we are immensely grateful for your assistance in saving Fuzi village. Shizuka fixed her gaze on Jiangchen's figure, her brown eyes lowered. Lips pursed, filled with concern. Jiangchen noticed her worry and addressed the group, Village Chief. Could you please arrange for a few individuals to accompany me in bringing these three back? Shizuka suddenly recalled that both Butterfly and Roland were injured. Jiangchen, I shall accompany you. Jiangchen turned back, speaking gently, stay here, I will return shortly. Shizuka watched Jiangchen's departing figure, standing foolishly in place. The village chief observed her, already formulating a plan in her heart. A few minutes later, several individuals arrived carrying 3 stretchers, with medical ninjas treating the injured as they traveled. How are they? The village chief inquired anxiously. Village chief, Butterfly and Roland are not in grave danger. With treatment and rest, they will be fine. However, Huimei, the medical ninja, named Suki, a black-haired beauty wearing glasses, renowned in the village for her medical skills and drug research, hesitated, her eyes flickering as she regarded the village chief. Speak freely, the village chief urged. Fully aware yet resigned. Yes, village chief, Huimei has suffered a blow to the head, and her breathing is exceedingly weak. It is a miracle she remains alive. She may not last 3 hours. Shizuka's eyes widened in disbelief as she approached Suki, asking incredulously, you mean, Huimei is not dead yet? Yes. But only temporarily, Suki replied, momentarily taken aback by Shizuka's question. At this point, Huimei's condition was akin to that of a corpse. It was merely a matter of time. Shizuka grasped Suki's arm, her beautiful eyes locked onto her, pleading, I beg you. You must save Sister Huimei. Suki shook her head anxiously, her gaze darting between the village chief and Shizuka. Miss Shizuka, we are truly powerless. Even a divine being could not save her. Her words struck like a bolt of lightning, plunging the villagers into despair. Tears welled in Shizuka's eyes as she looked at Huimei's pale face, cold hands, and the barely perceptible heartbeat. Memories flooded back of Huimei's companionship, her gentle smile, stern encouragement, and warm embraces. Each recollection brought forth a torrent of tears. Jiangchen, witnessing the profound sorrow of the woman he envisioned as his future partner, felt a heart-wrenching pang, realizing how quickly he had fallen for her. He stepped forward, placing a comforting hand on Shizuka's shoulder, gazing into her tear-filled eyes, and spoke softly, do not cry just yet. I cannot guarantee that I can save her. But there is a method we might attempt. Really? Are you serious, Jiangchen? Shizuka and Apos' eyes widened, a smile breaking forth as she excitedly grasped his arm. Jiangchen nodded gently, and Connie chapter 32. Jiangchen's sweet night, Yumei's excessive display of affection left Jiangchen feeling bewildered, especially after witnessing the miraculous effects of the medicine. He was tempted to keep a dose for future emergencies, yet he hesitated to part with it, as he lacked nothing at present, wealthy and handsome, with no afflictions to trade. Jing Xiang noticed Jiangchen and Apos' predicament and approached him, her face flushed with excitement as she said, Brother Jiangchen, thank you for saving Sister Huimei. I am at a loss for how to express my gratitude. Jing Xiang's sudden interjection provided Jiangchen with a much-needed reprieve. However, when he observed her blushing admiration and her flawless figure at just 12 years of age, he swallowed hard and sheepishly replied, it was nothing, just a small effort on my part. I only brought 1 dose of the medicine, and I am truly glad it could save someone. The village chief smiled knowingly at Jing Xiang, perceiving her affection for Jiangchen, and shook her head with a smile. Having witnessed Huimei's revival, the demise of the fireman and the fatty, and the rescue of Dai Fei and Roland, she exhaled in relief. Observing that the other ninjas of the village were safe, she called out to the remaining ninjas, today, our village has been invaded by evildoers, and we were at a loss. Our village faced a brutal assault. However, thanks to the appearance of the leaf ninja Jiangchen, we defeated the intruders and saved our village and Huimei. It is because of Jiangchen that I can stand here and speak to you, and that everyone in the village can live in happiness. Therefore, I announce that our village will break tradition and grant freedom to the one and only man in this world. From now on, Jiangchen can enter our village at any time, unbound by any restrictions. Fellow villagers, let us express our gratitude to Jiangchen with the warmth of our village. Long live. Thank you, hero. The village chief's eloquent proclamation ignited the enthusiasm of all the village's women, who swarmed towards him. Medical ninjas carried the wounded aside, and Lioli, along with the other beauties of the village, gathered around Jiangchen. Standing amidst the throng of eager female ninjas rushing towards him, Jiangchen gaped in astonishment. What on earth was happening? Jiangchen Koen, fear not. We mean you no harm. This is our village's way of celebrating, Liuli whispered playfully close to his ear, her warm breath intoxicating him with its floral scent. The female ninjas lifted Jiang Chun high and tossed him into the air, their faces adorned with smiles. He found himself repeatedly engulfed in a sea of women, soaring into the sky, the fragrance of their bodies enveloping him. As he inhaled their delightful scents, a wave of happiness surged within him, and when he descended into their embrace, that joy reached its zenith. Bathed in sunlight, he felt an overwhelming warmth and bliss. Murmuring to himself, no wonder everyone envies the village of Fuzi. If only I could stay here forever. Beep. A warning has been detected regarding the host's dangerous thoughts. The swordsman system strictly prohibits maliciously neglecting task submissions, idling, or exploiting item abuse. The host must complete various tasks as per system requirements until all are fulfilled. Non-compliance will result in the host's erasure by the system, preventing any return to the original world. The mechanical voice of the system echoed in his mind, devoid of any emotion, like a cold blade poised at the edge of his heart. What's this? I can traverse worlds yet lose my life over it? Brother, this time you've gone too far. Brother, this is the rule. No one can defy it, and I am powerless to change that. Huh, so you're not angry anymore? You have been honest. And I respect that, so I choose to forgive you. I will ensure the tasks you set are completed. You won't interfere with my private life, will you? Rest assured, this system will neither meddle nor spy. With the system's assurance, Jiang Chun understood that his dream of a realm of women must be temporarily shelved. However, receiving special permission to freely enter this land of enchantment was still a delightful consolation. Tonight, Fuzi village will celebrate throughout the night, without the village chief, hierarchy, or restrictions. Let's revel in joy, proclaimed the village chief with a bright smile. Jiang Chun was stirred from his reverie by her exuberant words, glancing towards her. With a sudden crash, he fell heavily to the ground, grimacing as he rubbed his backside. In the excitement of the chief's declaration, the female ninjas had raised their arms in cheer, neglecting to catch the still airborne Jiang Chun. They stood awkwardly, glancing at him sprawled on the ground. Jing Xiang, covering her face with her delicate fingers, broke into laughter, her cheeks flushed, as she approached Jiang Chun, extending her hand with a smile. Seeing Jing Xiang's graceful gesture, Jiang Chun smiled slightly, their hands clasped tightly, the scene radiating warmth and beauty. The full moon hung high, illuminating the spacious courtyard of the village. The area was aglow with light, adorned with 2 rows of tables laden with fine wines, chicken legs, pork knuckles, and other delicacies. All the ninjas of the village gathered around the tables, engaging in joyous conversation. Jing Xiang picked up a chicken leg and placed it onto Jiang Chen's plate, pouting slightly as she said, "Here." With a swift motion, Jiang Chen seized the chicken leg and took a hearty bite, his mouth glistening with grease as he exclaimed, "Delicious." Haha. He then raised the wine jug to his lips, drinking heartily. Gulp, gulp. Ah, how refreshing. Jiang Chen sighed contentedly, his face beaming with uncontainable happiness. Good food and fine wine, combined with the company of countless beauties, would bring joy to any man. Furthermore, all the women here were stunning, each harboring deep admiration for Jiang Chen. A man recognized by the village chief would undoubtedly be cherished by all. After feasting, Jing Xiang and Liuli danced joyfully around Jiang Chen. Bathed in moonlight, their delicate fingers, flowing hair, and intoxicating scents enveloped him, their alluring bodies forming a picturesque scene. Jiang Chen felt his cheeks flush as he observed the enchanting movements of the numerous beauties surrounding him, nearly succumbing to temptation. He fought against his desires and, before succumbing to drunken folly, retreated to his room. By now, deep night had fallen, and he lay in bed, feeling the world spin around him. In the blink of an eye, he succumbed to slumber. Village chief, is this truly appropriate? Liuli inquired, her beautiful eyes narrowing as she gazed at the equally intoxicated Jing Xiang. What is inappropriate? Jing Xiang is so fond of Jiang Chun. This is simply seizing the moment. I wish to keep Jiang Chun in Fuzi village, the chief said softly, casting her gaze towards Jiang Chun's room. Chapter 33. The Curiosity of Liuli and Zian. Village chief, are you suggesting that Jiang Chun should marry into our family? Both Liuli and Zian displayed expressions of astonishment, utterly unprepared for the village chief and Appo's unexpected fondness for Jiang Chun, to the extent of making such a significant decision. A man of such exceptional caliber, if left unattended, time would erode all, and fate would slip away. The village chief's words sounded as incomprehensible as celestial phenomena to them. Liuli and Zian tilted their little heads, pursing their lips in a desperate attempt to comprehend, yet still found themselves bewildered. Gazing at the soft moonlight, the village chief spoke gently, "You do not understand. Sometimes, when you let go, you truly can never hold on again." The 2 girls became even more perplexed, exchanging glances, their beautiful eyes furrowed in confusion, which rendered them adorably helpless. Enough, you 2, stop thinking about it. Once everyone disperses, carry Jing Xiang to Jiang Chen and Appo's room. With that, he retreated to his own quarters, leaving Liuli and Zian standing foolishly in place. Liuli blinked her beautiful eyes and leaned excitedly towards Zian, whispering, "Zian, have you ever seen a man before this?" "No." Xian shook her head vigorously, her lips pressed tightly together. Liuli tugged at Xian, leading her away from the crowd, stealthily approaching Jiang Chen's room. Jiang Chen, having left in haste, had forgotten to close the door, and the light inside was still aglow as he lay in deep slumber. Xian pulled away from Liuli's grasp, frowning as she complained. What are you doing, Liuli? Why are we here at Jiangchen and Amp? Appos. S. Shoo. Keep your voice down, Liuli urged, placing a delicate finger to her lips, signaling Xian not to shout. Are you not even the slightest bit curious? What are we doing? Xian asked, her eyes wide with confusion. Just remain silent, Liuli insisted, pulling Xian into Jiang Chun and Appos' room. With a swift motion, Liuli turned off the light, gently closing the door behind them. Xian was utterly flabbergasted. Her wide eyes filled with nervous surprise as she exclaimed, What are you doing? What if the village chief finds out? I want to leave. She reached to push Liuli aside, intent on escaping the room. Shoo. Don and Appos, T shout. If you wake Jiang Chun, it will be disastrous. Liuli and Appos' words caused Xian to retract her delicate hand, glaring at Liuli in frustration. You and Appos' really gotten me into a predicament. Your curiosity is your own business. Why drag me into this? Liuli pouted playfully, tugging at Xian and Amp, Appos' sleeve, her expression one of feigned innocence. Arin and Amp, Appos, do you my best friend? Just this once, please? It and Appos' merely to take a closer look. At her words, Xian and Appos' eyes widened in astonishment as she cast a glance at Jiang Chun, who lay on the bed. Bathed in the gentle moonlight, his profile epitomized handsomeness, the perfect side profile that sent Xian and Amp, Appos' heart racing. This sensation was entirely new to her. Fine, I agree. But you must promise not to let the village chief know, and we cannot linger too long. Liuli nodded eagerly, her joy palpable. The two girls cautiously approached Jiang Chun and Appos' side, their youthful faces drawing nearer to his as they observed him intently. Noticing that Jiang Chun remained undisturbed, Liuli curiously tilted her head and excitedly reached out a delicate finger to touch Jiang Chun and Appos' cheek. Xian gasped, hissing softly, Are you out of your mind? What if you wake him? However, upon contact, Jiang Chun exhibited no reaction. Liuli beamed at Xian, whispering, It feels rather firm, and my heart is racing. You should try it. Liuli and Appos' words acted as an irresistible invitation, and unable to suppress her curiosity, Xian extended her finger to touch Jiang Chun and Appos' face. She bit her lip nervously, her gaze fixed on his striking profile, her heart racing uncontrollably. Thump thump, thump thump. The rhythm of her heartbeat quickened. Liuli giggled, her finger covering her mouth. Playfully pointing at Xian, Control yourself, don't be so tense. Xian closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and her finger continued to explore Jiang Chen's cheek. Seeing that he remained unresponsive, she boldly extended her hand to touch his face completely. This audacity startled Liuli, who had not dared to do so. Yet Xian was unexpectedly brave. As Xian and Appos' finger brushed against Jiang Chun and Appos' cheek, her own face began to flush crimson. Suddenly, she withdrew her hand, covering her mouth in shock, her entire being aflame with embarrassment, thinking to herself, Why am I having these thoughts? What is happening? What in Appos' wrong, Xian? Your face is so red, Liuli remarked, a teasing tone in her voice. You called me bold, yet you are even bolder. Xian, blushing, fiddled with her fingers, her gaze lingering on Jiang Chen's face. Her inner turmoil surging once again. Biting her lip, Liuli, determined to follow Xian and Appos' lead, extended her right hand to touch Jiang Chun and Appos' face. Her cheeks flushed as she whispered, Xian, why does touching him make my heart race? Do you feel an impulse to kiss him? Xian blinked her beautiful eyes, shyly nodding in agreement as she continued to caress Jiang Chun and Appos' face. Unable to contain the heat swelling within her, Xian leaned down, her lips brushing against Jiang Chun and Appos' cheek. The electrifying sensation caused her to quickly cover her flushed face, raising her gaze to Liuli in astonishment. Liuli's eyes sparkled as she mimicked Xian's actions. Leaning closer to Jiang Chun and Appos' cheek, her silky hair cascaded down, brushing against his face and neck. Unable to withstand the situation any longer, Jiang Chun coughed lightly. The two girls, startled, hurriedly fled the room, their hearts racing. Thump 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 thump. Jiang Chun and Amp, Appos' heart raced. He had sensed their presence the moment they entered. Yet, to spare them embarrassment, he feigned sleep. The curious antics of the two girls had genuinely astonished him. Jiang Chun felt the warmth lingering on his cheek, an indescribable heat coursing through him. Oh, this village is truly a man and Appos' paradise. Gazing out at the tranquil night sky, recalling the earlier events, Jiang Chun found his heart restless, tossing and turning. What on earth am I to do? In this village filled with women, it is entirely reasonable for Liuli and Xian to be so curious. Especially since they had not truly done anything inappropriate. Perhaps they simply do not comprehend such things. It was merely a manifestation of their intense curiosity. However, just then, heavy footsteps echoed outside, drawing closer, evidently approaching his room. He promptly shut his eyes, feigning sleep once more. Creak. The door slowly opened. and Jiangchen and Amp, Apos, S heart raced as he listened intently, discerning their voices. It appeared to be Yuli and Xian. Let us just carry her to Jiangchen. Upon hearing this, Jiangchen and Apos, S heart jolted. Who are they planning to bring here? What on earth is happening? Could there be some scheme afoot? Jiangchen continued to pretend to sleep, eager to uncover their intentions. Chapter 34. The Azure Beast. Confrontation. A familiar fragrance enveloped the air once more as the door to the room was firmly shut. Silence descended upon the space, broken only by the sound of Jiangchen and Apos' heartbeat and the soft breathing of the woman before him. As he opened his eyes, his heart raced anew. Jingxiang lay before him, her delicate face flushed, mere inches separating them. An overwhelming desire surged within Jiangchen, causing his heart to race uncontrollably. He closed his eyes tightly, his mind swirling with thoughts. This was not right. The villagers of Fiziko had deliberately sent Jingxiang to him, indicating their intentions for him to marry into their clan. If he did not clarify his feelings beforehand, becoming entangled with Jingxiang would lead to complications he could not afford. Although he yearned to remain in Fiziko village, he did not wish to be erased by the system. Taking a deep breath, he exhaled slowly, striving to adjust his mindset. Jiangchen picked up a pin, illuminated by the moonlight, and penned a farewell letter. Though he harbored feelings for Jingxiang, he could not initiate their relationship in this manner. In his heart, he expressed countless thoughts, ultimately committing to a 5-year promise. 5 years hence, he would escort Jingxiang to Konoha. He placed the letter on the table and turned to gaze at Jingxiang once more. Her sleeping visage was undeniably endearing. Approaching her, he admired her porcelain skin and rosy cheeks before bending down to gently kiss her face. A soft peck. Jingxiang remained undisturbed, and Jiangchen smiled as he whispered, "You must wait for me." He then turned and exited the room. Within Fiziko village, under the shimmering moonlight, a figure dashed past with remarkable speed, unnoticed by anyone. The morning in Konoha was shrouded in mist, exuding a refreshing ambience. Hinata donned a white summer outfit, her left hand extended while her right hand coiled at her waist. Her youthful palms stained with streaks of blood. She gasped for breath, her Byakugan gradually fading, clearly exhausted. Sweat streamed down her forehead as her gaze fixed upon a blood-stained tree ahead, determinately tossing her hair aside. I cannot give up. I must strive harder. I must keep pace with Naruto-kun. Regulating her breathing, she activated her Byakugan and continued to strike the tree before her. Gentle fist. Ha! Her crisp shout resonated, mingling with the sound of her strikes against the wooden trunk, echoing vividly through the forest. Half an hour later, Hinata was drenched in sweat, her vision becoming increasingly blurred as she overexerted herself. With one final punch, she gently closed her eyes, her body utterly spent, collapsing to the ground. The impact against her arms roused her from her stupor. Slowly lifting her head, a smile graced her lips as she softly murmured, "Jiangchen and I-san, how could it be you?" Jiangchen cradled Hinata in his arms, smiling gently as he replied, "You little fool, no matter how hard you train, you cannot push your body to this extent." His tender voice and caring words were akin to the morning sun. Hinata and Apos' cheeks flushed as she whispered, "Ni-san, I want to become stronger." Jiangchen recognized Hinata and Apos' shyness, knowing that if she were not so fatigued, she would have likely pushed him away in embarrassment. "Poor little Hinata, I am your brother. There is no need for such shyness. Be good and rest in my embrace. I will take you home." Jiangchen comforted her, ensuring that she settled comfortably in his arms, aware that any resistance from her would complicate matters. Hinata and Apos' charming eyes darted about as she awkwardly leaned closer to Jiangchen. Jiangchen rose slowly, cautious not to make her dizzy, as he gazed down at the adorable, weakened Hinata, a blissful smile spreading across his face. "Little Hinata, hold on tight. We and Apos, about to jump." Hinata shyly nodded in agreement. With a swift leap, Jiangchen propelled himself toward the nearby trees. Konoha whirlwind. Immersed in the joy of caring for his little sister, Jiangchen and Apos' focus was solely on Hinata when a sudden shout startled him, causing him to lose his composure. It seemed that being too engrossed in his little sister had affected his reaction time. Cough, cough. Suddenly, a figure clad in a blue jumpsuit appeared in midair. Jiangchen, holding Hinata, was unable to defend himself. Bang! A heavy kick struck Jiangchen and Apos' cheek. Whoosh! He was sent flying, crashing heavily onto the ground. Had he not reacted swiftly, he would have surely landed ungraciously. Jiangchen emerged from his daze, his facial muscles twitching as he struggled to open his eyes. The scene before him confirmed his suspicions. A man with a kappa hairstyle and rugged brows, his face exuding a fierce demeanor, extended his left hand inward, while his right hand rested behind his back, flashing a bright smile that revealed his pearly whites. It was none other than Might Guy, Konoha's proud Azure Beast, eternally celebrated for his youthful zeal. Jiangchen felt an array of dark lines clouding his vision as he endured the pain radiating from his face, internally cursing Might Guy. "What the hell? Are you trying to kick me into game over? Do you wish for my grand finale?" After striking a pose, Might Guy and Apos' expression shifted to one of seriousness as he bellowed, "Who are you? Why have you taken Hinata Hyuga?" Jiangchen was taken aback. realizing that Guy and Appo's reasoning was rather peculiar. What led him to believe he was abducting Hinata? He lowered his gaze to clarify the misunderstanding to Hinata, only to discover she had fainted in his arms, likely due to exhaustion from her earlier exertions. No wonder Guy misunderstood his intentions. Cough, cough, Guy-sensei. Look at my forehead protector. I am a Konoha ninja, not a kidnapper. Hinata fainted from training. I am merely carrying her home. Jiang Chun understood that Guy was not particularly astute, so he pointed to his Konoha forehead protector to elucidate his situation. You claim to be a Konoha ninja? Yet I have never seen you before. Do not think a mere fake forehead protector can deceive me. Take this. Konoha Great Whirlwind. Guy leapt into the air, his heel aimed at Jiang Chun's face, moving with astonishing speed. Damn it. Not again. I have no choice but to set Hinata down. Jiang Chun realized that no explanation would suffice. Having just arrived in Konoha, neither Might Guy nor Kakashi would recognize him. The priority was to ensure Hinata and Appo's safety. As Guy's heel approached Jiang Chun, he vanished in an instant. Guy's kick met only air, his brows furrowing in surprise as he murmured. Such speed at such a young age. It resembles that of Lord 4th Hokage. Chapter 35, The Showdown in a Flash. Jiang Chun's figure materialized several dozen meters away within the woods, gently resting Hinata against a large tree, smiling as he affectionately stroked her head. Rest here for a moment. I will return to fetch you once I am finished. With a swift motion, Jiang Chun vanished, reappearing behind Teacher Kai. He was reluctant to engage in a true battle. If Kai perceived him as an adversary and unleashed the 8 gates, Jiang Chun genuinely questioned whether he could prevail. However, one thing was certain, the current pinnacle of Hokage's power could not possibly match the might of Kai upon opening the Death Gate. Hey, Teacher Kai. I wish to be frank. I am Jiang Chun, newly arrived in Konoha. It's understandable that you don't recognize me since you've been on a mission. I hope you will inquire with Lord 3rd Hokage. I assure you, I am not deceiving you. Jiang Chun approached Teacher Kai with a friendly demeanor, extending his hands in a gesture of goodwill. After all, having followed the series for so long, he held a deep admiration for Kai's mastery of the 8 gates. Standing before Jiang Chun, Teacher Kai neither attacked nor turned away, allowing Jiang Chun to exhale with relief. Once we return to Konoha, I will seek you out in the Hokage Tower for a proper introduction. I truly respect you, haha. Before Jiang Chun could finish his sentence, preparing to extend his hand for a handshake, Teacher Kai suddenly sprang into action. A powerful and rapid spinning kick whirled perilously close to Jiang Chun's face. A gust of wind swirling around him, his silver hair dancing in the breeze. In the instant that Kai's heel was about to make contact, Jiang Chun vanished. At this moment, Kai's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness, his brow furrowing as he remarked, "Body flicker technique? I never expected anyone besides the 2nd and 4th Hokage to possess such speed." Bending down, Kai began to remove the weights from his arms and legs, declaring generously, "I just signaled the Umbu, they will arrive shortly. Until then, I shall not let you escape easily. Now, let us engage in a genuine contest." Jiang Chun stared at Kai in shock, awkwardly scratching his head, contemplating. "Teacher Kai, is this part of your morning training? But what does this mean? He wouldn't actually unleash the 8 gates, would he? Oh no." Chilled to the bone at the thought, he raised his hands, shouting, "Teacher Kai, please, don't act rashly. Don't open the 8 gates. I am truly a ninja of Konoha." Jiang Chun frantically waved his arms, fearful that Kai might genuinely resort to the 8 gates, the consequences of which were unimaginable. 8th gate of the 8 gates opening. Kai bellowed, unleashing his chakra with explosive force, causing his combat uniform to billow wildly, his watermelon hairstyle transforming in the wind, his eyes abruptly shifting to a furious white. Goodness. He is starting off with the opening of the 5th gate. Teacher Kai is genuinely intent on battling me to the death. Jiang Chun lamented, helplessly clutching his head, momentarily at a loss for how to respond. He had no choice but to brace himself. With a whoosh, Kai's figure flickered and vanished from sight, only to reappear behind Jiang Chun. The leaf whirlwind kick manifested as if traversing through time and space. Jiang Chun, lacking the Sharingan, found his eyes unable to keep pace with such rapid movement. By the time he reacted, it was already too late. He swiftly turned, extending his arm to block Kai's kick. The impact resonated with a sharp sound, sending Jiang Chun stumbling back a few steps. The ache in his arm was considerable but manageable. It was not overwhelmingly taxing. If only his eyes could keep up, he might have handled the surprise attack from the 5th gate with ease. In truth, Kai's 5th gate did not surpass the speed of the 4th Reikage. Yet the two scenarios were entirely different. The 4th Reikage's confrontations were approached with preparation, anticipating his strikes, allowing for timely evasion. In contrast, battling Teacher Kai was another matter entirely. Without visual tracking of his movements, one could not predict where the next attack would land, rendering the encounter rather troublesome. After all, he could not simply draw his sword and strike down Teacher Kai. After delivering his kick, Kai vanished once more. Boom. With a sudden appearance to Jiang Chun's left, Kai struck again, but this was manageable. His figure moved like a specter, repeatedly materializing around Jiang Chun. Each kick was powerful, and had it not been for Jiang Chun's maxed-out swordsman skills granted by the system, he would have already succumbed. This encounter with teacher Kai imparted a crucial lesson to Jiang Chun. Although his swordsman skills were indeed unparalleled, the world of Naruto demanded far more. To achieve true invincibility, one would need the strongest ocular techniques, physical arts, and ninjutsu combined. His current pinnacle of power was merely temporary. As these thoughts crossed his mind, Jiang Chun utilized his incredible speed to vanish from sight, seeking a concealed spot to mask his presence, desperately preparing to communicate with the system in his mind. Hey, bro? Could you come out for a moment? I have a question. What's up? Just speak your mind. Upon hearing the system and Appo's obedient response, Jiang Chun felt an overwhelming surge of frustration. Didn't you claim my power was the pinnacle of the Naruto universe? Why then am I struggling against someone using the fifth gate of the 8 gates? In truth, the system's designation for you is indeed the maxed-out swordsman level. In the realm of swordsmanship, you are undeniably at the apex. Jiang Chun was utterly incensed. Was this not a betrayal of consumer trust? The so-called pinnacle of Naruto referred to his swordsmanship, not an all-encompassing power. Before he could press further, the system and Appo's mechanical voice interrupted once more. Brother, you must understand us. We are merely the strongest swordsman system, not a taijutsu or jinjutsu system. Your remarkable speed is a natural trait of the supreme swordsman, but we cannot bestow upon you enhancements in ninjutsu or ocular techniques. The system's explanation held merit. Jiang Chun pondered it carefully. It was akin to a top-tier taekwondo expert being unable to teach one how to become a boxing champion. With a heavy sigh, Jiang Chun lamented. If you say my sword intent can still be upgraded, then once my sword intent reaches its peak, can I contend with those formidable jinjutsu users and the 8 gates practitioners? Indeed, the swordsman system and Appo's sword intent cannot be maxed out directly, thus far. No host has successfully upgraded their sword intent to its highest form. When you do, it will indeed be earth-shattering and unrivaled. Are you not exaggerating? Brother, if my sword intent continuously upgrades through shock value, why can't it reach its peak? Brother, some things are not meant to be disclosed. Keep striving. As your sword intent strengthens, so too will your capabilities grow. With that, the system and Appo's voice faded from his mind, leaving Jiang Chun exasperated with a deep sigh. Chapter 36. The 8 Gates of Duanjia. The opening of the surprise gate. With a sigh from Jiang Chun, teacher Kai's left ear twitched, and he let out a fierce shout. 8 Gates of Duanjia. The opening of the surprise gate. Teacher Kai and Appo's chakra surged once more, his previously furious expression transforming into one of ferocity, as the air in the vicinity was forcefully displaced in an instant. Whoosh! Bang! Jiang Chun was taken aback. After his sigh, teacher Kai had inexplicably appeared behind him, launching a fist toward his forehead with unrelenting ferocity. Without mercy, Jiang Chun instinctively ducked. The action a mere reflex of his cells, a primal instinct. Bang! Boom! The punch grazed Jiang Chun's silver hair, and with a tremendous crash, the trees behind him were shattered by the force. Strands of silver hair fell from his head as the sound of crashing timber echoed around him, stirring up clouds of dust. In a flash, Jiang Chun leaped several meters away, glaring furiously. Teacher Kai, get a grip. I've told you I am a leaf ninja, not your enemy. If you continue to attack me with such relentless ferocity, I will not hold back. Had it not been for Jiang Chun and Appo's reflex to lower his head, he might have been rendered senseless by that last blow. At that moment, his eyes blazed with murderous intent, although he respected teacher Kai's formidable abilities. When his life was at stake, he had no choice but to retaliate. Resolute, he furrowed his brow, exhaling deeply, and gritted his teeth, declaring, I'm sorry, teacher Kai. Please don't blame me. If this continues, I will be killed. Drawing the ghost blade from behind him, he positioned it before him, its dark aura suffusing the blade, glinting ominously in the sunlight with an eerie green sheen. Boom! Jiang Chun unleashed all his murderous energy, enveloping the space in an overwhelming aura of death, making it feel as if even a single breath could lead to annihilation. Teacher Kai stared at Jiang Chun, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, his fists tightly clenched, his body trembling. What is happening with this boy? What is this terrifying aura of death that instills such fear in me? He can't possibly be attacking the leaf. Could he? If that is the case, it would be quite troublesome. No, I must end this fight here. I cannot allow such a formidable individual to enter the leaf. Grinding his teeth, Kai roared again. 8 Gates of Duanjia, the opening of the surprise gate. Boom! Blue chakra erupted around Kai, bursting forth, his veins standing out prominently, hair standing on end, and the ground beneath him crumbled violently. The surprise gate is the 7th of the 8 Gates of Duanjia, a formidable force preceding the death gate. And Jiang Chun's eyes could scarcely keep up with its power. The only option now was to take the initiative while teacher Kai had yet to strike. With the blade poised behind him, enveloped in a murderous aura, he raised his head, glaring fiercely at teacher Kai. Aye, lioness song. Cling. Brother, don't move yet. I'm here to save you. Just as Jiang Chun prepared to launch his attack against teacher Kai, a mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Huh? Why have you suddenly appeared? Do you have a way to save me? Brother, it seems you've been running all night. Your mind must be muddled. You're so fast that no one in the ninja world can catch you. Why confront him head on? Or do you truly intend to kill Might Guy? Jiang Chun was momentarily stunned, The system's words made sense. How had he been foolish enough to consider such a course? If he utilized his speed to dash back to the leaf, he could easily avoid the awkward situation of having to confront Teacher Kai. Little brother. I didn't realize you were quite clever in critical moments. Brother, it's not that I'm clever. You're just foolish. Since you don't want to harm Might Guy, why must you confront him with taijutsu? If you can't win, can't you just run? Such a pig-headed fool. Initially grateful to the system, Jiangchen felt all thanks evaporate with the insult. Enough. I shouldn't have even thanked you. You can disappear now. I'm heading back to the Leaf Village. Whoosh. Seizing the opportunity while Teacher Kai had yet to attack, Jiangchen swiftly vanished from his position. He decided to return to the Leaf Village to address the matter with Teacher Kai before seeking out Hinata again. Having opened the 7th gate, Kai pursued Jiangchen as he saw him disappear, but Jiangchen's speed was too great, and in mere seconds, he was out of sight. Damn it. He headed towards the leaf. Gritting his teeth, Kai increased his speed in pursuit. At the entrance of the Leaf Village, hey, what just passed by? I didn't see anything. How could you not see? A shadow clearly just entered. The two guards debated. Bang. Kai landed heavily at the entrance, instantly cracking the ground beneath him. Might Guy, what are you doing? The guards inquired, rushing forward. Quick, sound the alarm. We have an intruder in the leaf. Kai glared with furious eyes, not lingering any longer, and dashed into the village. Inside the Hokage Tower of the Leaf Village, Lord Third, the mission is complete. A ninja with brown hair, donning a ninja headband and a tight black outfit complemented by a green vest, reported to the third Hokage, his face pale with dark circles under his eyes. This was the Leaf's elite Jonin, a user of the swift escape technique, Moonlight Gale. The third Hokage took the report, puffing on his pipe, and said, Gale, I have an intriguing swordsman ninja I would like you to mentor. Are you interested? Yes. I shall accept your command. Gale bowed respectfully. Bang. While they conversed, a violent noise erupted from outside the office. The third Hokage glanced out the window, hastily rising, channeling chakra toward the source of the sound. Moonlight Gale similarly turned toward the noise, gradually becoming transparent until he could see nothing. Jiangchen, panting heavily, turned to look back at the village entrance and sighed. This is quite troublesome. He glanced down at the shattered tiles beneath his feet and sighed again. I was a bit too fast and couldn't stop in time. Now I'll have to pay for repairs. Sigh. This is even more problematic. At that moment, Jiangchen sensed a murderous aura approaching from behind. He instantly turned and raised his black blade above his head. Clang. The sound of blade meeting blade rang out, and a smile crept onto Jiangchen's face as he turned to shout, Lord Third Hokage, it's me. Jiangchen. Upon hearing Jiangchen's voice, the third Hokage's previously tense expression melted into a smile. Haha, what a surprise to see you. It's been several days. Are you here to tear down the Hokage Tower? Seeing the third Hokage's warm demeanor, Gale's figure materialized. As their blades clashed, sweat beaded on Gale's forehead, and he was internally astonished. This boy looks to be only 12 or 13. How could he see through my swift escape technique and block my strike so quickly? Is it instinct? What on earth is happening? Chapter 37. Hinata and Appo's disappearance. Hate, stand down. He and Appo's, one of us, the third Hokage quickly interjected, raising his pipe with a genial smile. Yes, sir. Hate sheathed his longsword but continued to scrutinize Jiangchen with furrowed brows. He was no fool. Anyone treated with such warmth by the third Hokage must hold significant standing. Clearing his throat, he fell silent. Konoha Simp. A powerful voice suddenly rang out. Might Guy, his eyes blazing with fury, launched a swift kick toward Jiangchen. In his 7th gate state, Guy and Appo's rationality had all but vanished. He saw only an intruder. Oblivious to the third's benevolent smile directed at Jiangchen. Stop, Guy. The third barely had time to lower his pipe before shouting in alarm. But it was too late. Guy, deaf to the Hokage's command, was already mid-flight, his foot hurtling toward Jiangchen. Jiangchen was stunned. He hadn't Appo's. He anticipated that Guy-sensei would attack him even in the third and Appo's presence. Caught off guard, he realized too late that the kick was upon him. Dodging it would be effortless, but doing so would expose his true capabilities. Gritting his teeth, he shut his eyes. Fine. If I die, I die. With protagonist's luck, I should survive. Here goes nothing. Doton, Dori Heki. At the critical moment, the third swiftly formed hand seals, erecting an earthen wall before Jiangchen, 4 meters high and 2 meters wide. Boom. Guy's kick collided with the barrier, shattering it instantly. Simultaneously, the third vanished, reappearing beside Jiangchen and pulling him to safety. Guy, that's enough. The third bellowed. Finally registering the Hokage's intervention, Guy deactivated the 8 gates, panting heavily. Lord Third. Isn't he the enemy? That's Jiangchen, the grandson of Onijairai. How could he be an enemy? The third sighed, taking a drag from his pipe. It made sense that Guy, fresh from a mission, wouldn't he know, but surely Jiangchen had tried to explain. What? He-s Onijairai-sama's grandson? Guy's eyes widened in horror. Onijairai was a legendary hero of Konoha, and here he was, attacking the man's descendant with the 8 gates unleashed. The sheer disgrace of it. Scratching his head sheepishly, Guy suddenly flashed a thumbs up, his teeth gleaming. As expected of a hero's grandson, such strength. Truly, this is the essence of youth. Striking a pose, he burst into boisterous laughter. Jiangxin could only stare, utterly speechless. Guy-sensei had truly mastered the art of turning awkwardness into a spectacle. If you refuse to feel embarrassed, the embarrassment belongs to others. Regardless, the misunderstanding was resolved. Jiangxin hastily bid farewell to the third and Guy. Sprinting back into the forest, his mind was consumed with worry for Hinata. If anything happened to her because of his negligence, he'd never forgive himself. Arriving at the tree where he'd left her, his heart sank. The spot was empty. No signs of struggle, no disturbance in the undergrowth, just absence. Two possibilities. Either Hinata had awakened and left on her own, or someone had taken her without a trace. Given the early hour and the solitude of the area, the former seemed likely. She must have woken up and gone home. She has to have. Forcing a smile, Jiangxin exhaled shakily, but his trembling hands betrayed him. He was terrified. Dread coiled in his gut, whispering the worst. Steeling himself, he closed his eyes, expanding his sensory perception. The forest unfolded in his mind like a film reel, birds flitting between branches, rabbits pausing to survey their surroundings. Nearby, a thick-browed boy in a white t-shirt and bandana relentlessly punched a tree, sweat drenching his clothes. Rock Lee. Of course he'd be training at dawn. Further out, another familiar figure emerged, silver-haired, masked, his left eye hidden beneath his forehead protector. Perched on a cliffside, he propelled himself upward with one-handed leaps. Hatake Kakashi, the copy ninja. Even geniuses train relentlessly. As Jiangxin's sensory range expanded, sweat beaded on his forehead. The border guards of Fire Country came into focus, each stationed dutifully. Their routine movements confirmed no unauthorized entries, no outsiders could have taken Hinata. Yet she remained unfound. Wiping his brow, Jiangxin muttered, "What the hell happened? Did someone snatch her while I was in Konoha?" With no other leads, he raced to the High GA compound. Hayashi was in the courtyard, playing with his younger daughter. Hanabi. The 5-year-old giggled as she darted around her father, her innocent face alight with joy. Jiangxin's abrupt entrance startled her. She hid behind Hayashi, peeking out timidly. "Ah, Jiangxin. Come in. You're looking for Hinata, aren't you?" "She left early for training," Hayashi said warmly. The incident with Lightning Country had softened him. The stern patriarch was gone. "Lord Hayashi, you mean she hasn't returned yet?" Jiangxin's stomach dropped. Hayashi's smile faded. "No. Why? What's wrong? Damn it. I don't have time to explain fully, but Hinata collapsed during training in the woods. When I went back, she was gone. I've searched everywhere." Chapter 38. The first encounter with Kakashi. What? "I will mobilize my clan members to search for her immediately. I will report this matter to Lord Third. You should rest for now. It appears you haven't slept well," Dayu said with a furrowed brow as he began to summon his clan for the search. Jiangxin felt quite fatigued, but he could not afford to rest now. If they truly could not find Hinata, or if something were to happen to her, he would have no face left to remain in the world of Hokage. After much contemplation, he devised a plan to seek help from Kakashi-sensei. Atop the rocks in the forest, Kakashi-sensei was nearly at the summit. At that moment, Jiang Chun and Damp, Appo's figure appeared at the peak. Having already removed his forehead protector, Kakashi-sensei could not recognize him, yet he refrained from taking any action. "Are you from Konoha? I don't believe I've seen you before." It was said that Kakashi-sensei was a warm-hearted and handsome man. Seeing him in person confirmed this notion. Jiangxin crouched down and smiled, explaining, "Kakashi-sensei, I am a newcomer to Konoha, Jiangxin. I have not graduated yet, so I do not possess the forehead protector." Kakashi leaped up with a strong push, landing steadily at the summit. He smiled and said, "I see. Although I have not heard of this, I sense you are not ordinary. Could you elaborate on how you arrived in Konoha?" Upon hearing Kakashi-sensei's probing question, Jiangxin felt an urge to slap himself. The more anxious he became, the more he forgot to mention crucial details. He scratched his head and said, "Kakashi-sensei, I am the grandson of the Ghost Blade. I came to Konoha due to a pact made between my grandfather and the second Hokage. I urgently need your assistance." When Kakashi heard the name of the Ghost Blade, his pupils widened momentarily as he adjusted his demeanor and calmly replied, "I see. The Ghost Blade is indeed a respectable figure. Please, tell me how I can assist you." Jiangxin was taken aback. He had not anticipated Kakashi-sensei's swift agreement, nor his lack of skepticism, which starkly contrasted with Guy-sensei's approach. "Kakashi-sensei, do you not doubt my identity at all?" "Of course I have my doubts. However, 2 points lead me to believe you are truthful. First, your ability to appear here unnoticed and recognize me as Kakashi indicates you are quite familiar with Konoha, and someone must have informed you of my presence here. Second, if you were ill-intentioned, you had an excellent opportunity to strike me down just now, as I would have been unable to react in time." In light of Kakashi and Appo's analysis, Jiangxin couldn't help but admire his composure, wisdom, and keen judgment. He bowed deeply to Kakashi-sensei and anxiously said, "Kakashi-sensei, I hope you can help me find Hinata." She suddenly vanished in the forest. "What? Very well. Lead me to the location where Hinata disappeared." "I have my methods," Kakashi replied. Jiangxin nodded earnestly and led Kakashi back to the large tree. After a minute of contemplation, Kakashi calmly stated, "Hinata must have been swiftly incapacitated and taken away. The person who took her does not intend to kill her but has ulterior motives. Otherwise, they would have eliminated her immediately. Furthermore, the fact that this person did not alert the guards of Konoha indicates they possess space-time or summoning abilities, allowing them to retreat unnoticed. Jiangchen nodded repeatedly in admiration of Kakashi-sensei's analysis. Without further hesitation, Kakashi raised his right hand and struck the ground. A cloud of smoke enveloped the area, revealing his summoning dog, Pakin. Kakashi, long time no see. What brings you here? Pakin sat lazily, gazing at Kakashi before turning his attention to Jiangchen. Sniffing the air and commenting, is this person from the land of women? He carries the sin of various women. Jiangchen instinctively recoiled, internally cursing, damn. Pakin and Amp, Appos, his sense of smell is incredible. How can he detect that? Clearing his throat, he hurriedly explained, I merely passed through an area with a lot of women. I did nothing inappropriate. Please do not misunderstand. He quickly added, but now is not the time for this, Kakashi-sensei. Please, we must find Hinata's whereabouts. Kakashi redirected his focus, approaching Hinata and Amp, Appos, original location with a serious demeanor. Pakin, Hinata was last here. See if you can detect any other sense to track the enemy. Pakin darted to the side of the tree, his nose twitching as his expression turned increasingly fearful. What is wrong, Pakin? What is happening? Kakashi inquired, perplexed. I detected the scent of blood. What? You mean there was blood here? Could it be Orochimaru? Jiangchen exclaimed, forgetting that he had only just arrived in Konoha. Kakashi frowned, glancing at Jiangchen. You are aware of Orochimaru? Just a little. I've only heard about him, Jiangchen stammered, scratching his head, mentally scolding himself for being so careless. How could he reveal so much in front of Kakashi, whose analytical prowess was so sharp? Speaking too much would surely arouse suspicion. Fortunately, Kakashi and Amp, Appos, attention was not focused on that. He nodded at Pakin, who understood and began to sniff the ground intently. After moving westward for several meters, he suddenly looked up. Kakashi, the scent of blood disappears here. Based on the temperature, it does not seem like the person flew away or burrowed underground. They simply vanished into thin air. Pakin and Amp, Appos, revelation left Kakashi astonished. The implications were clear. If Orochimaru had vanished, it could only mean one thing. He had used reverse summoning to return to the lair of his summoned beasts, which, in the case of snakes, could very well be the Dragon Cave, Orochimaru and Amp, Appos, secret domain, renowned alongside Myoboka Mountain and the Wetbone Forest. Jiangchen and Amp, Appos, eyes suddenly glinted with murderous intent as he coldly asked, Kakashi-sensei, are you suggesting that Orochimaru is involved? Where could Hinata be now? Kakashi furrowed his brow, gazing intently into Jiangchen and Amp, Appos, eyes as he replied, this is merely speculation. If all my assumptions hold true, then Hinata is likely in the Dragon Cave, a fabled location. I have no knowledge of how to reach it, and even Pakin cannot assist you in locating it. This matter must be reported to Lord Third Hokage. Jiangchen fixed his gaze towards the west, his murderous intent intensifying. Your name is Jiangchen, correct? Come, let us return to report to Lord Third Hokage. Do not act on impulse, Kakashi said, having already sensed Jiangchen and Amp, Appos, intent. He grasped Jiangchen and Amp, Appos, arm to lead him back to Konoha. Suddenly, Jiangchen exerted his strength and violently shook off Kakashi. Chapter 39, The Trial of Riichi Cave Teacher. Kakashi, forgive me, I cannot return with you. I must seek my grandfather and Amp, Appos, aid to rescue Hinata. Her disappearance weighs upon my conscience, and I refuse to delay even a moment longer. Farewell. With those words, Jiangchen vanished in an instant, leaving Kakashi to exhale deeply as he gazed at the empty space where the boy had stood. This Jiangchen. He is no ordinary child. That killing intent, it was beyond mortal capability. Didn't and Amp, Appos, he encounter Might Guy? I must inquire further. Jiangchen raced from Konoha at breakneck speed, his destination, the Land of Stone. In his memory, Riichi Cave lay west of Takigakure. Though he couldn't and Amp, Appos, fathom why its serpents had appeared in Konoha, one truth burned clear, Hinata was there. Every second counted. He knew the ways of the white snake sage. To those who sought power, the sage would inject natural energy through venomous fangs. Those who failed to withstand the serpentine transformation would be devoured whole. And for the desperate, trials awaited. Failure meant being swallowed by the cave and Amp, Appos, elder serpents, all of whom hungered for human flesh. Even Orochimaru could not guarantee absolute dominance in such a place. Damn it. How could I have been so careless? I should have carried Hinata back to Konoha myself. Clutching the mask in his hands, Jiangchen cursed his own negligence. Regret gnawed at him. He had barely returned from Fshin village, had and Amp, Appos, even seen Naruto, and now Hinata was gone. Does Naruto still wait for me by the swings? Does he still have the fresh milk I bought him? The thought of the boy sitting alone, swinging in solitude, lanced through Jiangchen's heart like a blade. He donned the mask, a gift from the system, impervious to all attacks, shielding him from prying eyes. His bloodshot gaze fixed westward. By the name of Oni Blade, I swear, if Hinata is not saved, I will raze Riichi Cave to the ground and erase Oni Blade from this world. Before the cavernous mouths of the caves west of Takigakure, Jiangchen stood, Oni Blade strapped to his back, mask obscuring his face. Oni Blade comes to challenge the cave. He stepped inside. The rules were clear. Only the chosen could enter Riichi Cave. The trials, much like Mount Maiboku and Amp, Appo's Labyrinth, tested the worth of the aspirant. Darkness swallowed him whole. Humph. The first trial, sight? Pathetic. Closing his eyes, Jiang Chun extended his perception. The terrain unfolded before him. 100 meters ahead, a serpent over 10 meters long lay coiled, its forked tongue flicking, cold eyes tracking his every move. 50 meters before it, a 4-meter-wide river seethed with mist. With a smirk, Jiang Chun leapt over the toxic waters. Whatever lurks beneath, untouched, is harmless. Great serpent. The new challenger has cleared the poisoned river. A small green snake writhed around its master, shrieking at the glass orb beside them, half a man and Amp, Appo's height, displaying Jiang Chun's every move as clearly as a night vision recording. The great serpent spared a glance. Nearly keen eyes. The first trial is trivial. He will fall in the second. It returned to slumber upon the damp earth. Jiang Chun pressed forward. As he neared the serpent, his right hand closed around Oni Blade's hilt. A frosty smile curled his lips. I owe you no mercy. Do not ask why, my patience is spent. Whoosh. A monstrous tail lashed through the air, aimed to crush him. Jiang Chun moved without hesitation. Shing. Oni Blade flashed. A single, horizontal slash, clean, effortless. The serpent and Amp, Appo's body split midair. Its bisected halves crashing against the cavern walls. Blood rained upon the stone, dripping in macabre rhythm. The surviving half writhed, attempting escape. Jiang Chun gave no quarter. Another slash, swift, merciless. The blade and Amp, Appo's energy tore through flesh. Boom. The serpent burst apart, painting the walls crimson. Great one. Great one. Midoriku has been slain. The green snake spiraled around the orb in panic. The great serpent surged upright, its eyes locking onto the carnage within the glass. A ruthless one indeed. He is the first human to obliterate Midoriku outright. Little Green, inform Lord Manda. Let him witness this trial. The green snake nodded frantically before slithering into the depths. Jiang Chun advanced, his perception piercing through the cave's layers. 3 trials to reach Riichi Cave. The first was a test of strength, clearing the poisoned river and surviving Midoriku and Amp, Appo's assault. But the true challenge lay ahead, a stone gate, towering 7 to 8 meters high. Without sufficient strength, even those who bested the serpent would falter here. Failure meant death. The elder serpents of Riichi Cave roamed these trials freely. There was no retreat, only victory or oblivion. Before the colossal gate, Jiang Chun smiled. The great serpent's voice slithered from the shadows. Fail the trial, and your life is forfeit. Chapter 40. The root of the matter. Jiang Chun's mind was consumed by urgency, leaving no room for distraction. Visions of the 3-tier trial materialized in his thoughts, each level connected by stone steps, spanning roughly 10 meters per tier. The space beneath the third level expanded vastly. But the dense concentration of immortal energy obscured his perception, preventing him from sensing its depths from the first floor. If that were the case, why bother navigating each trial step by step? A direct approach would suffice. He adjusted his stance before the colossal stone gate, his movements deliberate. What is he doing? Why doesn't he just push the gate open? The serpent flicked its tongue, its voice laced with irritation. A thunderous rumble echoed from behind. The serpent turned to see countless snakes surging forward, their eyes fixed on the glass orb with venomous intent. What is happening? I heard someone killed Green Venom. Did he not escape? The voice of the Serpent King was oppressive, carrying an instinctive dread. The serpent stepped aside, allowing the Serpent King a clear view into the orb. My lord, this man slew Green Venom in a single strike. Now, he lingers at the trial's entrance, pacing but refusing to proceed. The Serpent King bent low. The glass orb no larger than a bird's egg in his gaze. His eyes locked onto Jiang Chun. He doesn't appear formidable, though masked. His arms seem tender, likely delectable. If he can kill Green Venom, he must possess some skill. But if he fails the trial, we feast. Behind the Serpent King, a 3-headed snake slithered close, scrutinizing his expression with nervous reverence. My lord, I've prepared 100 children for you, all fresh and tender. The 3-headed snake fawned. Orochimaru promised me 500 and still hasn't delivered. You're far more efficient. The Serpent King cast an approving glance. My lord, what of this trial taker? The serpent inquired. Wait, he'll likely fail. Then, we'll consume him alongside the children. The Serpent King and his underlings coiled around the orb, observing Jiang Chun's movements. Half an hour earlier, in the Hokage's office. That's the situation. What should we do now? Kakashi stood before the third Hokage, his brow furrowed in anticipation. The third rose from his seat. I doubt Orochimaru is behind this. He wouldn't stoop to kidnapping a single girl. There's more at play here. Kakashi nodded in agreement. Report. Lord Hokage. Numerous parents claim their children have vanished without a trace. The office is besieged. Even the High clan is among them. Rado and Gunma rushed in, kneeling urgently. The third's expression darkened. He had suspected something amiss, but never anticipated such widespread disappearances. A messenger pigeon alighted nearby. The third unfurled the missive, his tension mounting as he read. Kakashi, assemble a team with Might Guy and the Inuzuka clan. Split into 2 squads. Yours will head to the land of wind and stone, while Gaius proceeds toward the land of water. Locate those children at all costs. Understood. The shinobi dispersed swiftly. Lord Hokage, what is really happening? Kakashi pressed. Children are vanishing in Sunagakure and Kirigakure as well. This is beyond Orochimaru's doing, likely the work of summoning beasts. If true, rendezvous with Oni no Katana. The third clasped his hands behind his back, his voice grave. My guy, your squad must scour the land of water. Leave no stone unturned. Yes, Lord Hokage. Kakashi and Guy departed without delay. The third penned a concise missive to Sunagakure, detailing Oni no Katana's journey to Riichi Cave. In Sunagakure, the fourth Kazekage, Raza, stood in his office, his dark attire stark against the dim light. Before him knelt Baki, his single visible eye burning with intensity. Baki, lead a team to the land of stone. Collaborate with Konoha to recover the missing children. But beware, avoid provoking Oni no Katana. If you locate Riichi Cave, let Konoha take point. Uncover the trial's secrets. Understood? Yes, Lord Kazekage. But Oni no Katana, the hero from 50 years ago? Indeed. Baki's gaze sharpened before he bowed and exited. Alliances between nations were built on shifting sands of interest, not camaraderie. Even with a shared objective, Suna and Konoha would prioritize their own gains. Within Riichi Cave's first trial, Jiang Chun steadied himself, unsheathing Oni no Katana. Dark energy coiled around the blade, its mournful hum resonating through the cavern. What is he planning? The serpent's confusion was palpable. Is he attempting to cleave through all three trials at once? But how did he pinpoint the weakest spot, where no boulder obstructs? The Serpent King's voice was a low growl, intrigue threading his tone. My lord, even without the boulder, slicing through dozens of meters of damp earth is impossible. No jutsu could breach such depth. The serpent stared in disbelief, awaiting the Serpent King's response. The Serpent King ignored him, fixated on Oni no Katana. That blade, it reeks of death. Few humans unsettle me. Who is he? Does anyone know? The green snake, the serpent, and the three-headed snake shook their heads. The Serpent King's glare pinned the three-headed snake. Where did you procure those children? His question stemmed from suspicion. Jiang Chun radiated not the aura of a mere challenger, but a vengeful force. Such brutality was rare. And my lord, I took them from Konoha, Suna, and Kirigakure. Just random children in the wild. Nothing unusual. The three-headed snake stammered under the weight of his gaze. Chapter 41. A single blade breaks through upon hearing Konoha, Manda and Appo's pupils constricted sharply as he roared. Why would you provoke Konoha village? Are you unaware that Konoha has always harbored a hidden master? The three-headed serpent recoiled, lowering its head. Lord Manda. Konoha has no truly formidable figures, only the Hokage and the Sannin. The Hokage is aged, and the Sannin are absent. Even if they were present, they could hardly challenge Riichi Cave. Manda and Appo's fury erupted, his maw gaping wide as venomous fangs gleamed menacingly. The three-headed serpent shrank back, desperate to flee. Fool! Do you not know of the peerless master in Konoha, one who rivals the first Hokage himself? The three-headed serpent fell silent, while another serpent flicked its tongue hesitantly. Lord Manda, who do you speak of? Manda and Appo's emerald eyes glowed ominously as he hissed. Have you never heard of the Onablade? 50 years ago, he split a meteor with a single stroke, saving Konoha single-handedly. If I am not mistaken, that man is him. Though I cannot fathom why he appears so youthful. His gaze returned to the crystal orb, where the murderous aura radiating from Jiang Chun unsettled him. Snarling at the three-headed serpent, he commanded, Idiot. Bring all the captives here at once. Shao Qing, informed the white snake sage, we require his aid. Yes, Lord Manda. Shao Qing and the three-headed serpent vanished in a panic. The remaining serpent stared blankly at Manda. Lord Manda, is the Onablade truly that formidable? Undoubtedly. This dread I feel. It is the first time since serving you that I have known such fear. Even the one-eyed rogue, Shurna, never unsettled me so. Do you grasp the gravity? That man is the Onablade. Manda and Appo's blunt reply stunned the serpent, who gaped at the orb in disbelief. Manda, the Onablade may cleave through the three trials and storm Riichi Cave directly. Evacuate all serpents from the trials and gather them here. We await the white snake sage. Yes, Lord Manda. The serpent fled without hesitation. Never before had it known such urgency and terror. Never had it witnessed Manda so wary of a human. Even the mighty Sannin, Orochimaru, stood as Manda and Appo's equal, if not slightly reverent. Yet the mere suspicion of the Onablade and Appo's identity had reduced Manda to trembling dread. The serpent and Appo's heart quaked with shock. As Jiang Chun raised his blade, the system and Appo's mechanical voice chimed. Ding! Congratulations, elder brother, for astonishing the serpent of Riichi Cave. Reward, 50,000 Ri, sword intent 50. Current progress, 455,1000. Jiang Chun sheathed his blade, bewildered. Brother system, what just happened? How did I startle that serpent? The serpent observed you through the crystal orb, hence its shock. Meaning what? I barely did anything. Correction, the system detected the serpent and Appo's astonishment stemmed from Manda and Appo's extreme fear of you. Further details remain unanalyzable. Manda? Does he recognize the Onablade? No other explanation sufficed. Exiting his thoughts, Jiangchen smirked. Well, the Onablade and Appo's reputation precedes me. Even Manda trembles. Impressive, huh? Pride aside. Hinata and Appo's rescue is non-negotiable. Gods bar my path? Slay them. Buddhas obstruct me? Cut them down. One blade style, raging cyclone. With a roar, Jiangchen and Appo's killing intent surged. His blade carved through the night, birthing a luminous slash that spiraled into a tempestuous whirlwind, crashing into the earth. He leaped back dozens of meters. Boom, crash. The massive stone gate shattered as if struck by explosives, debris and smoke erupting skyward. Two more thunderous detonations followed. Jiangchen grinned. See, intelligence prevails. Why endure trials when shortcuts exist? Onward. He vaulted from the first layer downward. As the surroundings blurred past, darkness faded into twilight's glow. Below sprawled a labyrinth of caves. Crystalline rivers and towering trees bathed in golden light, a scene of surreal beauty. Damn, that and Appo's 100-meter drop. How do I land safely? Wind whipped through his silver hair, casting him as a celestial warrior descending from the heavens, a majestic sight, were it not for his plummeting terror. Just as panic set in, his descent slowed, as if buoyed by unseen hands, until he hovered gently 10 meters above ground. There, beside a boulder, stood an elderly woman, arms raised as if manipulating unseen forces. Jiangchen landed gracefully and approached. Her features were sharp chestnut hair, faint wrinkles, a broad smile, her white robes exuding vitality. Clasping his hands, Jiangchen bowed. My gratitude for your aid, elder. She waved dismissively. No need. Had I not intervened, you and Appo's have managed, though this forest would have suffered another of your renovations. Her gaze flicked toward the devastation nearby. Following her glance, Jiangchen saw a chasm, 5 meters wide, dozens long, where trees lay splintered and river water gushed into the fissure. Scratching his head, he chuckled sheepishly. Ah, my apologies. I acted in haste to save a life. I hadn't and Appo's foreseen this. The elder coughed lightly. Might I ask your name? Onablade. Jiangchen answered crisply, omitting his true name. I see. Since you seek someone, shall this old woman accompany you? Chapter 42. The blade that split the one-eyed snake very well. I shall trouble you to accompany me then. Jiangchen acquiesced with utmost reverence. For one who hailed from Kagaya and Appo's era undoubtedly commanded his respect. From the first glance, Jiangchen had discerned the identity of this figure, the white snake sage of Richi Cave. He was no fool. His current strength paled before such a being. Moreover, since the sage had extended goodwill, so long as he could retrieve Hinata, conflict was unnecessary. Closing his eyes, Jiangchen attuned his senses to the caverns of Richi Cave, seeking Hinata's presence. Near the serpent's den, beside the crystal orb, the great serpent, flanked by his kin, approached Manda, who stood with his back turned, awaiting the three-headed snake and Appo's arrival. The three-headed snake deposited 100 children before Manda, whispering deferentially, Lord Manda, the captives are assembled. These few hail from Konoha. Manda and Appo's slitted eyes fixed upon the Konoha children, his forked tongue flickering. Terror seized the 20-odd children. Some wailed uncontrollably, while others, upon glimpsing Manda and Appo's visage, fainted anew. Snake. A giant snake. Ah, Don and Appo's, eat me. Mother, I and Appo's, am scared. Save me. Amidst the cacophony of cries, Manda and Appo's gaze remained impassive until it settled upon a small girl with pale eyes. Hige Hinata. Her delicate face trembled with fear as she blinked, murmuring, Where am I? Where and Appo's brother Jiangchen? I want to go home. Manda and Appo's attention shifted from Hinata as he snarled at the three-headed snake. Return the Konoha children to their original location. The rest remain. As you command, Lord Manda. The three-headed snake motioned to its underlings, preparing to escort the Konoha children away. Hold. A thunderous voice interrupted. Manda and Appo's eyes narrowed as he turned toward the source. Moments later, a colossal crimson serpent emerged, its right eye milky white, the left gleaming with malice, a one-eyed monstrosity. This was No, the most ferocious entity in Richi Cave, a being even the white snake sage could not tame. Manda slithered forward, blocking No and Appo's path. Cease your interference, No. These children must be released, lest we invite unnecessary strife. The demon blade has already come knocking. No and Appo's baleful glare bore into Manda. Who are you to lecture me? Such tender morsels shall not be wasted. If you lack the stomach for it, I shall feast alone. With a lightning-quick lunge, No surged toward the children. Thud. Manda and Appo's tail smashed downward, narrowly missing No as it cratered the earth. Enraged, No retaliated, spewing a viscous fluid from its maw, a petrifying venom too swift to evade. Hiss. The liquid drenched Manda and Appo's scales, his violet markings gradually hardening into stone. Fool. Daring to obstruct my path. No sneered at the petrifying Manda. No, you dare harm your kin. The white snake sage shall hear of this. The three-headed snake roared, baring its fangs. Lord Manda, another fool. Perish with him. Esno spat another stream of venom. Paralyzed. The three-headed snake could only watch as death approached until Manda and Appos, tail flicked, hurling it to safety. Lord Manda, you live. Esno and Appos, eyes widened. The petrified Manda was merely a shed skin. You overreach, Manda. I heed no one but myself. Stand aside, or next time, Fortune 1 and Appos, spare you. Manda held his tongue. He knew Esno and Appos, prowess, his speed, his strength, his petrifying venom. To engage him was folly. Gazing toward the trial grounds, he muttered, do as you will. When the demon blade arrives, you shall face him. With Manda and Appos, retreat, Esno advanced upon the children. Hinata shuddered at the sight of the even more terrifying serpent. Tears welling in her eyes. Esno and Appos, tongue flickered over the children and Appos, soft skin. Such delicacies. His mouth yawned wide, poised to swallow a dozen children whole. Hinata screamed into the abyss. Brother Jiang Chun, save me. The desperate cry reverberated through the caves. Jiang Chun, already sprinting toward her location, sensed her peril. Though 2 kilometers separated them, and without the flying thunder god technique, he could not delay. In an instant, the demon blade left its sheath. One sword style, gale slash. A blade stroke. Swift as lightning, vanished midair, its velocity surpassing Jiangchen and Appos' own. Simultaneously, his killing intent erupted like a tidal wave, freezing Esno mid-strike. The hesitation cost Esno dearly. The slash cleaved through his bulk, blood spraying as he collapsed with a howl. Thick hide spared him a fatal blow. Snarling, he reared up. Who dare strike me? The children fainted under the oppressive aura. The three-headed snake cowered, while Manda stared in disbelief at Jiang Chun and the white snake sage beside him. Seconds later, Jiang Chun arrived, cradling Hinata protectively. His glare burned into Esno. You sought to devour her? Then perish here today. Chapter 43, The One-Sword Style. Evil God Slash. Such audacity. The Cyclopean Sinya twisted his massive frame in anger. The old lady disguised as the white snake immortal gazed at Xianya with furious eyes. He had long grown weary of Sinya and Appos' arrogance. This time, he could have intervened immediately to prevent a clash between Jiang Chun and Sinya, yet he chose not to. Jiang Chun smirked, positioning the black blade before him, his eyes radiating an infinite murderous intent as he coldly remarked. Have you ever heard of a hunter showing mercy to its prey? I certainly have not. With that, Jiang Chun and Appos' ghostly blade was once again enveloped in dark energy as he swung it down, executing 2 swift strikes. Clang. The speed of the slashes was astonishing. Sinya swayed his colossal body, narrowly evading the 2 attacks with a hissing roar. Is that all? You think you can harm me? Such arrogance. A hunter? Nonsense. Sinya and Appos' form coiled like a spring, launching toward Jiang Chun. Kid. Die. With those words, he spewed forth a stream of venom. Jiang Chun was well aware that this venom could petrify his opponent, yet he made no attempt to evade, raising his ghostly blade skyward. One-sword style. Great shockwave. At that instant, as the venom erupted, Jiang Chun and Appos' blades sliced through the air. Buzz. The shockwave that followed reverberated through the space, instantly dispersing the toxic spray, even sending Sinya crashing against an invisible barrier. Bang. The force of the impact propelled Sinya several meters away. His body was marred by numerous lacerations. Crimson blood seeping from the wounds, causing his lips to twitch in pain. Despite his pride, he could not concede defeat. Regaining his stance, he charged once more at Jiang Chun. Jiang Chun had anticipated that Sinya would relent, but was taken aback by his renewed assault. When there is a path to heaven, you refuse to tread it. Now you seek entrance to hell. Very well, I shall escort you. He positioned the ghostly blade behind him, its afterimages swirling around him, forming circular patterns akin to a sacred lotus sword imprint. One-sword style. Evil God Slash. The murderous aura condensed the air into a chilling stillness. Sinya and Appos' gaze fixated on the afterimages behind Jiang Chun, his fear surging to unprecedented heights. In that moment, he even contemplated fleeing, but as his body attempted to move, he found himself utterly immobilized. Could this be a soul-binding sword technique? Is my very soul trembling in fear of him? How is that possible? Sinya shook his head vigorously, yet his body remained stubbornly still. The white snake immortal and Appos' pupils widened in shock as he exclaimed, I never expected a mere human could wield sword intent to such a degree. This technique alone has rendered Sinya and Appos' very soul trembling, his body unresponsive, truly formidable. Ding. Congratulations, brother, for astonishing the white snake immortal, earning 100,000 coins. Sword intent 100. Current progress, 555,1000. Ding. Congratulations, brother, for triggering a random quest. If you can acquire the power of the immortal, you will additionally receive 2 soul revival pills and a chakra condensation pill. What does this mean? How can I obtain the power of an immortal? Are you jesting? I cannot even condense chakra. How could I enter immortal mode? No need to worry about that. Brother, the swordsman system is the reason you cannot condense chakra. However, you are fortunate to have triggered the quest for the chakra condensation pill. This condensation pill can gather chakra, Indeed, the swordsman system is quite user-friendly. The random quest offers a minuscule chance to receive the chakra condensation pill, which is incredibly rare and not available for purchase in the market. Brother, not only are you skilled at showing off, but your luck is also akin to that of a royal. Obtaining this chakra condensation pill will accelerate your mastery of ninjutsu. If you successfully complete the quest and acquire the chakra condensation pill, you will become a genius in the realm of ninjas. Jiangchen was utterly stunned by the system's explanation. This was astonishingly powerful. So, you're saying I can become a proper ninja? Utilize various ninjutsu? Yes. Moreover, the chakra condensation pill is a unique opportunity that only appears once for each host of the swordsman system. Do you now comprehend how precious it is? Upon hearing this, Jiangchen's mind erupted in glee. Shifting his focus back to Sinya, he felt an exhilarating thrill. The blade continued to carve out more afterimages as he coldly stated, "This is the strongest killing technique of my one-sword style. Consider it a gift for our first meeting. Remember to dodge, or you shall perish." With that, he moved with a fluid grace. The malevolent shadows of the evil god manifested, with hundreds of sinister afterimages trailing behind him like a chilling film reel. Sinya was no fool, despite his usual arrogance. He could not ignore the aura of death surrounding him. As he witnessed Jiangchen strike, he desperately attempted to shift his body. Yet, no matter how hard he tried, his body felt as if it were encased in ice, utterly immobile, watching helplessly as Jiangchen approached. He knew his demise was inevitable. Clang, slicing. The sound of flesh being severed echoed as Sinya's body erupted in a spray of blood, letting out a final wail before collapsing to the ground. His massive form fell like an unrestrained pillar, crashing. Chapter 44, Awe-inspiring presence. The elderly lady wore a serene smile, enveloped in a billowing white mist that surrounded her, exuding an air of tranquility while brimming with enigma. Jiangchen's heart jolted, and he furrowed his brows, pondering whether she was about to revert to the form of the White Snake Immortal. He was acutely aware that his previous strike, aimed at Xianya, had been subtly deflected from its target, the heart, by an unseen force. In essence, Xianya had not perished. His collapse was merely a manifestation of his own profound fear, rendering his soul unable to regain control, subconsciously believing himself to be doomed after his injury. This was a psychological breakdown stemming from an overwhelming display of strength. Jiangchen nodded respectfully toward the elderly lady, his expression tinged with reverence. Simultaneously, Xianya seemed to have regained his composure, springing to his feet and glaring fiercely at Jiangchen, bellowing, "You insolent brat! What sorcery did you employ to humiliate me so? I shall see you dead." Jiangchen turned his gaze upon Xianya, his eyes filled with disdain. "Enough of your bluster. If you truly believed you could defeat me, you would have lunged at me the moment you stood up. Are you still unaware of the chasm that lies between us?" Jiangchen's words pierced Xianya's heart like a dagger, rendering him speechless. He was acutely conscious of his fear of Jiangchen, which had stifled any rash actions, leaving him to resort to hollow threats to salvage his pride. Now that Jiangchen had unveiled his cowardice, he was left without a retort. Jiangchen positioned the ghost blade before him, pointing it at the elderly lady, a greedy smile creeping across his lips. "Had it not been for that senior's intervention, you would have already met your demise. I still have not sated my thirst for blood. Shall I deliver another blow?" With a murderous glint in his eyes, he fixed his gaze on Xianya, who felt a chill run down his spine. Despite his bravado, he instinctively recoiled, his body betraying him. Jiangchen was merely toying with him. Glancing at the White Snake Immortal and raising his voice deliberately, "If I continue to strike, will the White Snake Immortal intervene once more to save Xianya?" The White Snake Immortal paused at Jiangchen's inquiry, then erupted into hearty laughter. Her form began to swell until she transformed entirely into a magnificent white serpent. The serpent bore orange scales and yellow eyes, adorned with a green cat's eye gem on its chest, and a purple silk band as a headpiece, embellished with greenish horn-like ornaments. A red luminous pearl crowned its head, and it held a smoking pipe in its mouth. Its elongated body culminating in a tail decorated with 2 golden rings, exuding an aura of sanctity. The multitude of serpents bowed in reverence, exclaiming, "We pay homage to the White Snake Immortal." Xianya, witnessing this spectacle, glared with resentment. Jiangchen pointed the ghost blade at Xianya, stating, "What? Are you still unwilling to accept this? Were it not for her, you would have lost your life." The White Snake Immortal regarded Xianya in silence. Jiangchen, not one to be easily deceived, recognized the significance of this unexpected mission and could not afford to overlook it. "Hey, White Snake Sr., since he is so incorrigible, why not let me finish him off? What do you say?" His voice rang out, tinged with a hint of mockery. The White Snake Immortal smiled, taken aback by Jiangchen's willingness to assist in disciplining Xianya. She appreciated the respect he had shown her. Had he intended to disrespect her, he could have easily obliterated Xianya without hesitation, yet he chose to consult her instead. The White Snake Immortal merely observed Xianya in silence, who was now thoroughly intimidated by Jiangchen. If the White Snake Immortal chose not to intervene, another strike like the previous one would surely spell his end. Overwhelmed by dread, Xianya collapsed to the ground, prostrating himself before the multitude of serpents in a show of respect. The White Snake Immortal beamed, realizing that Xianya, whom she had struggled to subdue for years, was now compelled to submit to Jiangchen's authority, even extending a significant favor to her. Could this be a gesture of gratitude for her earlier act of salvation? Nevertheless, she sensed something amiss. Jiang Chun approached the white snake immortal, clasping his hands together, and stated, "Immortal, I have come to rescue these children. Thankfully, you did not harm them. Had you devoured the children of Konoha, I would have been compelled to unleash a bloodbath upon your lair." His words were blunt and dripping with murderous intent, devoid of any pretense. "Presumptuous. Who do you think you are, daring to speak to the great white snake in such a manner?" The serpents rose in outrage, shouting at Jiang Chun. He paid them no heed, dismissing their barking as beneath his concern, unwilling to lower himself to their level. The white snake immortal continued to smile, offering no rebuttal. "White snake immortal, debts must be settled. Although your kin have not harmed these children, this matter cannot be overlooked. Simply tell me who captured Hinata, and I shall require only his life." As soon as these words left his lips, the three-headed serpent quivered in fear, instinctively retreating behind their brethren. The white snake immortal was fully aware of the situation and knew precisely who was responsible. Exhaling a plume of smoke, she declared, "The laws of nature dictate that the white snake's consumption of humans is not inherently wrong. Since your village has suffered no losses, why pursue total annihilation?" Jiang Chun snorted. He understood the laws of nature well, survival of the fittest, where only the weak expound upon justice. "Elder, I care not for your predation, as it does not concern me. However, should you harm those I cherish, I shall show no mercy." His gaze transformed into one of ferocity, and a palpable aura of murderous intent radiated from him, causing the surrounding serpents to retreat in trepidation. The white snake immortal took another puff from her pipe, but her smile had vanished, replaced by a calm demeanor as she spoke. "If you take the life of my kin, I shall surely retaliate. Do you intend to wage war against me?" Her words bore a hint of menace, seemingly an attempt to intimidate Jiang Chun. After all, no one had dared to challenge the authority of the white snake immortal within her domain. Jiang Chun did not rush to respond, his form cloaked in swirling shadows, the ghostly mist coiling around him, rendering him almost spectral. The potent aura of death seemed to upheave the very souls of those present. "If that is the case, I would not mind engaging in battle with the white snake immortal." Boom. This audacious declaration detonated within the hearts of the serpents like a bomb. Notification. Congratulations. Your commanding presence has astonished the serpents, earning you 50,000 coins and 50 sword intent. Progress, 635,1000. Even the formidable white snake immortal trembled slightly at Jiang Chun's audacious proclamation. She exhaled her pipe's contents, refocusing her gaze upon Jiang Chun. The overwhelming aura of death and the chilling presence surrounding him left her utterly astounded. Was there truly someone capable of wielding swordsmanship and murderous intent with such breathtaking intensity? Who was this remarkable individual? Not a reincarnation of the Six Paths, yet possessing a commanding presence that was genuinely astonishing. Notification. Congratulations. Your commanding presence has shocked the white snake immortal, earning you 100,000 coins and 100 sword intent. Progress, 735,1000. Chapter 45, Blessed by Fortune. Jiang Chun knew full well that he stood no chance against the white snake sage. Yet, he understood one truth. Only when you disregard your own life can you earn the respect of the truly powerful. Courtesy and deference would only make the strong perceive you as weak. His unyielding resolve proved pivotal. The white snake sage, whose expression had been icy, suddenly erupted into booming laughter, his voice resonating with grandeur. "Huh, brat, it and Oppos. It's been 1,000 years since I last encountered a human with such audacity. I like you. Every cultivator who comes to the Dragon Cave seeks power and sage arts. Today, I shall bestow upon you the sage arts, but in return, you must leave with all the children. Let this matter be settled. What say you?" Jiang Chun nearly wept with joy. This was sheer luck, fortune smiling upon him. Yet, to maintain his composure, he suppressed his elation, steadied his trembling body, and replied with measured dignity, "Since the white snake sage has spoken, this junior has nothing further to say. However, with so many children, I request safe passage out." The white snake sage glanced at the 100 children before shifting his gaze to 2 emerald serpents. "Shaoqing, Elyi, escort the ghost blade and these children out." "Yes, sage." The 2 serpents, their tails stretching over 10 meters, lifted their heads in acknowledgement. "Then, I offer my deepest gratitude to the white snake sage." Jiang Chun clasped his fists respectfully, though inwardly, his heart soared. Yet, the moment he lowered his head, the sage and Oppos' eyes turned vicious. In an instant, his serpentine head lunged toward Jiang Chun. Thud. Jiang Chun froze, unable to react in time. The white snake sank its fangs into his shoulder, exhaling wisps of white mist before retracting with a sinister grin. "Brat, the sage power you sought is now yours. Whether you survive it depends on your own fate. If you perish, don't blame me." Jiang Chun stared at the massive bite mark on his right shoulder, white smoke curling from the wound as it visibly healed. The initial pain faded, but an overwhelming surge of energy erupted within him, a searing, rending agony that threatened to tear him apart. Clenching his teeth, his expression hidden behind his mask, he stood motionless, enduring the tempest within. White Snake Sage, he forced out, voice steady. Is this the sage energy you spoke of? What did you mean by saying I might die? The sage picked up a pipe from the ground, took a deep drag, and exhaled smoke as his voice deepened. Sage energy is tyrannical. If your body withstands it, diligent training will allow you to master it. If not, you'll fall into a coma. As for the weak, they become food. But I suspect you, little one, will endure. Beneath his mask, Jiang Chun gritted his teeth. The pain was unbearable. Without the Sword Master System's enhancements, he would have collapsed long ago. White Snake Sage, I will endure. I thank you for this gift. The sage smiled faintly. Go. I want to see you off. Manda, a guest approaches at the entrance. Attend to them. Yes, sage. Manda vanished in a swirl of smoke. Jiang Chun and the children stood atop the emerald serpents, with him cradling Hinata on Le's head. By now, the pain had subsided, the sage energy settling as if it had always been part of him. The white snake sage cracked open one eye, a smirk playing on his lips. A true prodigy to assimilate sage energy so swiftly. And yet, he is no reincarnation of Indra or Azura. Extraordinary. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the random quest. Obtain sage energy. Rewards: 2 soul returning pills, 1 chakra condensation pill. Jiangchen glanced at the 3 pills now in his grasp, grinning wildly behind his mask. Ghostblade Sama, we shall depart now. Hold tight, Les voice, soft and timid, rang out. Proceed. Jiang Chun turned and bowed deeply to the sage. My gratitude for your generosity. Farewell. The sage exhaled smoke. Go. The emerald serpents slithered forward, one leading, the other following, toward the cave's exit. Outside the dragon cave Kakashi, this isn't Orochimaru's hideout, is it? Are you certain the children are here? Makurage asked solemnly. Makurage, it's merely speculation. I can't be sure. But our village's elder Ghost Blade arrived ahead of us. I suspect he is already inside. Kakashi murmured, eyes fixed on the cavern. Inazuka-tsum stood beside her Ninkan. Karamaru, nose twitching as she leaned toward Kakashi. Kakashi, the stench of blood is overwhelming. Many have died here. But there is also the sin of snake blood fresh. From about an hour ago, Kakashi's pupils dilated. He nodded but remained silent, issuing no orders to enter. Makurage, no fool, mirrored Kakashi's hesitation. I've heard the Inazuka clan's sense of smell is unparalleled. Would you lead the way inside? Kakashi stepped between them, smiling lightly. True. But the reek of blood would overwhelm even the sharpest noses. Let us prepare torches first. Makurage nodded. Neither Jonin acted rashly until Manda, lurking in the shadows, lost patience. The colossal purple serpent emerged, blotting out the sun, scales glinting menacingly. Pathetic worms, Manda hissed, baring his fangs. Too cowardly to enter? Fine. I'll come to you. Fall back. Kakashi shouted. That is the summon. Manda. Retreat. Chapter 46. Kakashi versus the Great Serpent. The Great Serpent glared at the crowd, its tail crashing down heavily upon several ninjas. With a thunderous boom, the rocks before them shattered instantly, and 2 ninjas from Sunagakure were caught off guard. Knocked to the ground, and spat out blood. Quick, take him away. His ribs are broken. One of the accompanying ninjas shouted. This was the first time Maki had encountered the Great Serpent, and gritting his teeth, he yelled, Fall back. Keep your distance and attack with ninjutsu. The remaining 8 ninjas from Sunagakure collectively formed hand seals. Water release, water chaos wave. A torrent of water erupted from their mouths, surging towards the Great Serpent. In an instant, the serpent was engulfed in the raging waters, creating a waterfall-like deluge that cascaded around it. Boom. With a deafening sound, the water chaos wave shattered as if struck by a hammer against glass. Retreat. The 8 ninjas hastily withdrew, and as the water wave was destroyed, they all glimpsed the serpent's tail whipping towards them, prompting a frantic escape. Bang. Bang. The water attacks unleashed by the 8 were instantly nullified. The Great Serpent stared fiercely with its venomous eyes, its forked tongue flicking out, remaining unharmed. The ninjas' efforts felt akin to a mere water fight, completely ineffective. Maki gritted his teeth, realizing they were not even on the same level as the Great Serpent. Delaying further would only lead to their demise. Leaf ninjas, will you not come to our aid? One of the Sunagakure ninjas cursed vehemently. Kakashi, standing on a tree in the back, called out. It's not that we want to help. This is simply not a battle we can engage in. Senior Maki, it seems that the Leaf Village is using us as shields. We should retreat, a Sunagakure ninja whispered to Maki. Just then, the Great Serpent unleashed a spray of petrifying liquid towards Maki's position. The liquid shot forth like a speeding water cannon, targeting Maki and his companions. The range of the poisonous attack was vast, leaving them no chance of evasion. In a hurry, they huddled together to form hand seals. Water release, water barrier. Chakra gathered in their throats, and they expelled torrents of water that spiraled into a protective wall. Kakashi scratched his head and sighed deeply. How navi? Isn't this tantamount to courting death? Sizzle. The toxic liquid easily penetrated the water barrier, striking one ninja. Ah! He screamed as half his body turned to stone, plummeting from the tree to the ground, shattering upon impact, dead on the spot. The remaining ninjas, witnessing the futility of the water barrier against the poison, were frozen in fear, their mouths agape. Just as they believed they would share the same fate as their comrade, a figure darted past. Earth release, earth flow wall. Boom. Boom. Walls of earth erupted, separating several ninjas from the great serpent. The poison splashed against the first wall, dripping down and causing no further harm. It was Kakashi who had saved them. He fixed his gaze on the towering serpent, casually stating, "Hold on tight, we're going up." With that, Kakashi formed hand seals again. Earth release, earth flow castle wall. The ground trembled beneath their feet, rising swiftly, and moments later, a wall loomed taller than the serpent itself. As solid as a small mountain, Maki approached Kakashi, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you for saving us. It's not over yet. This place is still unsafe. The great serpent is incredibly fast, and escaping outright is impossible. This earthen mound will only provide temporary shelter. Use any ninjutsu you can to hinder it," Kakashi advised. Contemplating the mountains behind the serpent. This must be the entrance to the dragon cave, but why does the great serpent appear immediately? Something feels amiss. Moreover, with the fresh snake blood mentioned by Inuzuka, there is definitely trouble within. It's possible that Elder Kishimoto is already inside the dragon cave with his strength. He should emerge swiftly. Right now, we must buy time. The great serpent's eyes fixated on the rising mound, rapidly advancing. Water release, water bullets. Kakashi swiftly formed seals, summoning a massive dragon-shaped wave that roared and crashed towards the serpent, momentarily engulfing it. Lightning release, earth walk. Lightning surged through the water, amplifying the attack's power, and the great serpent vanished within the electrified deluge. Is this the power of Kakashi Hatake, the copy ninja? Truly formidable. Mastering earth, water, and lightning releases. He indeed lives up to his title. As the ninjas observed Kakashi unleashing various techniques, they felt a surge of hope as the great serpent seemed to be subdued. However, Kakashi furrowed his brow, a bitter smile crossing his face. If it were that simple, it wouldn't be the summoned beast of the legendary Sannin. This was indeed troublesome. He understood that they could not defeat the great serpent. Their only task was to delay and wait for Elder Kishimoto's arrival. From the moment they laid eyes on the serpent, it was clear that escape was not an option. As the electric water receded, the group found themselves puzzled by the absence of the great serpent. Where did that enormous serpent go? It's vanished. Behind us. It's right behind us. In a panic, they saw the serpent's forked tongue darting dangerously close. At such proximity, a single strike from the great serpent could swallow them whole. They had severely underestimated its capabilities, and now, there was no opportunity to flee. I don't want to die. Some of the Sunigakure ninjas collapsed in despair. Scrambling backward, Maki, in a state of helplessness, glared at the great serpent, his wind blade gradually forming, and he lunged towards the serpent's mouth. Clang. The sound of metal clashing rang out. The great serpent remained unscathed, Maki's wind blade failing to penetrate its formidable scales. He retracted his blade, staring blankly into the serpent's eyes, trembling with fear. Kakashi and the Inuzuka clan remained still, knowing that any movement would draw the serpent's attention. What should we do now? Kakashi-senpai? Inuzuka's claw whispered anxiously from behind him. When the serpent strikes, leap from the cliff and try to cling to the wall. Although Kakashi spoke calmly, everyone understood that while they could cling to the wall with chakra, if the serpent attacked again, the mountain would tremble violently, and they would all lose their grip. This was undoubtedly a gamble. However, Maki and his companions found themselves with no chance to even take such risks. They were closest to the great serpent, and should it attack, they would surely perish. Survival rate, 0. Maki swallowed hard, but dared not move an inch. The great serpent opened its massive jaws, casting a shadow over them as if it were a prison of death. Maki and the nearby ninjas shut their eyes, trembling as they murmured, "It's over. We're doomed." Yet, just as the serpent prepared to consume them, a voice rang out across the sky. "Hey, that's enough. Close your mouth." Chapter 47, Depart. The voice resonated as if it descended from the heavens, booming with unparalleled clarity. One she immediately recognized it as that of Gue Dao. The gaping maw of the great serpent abruptly halted. While Maki and his companions gasped for breath, the fangs of Wan Shi now perilously close, less than a meter away. Wan Shi closed its mouth, redirecting its gaze towards the cave. Jiangchen stood atop the head of the verdant blue serpent, exuding an aura of authority. His cloak and coat billowing in the wind, the ghostly mask he wore appearing almost divine in that moment. Finally, salvation. Kakashi exhaled deeply, his body relaxing. Inuzuka's was stared at Kakashi in bewilderment, murmuring, "Who is this person?" "Kakashi-senpai, this is the venerable Gue Dao. His emergence signifies that the situation is resolved. Just observe the reactions of those children and the massive serpent behind them," Kakashi replied with ease. The other members of the Inuzuka clan turned their attention to the two blue serpents below, upon whose heads stood a multitude of children, while the massive Wan Shi withdrew its mouth, remaining motionless. The Inuzuka clan members stared in astonishment at Gue Dao, their gazes also drawn to him, exclaiming in disbelief. Did a single utterance compel the great serpent to obey? Such commanding presence. Jiangchen, observing Kakashi on the mountain and the chaotic scene below, found it even more magnificent than he had perceived. He had sensed the previous battle in stark black and white, without witnessing the true grandeur of the scene. "Hey, ninjas above, come down." It's safe. She will not harm you, Jiangchen called out, glancing up at the summit. Despite his assurances, doubts lingered in their minds. Would she truly heed them and refrain from causing harm? They hesitated to take the risk. Kakashi rose and addressed the Inuzuka clan. Let us descend the mountain. But what is there to fear? If she were to attack, remaining here would also result in death. Consider it carefully, Kakashi retorted, turning and sprinting down the mountainside. With the Inuzuka clan following closely behind, Maki and the others reflected upon this, realizing that if she were to attack, staying atop the mountain would yield the same fatal outcome. Resolutely, they followed Kakashi down the slope. Shi's serpent eyes fixated on the fleeing ninjas, though it dared not move an inch. Despite its primal hunger, the terror inspired by Guei Dao outweighed its desire for food. As the group scurried past beneath Shi and Appo's neck, it remained utterly still, leaving them in astonishment. Ding! Congratulations to the elder brother for astonishing Kakashi, Maki, and other ninjas, earning 30,000 coins and 30 sword intent. Current progress, 715,1000. Zhang Chun reveled in the system and Appo's report echoing in his mind, his heart soaring with joy. At this rate, attaining the pinnacle of sword intent seemed entirely feasible. He leapt down from the blue serpent, cradling Hinata, who had now regained consciousness, her tiny hands clutching Guei Dao and Appo's arm, her little head nestled against his chest. She blinked her adorable eyes, feeling the warmth emanating from him, which evoked a sense of familiarity within her. However, being so young, she remained oblivious to any oddities. Kakashi and Maki approached Jiangchen, bowing in gratitude. Thank you, Venerable Guei Dao, for your timely rescue. Jiangchen simply nodded, addressing Kakashi. Kakashi, these are the missing children from the land of fire, the land of wind, and the land of water, 100 in total. Please escort them back and ensure Hinata returns to Konoha. My precious grandson is eagerly awaiting my return to relay news to him, so he can hurry back to Konoha. He gently set Hinata down, and she obediently nestled beside Kakashi, peeking out from behind him, trembling as she gazed at the approaching Shi. Jiangchen leaned closer to Hinata, extending his right hand to stroke her little head, softly reassuring her, be calm. There is no need to fear. I will make this great serpent vanish at once. With that, Jiangchen stood tall, turning to face the slithering Shi, and bellowed, depart. The utterance, filled with fury and authority, rendered Shi frozen in place, its once defiant demeanor quaking before such a command. In a puff of white smoke, Shi vanished from sight. The onlookers gaped in disbelief, their eyes shifting from the dissipating smoke to Jiangchen. To them, the ability to intimidate a legendary summoning beast with a single phrase marked Guei Dao as an overwhelmingly formidable presence. Maki etched this incident firmly into his memory. Ding! Congratulations to the elder brother once again for astonishing Kakashi, Maki, and other ninjas, earning 40,000 coins and 40 sword intent. Current progress, 755,1000. Jiang Chun beamed at the advancing progress bar, unable to contain his happiness. He crouched down, extending his hand towards Hinata. The great serpent is gone. There is no need for fear. Shall we shake hands in farewell? Hinata's cherubic face flushed with shyness as she nodded vigorously, her small hand clasping Jiangchen and Appo's. A delightful smile adorning her face. Kakashi observed Jiang Chun and Appo's right hand, his gaze lowering, remaining silent. Members of the Inuzuka clan, along with their canine companions, instinctively retreated, striving to distance themselves from Guei Dao. Kuromaru hid behind Inuzuka's emitting soft whimpering sounds. Jiangchen stood up, brushing off his hands. All right, that should suffice. You may return now. I must take my leave. Until we meet again. With that, he vanished in an instant. Kakashi-senpai, was that body flicker technique? Inuzuka's exhaled in awe. It's not body flicker technique. It's merely a form of taijutsu. I never anticipated such speed. Kakashi mused, lost in thought, his mind drifting to a certain individual. Maki, leading the children from the land of wind, expressed his gratitude to Kakashi and the others once more. The group exchanged farewells. Kakashi leaned closer to Inuzuka's whispering, did you catch the scent of Guei Dao? When we return and see Jiang Chun, help me ascertain if it's the same scent. Zua gazed at Kakashi in confusion, nodding mechanically. Kakashi and Appo's mind wandered back to Guei Dao and Appo's right hand, which appeared notably smooth and youthful, devoid of the dry wrinkles typical of an elderly individual. Guei Dao, at 12 or 13 years of age, had cleaved a meteor to save Konoha 50 years ago. If that were the case, he should now be in his 60s or 70s. How could such an aged individual possess the arms of a child? Could he truly be immortal? If his youthful appearance were attributed to secret techniques enabling eternal youth, what then of the silvery hair beneath his cloak, identical to Jiangchen and Appo's hair could not lie, after all. During his recent observations, Kakashi had clearly noted that the quality of that silver hair was unmistakably that of youth. If his deductions held true, Guei Dao is none other than the present Jiangchen. Chapter 48. I am your brother. Kakashi was acutely aware of the audacity of this conjecture. For there lay a most perplexing anomaly. If the ghost blade truly was Jiangchen, how could he have maintained his youthful visage for 50 years? It was indeed a conundrum beyond explanation. The children who had been rescued from Konoha were eager to return and report, hastening their pace to deliver the message via carrier pigeon. However, their journey back to Konoha would still require some time. That evening, Jiangchun returned to Konoha village with remarkable speed. Outside the Hokage and Appo's office, a crowd of villagers had gathered. Do you not care at all? It has been a day without any news of my child. Quickly, let Lord Hokage come out and provide us with answers. If anything were to happen to my child, I would not wish to live, they lamented. If my child does not return, I shall starve myself here until I do. The clamoring at the gate stirred the third Hokage, who anxiously paced back and forth in his office, his gaze fixed toward the west. Suddenly, a figure leapt into the room. Jiangchen, what brings you here? The third Hokage and Appo's worried expression transformed into a smile. Lord Third Hokage, my grandfather has already ventured to the Dragon Cave and rescued all the children. Kakashi-sensei is bringing them back now. I came to inform you so you would not worry. What? Is that truly the case? The third Hokage and Appo's eyes lit up with excitement as he set aside his pipe. Indeed, my grandfather informed me. And that is why I rushed to Konoha to await Hinata's return. Excellent. Splendid. The third Hokage grinned broadly, taking several deep puffs of smoke before rushing to the rooftop. Look, the third Hokage has emerged. Lord Third Hokage, what news do you have regarding our children? As soon as the third Hokage appeared, the noise erupted once more. Please. Everyone, quiet down. Your children have been rescued and are safe. Kakashi and the others are bringing them back as we speak. If you are anxious, you may go to the village entrance to greet them. His voice boomed, and upon hearing this, the villagers erupted into cheers, quickly dispersing. Jiangchun and the third Hokage engaged in a discussion about ninjutsu, with Jiangchun listening intently, finding it to be the most fascinating subject. He silently resolved to learn ninjutsu, and if he could not prevail, he would resort to drawing his sword. Several hours later, the jubilant sounds of Konoha village, laughter, wails, and the cries of children filled the tranquil night. Kakashi and the Inuzuka clan watched as the children returned, their softer sides beginning to emerge. Gazing at the starry sky, Kakashi whispered, Father, are you well? Rin, Obito, are you all alright? At that moment, memories of his father's silhouette, Rin's smile, and Obito's last words under the weight of the boulder surfaced in his mind. Kakashi exhaled deeply, adjusting his forehead protector over his left eye. Let an Appo's go report to Lord Third Hokage. The Hyuga clan, preoccupied with their own tasks, remained unaware that Hinata had been rescued, and thus did not send anyone to greet her. Kakashi led Hinata to the second floor of the Hokage and Appo's office. You all have worked hard. It is truly wonderful that everyone was able to return safely. Lord Third Hokage, the children were rescued by the Ghost Blade. We were merely bystanders. Our lives were also saved by him. I feel quite ashamed, Kakashi said, scratching his head, his gaze drifting to Jiangchen, who bowed slightly to the Inuzuka clan. At that moment, Kuro was hiding in the corner, hesitant to approach. Inuzuka Paz whispered something to Kuro, who trembled and glanced at Jiangchen, but quickly lowered his head, avoiding his gaze. Jiangchen furrowed his brow, turmoil churning within him. This was bad. The Inuzuka clan was perceptive. Having encountered both identities in the same day, it was likely that his secret had been exposed. He must have overlooked something, allowing Kakashi-sensei to begin questioning him. Jiangchen felt utterly helpless. With this, both the Inuzuka clan and Kakashi were aware of his identity. It would not be long before Kakashi would inform the third Hokage of his true nature. What was he to do? Jiangchen was as anxious as a cat on a hot tin roof. If he were to acknowledge his identity, how could he explain the 50 years that had passed? Yet, if he did not tell the truth, how could he justify that both identities belonged to the same person? This was an insurmountable dilemma. Kakashi observed Jiangchen and Appo's troubled expression, and he was now certain of the truth. He turned to Jiangchen, smiling as he said, Lord Third Hokage, I have met this young man. He claims to be the grandson of the Ghost Blade. Is that correct? Kakashi's inquiry left Jiangchen momentarily stunned. What was Kakashi-sensei thinking? Why ask such a question? Yes, he is the grandson of the Ghost Blade, named Jiangchun. He is currently in Irika's class at the Ninja Academy, following in his grandfather and Appo's footsteps as a swordsman. Do not let his youth deceive you. His swordsmanship is quite formidable, he said with a chuckle. The third Hokage beamed with satisfaction. Kakashi nodded repeatedly, leaning closer to Jiangchun, patting him on the shoulder, and smiling. Truly, heroes emerge from youth. You must continue to strive, Jiangchun. Jiangchun felt an awkward chuckle rising within him, wishing he could punch Kakashi for his blatant insinuation. It was evident that Kakashi had already discerned his identity, and now he was feigning the role of an elder to take advantage of him. He quickly stood up, nodding respectfully. Thank you for your praise, Kakashi-sensei. I will endeavor to work hard. Seeing Jiangchen's response, Kakashi's smile widened. Jiangchun felt increasingly embarrassed and turned to the third Hokage, bowing, Lord Third Hokage, I believe the Hyuga clan is likely anxious. I reside with them. And I am Hinata and Amp, Appo's brother. I shall escort her home now. Very well. Off you go. The third Hokage waved his hand, continuing to puff on his pipe, a smile lingering on his face. Jiang Chun led Hinata out of the Hokage and Amp, Appo's office. The night had deepened, and little Hinata, having not rested well and starved for so long, was now swaying as she walked, her gaze fixed on the street food stalls in a daze. Jiang Chun knelt before Hinata, gently saying, "Come, climb onto your brother's back. Let us hurry home, or Lord Hizashi will grow anxious. I will carry you back, and we shall enjoy some delicious food later, all right?" Hinata nodded earnestly, climbing onto Jiang Chun and Amp, Appo's back. Under the moonlight, he quickened his pace while carefully managing his movements. "Brother Jiang, your back is so warm. Will you always treat me this well?" Hinata and Amp, Appo's soft voice resonated in Jiang Chun and Amp, Appo's ears, evoking a sense of tenderness. He continued on his path, responding gently, "Of course. I am your brother. After all, I shall always be good to you." With her eyes closed, Hinata and Amp, Appo's delicate face pressed against Jiang Chun and Amp, Appo's back as she continued, "Brother, will you be able to frequently accompany me in Naruto? Will you not always leave Konoha? You've been absent from school lately, and both Naruto and I have been waiting for you, yet you have not appeared." Chapter 49, Kakashi and Jiang Chun and Amp, Appo's packed Hinata and Amp, Appo's words were innocent yet piercing, like a sharp blade cutting through Jiang Chun and Amp, Appo's heart. Indeed, all these days, he had promised to escort Naruto and Hinata daily, yet he had only done so once, failing as an elder brother. He didn't, and Amp, Appo's respond to Hinata, continuing his night walk with heavy steps. Jiang Chun and I, Don and Amp, Appo's be angry. I and Amp, Appo's am not blaming you. I know you and Amp, Appo's re busy. Hinata understands, Jiang Chun remained silent. But her words struck him again, freezing his next step. A wave of sorrow washed over him. The night sky was exceptionally clear, the bright moon hanging high. Stars scattered like jewels. Watching a shooting star streak across the heavens, Jiang Chun closed his eyes and whispered hoarsely, "Little Hinata, I promise, I and Amp, Appo's, escort you and Naruto home often. I want and Amp, Appo's, break my word." "Really? Nissan is the best, Giggling, she nestled against his back, her happy face rubbing against his clothes as if basking in pure bliss. Jiang Chun resumed walking, his mind made up. By the time they reached the High-GA compound, Hinata had fallen asleep on his back, handing her over to Hayashi. Jiang Chun couldn't and Amp, Appo's, helped but smile at the sight of her peaceful expression. Warmth flooded his chest. Instead of returning home, he headed in another direction. "Enough. You and Amp, Appo's, been following me long enough, come out, Kakashi." Stopping abruptly, Jiang Chun called out without turning. Kakashi emerged from the shadows, grinning as he approached. As expected of the ghost blade, nothing escapes your notice. Jiang Chun turned, relieved to see Kakashi alone. "Thank you for not exposing me before the third Hokage. You jest. Senior, you and Amp, Appo's, always protected Konoha. If you conceal your identity, you must have your reasons. I wouldn't and Amp, Appo's, betray that trust. Rest assured, the Inuzuka clan will also keep this secret." "Good. Free for a drink?" Jiang Chun glanced toward a brightly lit tavern. "Let and Amp, Appo's, go to my place. I and Amp, Appo's, grab some snacks." Kakashi scratched his head. Only then did Jiang Chun remember, he was only 12. "Fine. I and Amp, Appo's, wait here." As Kakashi entered the tavern, Jiang Chun wrestled with how to explain the truth. Kakashi and Amp, Appo's, home wasn't and Amp, Appo's, far. Soon, they sat across from each other, drinks in hand. "Ghostblade, I and Amp, Appo's, always wondered, how have you remained so youthful after 50 years? Is it some secret technique?" The question had long troubled Jiang Chun. Unable to fabricate an answer, he decided on honesty. Standing, he bowed solemnly. "Kakashi, I must confess something, and I need your help to keep it hidden." Kakashi startled, rising quickly. "Senior, what is this?" "I and Amp, Appo's, am not the Ghostblade. My grandfather passed years ago. I and Amp, Appo's, Jiang Chun, inheriting his will to protect Konoha in his guise. He once said, and Amp, Appo's, a man may perish, but the will of fire endures. And Amp, Appo's, gazing at the starry sky." Jiang Chun smiled faintly. Kakashi was stunned, studying him before sighing. "So you and Amp, Appo's, continue this charade? I and Amp, Appo's, keep your secret, but dual identities can and Amp, Appo's, last forever. Ding. Congratulations, host." For shocking Kakashi. Reward, 20,000 re, sword intent 20. Progress, 775,1000. Jiang Chun met Kakashi and Amp, Appo's, eyes. "I intend to live as Jiang Chun. Let and Amp, Appo's, Ghostblade and Amp, Appo's, remain a legend. So you and Amp, Appo's, stay in Konoha as yourself, abandoning the Ghostblade persona? Yes. I owe Naruto and Hinata promise. As for Konoha, I and Amp, Appo's, protect it, under my own name." Clenching his fist, his resolve shone unwavering. Kakashi raised his cup. I advise against announcing the Ghost Blade and Amp, Appo's death. Cease the act, but let the legend live. It safeguards Konoha. Jiangchen nodded, impressed by Kakashi and Amp, Appo's foresight. Abandoning the title was one thing, but revealing its demise could spark war. How will you live in Konoha now? Jiangchen understood the implications. Revealing his full strength would invite missions, distancing him from Naruto and Hinata, exactly what he wished to avoid. I and Amp, Appo's LL conceal my true power, living normally. So, Kakashi-sensei, I ask one favor. Swear to keep my secret. Done. Kakashi agreed without hesitation. His swift answer moved Jiangchen. Perhaps Kakashi had resolved to protect his secret from the start. This confrontation had clarified Jiangchen and Amp, Appo's purpose, to be a proper elder brother to Naruto and Hinata. Not a legendary warrior. Now, with his decision made, his heart felt lighter. Kakashi-sensei, thank you. I look forward to your guidance. As they parted, Jiangchen teased. Just on and Appo's. To make me angry, I might cut you down. Kakashi laughed. Fair. But if we spar, no blades, just ninjutsu. Deal? Deal. Their laughter dissolved the earlier tension. Leaving Kakashi, Jiangchen headed toward Naruto's room. Chapter 50, Learning Shadow Clone Technique. Brother, can you conceal my killing intent completely, so that others won't sense it unless I release it? Jiangchen recalled the reaction of the Inuzuka clan earlier and realized he still couldn't control his innate bloodlust. Ding. Brother, it's possible, but it requires 100,000 Ryo. Confirmed sealing? Damn. I have to pay just to seal my killing intent. Jiangchen checked his balance and nodded in satisfaction at the long string of numbers. Fine. Money and Amp, Appo's no issue. I and Amp, Appo's got plenty. Confirm the sealing. Transaction successful. Host and Amp, Appo's killing intent has been sealed. Enjoy your purchase. Goodbye. The system and Amp, Appo's robotic farewell left Jiangchen speechless. Seriously? Only when I spend money do I get treated like a VIP. Even gets a farewell blessing now? The sealing was complete, yet he felt no difference. Arriving at Naruto and Amp, Appo's home late at night, he noticed the light was still on. Silently, Jiangchen peered through the window. Naruto sat cross-legged on his bed. Dressed in a white undershirt, a pillow balanced on his head as he focused intently. Sweat trickled down his flushed face, his body swaying slightly clearly. He had been training to exhaustion. Thud. His head dropped onto the bed. When Naruto opened his eyes and saw the clock, he suddenly pumped his fist in triumph. Yes, 3 minutes longer than yesterday. Grinning, he collapsed onto the bed, panting heavily. 10 minutes later, he strapped his feet to the bedpost with bandages and began doing sit-ups. His shirt was drenched in sweat, but he gritted his teeth and persisted. Watching this, Jiangchen felt a pang of heartache. Naruto and Appo's pushing himself so hard. I shouldn't and Amp, Appo's disturbed him. With a soft smile, he left quietly. The next day, at the Ninja Academy, Jiangchen has and Amp, Appo's attended class in so long. Why is he here today? My idol and Appo's finally back. I haven't and Appo's seen him in ages. He and Appo's amazing. Skipping classes for days and still allowed? So jealous. Shoo. Didn't and Appo's Irika-sensei say he has special privileges? As soon as Jiangchen entered the classroom, whispers erupted. Inuzuka Kiba, holding Akamaru, stared at Jiangchen. The fear he once felt was completely gone. Even Akamaru no longer whimpered. Kiba glanced at Shino in confusion. The bugs on Shino and Appo's face still crawled undisturbed. Hey Shino, you don't and Appo's feel any fear either? What and Appo's going on? Shino adjusted his glasses, not looking at Kiba. I don't and Appo's no, but it and Appo's a relief. And honestly, he quite good looking if you observe closely. Kiba and Appo's jaw dropped. He elbowed Shino and hissed, Shino, the girls fawning over him is bad enough. Now you too. I and Appo's am just stating facts. Why so upset? Jealous? Shino and Appo's blunt remark made Kiba pout. He turned away, muttering as he glanced at the brooding Sasuke. For Sasuke, now him. Hope he not another cold, aloof and Appo's, genius and Appo's, hogging all the attention. Jiangchen took his seat beside Naruto, who gaped at him, speechless, without a word. Jiangchen smiled and extended his fist. Naruto, I and Appo's am back. Warmth flooded Naruto and Appo's heart. Beaming like a child, he bumped fists with Jiangchen. When Irika entered, he froze momentarily upon seeing Jiangchen before clearing his throat. Ahem. Today and Amp, Appo's lesson is the clone technique. The hand signs are ram, snake, tiger. It and Amp, Appo's simple. But chakra control is crucial. Watch closely. Demonstrating flawlessly, Irika formed the seals. Poof. A perfect clone appeared beside him. Understood? Begin practicing. In half an hour, everyone will demonstrate. Don't stress. This jutsu isn't easy to master. As Irika left, the classroom erupted into chaos. Clones popped up everywhere in bursts of white smoke. Kiba and Appo's clones stood chattering on a desk until Akamaru barked, dispersing it into smoke. Frustrated, Kiba face-planted onto the desk. Shikamaru analyzed the technique meticulously. Uneven chakra distribution makes clones useless. Too little, and they're tiny. Perfect balance and focus are key. Ram Snake Tiger, Clone Jutsu. Poof. A flawless clone appeared beside him. Seeing Shikamaru succeed first, Ino punched the back of his head and leaned in. Shikamaru, share your secret. Me too. Choji chimed in, grinning. Troublesome. Shikamaru sighed. Scribbling notes. Here. Take it. Delighted, Ino waved the notes at Sakura, who huffed and turned away, stubbornly practicing on her own. Sasuke remained still, his gaze sharp with disdain. Refusing to participate. Naruto stared dejectedly at his palm-sized clone, his 10th failed attempt. Just then, a gentle hand ruffled his hair. Jiangchen smiled. Little brother. Naruto looked up, disheartened. How about I take you outside to train this afternoon? Really? But what about Iruka-sensei? Leave that to me. But there's one condition: you must invite Hinata. Otherwise, no deal. Naruto nodded eagerly. Got it. I'll ask her now. Chapter 51. Blissful Moments. Naruto, with his hands clasped behind his head, approached Hinata with a broad grin and said, Hinata, let and Appos train together this afternoon. Brother Jiangchen is taking us to the woods. Hiki, we can skip class. Hinata and Appos' cheeks flushed crimson as she covered her face with her small hands, whispering to herself to train with Naruto-kun. Naruto patted Hinata on the shoulder, placing his hands on his hips, and declared, and Appos. Settled then. We and Appos. Meet at the village entrance at 10 and Appos. Clock with Brother Jiangchen. No tardiness allowed. The mere touch on Hinata and Appos' shoulder made her blush even deeper. She lowered her head, too shy to meet anyone, and Appos' gaze. Teacher Iruka entered the classroom, holding a roll call sheet, and reassured the students, there and Appos' no need to be nervous. This ninjutsu will not be graded for now. If you can complete it ahead of time, you may practice freely. Now, let and Appos' begin the shadow clone technique practice. Inazuka Kiba, you're first. Huh? Why am I first? Kiba exclaimed, reluctantly trudging to the front as his classmates lined up behind him. Bang! After a puff of white smoke, a clone the size of a book materialized before Kiba. Embarrassed, he scratched his head and sheepishly said, Teacher, I and Appos, V improved. It and Appos, much bigger than before. That tiny clone is nothing to be proud of. Keep practicing. Next. Iruka shouted, exasperated. Haha, what can such a small clone do? Naruto laughed heartily, clutching his stomach. Kiba and Akamaru glared at Naruto, retorting, Naruto, don't laugh. Yours is even smaller than mine. You and Appos, the real underachiever. No, you are. No, you are. What woof. Naruto and Kiba pointed fingers at each other, engaging in a playful exchange that elicited laughter from their classmates. Ino shook her head, sighing, what a pair of fools. Sakura shot a glare at Naruto, muttering, that big idiot Naruto, how much does he love to make a fool of himself? Go, Naruto-kun. Hinata cheered, her face flushed, her fingers fidgeting together. Naruto, stop laughing. You two are equally hopeless. Silence. Iruka and Appos' voice boomed, marking an X next to Kiba and Appos' name before continuing, Sakura, you and Appos, next. Bang. After another puff of smoke, two identical Sakuras appeared. Great job. Iruka praised, marking a check next to her name. Most of the class, including Ino, Choji, Shikamaru, and others, successfully completed the shadow clone technique. Sasuke swiftly performed the hand signs and flawlessly executed the technique. Wow, Sasuke is so cool. He is so fast. I didn't even see him form the signs. The girls in class erupted into a chorus of giggles once more. Iruka, astonished, exclaimed, excellent. Next, Naruto. With a flair for the dramatic, Naruto began forming the signs. Bang. After the smoke cleared, only a clone a few centimeters tall appeared before everyone. Iruka and Appos' eyes widened in disbelief, unable to utter a word. The class erupted in laughter. Still mocking me? Yours is even smaller. You're the real underachiever. Kiba laughed uncontrollably. Frustrated, Naruto pouted defiantly. Humph. I just didn't perform well. Tomorrow will be different. Next, Jiangchen. The classroom fell silent, as if the world had paused. Kiba, like the others, swallowed hard, saying nothing. Jiangchen stepped forward and stated, Teacher, I and Appos, am not very skilled in ninjutsu. That and Appos, that's all right. Just give it a try, Iruka encouraged. Even Iruka felt a twinge of apprehension towards Jiangchen, a lingering fear from the last incident involving the target practice. The other students were equally wary of him, holding their breath in anticipation of Jiangchen and Appos' attempt. Jiangchen proceeded to form the signs at a painfully slow pace. Bang. After a puff of smoke, nothing appeared. What in the world? Why did nothing show up? Did the clone go somewhere else? The students whispered among themselves, too timid to raise their voices. Iruka looked at Jiangchen with a sense of helplessness. If nothing materialized, it only meant he had and Appos' grasped the technique at all. Presently, Jiangchen stood as the class and Appos' underachiever. Noticing the puzzled expressions of the students, Iruka cleared his throat. Everyone, keep it down. After all, Jiangchen is just starting to learn ninjutsu. With practice, he will surely improve. Now, quiet down. Next. All the students understood the implication. It was clear that Jiangchen was the one struggling the most. Iruka and Appos' gaze remained fixed on Jiangchen, wary of his reaction. Yet, What transpired next left everyone astounded. Jiang Chun approached Naruto, opened his hands with a grin, and said, Naruto, you and Appos, re much more skilled than me, being able to summon clones. Look at me, I didn't and Appos, summon anything at all. It seems I and Appos, am the class and Appos, as underachiever now, haha. From now on, no one should call you the underachiever anymore. He patted Naruto and Appos' shoulder as he spoke. The class stared wide-eyed at Jiang Chun, astonished that he had willingly acknowledged his status as the underachiever while complimenting Naruto. Who would dare utter the word and Appos, underachiever and Appos, again? They swallowed hard, vowing never to mention it again. Kiba was left speechless, thinking to himself, the class and Appos, as underachiever has become Jiang Chun. This must be the most extraordinary underachiever ever. Shino adjusted his glasses and whispered, I'm not sure if this is true, but the term underachiever might become taboo now. This underachiever seems to be someone even the teacher would dare provoke. Tears glistening in his eyes, Naruto looked at Jiang Chun and Appos' smile, feeling an overwhelming sense of joy. In Jiang Chun, he found praise and admiration. This was indeed the happiest moment. Seeing the astonished expressions of his classmates, Jiang Chun felt elated, realizing his objective was achieved. From this day forth, no one would ever again label Naruto as the underachiever. Later that evening, as the sun set, casting a warm glow on the faces of the three companions, Naruto cheerfully inquired, Brother, will you often accompany us for practice in the future? Hinata, walking beside them, kept her head down, wishing to ask the same question. Jiang Chun took hold of their small hands and replied, My ninjutsu isn't perfected yet, so of course, I will regularly train with both of you. I hope to catch up to little Naruto and little Hinata soon. Tomorrow, I'll take you both out for practice. But for now, let us head home. Sound good? Yes. Brother, you're so kind. Naruto beamed brightly. Hinata blushed, smiling happily, as the sun dipped below the horizon. Their shadows stretched long, gradually merging into the distance. Blissful moments, much like these shadows, continued day after day, unbroken. Chapter 52. Grouping. The Leaf and Appos' free agent. The year 60 of Konoha. Within the Hokage and Appos' office, Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura were assigned to Kakashi and Appos' Team 7 to accommodate Jiang Chun and Appos' demands. The third Hokage and Kakashi designated him as a free agent, a shinobi unbound by Konoha and Appos' usual team structures. He could join any squad for missions or operate independently, unrestricted by rank. Though unconventional, this was the only way to meet Jiang Chun and Appos' conditions. Yet, the village elders harbored doubts. His abysmal graduation scores placed him dead last. Could he truly handle missions alone? Would he become a liability? Apart from Kakashi and the Inuzuka clan, skepticism shrouded Jiang Chun. Even the third Hokage exhaled a thick plume of smoke, murmuring, TCH. This is quite the predicament. I wonder if Hei can even teach that boy. Meanwhile, Team 7 accepted a C-rank mission, escorting Tazuna to the land of waves. In the depths of Konoha and Appos' forest, Yuhi Kurenai stood before Jiang Chun, meticulously explaining chakra control and jutsu execution. Remember, Jiang Chun, hand seals must be swift. Hesitation leads to failure. I heard your clone technique was sluggish during class. Focus not on mastery, but speed. Demonstrating the three-seal technique at a snail and Appos' pace, Kurenai asked, Understood? Now, you try. Jiang Chun lowered his gaze, suppressing a sigh. Pathetic. 3 seals, and he treats me like an imbecile. Enough pretenses. In a single breath, Jiang Chun completed the seals. Clone technique. A flawless replication emerged in a puff of smoke. Kurenai and Appos' jaw slackened, his usual sickly pallor replaced by shock. You how? You failed the exam. Ding. Achievement unlocked. Astonished Yuhi Kurenai. Reward. 5000 Re. 5 sword intent. Progress. 7801000. Pitiful. Even the system mocks him. Jiang Chun smirked inwardly. Let them gape. They dismissed me as deadweight. But the tiger sheds its kitten and Appos' guys today. Ahem. Kurenai-sensei, got anything? Advanced? Kurenai and Appos' mind reeled. He sandbagged the exam. Why? Jiang Chun. If you mastered this, why flunk? Whim. Nothing more. Kurenai coughed, irritation flaring. My health is fine. Next, shadow clone technique. Watch closely. Deliberately. He executed the seals at blinding speed. Shadow clone jutsu. 3 replicas materialized. Practice here. I and Appos' report to the Hokage. Before Jiang Chun could respond, Kurenai vanished, leaving his clones behind, pale, sickly mirrors of himself. Shadow clones? Child and Appos' play. Hands blurred. Shadow clone jutsu. Dozens of Jiang Chun and Appos' duplicates encircled Kurenai and Appos' 3. Before they could react, fire style, great fireball technique. A conflagration engulfed the clearing, obliterating the clones. Halfway to the village, Kurenai froze, sensing the inferno. Teeth gritted. He glared back. That brat is hiding something. Ding. 5 sword intent. 7851000. Jiang Chun chuckled, dissolving his clones. How long till he cracks? Strolling toward the river, a voice halted him, melodic, yet edged. You wield a blade? He turned. lavender hair, piercing eyes, the crimson ANBU insignia on her right shoulder. Yui Kurenai and Appos, S-woman, Mitarashi Anko. Speak of the devil. Anko-senpai. What brings you here? Her gaze remained frosty. Answer. Are you a swordsman? In a sense. Though lately, I prefer ninjutsu. He shrugged. Steel flashed as she drew her sword. Fight me. Jiang Chen sighed. Is she deranged? Senpai, I decline. If I draw my blade, I require a reason. She lunged, eyes narrowed. Because you obstructed Kurenai and Appos, as hiding in Mist Technique. Chapter 53. Yuzuki Yugao versus Jiangchen Yugao, wielding a long blade. Her graceful figure accentuated by flowing purple hair and the demeanor of an icy goddess, left Jiang Chun in a state of despair. How fortunate that guy Shifeng was. For he hardly seemed worthy of such a remarkable woman as Yuzuki Yugao. With a swift motion, she struck down. The blade slicing cleanly into Jiangchen and Appos, S shoulder without a hint of mercy. With her beautiful eyes lifted, her purple tresses veiling the left side of her face. She leapt backwards, acutely aware that the sensation of the blade connecting was not genuine. Positioning the long blade before her, her gaze swept the surrounding trees. Suddenly, with a crash, Jiangchen, who had just been struck, transformed into a wooden stump. Yugao deduced correctly, it was indeed a substitution technique. Jiangchen must be concealed somewhere in the forest. Jiangchen, speak the truth. What is your purpose in concealing your strength and playing the fool? Hidden among the dense foliage, Jiangchen observed Yugao and Appos' every move without uttering a word. He found himself at a loss, as he had merely hidden his strength for Naruto and Appos' sake. Why was it construed as a conspiracy? Had Yugao been monitoring him since he had intercepted Shifeng and Appos' attack? Was this scrutiny official or personal? Did the third Hokage harbor suspicions about him as well? Jiangchen furrowed his brow, contemplating the implications of these thoughts, which diminished his admiration for the third Hokage. Logically, the third Hokage should not have assigned the Umbu to surveil him. What was truly going on? Pondering this perplexity, Jiangchen realized that the only way to uncover the truth would be to confront the third Hokage directly. Defeating Yugao would not yield any answers. It might even compel her to take drastic measures. Yet, he must first overcome her. He could not allow her to pursue him relentlessly. Yugao focused intently on the surrounding trees, her gaze lowering slightly. Suddenly, a deep voice resonated from beneath. Earth-style, heart-cutting technique. Jiang Chun and Appos' hands emerged from the ground, grasping towards Yugao and Appos' ankles. With a swift leap, she evaded the attack and executed a 180-degree swing of her katana, creating a crescent arc reminiscent of a full moon. Leaf Village sword technique. Hazy moonlit night. In an instant, countless sword strikes manifested, their reality indistinguishable from illusion. Was this Yugao and Appos' signature move? Jiang Chen hesitated, unwilling to unleash his full might against a woman. Are you not going to draw your blade? If you die, do not blame me. Jiang Chen glanced at the demon blade behind him, chuckling softly. Perhaps it is best to refrain. If I truly drew my weapon, you would surely perish on the spot. Although you are older than I have no desire to strike down my own kind, especially a woman. Moreover, your blade bears no intent to kill. What a foolish man, Yugao retorted, her brow furrowed, biting her lip. As her sword technique concluded, the afterimages descended, blurring the line between reality and illusion. Jiangchen retreated, his feet gliding over the river and Appos' surface. Water-style, water bullet technique. From beneath him surged a colossal water dragon, roaring as it opened its gaping maw, consuming Yugao and Appos' myriad sword shadows. Water-style, hidden mist technique. With both hands, Yugao split the water dragon in two, as the remnants of the water bullet cascaded down. She was drenched, her purple hair dripping with water. The setting sun cast a radiant glow upon her hair, enhancing its allure. Gasping for air, she realized that the recent strike had drained her considerably. Lifting her gaze towards the water's surface, Jiang Chen's silhouette began to blur, the space around her becoming increasingly indistinct. Stunned, Yugao bit her lip in awe. How could Jiang Chen possess such an arsenal of jutsu? He was akin to a second Kakashi, far from being an ordinary genin. He was the embodiment of AJ Nin. Ding. Congratulations to the elder brother for astonishing Yuzuki Yugao. You have gained 5,000 coins, sword intent 5. Current progress, 790-1000. Concealed within the thick mist, Jiangchen minimized his voice, drawing closer to Yugao. In this fog-laden space, he shut his eyes, activating his sensory abilities, akin to possessing the Sharingan, allowing him to perceive everything clearly. Yugao, lacking the Sharingan, understood that in such dense mist, she was utterly powerless. Chapter 54, Moonlight Gale versus Jiangchen, seeking silver tickets, the third Hokage sat in his chair, taking a few more puffs of his cigarette. Jiangchen, before I address your inquiries, might you enlighten me as to why you conceal your true power? If memory serves, it was you who claimed that neither you nor your grandfather could gather chakra. Yet now, not only can you gather chakra, but you wield it with remarkable finesse. Could you share your reasoning? The demeanor of the third Hokage was exceptionally gentle, reminiscent of a grandfather conversing with his grandson. Lord Hokage, I merely find it entertaining, with no ulterior motives. Furthermore, my ninjutsu is self-taught and has no connection to my grandfather, Jiangchen replied resolutely. unable to forgive the third Hokage for his surveillance. The third Hokage sighed repeatedly with closed eyes, producing Jiang Qin's ninja dossier and stating, "I have never doubted you. The decision to have the Umbu monitor you was made collectively, not solely by my will. The Ghost Blade has rendered immense service to Konoha. How could I distrust his grandson?" His words revealed a deep sense of helplessness. Realizing his misunderstanding of the third Hokage, Jiang Qin's resentment began to dissipate, replaced by a tinge of guilt. "Jiang Qin, do you enjoy learning ninjutsu?" The third Hokage inquired gently. Jiang Qin nodded. For he indeed found ninjutsu far more appealing than swordsmanship, though he had only learned some basic techniques from Kakashi and was unfamiliar with many advanced ones. "Ah, it's wonderful that you enjoy it. Whenever time permits, I shall teach you some ninjutsu. If you can grasp it, I will impart all that I know." "Really?" Jiang Qin's eyes widened with excitement. He was acutely aware that the third Hokage was a master of ninjutsu, possessing an extensive repertoire of advanced techniques, including the 5 elemental transformations. The opportunity to learn from the third Hokage would undoubtedly elevate his skills in ninjutsu. Of course it's true. The third Hokage's face broke into a gentle smile, his wrinkles appearing tender. "Great. Then I shall come to you for lessons whenever I have the opportunity." Jiang Qin exclaimed with enthusiasm. "All right, but you must wait until I am free," the third Hokage replied. Jiang Qin beamed like a child, bowing deeply in gratitude. Suddenly, Jiang Qin recalled something. "Lord Hokage, may I request a favor? I do not wish for Moonlight Gale to be my master. He is no match for me at present." "Oh?" The third Hokage and Appo's expression momentarily faltered but quickly returned to his usual smile. "Then who would you prefer as your master?" "Jiraiya-sensei," Jiang Qin answered decisively. Without a hint of hesitation, the third Hokage, smoke still lingering in his mouth, began to cough violently. After Chapter 55, a complete victory over the Gale, seeking silver notes, the assault of the Earth Dragon was exceedingly fierce, coupled with its insatiable maw, leaving Gale utterly incapable of using his katana to block the beast. In a moment of desperation, he swiftly formed hand seals. Shadow Clone Technique. Utilizing the Shadow Clone to grasp its true self, he hurled it forcefully away. Swish. Bang. The Earth Dragon instantly engulfed Gale as Shadow Clone, which dissipated into a wisp of white smoke. Breathing heavily, Gale glared furiously at Jiang Qin. Were it not for his extensive combat experience and the quick thinking to alter his aerial position with the Shadow Clone, he would have long met his demise. Faced with such a formidable opponent as Jiang Qin, the ease on Gale's face faded, replaced by acute vigilance and utmost seriousness. "Very well. You have performed admirably. This is the first time I shall employ the technique of intangibility against a Chunin. Last time you thwarted my attack, but this time you shall not be so fortunate." Intangibility. Gale's figure gradually vanished from the spot. Shi Yuan instinctively took several steps back, her heart racing as she hesitated. Finally unable to contain herself, she shouted, "Jiang Qin, you should concede. There is no way you can defeat Brother Gale's intangibility. Gale, please, do not act rashly. You must not kill him." Her beautiful eyes were locked in fear, lips pressed together as she stared intently at Jiang Qin. Seeing Shi Yuan's expression, Jiang Qin could not help but sneer as he drew out a kunai, declaring, "Impossible? In my realm, everything is possible." His authoritative response left Shi Yuan wide-eyed, murmuring in disbelief. Where does this confidence stem from? Jiang Qin closed his eyes, and the surrounding environment fell into an eerie silence. The scene became remarkably vivid. The swaying branches, the flowing river, the drifting leaves, each movement felt palpably real. In an instant, a murderous intent surged from behind. Clang! Jiang Qin spun around abruptly, his kunai barely intercepting Gale's katana. Gale's expression shifted to one of shock as he retracted his katana and vanished once more. Observing Jiang Qin with closed eyes, Gale marveled internally. What on earth is this? How can he accurately discern my location? This is neither the Sharingan nor any special ocular technique. How does he know where I am? Could it be mere coincidence? No. This is absolutely impossible. Regaining his composure, Gale swung his blade again, striking down. Clang! Jiang Qin sidestepped and expertly parried the katana once more. Gale vanished repeatedly, yet Jiang Qin consistently intercepted his strikes with unwavering precision. Shi Yuan's mouth gaped in astonishment, shaking her head in disbelief. How can this be? Brother Gale's intangibility, and he managed to block it with his eyes closed. This is truly extraordinary. Ding. Congratulations, elder brother. For astonishing Maui Shi Yuan, earning 5,000 coins and 5 sword intent. Current progress, 795-1000. Standing several meters away. Sweat beads rolled down Gale's forehead as he tightened his grip on his katana. This lad truly saw through the intangibility. It was no coincidence. How could such a thing happen? Jiang Qin turned to face Gale, a smile spreading across his face. All right, I've had my fun. If you still believe you can win using intangibility, feel free to try again. But I cannot guarantee my mercy next time. Gale stood frozen in shock. He was still in the realm of intangibility, yet Jiang Qin had discerned his position, regardless of the means Jiang Qin employed to locate him. The outcome of this confrontation was glaringly obvious. Gale had lost. Jiang Qin was right. Had he not blocked the katana immediately, Gale would have been defeated. Dismissing the intangibility, Gale sheathed his katana and approached Jiang Qin, bowing slightly. I concede. I will report this matter to Lord Third Hokage. I can no longer be your mentor. As for Shi Yuan, I trust you have not harmed her in any way. Jiangchen retracted his kunai, his brow furrowed as he spoke in a low tone. Elder Gale, I bear you no ill will. From the very beginning, you should have believed that I would not harm Elder Shi Yuan. He then walked over to Shi Yuan, smiling as he continued, as for the matter of surveillance, there is no need for it in the future. I shall not engage in any acts against Konoha. If I truly desired to, no one in Konoha could stop me. Go back and inform Danzo that old coot, if he sends anyone else to monitor me, I shall eliminate them. Jiangchen's tone suddenly turned ominous. Were it not for the knowledge that Jiangchen was not a villain, Shi Yuan would have surely been terrified into submission by this 14-year-old boy. Oh, and Gale, do not concern yourself with Lord Hokage's side. I have already spoken with him. He will not hold you accountable. Moreover, I have urgent matters to attend to in the Land of Waves, so please convey this to Lord Hokage. Gale nodded gently. Jiangchen glanced at Shi Yuan before vanishing into the foliage. Within the borders of the Land of Waves, amidst the mist-covered lake, Jiangchen heightened his sensory perception to its maximum, observing every blade of grass and every tree with clarity. Utilizing his extraordinary sensing ability, he methodically sought out Zabuza and Kakashi. At this moment, it was precisely when Kakashi was engaged in battle with Zabuza. Jiangchen sensed the duel unfolding. Even catching the sequence of hand seals for the water release, great waterfall technique with utmost clarity. Concealed behind a tree, he awaited the conclusion of their confrontation. His plans necessitated that he wait until Kakashi and the others departed. As Zabuza departed with Haku, Kakashi was escorted back to the village by Naruto and the others. Zabuza collapsed to the ground, bloodshot eyes revealing his fatigue, while the steel needles scattered on the ground were stained crimson. Haku held a mask, smiling as he spoke. Zabuza, the mist is lifted. Next time, it should be without issue, correct? Zabuza, with reddened eyes, glared ahead and declared, next time, I will surely see through the Sharingan. As the two prepared to leave, Jiangchen emerged from behind the tree, calling out loudly, you may indeed see through the Sharingan, but that does not guarantee you victory. Haku's exquisite face suddenly contorted with anger as he brandished the steel needles. Who goes there? As Jiangchen approached slowly, the symbol of the Leaf Village became apparent on his forehead protector. Zabuza furrowed his brow, bellowing, you little brat from Konoha. Do you think you can speak to me in such a manner? Do you believe I cannot kill you right now? Zabuza braced himself to rise, but his numb body thwarted his attempts. Mr. Zabuza. Haku positioned the steel needles before him, glaring at Jiangchen. If you wish to fight, I shall accompany you. Haha, do not be alarmed. I will not take advantage of your predicament. I have but one request. Once Zabuza is healed, I wish to duel him. Jiangchen gestured to the ghost blade on his back, continuing, as you can see, I am also a swordsman. And I aim to challenge all who are worthy of it. You little brat. You are too arrogant. Zabuza thundered. Jiangchen sighed deeply, casually glancing at Zabuza. Do not misunderstand. I am not negotiating with you. If you refuse to duel, I will seek you out regardless. Rest assured, as long as you engage me in battle, I will take care of those Umbu from the mist who are pursuing you. Chapter 56. The agreement with Zabuza. The pupils of the white-haired boy widened in astonishment as he stared at Jiangchen, his face reflecting sheer shock. Who are you? How do you know about the Umbu of the mist-hidden village nearby? Zabuza, equally taken aback, gazed at Jiangchen, incredulous at the boy's confidence to challenge the 7 ninja swordsmen, especially considering his youthful appearance, which was similar to Bai's. In that moment, Jiangchen's enigma and self-assurance thoroughly stunned both of them. Ding. Congratulations, big brother, for shocking Zabuza and Bai, earning 30,000 coins and gaining 30 sword intent. Progress, 825,1000. I not only know that the Umbu is tracking you, Zabuza, but I am also aware that Cardo is your employer. Haha. As Jiangchen mentioned Cardo, both Zabuza and Bai's expressions shifted to astonishment once more, though this time, the system's notification did not sound. He continued, 3 days from now. At this very spot, I trust that Mr. Zabuza will not renege on our agreement. If you're too afraid to come, that will suffice. Jiangchen's expression was dripping with disdain, deliberately provoking Zabuza. Humph. I am not afraid of a mere child. 3 days from now, I will surely come for your life. Zabuza glared, snorting coldly. That would be for the best. Haha. Jiangchen waved his hand dismissively as he walked away towards Naruto. Bai helped Zabuza up and remarked, Mr. Zabuza, this boy is not simple. Zabuza shot Bai a glare and retorted, nonsense. Do you think I could fear a child? Bai smiled and performed a jutsu, and the two gradually vanished from sight. Jiangchen hastened a few steps, covertly observing Naruto and Kakashi. The following day, in the forest, Kakashi leaned on his cane, instructing Team 7 on how to utilize chakra to ascend trees. Kakashi's explanations were thorough, while Jiangchen hung upside down from a tree, watching them practice with keen interest. With nothing else to do over the next 2 days, observing Naruto and Sasuke's tree-climbing exercises proved to be quite entertaining. Until the next day. Naruto and Sasuke commenced their training early in the forest, the trees before them marked with scars from their efforts. I will not concede, Naruto shouted, only to step off balance and tumble to the ground, gasping for breath. Sasuke experienced a similar fate, though he was increasingly anxious as he noticed Naruto drawing nearer to his height. Both boys, panting heavily beneath the tree, licked their chapped lips, each unwilling to yield to the other. Suddenly, 2 sounds zipped through the air, heading toward Sasuke and Naruto. They furrowed their brows, firmly grasping the objects that flew toward them. Huh? Cola? Who's that? They exclaimed in surprise, scanning the surroundings for the source of the cola. Stop searching. It's me. Jiangchen emerged from behind a tree, grinning as he settled beside them. Brother Jiangchen, how come you're here? Naruto beamed brightly. I happened to be passing through on a mission and came to check on you. Brother, do you take on missions by yourself? Indeed. Upon hearing that Jiangchen accomplished missions independently, Naruto's mouth widened in excitement, his face filled with admiration. Sasuke, frowning in disbelief, asked, how can you undertake missions alone? Jiangchen turned his head, casually spreading his hands, because I am strong enough to do so, allowing me the freedom to choose my tasks. The tone of his words carried a hint of provocation, igniting Sasuke's competitive spirit further. Isn't graduation supposed to be difficult? Haha, graduation is entirely up to my whims. Since both you and Naruto have graduated, it is unnecessary for me to linger. Jiangchen scoffed. Basic techniques like shadow clone are trivial for me. With that, he swiftly formed the hand seals and executed the jutsu, summoning 2 clones amidst a puff of smoke that appeared before the 2 boys. Naruto shouted in excitement, brother, you can do this. Jiangchen nodded affirmatively. Yet Sasuke trembled, staring at Jiangchen in silence. Naruto, brimming with enthusiasm, tugged at Jiangchen's arm, directing his attention toward the trees. Brother, can you control chakra? Look how high I can go, haha. Jiangchen smiled, glancing at both Naruto and Sasuke before effortlessly approaching the tree. He ascended to the highest branch, hanging upside down. Little Naruto, do you see whether I can or cannot? Haha. Brother, you can do that too. I've been practicing so hard. Naruto exclaimed, but his excitement quickly soured into disappointment as he muttered. So, brother is a genius and not a slacker after all. Jiangchen climbed down, playfully patting Naruto's shoulder. Indeed, my slacker persona is merely a fade. However, Naruto, you are no longer a slacker either. I saw how you fought Zabuza. You were truly impressive. Hearing Jiangchen's praise made Naruto beam with joy, akin to a child. Sasuke glared at Jiangchen, trembling with curiosity. What is your true strength? Who knows? Jiangchen replied nonchalantly, moving to Naruto's side. Well, I must return to completing my mission. Please do not tell Kakashi-sensei about my visit. Farewell. Before Naruto could protest, Jiangchen vanished from their sight. Sasuke stared at Jiangchen's departing figure, the flames of determination igniting fiercely within him. The following day, in the designated forest, Jiangchen waited eagerly for Zabuza. Suddenly, a powerful aura of killing intent surged forth as the executioner's blade descended from the sky like a meteor, aimed directly at Jiangchen's head. With a crash, the ground cracked beneath the force of the blade, which embedded itself into the earth. Zabuza appeared beside the weapon, glaring at Jiangchen with narrowed eyes, sneering. Well, you little brat indeed have the audacity to wait for me. Not bad. Jiangchen remained silent, focusing his senses, clearly perceiving by watching from a nearby branch. Courage is dependent on strength. Without it, one cannot stand here. I advise you to unleash your full power, or you may find yourself in grave danger. Jiangchen's voice was icy, his eyes radiating a chilling intensity akin to a ferocious beast. Bai's heart raced, and he murmured, what is this? Why does his killing intent feel so oppressive? I feel uneasy even from this distance. Zabuza's previously disdainful demeanor shifted to seriousness. The killing intent Jiangchen had just released surpassed Zabuza's comprehension. As a master of silent killing from the Mist Village, known for his cold-blooded ruthlessness, Zabuza found himself unnerved by the aura emanating from Jiangchen. Kid, state your name. I, Zabuza, do not slay nameless individuals. To earn my acknowledgement is your honor. Jiangchen scoffed, unleashing all his killing intent. In an instant, the surroundings were enveloped in an ominous aura, shrouding all in darkness. Zabuza stared at Jiangchen, his shock deepening as he muttered in disbelief. This cannot be real. Chapter 57, Jiangchen vs. Zabuza. How could a mere teenager of 14 or 15 possess such overwhelming bloodlust? This was inhuman. Haku trembled as he stared at Jiangchen. Ding. Congratulations, boss, for shocking Zabuza and Haku. Reward, 40,000 Rio, sword intent 40. Current progress, 865,1000. This time, the shock was even greater, 10 points more than before. Minutes later, Zabuza and Haku gradually steadied their nerves. Zabuza glared at Jiangchen, no longer underestimating him. Who the hell are you? He demanded. Konoha Jinin, Jiangchen, came the calm reply. Without further words, Jiangchen swiftly formed hand seals. Earth release, stone dragon. A massive earthen serpent erupted beneath Jiangchen, roaring as it lunged towards Zabuza. Zabuza leaped back, landing on the water's surface. Water release, water bullet technique. Boom. The 2 elemental dragons collided midair, sending shockwaves through the battlefield. Mud and water rained down, obscuring both combatants in a haze of churning earth. Slap, slap. Footsteps splashed through the mire. Clang. Zabuza's executioner's blade swept horizontally, met by Jiangchen's kunai. The impact sent ripples through the sludge beneath them. Clang, clang, clang. Blade and kunai clashed repeatedly as their figures flickered in and out of sight. Then, Zabuza vanished. A deep, ominous voice echoed. Water release, great waterfall technique. The river surged violently, rising like a storm-driven tsunami before crashing down upon Jiangchen. Frowning, Jiangchen knew an ordinary earth wall wouldn't hold. But his only immediate defense was earth release, earth-style wall. A thick barrier of earth erupted before him. Boom, boom, boom. The relentless torrent battered the wall, cracked spider webbing across its surface. Damn, it won't hold. Crash. The wall shattered, and the towering wave swallowed Jiangchen whole. Water release, water pillar. With no other choice, Jiangchen countered water with water. A cylindrical barrier of swirling liquid formed around him, deflecting the crushing force. Though some water seeped through, it was negligible. At last, the technique was neutralized. As the waters calmed, Jiangchen emerged, only to find the battlefield shrouded in thick mist. Before he could react, whoosh, the executioner's blade sliced past his face, missing by a hair's breadth. Had it not been for his heightened perception and reflexes, that strike would have been fatal. Jiangchen skidded backward across the water's surface, barely regaining his footing when Zabuza disappeared again. Closing his eyes, Jiangchen strained to sense his opponent, but nothing. Damn it. Zabuza was infamous for his silent killing. If he couldn't be detected, he must be underwater. Staying defensive was suicide. The only way was to force the battle back onto land. Jiangchen leaped toward the shore splash. The executioner's blade erupted from the water like a striking serpent. Aimed at his torso. Thud. The blade cleaved through Jiangchen's body, splitting him in two. Zabuza smirked as he surfaced. Pathetic. But then splash. The bisected Jiangchen dissolved into water. A water clone. Before Zabuza could react, water release, water fong bullet. A spiraling jet of pressurized water shot from the river, drilling toward his skull. Clang. Zabuza barely blocked with his blade, the force hurling him onto the bank. Heh, not bad, kid, Zabuza growled, rising. You're the first brat worth my ultimate technique. His chakra flared crimson, shrouding him in a demonic aura. Hidden mist, silent killing. The fog thickened until even a hand before one's face was invisible. Jiangchen shut his eyes, knowing even the Sharingan would be useless here. At this level, evasion was possible, but offense? Nearly hopeless. I can't win like this. With a sigh, Jiangchen sheathed his kunai. Zabuza-san, he called. I admit your silent killing is impressive. With just ninjutsu, I can't beat you. So let's get serious. Drawing his cursed blade, Jiangchen held it before him. Even in the mist, the weapon pulsed with eerie energy. 2 years since I last unsheathed this. You're lucky, but seeing it means you've already lost. No response came. Jiangchen exhaled. Be careful, or you'll die. The blade gleamed as dark energy coiled around it. Zabuza scoffed inwardly. Fool. Revealing your position? Your blade changes nothing. Haku, however, clenched her fists, dread coiling in her chest. That sword. It feels even more terrifying than before. One sword style, hurricane slash. Whoosh boom. The blade descended, unleashing a cataclysmic gale. Like a nuclear shockwave. The slash tore through the mist, dispersing it instantly. Trees in its path splintered into fragments. Zabuza barely raised his sword in time, crack. The force hurled him backward, carving deep gashes across his body before slamming him into a massive tree. Gasping, he looked up, only to freeze in horror at the devastation before him. Chapter 58. Encountering the Dark Division. Jiangchen's gaze lowered slightly, gripping the ghost blade as he fixed his stare on Zaibuzhan. A dense aura of black ghostly energy swirled around him, emanating an unsettling chill akin to flames of darkness. The mist in this space had been dissipated by the recent hurricane slash. Perched upon a tree, observed the scene with clarity. Zaibuzhan. Her delicate brows knitted in concern as she scrutinized him. Zaibuzhan was drenched in blood, utterly exhausted. Jiangchen advanced step by step, the murderous intent in his eyes intensifying. Zaibuzhan. Do you still believe you can triumph over me at this moment? Zaibuzhan remained silent, glaring fiercely at Jiangchen. How about a wager? I wager that in my forthcoming assault, I will surely risk her life to save you. Zaibuzhan scoffed, unfazed. Casting a cold glance towards Bai and retorted, that is her duty. As my tool, she is naturally expected to sacrifice herself for her master. Jiangchen exhaled deeply. This fool was incredibly stubborn. Very well, whatever you say is right. I have come only to convey one message. When it is time to cherish, one must cherish. I can save you this time, but she will undoubtedly risk her life to save you again next time. To Zaibuzhan. Jiangchen's words seemed like a mere joke. Are you truly dueling me just to deliver this message? Spare me your sentimentalities. If I am to be killed, then let it be. My life may still be worth something. Zaibuzhan's disgust was palpable, and he retorted with disdain. Enough. I have said all that I needed to say. Were it not for my fondness for Bai's innocence, I would have truly wished to cleave you in two. Jiangchen ceased his idle chatter. Anticipating Bai's intervention, he maximized his murderous aura while minimizing the power of his technique. One blade style, lion song. Suddenly, Jiangchen's ghostly momentum surged towards the heavens, as if death were imminent. Zaibuzhan stared unblinking at Jiangchen, completely unafraid. Perhaps this was the spirit of a ghostly being. Clang. Jiangchen's blade descended, striking Bai's icy shield, which trembled violently. Bai's face paled instantly. The force of the strike overwhelming, leaving her body aching in agony. Following the strike, Jiangchen reappeared a dozen meters behind them, sheathing his blade with a metallic clang. Under the ghost blade, let this duel come to an end. Jiangchen turned to face the panting Bai and Zaibuzhan. Bai retracted her ice shield and bowed to Jiangchen, expressing her gratitude for sparing him. Bai's gesture incensed Zaibuzhan, a man of immense pride. He could not bear the thought of someone else's charity. When have I ever needed you to plead on my behalf? If you wish to kill, then kill. I do not require mercy. Jiangchen glared at Zai Buzhan but remained silent. He understood Zai Buzhan's character all too well, prideful to the point of suffering. It baffled him how one could prioritize face over life. I supported Zai Buzhan, preparing to form a seal and depart. Wait. If you truly do not wish for Zai Buzhan's demise, then remain here quietly. The mist-hidden dark division has arrived. Upon hearing Jiangchen's words, Bai's beautiful eyes widened in shock as she turned to Zai Buzhan. Zai Buzhan, I will ensure your safety. Zai Buzhan, his eyes bloodshot, roared at Bai. I am not so low as to require protection from a mere child. Depart at once. I can handle these pests alone. His tone was domineering. Treating Bai as a burden, Jiangchen could not help but chuckle bitterly, reflecting on many thoughts. This Zai Buzhan truly had a sharp tongue. If he truly found Bai to be a nuisance, he would not have brought her out of the village from the very beginning. Nor would he have kept her by his side all these years. His harsh words were merely a fade to ensure Bai's survival. What a twisted fate. If Bai were a woman, they might have made a splendid pair. Alas. Enough. Neither of you shall leave. After all, no one can escape. I promised from the outset that as long as you participated in the duel, I would handle the Dark Division's members for you. It is time to fulfill that promise. Jiangchen approached Bai, continuing calmly, keep your eyes shield up. I do not wish to waste time. Today, let them witness what it means to be a top-tier swordsman. Though he was not well acquainted with the mist-hidden Dark Division, Zai Buzhan's evasion of them suggested their formidable strength, certainly beyond what Zai Buzhan could easily dispatch. Otherwise, those Dark Division members would have long since met their end at his hands. Jiangchen was determined to achieve a swift resolution. Minutes later, the outcome he had since materialized. 5 members of the Dark Division appeared before the trio, cloaked in black and wielding katana. It seemed that the Dark Division across the land shared a commonality. Swords and masks were standard attire. One of the leading members, with short black hair and a rugged physique, coldly declared, Zai Buzhan, today you shall return to the village with us, regardless of life or death. My name is not something you mere rats can utter. Watch as I eliminate you. Zai Buzhan was eager to leap into action within the ice shield. Jiangchen suddenly shouted, stop right there. Do not move. In that instant, Jiangchen unleashed his murderous aura, causing cold sweat to bead on Zai Buzhan's forehead, rendering him immobile. The 5 Dark Division MEM Chapter 59, slaying the Mist Umbu. The leader ignored them, turning instead to the black-haired man in Suigetsu before abruptly swinging his arm downward. Suigetsu, Shiraishi, attack. At his command, Suigetsu and Shiraishi surged forward without even resorting to ninjutsu. Gripping their swords, they lunged at Jiangchen from both sides, their expressions dripping with contempt. To them, Jiangchen was nothing more than an ordinary genin. His earlier boast about defeating Zabuza was nothing but empty bravado. How could someone his age possibly overpower a legendary rogue ninja? If he truly had such strength, Zabuza would already be dead. Their blades gleamed under the sunlight as they closed in, Shiraishi bellowing, die brat. Jiangchen didn't even lift his gaze, his expression darkening like storm clouds. Their arrogance was palpable, and it only stoked the fury burning within him. I was going to make their deaths quick. But now? They deserve worse. The Mist Umbu were far more detestable than their Konoha counterparts. These two deserve nothing but death. Drawing his black blade, Jiangchen angled it against the light, its eerie aura shimmering ominously. With a single fluid motion, he slashed horizontally through the air. Whoosh, crack. A devastating slash tore through space like a roaring dragon. Before Suigetsu and Shiraishi could even register the attack, their bodies split cleanly in two. Thud. Thud. Their lifeless forms collapsed, blood pooling beneath them. Gripping his cursed blade, Jiangchen regarded their corpses coldly. The moment you drew your swords against me, you signed your own death warrants. The remaining 3 Umbu stood frozen, their leader trembling uncontrollably. How? One strike? Even if his subordinates had underestimated their opponent, being bisected in an instant was unthinkable. That slash, he hadn't even seen it coming. Captain Wanho, what do we do? What is this guy? One of the Umbu stammered, his voice quivering with terror. Fear had rooted itself deep in their hearts. Survival was now their only thought, missions and orders be damned. Wanho, their captain, was no better. He knew escape was futile. A swordsman of this caliber wouldn't let them flee. Ding. Congratulations, host. You've shocked the remaining Mist Umbu. Reward, 30,000 Re. Sword intent 30. Current progress, 935,1000. Jiangchen's lips curled into a grin. Nearby, Haku and Zabuza stood encased in ice, their eyes wide with disbelief. This can't be real, Haku murmured. Zabuza, however, was ecstatic. Kill them all. Slaughter every last one, and I'll finally be free. Wanna suddenly leaped back, sheathing his sword and weaving hand signs. Hidden Mist Jutsu. The battlefield was swiftly engulfed in thick fog, though it paled in comparison to Zabuza's mastery. Zabuza burst into laughter. If Mist could stop him, I'd have one already. Pathetic. Under the cover of the haze, Wanna hissed, retreat, now. The 3 Umbu bolted like hunted prey, their weapons forgotten in their panic. Zabuza's smile vanished. If they escape, reinforcements will come. This ends here. Jiangchen, too, had no intention of letting them leave alive. If they report back, this could spark a war between Konoha and Kirigakure. Gripping his blade, he turned toward their fleeing figures and smirked. Running? Unfortunate for you. I'm the fastest shinobi alive. The moment I decided to kill you, your fates were sealed. Swish. In an instant, he vanished faster than any body flicker. Zabuza's breath hitched. That speed, it's inhuman. Who is this kid? Mid-sprint, Jiangchen sheathed his cursed blade and drew a kunai instead. No need to waste a sword on mere rats. The three umbu dashed through the forest, gasping for air. To any ordinary jonin, their speed would have been unmatched. But their luck had run out. They had crossed paths with Konoha's most formidable genin, a swordsman whose skill bordered on invincibility. Glancing back, they sighed in relief. Thank the mist were safe. Their celebration died in their throats. A kunai flashed. And then silence. Chapter 60. The dream of an iron-willed man, fulfilled by me. How could such a figure exist in Konoha? Judging by his attire, he was merely a genin. How could he possess such formidable prowess? The trio murmured in disbelief, glancing back repeatedly to confirm their narrow escape before allowing themselves a sigh of relief. Wana glared ahead with venomous resolve. Upon our return, we must report Konoha's treachery to the Mizukage. Their collusion with rogue shinobi from Kirigakure will be exposed. Then, the allied forces shall march upon that wretched village. I won't let Shiraishi and Getsusui's sacrifices be in vain. His companions clenched their teeth, nodding fervently as visions of Konoha besieged by the four great nations danced in their minds, filling them with malicious glee. How aptly this illustrated the truth: the weak cling to the strong for vengeance, weaving fantasies to justify their wretched existence, like a specter materializing from daylight itself. Jiangchen descended upon them mid-reverie. Steel flashed, blood sprayed. In mere seconds, his kunai had slit 3 throats, transforming him into the Reaper of Noon, their dying grins still frozen. The bodies crumpled lifelessly. Only in their final 15 seconds of consciousness did they glimpse their executioner's face, experiencing death's terror anew. Perched on a branch above the corpses, Jiangchen observed coldly, the weak should know their place. Delusions of escape were your first mistake. With that, he sheathed his blade and vanished into the foliage. As the riverside mist dissipated, clarity returned. Ba maintained his ice shield vigilantly until Zabaz's weak chuckle came. Lower it. Bye. He's gone. Collapsing against a tree. The wounded swordsman watched as Ba methodically disposed of the bodies downstream. No evidence could remain. 3 more lie yonder. Zabuza rest. Bai's eyes widened upon seeing the additional corpses. To eliminate fleeing targets in an instant. Just what manner of monster is Jiangchen? After cleansing the scene, he supported Zabuza's retreat, though gravely injured. The missing mean felt an unfamiliar lightness. Perhaps Kirigakure's hunters would pursue them no more. Days later on the Great Naruto Bridge, Jiangchen's sensory perception captured the tragic tableau. By intercepting Kakashi's lightning blade with his body, Zabuza, sending the corrupt Gato to hell with a kunai between his teeth. Naruto's tearful eulogy for their bond echoed as snow began to fall, nature's pure lament for fallen warriors. As the iron-blooded Zabuza reached weakly for his fallen companion, whispering, I wish to walk the same path as you, the scene seemed destined for tragic finality, until Jiangchen materialized amidst the snowfall. The Konoha team gasped as he knelt beside the dying pair, producing 2 mystical pills. If you wish to accompany Bai, he intoned with gravitas belying his youth, then cherish him properly. I've waited to hear your true feelings. Too late, Zabuza wept. Never. Jiangchen administered the revival elixirs despite Kakashi's protests. As life flooded back into the pair, Zabuza's wounds sealing, Bai's eyelids fluttering, disbelief gripped all witnesses. The resurrected swordsman cradled his revived companion, tears of gratitude erasing the demon's infamous. Kakashi murmured, awestruck. This surpasses even resurrection ninjutsu. The genin alternated between joy and shock, struggling to comprehend the miracle before them. System notification. Host has astonished all present. Reward, 50, 000 re, sword intent 50, current progress, 985, 1000. Approaching the emotional reunion, Jiangchen advised sternly, wherever your path leads, protect Bai well. Such purity deserves your utmost care. Let the second chance bring true awakening. His commanding tone belied his adolescent appearance. Thank you. Zabuza choked out as Bai bowed deeply, for saving us both, and for sparing Zabuza-sama previously. This revelation shattered Sasuke's worldview. A mere classmate defeated Zabuza? Outmatches even Kakashi? Then my genius title. The Uchiha's wounded pride festered as he glared at Jiangchen. Fist clenched, here stood the true benchmark of power, reducing his achievements to childish vanity. The seeds of rivalry took root amidst his humiliation. Chapter 61. Reunion with Nadeshiko Shizuka reborn from death, Zabuza had undergone a complete transformation. The once feared demon of the hidden mist had now become a gentle and warm-hearted man. With Haku by his side, he bowed deeply to express his gratitude. That humble gesture spoke volumes of the change within him. Past grievances had dissipated like mist under the morning sun. Jiangchen approached Kakashi, pointing at the decapitating blade on the ground. Regardless, let this sword remain here. I hope the world will remember that Zabuza and Haku no longer exist. Is that acceptable? Kakashi-senpai? Kakashi watched as Zabuza and Haku faded into the distance, Haku's serene smile lingering in his memory. With a nod of approval, he murmured, perhaps this is the best possible ending. The group stood in silent farewell as the 2 figures disappeared, planting the executioner's blade before their symbolic graves. From that day forth, the names Zabuza the demon and Haku would fade into legend. Within the Hokage's office, the 3rd Hokage puffed on his pipe. His aged face creased with a knowing smile. Jiangchen, I bring good news. We've traced Jiraiya's whereabouts to the Land of Lightning. Care to try your luck? Really? I'll leave at once. Jiangchen nearly leapt with joy. The chance to become Jiraiya's disciple before the Chunin exams was a dream he had long harbored. Hokage-sama, I swear to return before the Chunin exams. Please ensure my registration. I must participate. The exams weighed heavily on his mind. Without a mentor's recommendation, his path would be fraught with complications. The third Hokage's lips curled in amusement. Oh, you're aware the exams are approaching? Did Kakashi inform you? Jiangchen stiffened. Damn it, I've slipped up. No one had mentioned the exams to him. Why yes. Kakashi-senpai mentioned it once. I'm eager to compete. I hope you'll grant me permission. Exhaling a slow stream of smoke, the Hokage studied the ninja records before him. I'll allow it. Under 2 conditions. Name them. Jiangchen's eyes gleamed with anticipation. The Hokage's expression turned grave. First, you must not wield the demon blade during the exams. The participants are genin from various nations, none possess the prowess of, say, Yugogo. Second, unless absolutely unavoidable, you must refrain from taking lives. Agree to these terms. And your participation is assured. No problem. Jiangchen accepted without hesitation. The conditions were trivial, his strength far surpassed that of ordinary genin, rendering the demon blade unnecessary. As for restraint, he could easily incapacitate opponents without fatal force. Even if Orochimaru infiltrated the Forest of Death, he harbored no fear. Hokage-sama. I have one request. Allow me to participate as a solo candidate. His tone turned solemn. For the exams, complete autonomy was essential. The Hokage frowned. It's unconventional. But given your status as a free agent of Konoha, very well. I'll arrange it. Thank you, Hokage-sama. You're the best. Jiangchen grinned like an overjoyed child. Go now and travel safely. The third S voice softened with paternal warmth. Jiangchen paused mid-step, touched by the kindness in those words. Turning back, he bowed deeply. Gazing at the Hokage's weathered face, a man of 69 winters, his heart clenched. The memory of the third S sacrifice to seal Orochimaru during the exams haunted him. Hokage-sama, take care of yourself. I want to let anything happen to you. With that, he strode out, leaving the Hokage staring after him in bewilderment. Pipe forgotten. What has gotten into him? Such cryptic words. Eager to depart. Jiangchen spared no time for preparations, nor did he wish to trouble the High Ga clan. Stealthily, he set off for the Land of Lightning. En route, he detoured to the village of Nadeshiko to visit Shizuka. Time apart had only deepened her longing for him. Their reunion, though brief, was suffused with warmth. Shizuka. Practice the fire techniques I taught you. I can't stay long, duty calls. At 14, Shizuka had blossomed into a vision of grace, her starlit eyes, delicate nose, and lips like morning dew-kissed cherries exuded an ethereal charm. Her slender frame carried an elegance that captivated him. Lost in her beauty, Jiangchen's mind wandered into uncharted fantasies until her voice, tinged with shyness, snapped him back. Jiangchen, Oni-chan? What are you staring at? Can't you stay a little longer? Flustered, he laughed awkwardly. I have urgent matters. But as always, I'll visit when I can. I'll wait for you, always. Her smile curved like twin crescent moons, melting his resolve. Sinful. Each visit tested his restraint. Yet ambition outweighed desire, even now, Jiraiya took precedence. Rising, he embraced her tightly before gently tapping her forehead. Wait for me. Retrieving his blade, he departed without looking back. Shizuka touched her forehead, heart aflutter. No matter how many times he repeated the gesture, each touch felt like a promise. As his silhouette vanished, her sorrow was eclipsed by anticipation for their next meeting. Unburdened, Jiangchen pressed onward, his path set for the Land of Lightning. Chapter 62. First encounter with Jiraiya in the Land of Lightning. The Land of Lightning. Hidden Cloud Village, as bustling as it was 2 years prior. The streets teemed with lively crowds, and the women were more beautiful than ever. Jiangchen stood amidst the throng, exhaling a long sigh. If his guess was correct, Senior Jiraiya must frequent this place often. After all, with such an abundance of stunning women, it was the perfect location for his research. Finding the Toad Sage wouldn't be difficult. Bathhouses, exclusive establishments, he would check them all. The Hidden Cloud Village wasn't vast. Locating this legendary pervert shouldn't proved too challenging. Prepared for any contingency, Jiangchen had brought a hefty sum and an entire suitcase of cash. Dressed in a sleek black merchant-esque attire, dark sunglasses perched on his nose, a cigarette dangling from his lips, and the black suitcase in hand, he cut the figure of a prosperous businessman. Unlike his early days in the shinobi world, no one would mistake him for a child now. After scouring several lively establishments and bathhouses without success, Jiangchen deduced that Jiraiya likely frequented only select venues. Undeterred, he pressed on, entering another vibrant establishment. He was greeted by a plump, middle-aged proprietress wielding a round fan, her demeanor eerily reminiscent of a woman he had encountered over 50 years ago. Welcome, honored guest. She cooed, swaying toward him with serpentine grace. Yet as she drew near, her smile faltered at the sight of Jiangchen's youthful, handsome face. Sir, are you even of age? Without a word, Jiangchen retrieved a thick wad of bills from his pocket, waving them before her before slapping a few into her palm. Enough talk, he rasped. I'm looking for someone. Find him, and the rest is yours. The woman's eyes gleamed with greed as she bowed obsequiously. Of course. My lord, whom do you seek? A tall man in his 40s, wearing a forehead protector with the character oil. Long white hair down to his waist, red markings beneath his eyes. Clad in a red haori. Seen him? The woman fanned herself excitedly. Ah, you're in luck. He just left. Seemed rather drunk, likely headed to an inn. If you hurry, you might catch him. She pointed westward. Jiangchen tossed the remaining money at her and bolted out. As fortune would have it, he soon spotted Jiraiya staggering ahead, his silver hair swaying with each unsteady step. The legendary sage leered at passing women with his trademark perverted grin. Jiangchen sighed. Truly living up to his title as the pervy sage, distracted by a particularly alluring woman, Jiraiya stumbled, only to be caught by delicate hands. Blinking blearily, he gazed up at his savior, a vision of classical beauty with silver hair, an oval face, willow leaf brows, and cherry lips. Her curvaceous figure was accentuated by a flowing pink robe. Blood trickled from Jiraiya's nose as he gaped. Are you all right, sir? She murmured sweetly. The sage straightened hastily. I am fine. Thank you, miss. What is your name? Xiaoro, she replied, biting her lip demurely. Lovely name. To repay your kindness, let me escort you home. Xiaoro nodded shyly, leading him with measured steps close enough to converse, yet distant enough to maintain an air of mystery, all while peppering their exchange with coquettish giggles. Enraptured, Jiraiya's drunkenness faded, until they reached a secluded riverbank. He froze. This isn't the way home. There is nothing here. Xiaoro turned slowly, only to be met with a devastating kick to the face. Bam! She was sent flying, crashing against a cliffside before sliding to the ground. Jiraiya's voice was sharp. I, Jiraiya, am more accustomed to seducing women than being seduced. Your act was transparent. Show yourself. Poof. In a cloud of smoke, the beauty transformed into Jiangchen. Unlike Naruto's crude sexy technique, Jiangchen's transformation had been flawless, a masterpiece of allure that even the legendary sage couldn't resist. Rubbing his throbbing cheek, Jiangchen grinned through the pain. That kick was ruthless, Senior Jiraiya. The sage eyed the boy, no older than 15, with wary curiosity. Despite being exposed, the kid remained eerily composed. Who are you? And why seek me out? Jiangchen, a genin of Konoha. The third Hokage sent me. Jiraiya's brow furrowed. The old man? What does he want? I wish to become your disciple. Jiangchen stepped forward, sincerity etched into his expression. Jiraiya scoffed, crossing his arms. I don't take students lightly. Give it up. Unfazed. Jiangchen played his final card. Grand pervert. Toad Sage, my grandfather was Onijairai, the one who saved Konoha 50 years ago. The third ordered me to find you. Two strategies in one. Invoking Onijairai-s legacy to earn goodwill, and leveraging the Hokage-s authority as subtle leverage. Would this dual approach be enough to sway the legendary Sannin? Chapter 63. Utilizing beauty to successfully become a disciple. Upon hearing this, Jiraiya scrutinized Jiangchen's attire, his expression one of astonishment. A smile crept across Jiangchen's lips. He felt confident that success was within reach. However, he quickly dismissed the thought. There was no way it would be that simple. If you have nothing else, I shall take my leave, Jiraiya declared, turning towards the village. Jiangchen stood frozen in place, struggling to accept this reality. This was unexpected. How could Jiraiya disregard the reputation of the Ghost Blade and the third Hokage? This was certainly not following the script. As he watched Jiraiya walk away, Jiangchen hurriedly stepped forward, placing his leaf headband atop his head and blocking Jiraiya's path with both hands. Pointing to his headband, he proclaimed, Senior Jiraiya, behold this headband. It was given to my grandfather by the second Hokage. It is my token of entry into Konoha. I speak the truth. I am indeed the grandson of the Ghost Blade. Jiraiya's gaze dropped slightly as he pushed Jiangchen aside, a hint of irritation in his voice. I believe you are the grandson of the Ghost Blade. But what of it? Do not obstruct the path of this sage. Jiangchen nearly stumbled from the force of Jiraiya's shove. Observing Jiraiya's anger, a sudden realization struck him. Covering his mouth to stifle a laugh, he mused. Could it be that the lecherous sage is upset because of the stunning beauty? Perhaps he followed a fantasy, only to have it dashed, which left him disgruntled. Indeed, Jiangchen approached Jiraiya once more, a grin on his face. Senior Jiraiya, what must I do to become your disciple? I am capable of fulfilling any requirement you may have. Go away. Stop bothering me. Jiraiya pushed Jiangchen aside again, his impatience evident as his brows furrowed, maintaining a childlike petulance. Senior, I have an older sister residing in Awagakure. She is a breathtaking beauty. I had intended to introduce you as my master when I visited her. As Jiangchen spoke, he glanced slyly at Jiraiya, continuing. But since you refuse to take me as a disciple, I shall seek my sister's company instead. Hearing Jiangchen's words, Jiraiya halted mid-step, his posture frozen. Without turning around, he proclaimed, Ahem, if you can persuade your sister to come plead on your behalf, I might consider taking you on as a disciple. A mischievous grin spread across Jiraiya's face, his voice lowering in a conspiratorial tone. Jiangchen's smile widened. Splendid. Senior Jiraiya, please wait for me at the pavilion ahead. I shall fetch my sister at once. Very well. Off you go. Jiangchen dashed towards the village. Jiraiya settled onto a bench in the pavilion, rubbing his hands together as he gazed in the direction Jiangchen had gone, a lascivious grin blossoming on his face. Half an hour later, Jiangchen returned, accompanied by a remarkably beautiful woman. With her cascading black hair, exquisite features, and alluring figure, she left Jiraiya entranced. Jiangchen, ever perceptive, guided the woman to sit beside Jiraiya. Sister Sakurai, please keep Senior Jiraiya company while I fetch us some drinks. Jiangshan strolled towards the village. A short while later, he returned with 3 bottles of water. At this moment, he found Jiraiya holding Sakurai's hand, animatedly engaged in conversation, his face aglow with happiness. Jiangshan placed the bottles on the table, grinning at Sakurai. Sister, I wasn't deceiving you, was I? Senior Jiraiya is indeed a most entertaining individual. Indeed, Sakurai nodded, her beautiful eyes narrowing playfully as she turned to Jiraiya, pouting adorably. Uncle, do share what we discussed earlier. Don't keep me waiting, please. As she spoke. She playful Chapter 64, Reverse Summoning, Infinite Darkness alright. Teach me now, Jiraiya-sensei. Jiangshan exclaimed, eagerly leaning closer to Jiraiya, his eyes sparkling with fervent desire. He had initially wished to call Jiraiya perverted sage like Naruto, yet the words simply would not leave his lips. It seemed he was still too accustomed to addressing him as teacher. Aha, kid, pay attention now. Jiraiya, in a state of drunken stupor, rose unsteadily and staggered outside the pavilion. He slowed his hand seals before slamming his palm onto the ground. Summoning technique. With a loud bang, a thick cloud of white mist enveloped the area, revealing a towering, crimson-skinned toad, adorned with intricate black patterns, a mesmerizing sight. This was none other than Fukasaku, the legendary scroll toad of Mayaboka Mountain. Jiraiya stood atop Fukasaku's head, his silver hair flowing, striking a pose that exuded flamboyance. This was all anticipated by Jiangshan. Jiraiya would not be Jiraiya without his flair. Just as Jiangshan prepared to applaud, Jiraiya swayed dangerously, the effects of the alcohol taking their toll. And he stumbled to the ground. Jiangshan awkwardly watched Jiraiya crouched on the ground and began to clap fervently. Sage, that summoning technique is so cool. I want to try it too. Scratching his head, Jiraiya beamed at Jiangshan's naive praise, rising with a chuckle, hands on his hips, laughing heartily. Ecstatic. Jiangshan grinned widely, mimicking the hand seals he had just witnessed. Boar, dog, rooster, monkey, horse. Summoning technique. Seeing Jiangshan hastily performing the seals, Jiraiya quickly reacted, extending his hand and shouting. You fool. You haven't signed the summoning contract yet. Without hesitation, he lunged toward Jiangshan, desperate to grab his arm. His face turned pale, eyes wide with alarm. Jiraiya understood all too well that failing to sign the contract before attempting the summoning could yield 2 outcomes. First, if there was no prior connection, the summoning would elicit no response, which would be harmless. Second, if a ninja had a deep connection with a certain sacred place, they would be summoned there. This would mean Jiangshan would become an intruder in that realm. If he were to summon to Mayaboka Mountain, it would be manageable, as Jiraiya could retrieve him. However, if it were the Dragon Cave or the Wetbone Forest, what then? Jiraiya was powerless to venture there, and with Jiangshan's abilities, survival in either place was improbable. Jiraiya's expression grew increasingly grave as he contemplated the dire consequences of his oversight, though he feigned indifference towards the third Hokage and the demon sword. The thought of Jiangshan's demise due to his negligence sent shivers down his spine. Would the demon sword not come charging into Konoha? Would Saratobi Hiruzen not flay him alive? Regret flooded his mind. He should have clarified the summoning technique from the onset instead of posing. He could only pray that Jiangshan had no connection to any realm, and that the summoning would yield no result. Just as Jiraiya's hand was about to grasp Jiangshan's arm, a cloud of smoke erupted. Jiangshan vanished without a trace. The breeze swept through, dissipating the mist, leaving Jiraiya standing in stunned silence, rendered immobile. Without a moment to ponder, Jiraiya immediately summoned Fukasaku. Little Jiraiya, what brings you here? Fukasaku, short in stature, stood before Jiraiya, arms crossed, inquiring loudly. Jiraiya succinctly explained the situation, and Fukasaku's expression turned serious, his white brows knitting together. Little Jiraiya, your fears may indeed have materialized. Jiangshan is likely not in Mayaboka Mountain. If he were, I would have sensed him just now. Jiraiya was left utterly dumbfounded. The worst had come to pass. Clenching his fists tightly, he was at a loss, seated in the pavilion, staring anxiously at the 3 bottles of water on the table. Akin to an ant on a hot pan. He could only hope Jiangshan possessed some fortuitous fate or somehow returned from the other 2 sacred places. After a wave of dizziness, Jiangshan found himself crashing heavily onto the ground. Slowly, he opened his eyes to an all-consuming darkness. There was no sun, no breeze, and not a single sound to be heard. He could not see his own hand in front of his face. Where am I? Did I not just use the summoning technique? Confused, Jiangshan stood up but did not dare to move an inch since he could see nothing. After some contemplation, it dawned on him that in his excitement, he had completely forgotten to sign the summoning contract. Now, it seemed he had undergone reverse summoning. But why was he in such a place? Closing his eyes, he attempted to perceive his surroundings. However, as his sensing ability was released, the surrounding darkness repelled it, causing intense pain to surge through his body. This is it, my sensing ability is useless in this space. He slowly bent down, cautiously feeling around with his hands. After a few minutes, he discovered that just a meter away from where he had appeared was an area he could not reach. After numerous attempts, he was astonished to find that he stood within a suspended space of merely 3 or 4 meters in size. He could not discern how deep the abyss beneath him was. It was an unfathomable void. In desperation, he decided to test the depth of this chasm by tossing stones. He instinctively reached for his back, intending to draw the demon sword, but as his hand reached above his shoulder, he halted in midair, feeling a surge of frustration as he struck the ground with a fist. Upon entering the cloud-hidden village, he had changed into merchant attire, leaving the demon sword behind. For convenience, he had sealed it within a scroll, along with a chest of money. At this moment, he regretted not having brought it with him. With a loud thud, Jiangchen, out of sheer frustration, slammed his fist down onto the ground. Aside from the excruciating pain coursing through him, the ground remained unchanged. Not even a slight indentation to be felt. Oh no, it's all over. What kind of dreadful place is this? Why am I not in one of the 3 sacred lands, but rather this endless darkness? Jiangchen lamented as he sat despondently on the ground, grasping at his last hope. Little brother, are you there? Come out. He called out desperately in his mind. Brother, I'm here. What do you need? The system's mechanical voice responded. Little brother? System? Where are you? Jiangchen continued to call out in his mind, seemingly unheard by the system. The system raised its volume, repeatedly calling out, yet Jiangchen still perceived nothing, as if deafened. The system, alarmed by the unusual environment Jiangchen found himself in, detected interruptions and instability in its information stream. This was an unprecedented occurrence in over 10,000 years. As the system began to malfunction, it reluctantly initiated a program that had never been activated before in its existence, the Emergency Self-Rescue Protocol. Chapter 65, The Origin of Sage Body, The Lost Forest, Emergency Self-Rescue Protocol activated. System error analysis and progress. Analysis result. Current location exists beyond the Shinobi realm, a space that isolates all matter transmission from the elemental nations. This is the sacred land of Sage Body's origin, the Lost Forest. No known method exists to breach this space. Host must rely solely on personal exploration. Self-rescue system initiated. System will relay critical information for 1 minute before entering hibernation for repairs. Estimated repair duration, 48 hours. Warning, this protocol can only be activated once. Forcing a second activation will result in permanent system collapse. Brother, listen carefully. We have only 60 seconds. Your current location transcends the Shinobi world, the origin of Sage Body, the Lost Forest. No living soul has ever tread here. I cannot aid you further. Survival depends entirely on your own strength. Have faith. I believe in you. Static silence reclaimed Jiangchen's consciousness as the system's voice faded into oblivion. He stood frozen, lips trembling as he repeated the cryptic name, the origin of Sage Body, the Lost Forest. What manner of place is this? Was this his destined opportunity? Yet what kind of trial left him utterly helpless, devoid of knowledge or means? Must he truly leap into the abyss to meet his end? Frustration ignited his fist as it struck the ground, until realization dawned. A grim smile curled his lips. Leap to my death? Or perhaps, not. With measured steps toward the precipice, he inhaled deeply. Then let death take me. But first, farewell. His voice carried final messages to cherished ones, Hinata, Naruto, Shizuka, Kakashi, and Master Jiraiya. If fate wills it, we shall meet again. Plunging into the void, his body twisted through endless descent until thud. Agony erupted through his abdomen as an unseen force impaled him. Limbs slackened, head lolled backward. Darkness swarmed his vision once more. So this is death, he murmured. Blood-flecked lips quirking upward. Farewell, my beloved. Farewell, my shinobi path. Eyelids fluttered shut as oblivion beckoned. Jiangchen, wake up. His eyes opened to starless skies. For a disoriented moment, he believed himself returned to the 21st century, until Jiraiya's grizzled face filled his vision. Ecstatic, he clutched the sage's arm. I live. This isn't my era. Magnificent. Springing up, he danced like a madman beneath the moonlit pavilion. Jiraiya's eyes shimmered with uncharacteristic moisture at his pupil's reappearance. Where did your summoning take you? Richi Cave? Chikatsu Forest? Jiangchen frowned. Neither legendary realm matched his experience, nor did the system's mention of Sage Body's origin provide clarity. Probing his abdomen revealed flawless skin where mortal wound should have been. How? The impalement? Vanished? No memory. No scar. What transpired? Whack. Jiraiya's knuckles connected with his skull. Fool. Must I beat sense into you? Answer me properly. The tale spilled forth. As Jiangchen described the abyss, Jiraiya's expression morphed into unprecedented astonishment. Preposterous. Origin of Sage Body? No such place exists in lore. The sage roughly examined Jiangchen's unmarked torso before scoffing. Either you hallucinated or take me for an imbecile. Enough. Sign the contract first. Summoning Gamma Hero, Jiraiya unfurled the scroll. Name and blood seal. Now. Fingers trembling with anticipation. Jiangchen envisioned summoning Gamabunta, already hearing Jiraiya's stunned praise. His chuckle earned another glare. Master, may I attempt the summoning now? Patience, brat. Dawn brings new training. Rest. Dragged back to the inn, Jiangchen tossed upon his futon, mind ablaze with tomorrow's glory. Meanwhile, Jiraiya stood before the ancient toad sage in Mount Maiboku. The orange behemoth, adorned with beaded necklace and oil kanji-inscribed amethyst, crowned by doctoral cap, exuded timeless wisdom. This was Gamamaru, the great toad sage, whose prophecies had shaped Iris. Jiraiya. My child, what urgent matter brings you here? Kneeling, the white-haired sage proclaimed, Great Elder. My disciple Jiangchen performed an unsanctioned summoning to a dark realm called Origin of Sage Body, the Lost Forest. Have you knowledge of this place? The ancient toad's eyes snapped open. Millennia-old frame shuddering. So, someone finally reached that place. As shock rippled through Fukasaku and Shima, Gamamaru composed himself. The wellspring of all sage arts, a void beyond dimensions. None have walked there for millennia. Only we three sacred realm progenitors remember its existence. His next words carried the weight of epics. It bears another name, the Corridor of Sanctums, the primordial source of all senjutsu. Chapter 66. The Son of Destruction. The three individuals stood in astonishment, exchanging bewildered glances. Jiraiya, overwhelmed by shock, recalled the words spoken by Jiangchen upon his arrival, and exclaimed with fervor, the great toad sage, Jiangchen saw nothing and heard nothing before he leapt off the cliff and met a grievous end, only to return to the place of summoning. What on earth does this mean? The great toad sage shook his head, sighing in resignation. None of us have ventured there. We have only heard tales. It is said to be a realm of death, accessible only to the chosen ones, yet the means of exit remain unknown. A hint of regret lingered in the sage's words. Can you foresee Jiangchen's fate, sage? Might he be the prophesied child? The uniqueness of Jiangchen's experiences sparked in Jiraiya a fervent anticipation for the sage's divination. The great toad sage closed his eyes to commence his prediction. But upon glimpsing a certain vision, he abruptly opened them, excitement evident in his voice. I fear this will only deepen your disappointment. Jiangchen is not the prophesied child. Rather, he is the son of destruction, and his existence may herald catastrophic calamity for the ninja world. What? Sage, what did you see? Jiraiya and his companions stared at the sage in shock, holding their breath in tense silence. I beheld a crimson earth, frozen mountains, and an entire world trembling. I could see demonic eyes and a foreboding background. Jiraiya was utterly astounded. This was the first time he had heard of a son of destruction. If such a being existed, what future could there be for the ninja world? He had been investigating the Akatsuki organization, but now he learned that Jiangchen could prove to be an even more formidable threat. The great toad sage's predictions were remarkably accurate. Jiangchen's extraordinary experiences destined him for an extraordinary life, with a significant likelihood of becoming the son of destruction. Should he, for the sake of future peace in the ninja's destiny, eliminate Jiangchen? Jiraiya's inner turmoil intensified, and his expression grew grave. Observing Jiraiya's conflicted demeanor, the sage asked calmly, Little Jiraiya, what do you think of Jiangchen as a person? Though we have only just met, he possesses a good nature, and his grandfather is a hero who saved Konoha. Jiangchen himself is an exceptionally rare genius. As he spoke, Jiraiya's expression revealed a trace of regret. The great toad sage smiled gently and continued, if his character is commendable, with proper guidance, the son of destruction may very well become another kind of prophesied child. The sage's words left Jiraiya momentarily at a loss. What do you mean, sage? Ah, little Jiraiya, Jiangchen will one day wield the power to devastate the world. But he shall also possess the power to save it, will he not? Though he may not be the prophesied child, he can still become one. Upon hearing this, both Jiraiya and his companion were deeply moved. This statement held profound truth. Possessing the power to destroy the world indeed implied the potential to save it. The Akatsuki organization could pose a significant threat in the future, yet Jiangchen could also become a nightmare for them. Could he not? Reflecting on this, Jiraiya regained his composure and smiled, declaring, Sage, I shall provide Jiangchen with the right guidance, helping him to become a hero of the world akin to a prophesied child. Ah, that is splendid. The great toad sage beamed, while his companions nodded in agreement, exclaiming, Little Jiraiya, go forth. With a heart full of resolve, Jiraiya departed contentedly. Upon returning to the inn, he felt a newfound clarity. His doubts had been dispelled, and he now had the opportunity to nurture and guide another prophesied child. His heart brimmed with anticipation and challenge. The next day, around 7 in the morning, in the distant woods outside the hidden cloud village, Jiangchen nodded gently, his eyes resembling those of a panda. After a night spent in excitement, he was now too fatigued to keep his eyes open. Fighting against drowsiness, he swiftly formed hand seals and struck the ground with his right hand. Summoning technique. With a resounding bang, a small toad, less than half a meter tall, materialized before him. Its vibrant orange body struck a proud pose immediately. Oi, little brat. Toad Giji has arrived. Jiangchen gazed at Toad Giji, his eyes nearly turning green with envy. Was his skill truly only marginally superior to Naruto's? When Naruto first summoned a tadpole, he could only manage to summon Toad Giji. Was this a jest? Once brimming with confidence, Jiangchen was now thoroughly disheartened, collapsing onto the ground and promptly falling asleep. Toad Giji turned to Jiraiya, who wore a dazed expression, and boastfully inquired, Jiraiya-sama, who is this kid? Just someone. You can head back now. Jiraiya replied with exasperation, glaring at Jiangchen, his foot poised to deliver a kick. With a rush of wind, his right foot descended towards Jiangchen's abdomen but halted mere inches away. Remembering the great toad sage's words from yesterday, he felt he ought to treat the boy with more kindness. Forget it. Let him sleep. Summoning technique. Jiraiya summoned the iron arm toad to guard Jiangchen. Stay here with him. I shall fetch some food from the village. With that, he hurried off to the village. By the time Jiraiya returned with buns, it was already noon. To allow Jiangchen a bit more rest, he also took the opportunity to gather materials. As Jiangchen slept soundly, the enticing aroma of roasted chicken wafted through the air, rousing him from slumber. He opened his eyes abruptly to find Jiraiya holding chicken legs and buns before him. Have you rested well? Come, eat something, Jiraiya said with a warm smile. Seeing Jiraiya's kind expression and the midday sun, Jiangchen felt a wave of emotion wash over him. Thank you, Teacher Jiraiya, he exclaimed, taking the chicken leg and buns and devouring them hungrily. After satisfying his appetite, Jiangchen felt invigorated and immensely happy. This was the first time he had experienced such affection from an elder since arriving in the world of Naruto. Unlike his relationship with the third Hokage, this felt more akin to that of a father. Kid, you seem lively again. Now, you must summon something grand. Jiangchen nodded vigorously. This time, he was determined not to disappoint Jiraiya. He steadied his breath, optimizing his chakra, and focused intently. Boar, dog, rooster, monkey, sheep. Summoning technique. With a powerful shout, a thick mist enveloped the area, obscuring the sunlight in front of Jiraiya. Jiangchen's gaze shot beyond the forest, and he looked up in excitement at the enormous toad that had appeared. With its crimson skin, massive frame, bandaged waist, and a short sword sheathed at its side, the toad was smoking a giant pipe. It was none other than Fukasaku, one of the high-ranking toads of Mount Myaboku. Jiangchen leaped with joy, shouting, Teacher Jiraiya, I did it. I succeeded. Jiraiya, shielding his eyes from the sunlight, grinned at the sight of Fukasaku. This kid has some talent. However, just as Jiangchen reveled in his success, Fukasaku's gaze turned sharply towards him, erupting in fury. You little brat. Did you summon me? Chapter 67. The confrontation between Frosh the Toad and Jiangchen, seeking silver notes. At this moment, Jiangchen was filled with exhilaration. Dismissing Frosh the Toad's words with indifference. Yes, it was I who summoned you, haha. Jiangchen boldly perched himself atop Frosh, scrutinizing the toad's appearance. Where has that scoundrel Jiraiya gone? HM? Why have you summoned me? Are you so idle? Frosh's voice boomed thunderously. Jiraiya, standing beneath Frosh, shouted, Hey, I'm right here. As Frosh surveyed the surroundings and discerned no imminent danger, he glared at Jiraiya in fury, exhaling a plume of smoke as he chastised. You wretch. Did you summon me just to offer me tea? Huh? Noticing Frosh's displeasure, Jiraiya pointed at Jiangchen. Hey, it was that kid atop your head who summoned you. This has nothing to do with me. If you seek someone, seek him. With that, Jiraiya leapt away, disappearing from sight, perched on a branch several hundred meters away. He broke into a hearty laugh, wiping the cold sweat from his brow. Frosh is no easy opponent when enraged. Jiangchen, good luck. Seeing Jiraiya retreat, Jiangchen felt no trepidation. After all, he had successfully tamed the formidable Snake King. Subduing Frosh would pose little challenge. Noting Jiangchen's youthful appearance of merely 14 or 15, Frosh erupted, You brat, to stand atop me, you must earn my acknowledgement. Do you possess that capability? Jiangchen. Undeterred, let his smile fade, standing up to cast a frigid gaze upon Frosh. Not only can I stand upon you, but I can also compel you to submit entirely. My ninja path comprises 7 words. If you do not submit, I shall beat you into submission. With that proclamation, Jiangchen leapt down, standing boldly before Frosh. His haughty gaze radiating disdain akin to that of a sovereign. This action thoroughly infuriated Frosh, who widened his eyes and bellowed, You insolent brat. Do you truly believe yourself above me? Do you dare to challenge my strength? Not at all. Jiangchen retorted playfully, his brows twitching as he spread his arms. Go on then. Try to strike me. If you can land a hit, I shall concede. Frosh's fury reached its zenith, without hesitation. He thrust his foreleg toward Jiangchen's position. Whoosh. Bang. A fierce gust whipped through the air as Frosh's right hand descended like a mountain crashing down, creating a powerful wind that slammed into the ground. The immense sound and tremor caused Jiraiya to sway on the branch, shaking his head in exasperation. Goodness. What on earth did that little rascal say to provoke Frosh so? He truly knows no bounds. Frosh removed the pipe from his mouth, exhaling a thick cloud of smoke. Humph. This is the fate of those who dare to provoke me. Do you now comprehend your folly? Chapter 68. Brother Wentai, I seek your guidance. When I the Toad shouted towards Jiraiya in the distance, Jiraiya, come lend a hand. Upon hearing the call, Jiraiya paused momentarily before rushing over, standing atop Wentai's head. He scratched his head and asked, Haha, what's the plan? Combine forces to use the Toad Oil Fireball. Jiraiya's eyes widened in astonishment as he gazed at Jiangchen, murmuring to himself, This Jiangchen has truly driven Wentai to madness. He actually wants to employ a combination technique. If they proceed with this move, I fear Jiangchen may not withstand it. Jiraiya was well aware of the formidable nature of this combination skill. A mere water release would be utterly insufficient to counter it. Even if Jiangchen attempted to disperse the Toad Oil Fireball with a previous technique, the ensuing flames would still engulf him entirely, while effective against foes. Using it to test Jiangchen's prowess seemed somewhat excessive. Hey, Wentai, attacking a child with this move feels like we're bullying him, don't you think? Silence. If you refuse to assist, that is fine by me. I have no intention of acknowledging this brat. Wentai took a deep drag from his pipe, adopting a nonchalant demeanor, implying that Jiangchen was Jiraiya's disciple, and if Jiraiya wished to disregard him, it was of no concern to Wentai. Jiraiya found himself at a loss with Wentai. Turning to Jiangchen and calling out, Hey, kid, Wentai and I are going to unleash the Toad Oil Fireball. Can you withstand it? If not, just say so. Jiraiya's advance warning genuinely exasperated Wentai, who began to flail in outrage. You scoundrel. You're still siding with your disciple, aren't you? Jiraiya waved his hand, chuckling sheepishly. Haha, come on, why take it so seriously with the child? You've lived long enough. Wentai, you idiot, are you actually mocking me? The two bickered back and forth, causing Jiangchen to stifle a laugh. He understood that his mentor was merely buying him time to formulate a strategy to counter the impending attack, or, if necessary, to concede early to avoid injury when the technique was unleashed. Hey, senior gentleman, I've made up my mind. Feel free to unleash your technique. I won't dodge it. Bring it on. Jiraiya slapped his forehead in disbelief, sighing. Does this kid truly believe he can easily withstand the toad oil fireball? Despite Jiangchen's formidable strength relative to his peers and his unparalleled swordsmanship, Jiraiya couldn't fathom that Jiangchen might successfully receive such a powerful fire technique. Even he, in his prime, could not conceive a sword technique capable of extinguishing such a fierce fire. Yet, with Jiangchen's bold declaration and Wantai's current fury, there was no room for retreat. Haha, you're a brave lad. Regardless of whether you can withstand it, I admire your spirit. When I boomed, developing a newfound fondness for Jiangchen. Hey, Jiraiya, remember to use fire release. It's about to begin. Wantai inhaled deeply and suddenly unleashed a formidable jet of water, entirely composed of toad oil. As the oil surged forth, Jiraiya formed hand seals. Fire release. Toad oil fireball. Boom. A massive column of toad oil erupted, merging swiftly with Jiraiya's fire release to create a powerful pillar of flaming oil, hurtling menacingly towards Jiangchen. The sky turned crimson as the fireball obliterated everything in its path, instilling a sense of dread in those who witnessed it. Black energy enveloped the demon blade, positioned before Jiangchen. One sword style, flame demon slash. Jiangchen's eyes widened fiercely. As the toad oil fireball approached, he unleashed a devastating strike, the black flames cleaving through the air. Boom. The strike, imbued with a torrent of black flames, sliced through the toad oil as if it were a ripe watermelon in midair, dispersing the flames outward from Jiangchen's center. The toad oil spewed forth as if split like kindling, severing the flaming projectile, which then hurtled towards Wantai. The sheer terror of the black, ghostly energy sent shivers down spines. Wantai's eyes widened in shock, his pipe dropping to the ground as he stared in disbelief at the colossal black flames. In his astonishment, he completely forgot to evade the impending attack. Both Jiraiya and Wantai were left utterly stunned by Jiangchen's strike. Who is this kid? That slash is overwhelmingly powerful. Wantai, get out of the way. Jiraiya shouted, but Wantai remained lost in shock, utterly unresponsive. There's no choice. This is troublesome. Jiraiya hastily formed hand seals. Earth release, earth flow wall. Jiangchen employed earth release, positioning himself before Wantai. He understood that this technique might very well be insufficient to withstand the impending strike. Bang. The flame demon slash collided with the earthen wall, which shattered instantly. As anticipated, the wall proved ineffective. Had it been Jiraiya himself, he could have managed. But Wantai was too dazed. In frustration, Jiraiya struck Wantai's head with a fist, exclaiming, "You fool! Wake up!" When I snapped out of his stupor, but it was too late. The flame demon slash was mere moments away from impact. Oh no. No time to dodge. When I grimaced, helplessly watching as the attack bore down on him. Bang. Just as the strike was about to land, Jiangchen's silhouette appeared once more. He swung the demon blade to intercept the blow. The black flame demon slash collided with the blade, forcing Jiangchen to stagger backward until he braced himself with his arm. Clang. Bang. With a sudden surge of strength, Jiangchen pushed the flame demon slash away, successfully dissipating the attack. Oh my. Jiraiya wiped the sweat from his brow, exhaling a long sigh of relief. When I gazed at the panting Jiangchen beneath him, smiling as he said, "Kid, I acknowledge you. I have never encountered such a formidable little rascal. Today, I concede with complete respect. From now on, I shall be your brother Wantai." Wantai's words were sincere, and Jiangchen nodded with a smile, his heart swelling with joy. He clasped his hands and replied, "Brother Wantai, I seek your guidance." Jiraiya, overhearing their exchange, lowered his gaze, his expression awkward as he bellowed, "You two fools. Have you lost track of your seniority?" Wantai and Jiangchen finally realized the absurdity of the situation. Wantai, having embraced Jiangchen as a brother, while Jiangchen was Jiraiya's disciple, left Jiraiya utterly flabbergasted. Wantai, however, paid no mind to the hierarchy. He had acknowledged Jiangchen, and as he watched Jiraiya fuming, he took a deep drag from his pipe and burst into hearty laughter. Chapter 69. Learning Sage Techniques. Having gained the acknowledgement of the revered Fukasaku, Jiangchen had successfully mastered the summoning technique in a mere day. This was a testament to his extraordinary genius, one that even completely won over Fukasaku. To Jiraiya, Jiangchen's potential now surpassed that of the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, by leaps and bounds. He was indeed a rare prodigy, a talent that appeared once in a millennium. Should he truly become the harbinger of destruction, it would spell an unprecedented calamity for the ninja world. Conversely, should he be correctly guided as another prophesied child, he could shine as the brightest beacon in the ninja realm. As Jiraiya observed Jiangchen's silhouette, a satisfied smile crept upon his lips, and he mused to himself, "Perhaps this young man will become an existence even greater than the first Hokage." At this moment, Jiangchen was brimming with joy, repeatedly affirming to himself, "See, I truly am a genius." It had been 3 to 4 days since he left Konoha, and with the CH9 exams looming ever closer, he needed to accelerate his learning. The summoning technique was not his primary focus. Mastering sage techniques, enhancing his physical skills, and sharpening his ocular abilities were paramount. "Master Jiraiya, I have learned the summoning technique. Could you please teach me sage techniques? Jiraiya, who had initially been elated by Jiang Qin's talent, nearly stumbled at the request for sage training. How could sage techniques be so easily learned? This boy is far too ambitious. He cleared his throat. The cultivation of sage techniques is a lengthy journey. It cannot simply be acquired at will. Let me teach you other ninjutsu instead. What about the Rasengan? It's a powerful technique, Jiraiya suggested. Jiang Qin recalled Naruto's arduous process of learning the Rasengan and felt disinclined to pursue it at this moment. For a top-tier swordsman, the mastery of sage techniques was of utmost importance. With formidable physical prowess combined with exceptional swordsmanship, he would become virtually invincible. No, I only wish to learn sage techniques. Is that acceptable? Absolutely not. Jiraiya's anger flared, glaring at Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin stood there, bewildered. Why was Jiraiya so reluctant to teach him sage techniques? What was the underlying reason? After a moment of contemplation, an idea struck him. He straightened up and cleared his throat. Master Jiraiya, if you agree to teach me sage techniques, I could have my sister come to accompany you tomorrow. If you refuse, she certainly won't be available. He presented his proposition with a knowing gaze. Upon hearing this, Jiraiya realized Jiang Qin was attempting to leverage his sister as a means of coercion, which infuriated him. You little rascal. It's not that this sage is unwilling to teach you, but there are significant risks associated with learning sage techniques. If anything were to happen to you, how would I explain it to Elder Kaido or Master Sarutobi? Jiang Qin finally understood. Jiraiya was indeed a lecher. Had it not been for his sister's mention, he might not have revealed the truth. Master Jiraiya, how about this? You accompany me back to Konoha, and I will clarify everything with the third Hokage. I will also reach out to my grandfather to ensure he does not hold you responsible. What do you say? With that, he gazed intently at Jiraiya, eagerly awaiting his response. Realizing that it was in his best interest to allow Jiang Qin to learn more formidable ninjutsu sooner rather than later, Jiraiya relented. Fine. I will inform you of the drawbacks of learning sage techniques. Ordinary chakra is derived from the blend of one's physical and spiritual energy. Sage chakra. Chapter 70. The enigmatic phenomenon of the origin of the immortal body. Jiang Qin found himself perplexed by Lord Shinzua's inexplicable remarks. He had merely felt a surge of irritation before opening his eyes. How did this transform him into a genius? What could possibly be the reason behind this? Could it be sarcasm? Regardless of the circumstances, Jiang Qin felt compelled to elucidate his current state of mind. Lord Shinzua, I admit I was a bit anxious, which prompted me to open my eyes. I believe I should attempt it again tomorrow, Jiang Qin said, scratching his head with a hint of reluctance. However, he alone was acutely aware of the tumultuous agitation brewing within him. Young Jiang Qin, do you realize how dense the natural energy surrounding you became the moment you closed your eyes? Although you were unable to absorb it into your body, it transformed into a pure essence due to your presence. Shinzua's words only served to deepen Jiang Qin's confusion. How could the concentration of natural energy, which did not enter his body, be directly related to being a genius? As Jiang Qin's bewilderment grew, Shinzua's smile widened. It is akin to you being a magnetic field. Your existence attracts an abundance of dense natural energy. This extraordinary power is something I have never encountered before, and thus, it is indeed appropriate to refer to you as a genius. Jiang Qin grasped Lord Shinzua's intent, yet he remained unable to comprehend why he elicited such an anomaly. Lord Shinzua, I have truly done nothing but quietly circulate my internal energy and mental power. Why has this phenomenon occurred? Shinzua exchanged glances with Jijian. Despite their extensive experiences, they had never encountered a situation quite like this. Young Jiang Qin, let's conclude today's training here. When you return tomorrow, I shall have the great Toad Sage observe your condition. Jiang Qin nodded in agreement and departed from Miama Mountain. At this moment, the evening glow over Yunying village had faded, and the night began to unfurl its cloak. Sakurai and his mentor Jiraiya were still engrossed in conversation. Jiang Qin had already settled his dues with Sakurai for the past few days, alleviating the need for another trip. Moreover, Jiang Qin felt utterly exhausted. As though every cell in his body had undergone a profound cleansing, he collapsed onto his bed, succumbing to slumber. The following day at Miama Mountain, the great Toad Sage and Shinzua surrounded Jiang Qin. As before, Jiang Qin remained focused on circulating his internal energy and mental power, indifferent to the changes around him. The natural energy enveloping him gradually coalesced, even more concentrated than the previous day. Sensing the intensified natural energy, the great Toad Sage slowly opened his eyes, fixing his gaze on Jiang Qin with wide-eyed astonishment. Old fool, don't mistake anything. Is there something particularly unusual about young Jiang Qin's body? Jijian remarked casually towards the great Toad Sage. The great Toad Sage scrutinized Jiang Qin for a considerable time before exclaiming with excitement. This lad's physique bears some resemblance to the origin of the immortal body, yet this characteristic should not belong to a mere human. Such a phenomenon should only exist within the sacred land of the corridor. The great Toad Sage's hat bobbed as he struggled to comprehend Jiang Qin's current state, muttering, could it be due to his single visit to the sacred land? Yet, even having been there, how could he possess such an ability? This defies logic. The origin of the immortal body, what an extraordinary concept. It was something even beings of the caliber of the Six-Path Sage had never possessed. How could Jiang Qin possibly acquire the power of the origin of the immortal body? It was utterly unfathomable. Observing the dense natural energy surrounding Jiang Qin, which rebounded upon contact with his body. The great toad sage furrowed his brow. What force was repelling the Myoma Mountain's toad sage arts? Why was it kept at bay? What manner of being could attract natural energy yet repel the toad sage's powers? Such perplexing circumstances left even the sagacious great toad sage at a loss. Shinzua and Jijian, witnessing the great toad sage's bewilderment, anxiously inquired, "Sage, what should we do now? Let us observe the situation. As long as it does not endanger his life, allow him to continue his practice. I believe, in due time, we shall uncover the truth." Shinzua and Jijian nodded gravely. The great toad sage then departed. Jiangchen, much like the previous day, exhibited no signs of change. The natural energy within him remained at zero. This predicament left him in a state of despair. Did he lack the aptitude for cultivating sage arts? How could this possibly be? His fierce competitive spirit drove him to countless attempts to absorb the natural energy. Yet after a full day, he still felt no progress, not even the slightest change. Jiangchen was truly agitated. Lord Shinzua, could it be that I am dull-witted, incapable of absorbing natural energy? At this moment, Jiangchen began to question his own qualifications. If it were not a matter of ability, why had there been no change over 2 days? Shinzua smiled reassuringly. Do not fret. You are already quite remarkable. Take your time. Results will come in due course. Consider young Jiraiya. He spent a decade learning sage arts. With a resigned sigh, Jiangchen had no choice but to return to his rest. Days passed. Yet Jiangchen's mastery of energy accumulation saw no advancement. Aside from the ever-thickening natural energy around him, he felt no influx of energy into his body. Shinzua and the great toad sage grew increasingly concerned about the situation, which remained a mystery. As the day of the exam approached, Jiangchen was compelled to abandon his pursuit of sage arts and prepare to return to the village. Jiraiya, however, decided not to accompany Jiangchen back. Opting to delay his return by a couple of days, Jiangchen gathered his belongings and set off alone for Konoha village. In Konoha village, within the Hokage's office, all the elite J-nin assembled before the third Hokage to finalize the list of participants for the upcoming ch-nin exams. Among the most contentious issues was the matter concerning Jiangchen. According to the regulations, all participants must form teams of 3. The third Hokage's proposal for Jiangchen to compete alone met with vehement dissent from the assembled shinobi. Hokage-sama, shinobi from all nations compete in teams of 3. How can we justify Jiangchen participating alone? It is a peculiar situation for our fire country. Indeed, and Jiangchen's graduation score was the lowest. Sending him alone would be tantamount to a death sentence. I propose we find 2 individuals to form a team with him, regardless of the outcome. They can at least assist him. The room erupted into a cacophony of voices. Kakashi remained silent, his gaze lowered. Asuma whispered to Kurenai, "Kurenai, how well do you know Jiangchen? Why would he merit such an exception from the third Hokage?" "I'm not certain. But it is a fact that Jiangchen is the grandson of the Ghost Blade. Perhaps that has something to do with it," Asuma replied softly. The third Hokage closed his eyes, removed the pipe from his mouth, and exhaled a plume of smoke. Enough. Silence. It is settled. Chapter 71. All present are worthless regarding Jiangchen's matters, regardless of what other nations may say. They are the affairs of the Land of Fire, which has not yet fallen to the point of being scorned by others. The words of the third Hokage resonate like a giant in everyone's heart. Kakashi, with a smile playing at the corners of his mouth, spoke aloud. Jiangchen's strength is not as you all perceive. He is formidable. Indeed, although he ranked last in the exams as the grandson of the Demon Blade, his abilities have consistently been underestimated by us. Therefore, I urge everyone to have faith in Jiangchen this time. Asuma shifted the cigarette to the edge of his mouth and smiled, saying, "You've piqued my interest in that kid Jiangchen. So have I." Kurenai and Asuma exchanged glances, their understanding unspoken. Seeing the Hokage and elite Jonin in agreement, the other ninjas ceased their stubbornness. Thus, it was decided, all 10 graduates from Irika's class would participate in the Chunin exams. In the preparatory hall for the Chunin exams, the 12 Konoha ninjas gathered alongside Jiangchen. Nara Shikamaru, appearing lethargic and skilled in shadow manipulation, always complained and lacked motivation. Akimichi Choji, portly and adept at body expansion techniques, was perpetually munching on snacks, sensitive to any remarks about his weight. Yamanaka Ino, with her sweet appearance and mastery of mind transfer techniques, held affections for Sasuke and often clashed with Sakura. Rock Lee, resembling his teacher guy with his watermelon hairstyle and tight suit, was a taijutsu prodigy who admired Sakura and sought to challenge various geniuses. Hyuga Niji, the son of the branch family of the Hyuga clan, was hailed as a genius with exceptional Byakugan abilities. Tintin, a lively and spirited girl, excelled in utilizing scrolls to unveil various weapons. Alongside them were the familiar faces of Inazuka Kiba, Hyuga Hinata, Namanaka Shino, Sasuke, Sakura, Naruto, and the protagonist Jiangchen. Unlike previous occasions, Jiangchen did not carry the demon blade this time. He had promised the Hokage not to wield it or take lives. Hence he was equipped only with a modest wooden sword measuring about half a meter. Indeed, you read that correctly, a plain wooden sword. The hall was filled to capacity with candidates for the exam, leaving little room even to stand, bustling with excitement. Gaara, carrying his large gourd, fixed his panda-like eyes on Naruto and Jiangchen as they entered, his expression icy and exuding an aura of lethal intent. The kanji for love on his forehead appeared strikingly handsome. Upon entering the hall, Naruto trembled and suddenly pointed at the crowd, shouting, "I am Uzumaki Naruto, and I will not lose to any of you. Do you understand?" At this proclamation, the 12 Konoha ninjas were left dumbfounded, with Sakura glaring at Naruto in fury. Abandoning her demure demeanor, all the ninjas in the room turned to gaze at the audacious Naruto. In an instant, he became a thorn in the side of all competitors, who glared at him with murderous intent, wishing to eliminate him on the spot. Who is this brat? So arrogant, shouldn't someone teach him a lesson? He truly does not comprehend the dangers of his own hubris. At that moment, all the ninjas were eager to act against Naruto. Observing the atmosphere, Sakura quickly restrained Naruto. Awkwardly addressing the crowd, "Everyone, it was just a joke. Please don't take it seriously." However, regardless of Sakura's attempts at explanation, everyone had already made up their minds to take action against Naruto. Just then, Jiang Chen's voice rang out. "Haha, little Naruto, you are correct. They will all lose, but not to you. Rather, they will lose to me." If Naruto's words were comical, Jiang Chen's were provocatively bold. The ninjas, already riled by Naruto's bravado, found the flames stoked further by Jiang Chen's declaration. Unfazed, Jiang Chen strode forward, a scornful smile gracing his lips as he declared, "What are you looking at? If any of you are unconvinced, then prove your strength against me in the upcoming matches. If you cannot, then suppress your anger, little brats." Boom. Jiang Chen's provocation escalated beyond redemption. Even Naruto and Sasuke stared at him in shock. Sakura and Ino, watching Jiang Chen's retreating figure, exclaimed, "This is it. My goodness. Are all the ninjas from Konoha this arrogant? Huh? I can't wait for the match. I want to eliminate you right now." At this moment, all the lower ninjas from various nations were ready to attack Jiang Chen. Gaara reached out to stop Kankuro, whispering, "Do not move. Let us observe the situation." The Sound Ninjas and Mist Ninjas dashed from their positions, rushing toward Jiang Chen. The Sound Ninjas, swift as the wind, reached Jiang Chen in the blink of an eye. Jiang Chen regarded the three hidden ninjas, moving as slowly as snails, shaking his head in resignation. Their level is simply too inferior. "Take this." One Sound Ninja leaped into the air, aiming a kick at Jiang Chen's face to assert his dominance. Yet, just as the kick was about to connect, Jiang Chen, with a smile and a snort, effortlessly pushed with his right hand. The Sound Ninja fell like a stone, crashing to the ground several meters away, his expression one of extreme pain. At this moment, another Sound Ninja, his face wrapped in bandages, thrust his right arm, riddled with small holes, toward Jiang Chen's face. Jiang Chen recognized this as a sonic attack, knowing evasion would be futile. Calmly, he extended his left hand, placing his index and middle fingers upon the bandaged ninja's arm, and suddenly pressed down hard. The bandaged ninja was forced to the ground beneath Jiang Chen's feet, with no chance to resist. Witnessing this scene, another female Sound Ninja halted in her tracks, staring in shock at the two on the ground, regarding Jiang Chen as if he were a monster. Gaara's gaze sharpened, focusing intently on Jiang Chen. This individual is indeed someone I must defeat. Li stared at Jiang Chen, trembling with excitement, muttering, "Is this truly Jiang Chen, the one who performed the worst in this round? How is his taijutsu so remarkably powerful?" Byakugan. Like Li, Niji was equally astounded by Jiang Chen's prowess, activating his Byakugan to see through Jiang Chen's physique. Yet, when he gazed upon Jiang Chen, it was as if he were peering into an abyss, filled with dread and darkness. It felt as though he would be engulfed by this endless void in the next moment. He hurriedly deactivated his Byakugan, gasping for breath as sweat poured down his forehead. "What's wrong, Niji?" Tintin asked, frowning in concern as she helped him up. "And nothing. In any case, we must avoid provoking Jiang Chen during this exam. He is undoubtedly a terrifying presence." Niji's forehead glistened with beads of sweat in that moment. Sasuke, watching Jiang Chen's back, clenched his fists tightly, gritting his teeth in frustration. Just how powerful was Jiang Chen? I can no longer fathom his true strength. Could he truly be the most formidable genius? Chapter 72. Nin Exam. The Forest of Death. The ninjas of the Hidden Mist Village witnessed the swift annihilation of the Sound Ninja, causing them to recoil in fear. They hurriedly returned to their original positions, swallowing hard, relieved that they had not acted rashly. The anger that had once filled the room towards Jiang Chen transformed into sheer terror. Kakashi leaned against the doorway, shaking his head in resignation. "I truly wonder which unfortunate soul will provoke Jiang Chen next. Surviving would indeed be miraculous." As silence enveloped the room, Jiang Chen seated himself, surveying the other ninjas with an air of imperial superiority, gazing down upon them like a sovereign surveying his realm. A cloud of smoke materialized before them, heralding the grand entrance of the first examiner, Marino Abiki. The theme of the first examination was to test the candidate's information-gathering capabilities, a fact Jiang Chen was well aware of. Yet the outcomes held little significance for him. The emphasis lay on whether or not there was a spirit of teamwork. With the genius Naruto present, Jiang Chen could afford to coast through the first exam. After several minutes, thanks to Naruto's unwavering determination to not abandon any of his comrades, they successfully passed the exam. The crowd erupted in cheers, yet before their spirits could fully lift, a startling spectacle unfolded once more. Bang! The windows of the examination hall shattered as shuriken pierced through, crashing against the ceiling, unveiling a massive red banner before the candidates, boldly declaring, "Second Exam Chief Examiner, Mitarashi Anko." With a flamboyant and somewhat comical entrance, yet another stunning beauty from Konoha appeared. With her chestnut ponytail, refined features, and statuesque figure clad in a fishnet undershirt and stockings paired with brown shorts, Anko radiated both vivacity and allure. Raising her right hand high, she exuberantly proclaimed, "I am your second exam chief examiner, Mitarashi Anko. Now, let us proceed to the next round." An instant awkwardness filled the examination hall. The ludicrous nature of her entrance combined with the overly enthusiastic atmosphere left everyone dumbfounded, though frustration mingled with embarrassment. It marked the conclusion of the first exam and the commencement of the second. Of the 79 participants, 27 teams advanced to the next stage. Observing the number of candidates, Anko awkwardly inquired, "Abiki, why is there one team with just a single member?" Abiki leaned closer to Anko, quietly explaining the situation. Her eyes widening as she gazed towards Jiangchen, pondering, "So, he is Jiangchen, the grandson of the Phantom Blade? What special treatment indeed, to have a solo team. I wonder how he will fare in the next exam. You were fortunate in the first round, but the second will eliminate at least half of you. How exhilarating. We shall delve into the details tomorrow." Dismissed. The following day, at the venue for the second exam, the 44th training ground, the Forest of Death, Anko stood before the crowd, holding a consent form, excitedly announcing, "This is the consent form. There will be fatalities in this round, so you must sign it. Your lives are of no concern to me. The rules are as follows. Within 120 hours, you must acquire both the Heaven and Earth Scrolls and reach the center tower of the forest to qualify. A total of 27 teams will compete for 13 scrolls, leading to a mandatory elimination of at least half." As Anko finished speaking, the ninjas began to realize something was amiss. "Examiner, this doesn't add up. If there are 27 teams, how can 26 possess scrolls? What about the remaining team?" They clamored, confusion spreading through the ranks. Anko's smile only widened as she cheerfully declared, "The next point I wish to address is the existence of a special team, comprising just one member, Jiangchen." Her excitement palpable, she pointed to Jiangchen. "Jiangchen, please step forward." Jiangchen furrowed his brow at Anko's exuberance, a sense of foreboding creeping over him. Is this woman plotting against me? Standing before her, the other 26 teams were left in stunned silence. If anyone was the center of attention in the CHNIN exam, it was undoubtedly Jiangchen, who had single-handedly taken down the Sound Ninja, thus stealing the spotlight. Now, he was to participate as a solo team, setting him further apart from the rest. Anko playfully patted Jiangchen's shoulder, grinning, to accommodate this special team. "I've decided to grant Jiangchen a pair of scrolls. He won't need to fight for them. All he has to do is reach the central tower with his scrolls. Just so you know, the tower is a full 10 kilometers away, so do take care." With that, her striking visage leaned close to Jiangchen's ear as she whispered, "What do you think? I'm treating you well, right? You don't even have to fight for them. Consider it a special privilege. Good luck, Jiangchen." Jiangchen accepted the Heaven and Earth Scrolls with a cold scoff. This was hardly special treatment. It was merely placing a target on his back. Regardless of who he encountered, others would surely choose to attack him, as he possessed the very scrolls they sought. Anko truly had a peculiar way of showing her kindness. Nevertheless, out of politeness, Jiangchen smiled and bowed, stating earnestly, "Thank you, Anko-sensei." Following their respective entrances, the candidates entered the Forest of Death. Jiangchen chose an entrance with a rather favorable number, 38. Such an auspicious digit. And he alone would traverse it. What does this mean? I'm not a woman. As for the trials of the Forest of Death, Jiangchen regarded them with utmost indifference, perceiving the entire examination as trivial. After all, it was akin to a high-level character wandering through a beginner zone in a game, far easier than a meal. Jiangchen activated his sensory abilities, expanding them indefinitely, only to discover that he could cover only half of the forest. Locating little Hinata would prove somewhat challenging. During this trial, Naruto and Kabuto were together, posing little threat to one another. Jiangchen's only desire was to protect his sister, little Hinata. Just then, a mechanical voice echoed in his mind, beginning to chatter incessantly. "Beep. System data restoration in progress. Please wait. System restoration successful." Jiangchen raised an eyebrow in astonishment. Since the last incident in the Lost Forest, the system had not made an appearance. Now, after such a long absence, its return filled him with exhilaration. "What on earth is happening, little brother? Why have you taken so long to show yourself?" In response, the system encountered severe damage during the incident in the Lost Forest. Despite activating emergency procedures, it could not evade complete failure. After 48 hours of minor repairs and the recent data restoration, it has finally rebooted. "I apologize for any inconvenience caused." How curious. The system seemed unusually courteous. "No need to dwell on that. Your return is what matters. I feared you had vanished entirely." Beep. System data scanning. Based on your memories, the system has missed numerous points of shock. It will now organize these shock values, and you may experience intense headache shortly. Kindly note, please do not panic. If necessary, you may bite your arm to avoid biting your tongue. Chapter 73, Jiangchen's Humiliation. Jiangchen was utterly speechless. What on earth was happening? Was I giving birth or undergoing surgery? And the unnecessary reminder to bite my arm, what a fuss. Suddenly, a searing pain surged through his head, causing him to curl up on the ground, his head throbbing painfully. Previously dismissive of the system, he now lacked the courage to argue, shoving his arm into his mouth. The mechanical voice of the system echoed in his mind once more. Beep. Congratulations, brother. You have summoned the shocked Toad Winta, earning 100,000 coins, 100 sword and tint, and a recommendation to elevate your level to the second tier. Current progress, Tier 235 1000. Congratulations. You have successfully unlocked Tier 2 sword and tint, which allows you to ensnare opponents in a mid-level illusion, enabling control over their murderous intent. The malfunction has also been unlocked. Jiangchen could only grasp fragments of the system's mechanical announcements as the intense pain continued unabated. Beep. Congratulations. You have shocked Toad Winta gaining. The events that left Xingzhua and the great Toad Sage astonished on Mayaboka Mountain were all captured by the system and began to be compensated for. Ultimately, Jiangchen's progress had reached Tier 2285-1000. Simultaneously, the throbbing pain in his head gradually subsided. Lying on the ground, Jiangchen felt completely drained, utterly devoid of strength. Despite his sword and tint advancing to the second tier and accumulating a significant amount of shock value, there was no joy within him. The recent pain had rendered him utterly despondent. Hey, there is someone lying down there. Let us check it out. Perhaps he has some scrolls. But be cautious. What if there is a trap? At this unexpected voice, Jiangchen, in his current state, could barely lift his head to see who it was, let alone resist. He was drenched in sweat, exhaling deeply, feeling immense frustration. This system truly had a knack for timing. Why now, when he was in such a weakened state? The Death Forest was inherently perilous, especially since they had just entered. In his current condition, Jiangchen resembled a paralyzed tiger, powerful yet incapable of fighting back. Great. Just as someone arrives. Losing scrolls is trivial, but what if I encounter a vicious foe? Jiangchen's greatest fear at this moment was that the newcomers might be troublemakers. Handing over the scrolls was inconsequential. After all, he could easily snatch them back. However, what if they sought to take advantage of his plight? 3 figures leapt down from the trees, and Jiangchen raised his head to scrutinize their forehead protectors. He sighed in relief. It was a trio of mist ninjas. Had they been the 3 sound ninjas he had offended earlier, he would likely be facing dire consequences. As the 3 approached him, their features became clearer. The plump boy with orange hair led the way, his expression tense. Following closely was a muscular youth adorned with a blue headband, while a timid girl with long black hair lingered behind, her large eyes and thin lips betraying her apprehension. Damn it, don't move. Isn't that the pretentious Jiangchen? This must be a trap. Don't advance, you fool. The plump boy, already on edge, jumped at the shout, turning around to curse. Lan Chuan, are you trying to scare me to death? Can you stop being so jumpy? Lan Chuan leaned closer to the plump boy, fixating on the prone Jiangchen, speechless for a long moment. The plump boy, growing impatient, shoved Lan Chuan aside and bellowed. Zume, go check it out. Zume, clutching a kunai, trembled at the plump boy's insistence, her soft voice quivering. Do I have to go? Can't you two do it? Damn it, stop hesitating. Just go, or I'll leave you here. Zume instinctively widened her eyes, pouting in a show of reluctance as she nodded vigorously. Yes. Under the watchful eyes of the 2 boys, Zume moved cautiously toward Jiangchen, helpless to move. Jiangchen watched her approach, feeling a deep disdain for the 2 men. How could they let a girl, merely 14 or 15, take the lead? They had no shame at all. However, Zume's demeanor suggested she was accustomed to such treatment, indicating she was often bullied. Once she reached Jiangchen's side, she glanced around for traps. Jiangchen was momentarily dumbfounded. How did she graduate? If there were indeed traps, would she have the chance to look around? You all can come over. It seems safe, she called out. Upon hearing Zume's words, the plump boy and Lan Chuan cautiously approached Jiangchen, observing his feeble state. The plump boy burst into laughter. Haha, lucky. Isn't this the arrogant kid with 2 scrolls? Who would have thought he'd end up like this? Exchanging glances with Lan Chuan, they both erupted into laughter. The plump boy delivered a kick to Jiangchen, barking, Kid, hand over the earth scroll, now. Seeing the plump boy's bravado, Lan Chuan joined in, kicking Jiangchen 3 times in quick succession. Still acting tough? I wanted to beat you up back in the first exam, but the test started, and you escaped. Now, you're getting what you deserve. With each word. Lan Chuan's anger flared. Bang. Another kick struck Jiangchen's face. His rage stemmed from recalling the time he had wanted to confront Jiangchen, only to back down when witnessing Jiangchen effortlessly defeat the sound ninjas. The image of Jiangchen's arrogant expression lingered in Lan Chuan's mind, fueling his fury. Jiangchen clenched his teeth in silence, glaring at the trio. There was no room for arguments. In his current state, he was powerless to resist. He only wished for his strength to return swiftly. What was the system doing to him? Dare to glare at me without handing over the scroll? Look at you. With that wooden sword. One might think you're just playing house. The plump boy mocked, eyeing Jiangchen's wooden sword. Jiangchen exhaled slowly, closing his eyes to console himself. Forget it. I shouldn't stoop to their level. I can't resist in this condition. I'll just wait until I regain my strength, and then I'll deal with these 2 pests. Before Jiangchen could finish his self-soothing thoughts, he felt hands rummaging through his belongings. The plump boy seized 2 scrolls, tossing the earth scroll beside Jiangchen, chuckling, not bad. To find a scroll right after entering the forest, truly blessed by the heavens. With that, he tugged Lan Chuan along, declaring, let us head to the central tower. Zame trailed behind them, casting several glances back at Jiangchen, her eyes revealing a hint of sympathy. Jiangchen breathed a sigh of relief. At least they only took the scrolls. Yet, just then, the thin boy suddenly halted, grabbing the plump boy's arm. Hey, what if that guy recovers and comes after us for revenge? Chapter 74. Jiangchen's demise. Jiangchen expelled a breath of relief. Fortunately, they had only taken the scroll. However, at that moment, the slender man abruptly halted, seizing the rotund figure. Fatty, if that guy recovers, won't he come after us for revenge? The heavy-set man paused, turning to glare fiercely at Jiangchen. You're right. Although I don't know why he acts like this, if he truly recovers, he will undoubtedly seek vengeance. Let us go. We must eliminate him. Hearing their conversation, Jiangchen felt an overwhelming sense of urgency. Hey, little brother, come out quickly. Brother, I'm here. What is happening? Hurry and restore my body. If this drags on, I might lose my life. Sorry, big brother. But the restoration scan conducted by the system is indeed taxing on your body, and recovery will take time. However, it has salvaged some of your lost shock value. Curse it. I have no time to discuss shock value. If I can't regain my strength, my life is forfeit. Jiangchen was utterly enraged. Yet no matter how furious he became, the burden on his body was insurmountable. Calm down, big brother. Those favored by fate will find salvation. Just hold on for a little longer, and you'll recover. Nonsense. Don't talk about holding on for 10 minutes. Even 5 minutes is a struggle. I could eliminate a defenseless person in less than a minute. Seeing Jiangchen so agitated, the system chose to ignore him. No matter how much he cursed, the system remained silent. The rotund man brandished a kunai, aiming it at Jiangchen. You brat. Prepare to die. As he spoke, the kunai lunged towards Jiangchen's heart. Smack. A delicate hand grasped the rotund man's arm. Leave him be. Zame trembled as she clutched the rotund man's arm, gritting her teeth and shouting. The rotund man forcefully threw aside Zame's grip and kicked her in the abdomen, roaring, How dare you obstruct me? If it weren't for your father, I would have killed you on the spot. Don't think that just because the 5th Mizukage advocate's piece, you trash can truly become ninja. It's a delusion. Bah. Lanchuan pulled the rotund man aside, glancing at Zame on the ground with disdain. Fatty, ignore her. If it weren't for the need for a trio, who would bring her along? Let us deal with Jiangchen first. The rotund man turned back, raising the kunai to stab at Jiangchen once more. Jiangchen glared fiercely at both the rotund man and Lanchuan, his inner voice roaring with desperate. Chapter 75 Gara versus Jiangchen stood before the two like the Reaper himself, his overwhelming aura causing them to tremble uncontrollably. Without hesitation, they dropped to their knees, kowtowing frantically in surrender. I was wrong. Please, spare me. Here, take both heaven and earth scrolls. I forfeit the exam. I quit. The rotund one wailed, tears and snot streaming down his face. Brother Jiangchen, no, grandfather. I beg you. I'll give you anything. My family has money. I can pay you. Lanchuan's face was deathly pale, his soul seemingly drained from terror. Observing their pitiful state, Jiangchen shook his head with a bitter smirk. Such worthless trash wasn't even worth his effort, but this time was different. The humiliation they had inflicted upon him would be repaid tenfold. In one swift motion, Jiangchen seized the fat one's right arm and twisted. Crack. A sickening snap echoed as the boy howled in agony, his screams piercing the air like a wounded beast. Was it this arm that held the kunai against me? Jiangchen leaned down, his voice dripping with icy malice, seeping into their very bones. Both instinctively glanced at their right legs, trembling violently as they continued to plead. They knew they had both kicked Jiangchen with that leg. Ah. So you do have some self-awareness. Pity it won't save you. Crack. Crack. 2 more fractures resounded. The pair writhed on the ground, consumed by unbearable pain. Now, we're even for the debt. Time to collect the interest. Thud. Jiangchen's foot collided with the fat one's left arm, the sheer force tearing it clean off. The severed limb flew dozens of meters before landing with a grotesque thump. The boy passed out from the agony, blood pooling beneath him. Lanchuan's sanity shattered. This was a fighter. This was a demon, a merciless executioner who struck without hesitation. He cowed out madly, but it was futile. Jiangchen's next kick targeted Lanchuan's left knee. The impact was like a boulder crushing bone. Snap. The joint shattered, his leg bending unnaturally as he collapsed, twitching in a broken heap. Jiangchen gazed down at them, his murderous intent palpable. Zame lay paralyzed on the ground, staring at Jiangchen as if beholding a nightmare. Kankur swallowed hard, his mind reeling. This guy he is just like Gara. No, worse. A cold-blooded killer. Even Gara doesn't instill this level of dread. Tamari's eyes were wide, her voice a whisper. He is more brutal than Gara. Maiming them like this, it's crueler than killing them outright. To let them suffer in terror and pain, what kind of monster exists in Konoha? A shared realization struck them. If war comes, we must never face Jiangchen. Death would be a mercy. Tamari gripped Kankur's arm. If I ever fight him, kill me the moment he starts torturing me. Kankur stiffened before muttering. Don't think like that. We'll avoid him. And if we can't, I'll forfeit immediately. Gara, however, trembled, not in fear, but exhilaration. The prospect of battling Jiangchen again set his blood aflame. Jiangchen pressed his foot against Lanchuan's ashen face. Wait here for death. And remember, crossing me was your gravest mistake. He then turned to Zame, his tone marginally softer. You live only because you tried to stop them. Take these trash and leave. Approaching Gaara, Jiangchen smiled. Now then, shall we begin? Gaara's pupils dilated, his lips curling into a manic grin. Sand erupted from the earth like serpents, lashing toward Jiangchen. Instead of dodging, Jiangchen stood firm. His arms a blur as he deflected each strike. Boom. Every wave of sand shattered upon impact. Gaara's relentless assault only fueled Jiangchen's curiosity. My body, it's evolved. Near-death had unlocked something, likely tied to his sword intent's advancement. He needed to test his limits. Temari watched in disbelief. He blocking Gaara's sand with pure taijutsu? Impossible. No genin stands a chance against Gaara. As the sand piled higher, Jiangchen grew impatient. Is this all? One trick, one tea. Suddenly, the granules coalesced, engulfing him in a crushing cocoon. Damn it, sand coffin. So much for a fair fight. Gaara clenched his fist. Sabakakai. The sand contracted, thump. A hollow sound. Gaara frowned. Not enough, huh? Behind him, Jiangchen emerged from the earth, unharmed. Earth release escape? Then let us see you dodge this. Twin streams of sand anchored Jiangchen's feet as a tidal wave of grit surged toward him. Earth release, earth-style wall. A barrier erupted, halting the onslaught. Jiangchen smirked. Earth release, stone dragon. The ground trembled as a colossal earthen beast roared to life, its maw gaping toward Gaara. Temari and Kankur gasped. Since when can a genin use that? Chapter 76, The Release of Killing Intent. Bang. The colossal dragon devoured Gaara in one gulp. The tremendous impact splitting him in two, a scene of sheer brutality. Gaara! Gaara! Kankuro and Temari cried out in desperation. Boom. The earth dragon collided with the nearby cliff, emitting a dull thud before disintegrating into a cascade of debris, staining the verdant ground below with a muddy hue. The flowing sands obscured any trace of Gaara. Kankuro, his eyes wide with shock, shouted Gaara's name with furrowed brows. Temari, her eyes trembling, collapsed to the ground, her lips quivering as she murmured. How could this be? Jiangchen's expression remained impassive as he sighed deeply, gathering his strength. Bang. The sand binding him shattered. Gaara, if you're done playing, come out. It would be rather dull if you died so easily. As the words fell, Gaara's figure gradually emerged from the flowing sands, grains cascading down like water. You too. Be quiet. If you wish to live, get away from me. Gaara's voice was frigid, his merciless gaze fixed on Kankuro and Temari. Are you going to use that technique? But it's not yet. Temari's voice was filled with resignation. Silence. No one can dictate my actions. Get lost. Gaara's eyes widened, exacerbated by his terrifying dark circles, causing Temari to tremble, nearly collapsing. Kankuro supported Temari, frowning as he quietly urged, Temari, we must leave. Don't stay too close. Gaara turned to Jiangchen, an unusual excitement gleaming in his eyes as he snarled, I will kill you here. Only with your death does my existence gain significance. Witnessing Gaara's current state, Jiangchen sighed in resignation. While the cold demeanor was rather appealing, Gaara was indeed quite irritating at this moment. Jiangchen had no intention of defeating Gaara now. At this point, Gaara held little significance. The real challenge would arise when he became the Kazekage. Presently, he was merely on a different tier. Hey, Gaara. I do not wish to prolong this encounter. How about we save the competition for later? Jiangchen's relaxed demeanor only fueled Gaara's fury. I will kill you now. Gaara laughed maniacally, fully aware that a transformation was imminent. Jiangchen, wishing to avoid excessive commotion in the death forest, slowly gripped the wooden sword at his back. Hey. Gaara, I had no intention of drawing my sword against you, but you were forcing my hand. I have no time to linger here. Farewell. Holding the wooden sword, Jiangchen felt a mixture of emotions. He never expected that just as his sword intent reached the second tier, he would be testing its power with a simple wooden sword. How intriguing. Temari, witnessing Jiangchen clutching the wooden sword, gasped in shock and tugged at Kankuro. I think it's no longer safe to stay here. Why? Kankuro inquired, puzzled. Jiangchen drawing his wooden sword against Gaara is an open provocation. I fear Gaara may become enraged and lash out. Temari's voice quivered. Fully aware of Gaara's nature, anyone he deemed worthy of his wrath would be obliterated. Especially since Jiangchen had consistently challenged him. Haha. Jiangchen, just how much hatred do you wish to incite in me? Jiangchen ceased his banter, positioning the wooden sword before him, dark energy coiling around it. Within mere seconds, the wooden sword transformed into a small yet ominous blade. What on earth is happening? It was merely a wooden sword. How did it become this fearsome weapon? Kankuro exclaimed, utterly bewildered by the sword's metamorphosis. Was it some sort of magic or an illusion? It was utterly incomprehensible. Temari, leaning against a tree, gazed at Jiangchen in disbelief. When Jiangchen's sword intent was merely at the first tier, the system had indicated that it only rendered sword techniques invincible, incapable of achieving the realm of unmatched sword intent and killing intent. Now that it had ascended a tier, how potent could his killing intent truly be? She was eager to find out. Boom. Jiangchen unleashed his killing intent. In an instant, it surged forth like a tempest, creating an invisible ripple. Haha, it seems the system is quite commendable. The sealed killing intent unlocked at my command. I wonder if this release will necessitate further payment for sealing it again. It surely wouldn't be the case that an upgrade nullifies the seal, would it? Jiangchen mused, not particularly concerned about the sum. He simply found it wasteful. Those 10,000 could be better spent enjoying himself in delightful places, after all. As Jiang Qin's killing intent brushed against Kankuro and Temari, their world was suddenly engulfed in darkness. In this boundless void, spectral figures loomed ominously, leaving them utterly devoid of any capacity for resistance. This overwhelming aura of a powerful being was something they had only experienced from their father. Even the cold-blooded Gaara could only instill a sense of dread atmosphere. Bang! Temari and Kankuro fell from the tree, the excruciating pain jolting them awake. They shakily rose, staring at Gaara and Jiang Qin. Unlike them, Gaara appeared even more exhilarated, drool beginning to trickle from his mouth. This is bad. Gaara is on the verge of transforming. The intimidation of the killing intent primarily exerted a psychological impact until it reached a certain threshold. If a person lost their reason, even tremendous killing intent would fail to instill fear. And now, Gaara had already lost his rationality, fixated solely on killing Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin furrowed his brows, murmuring in confusion, how can my killing intent instill fear even in the Ninetales, yet Gaara feels nothing? This is supposed to be second-tier sword intent. Isn't that rather embarrassing? It seems I have no choice but to strike Gaara, even if I am reluctant to do so. Ding. Brother. Have you considered the shop feature? You can purchase techniques for utilizing sword intent illusions. Jiang Qin was utterly speechless. How could the system start marketing products? Wasn't it expected that upon upgrading to the second tier, the system would generously provide him with techniques? Shouldn't it be like before, where everything was complimentary? Why was there now a fee? Cough, cough. I say, brother, why do skills now require payment? You used to provide them for free. Replying, brother. Once your sword intent reaches the second tier, you will completely exit the novice free period of the swordsman system. Henceforth, all operations will require payment, including new skills. At this moment, Jiang Qin felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. This was akin to a merciless merchant. Initially, they allowed you to use everything freely. But upon upgrading to the second tier, they began charging for everything. What was the difference from those manipulative sales tactics? Brother, I've realized you've become increasingly unscrupulous. Is it that once you've gotten used to it, everything begins to incur charges? Chapter 77. The Phantom Moon / Gaara falls victim. Brother. Don't take advantage and then act innocent. Do you even realize how much you've been showing off thanks to this system? If boasting came with a tax, you'd be left with nothing but your underwear. Having been retorted by the system, Jiang Qin coughed a few times and ceased his rebuttal. Why argue with the system? Because it spoke the truth, he had no grounds to contest it. Remaining silent was indeed the wisest choice. Well then, I shall purchase the sword intent illusion technique. Ding. Congratulations, host, on successfully purchasing 2 intermediate illusion slashes, the Phantom Moon / and the Falling Flower / A deduction of 200,000 coins has been made. The techniques are now being transmitted to your mind. Transmission complete. We appreciate your patronage. As the system completed its process, Jiang Qin firmly grasped the usage of the 2 illusion techniques within his consciousness. However, witnessing the loss of 200,000 coins left him quite pained. Nevertheless, the techniques were undeniably impressive. Alright, let's practice on Gaara. As Gaara's right arm gradually morphed into that of Shikaku, Jiang Qin calmly positioned his wooden sword atop his head. With his right hand wielding the sword towards the heavens, he extended his left index finger in front of him. The wooden sword began to trace slow circles around him, leaving behind countless afterimages, reminiscent of an ethereal clock. Boom. With a sudden, forceful downward strike from his right hand, the wooden sword, along with its myriad of afterimages, converged into a single line. The effect resembled that of myriad swords returning to their origin. In an instant, Gaara widened his eyes, staring in shock towards Jiang Qin. Above Jiang Qin, the sky darkened increasingly, and gradually, countless waning moons appeared, illuminating the endless night sky. The shifting and rotating moons dazzled Gaara's vision, while Jiang Qin's figure gradually faded into the darkness, becoming an elusive presence. Gaara's body became frozen in place, his gaze fixated on the multitude of waning moons. Devoid of any combat capability, Jiang Qin retracted the wooden sword and glanced at Gaara, saying, "Farewell, Gaara. I will surely seek you out for a proper duel when the opportunity arises." With that, Jiang Qin leapt towards the trees, discarding the excess earth scrolls onto the ground as he departed. The scene left Kanjiro and Temari utterly astonished. Just moments ago, they had witnessed Jiang Qin's wooden sword, the night, the waning moons, and the myriad swords returning to their origin effects, yet all they saw was Jiang Qin merely swinging his wooden sword. Staring in disbelief as Jiang Qin nonchalantly walked away, Gaara remained motionless. What on earth was happening? Had Jiang Qin cast some form of technique to bind Gaara? Temari glanced curiously at Jiang Qin's retreating figure. She didn't voice her thoughts, nor would she dare to. A terrifying expert like Jiang Qin was even more formidable than Gaara himself. He could easily leave without a trace. Only a fool would attempt to call him back. Gaara must have fallen under an illusion. Can swinging a sword truly ensnare someone in such a way? I've never heard of that, Kanjiro mused, stroking his chin. Temari turned to Kanjiro, pressing on. Is it possible to release an illusion through a sword? Gaara should be able to break it himself. So what exactly is going on? Kanjiro shook his head in resignation. You really have been frightened into confusion. How can you not understand? Gaara was preparing to unleash Shikaku's power. How could he possibly break the illusion himself? He isn't even aware that he is under an illusion. Enough of this. Let's go help him break the illusion. Temari nodded and headed toward Gaara. Wait. Kanjiro suddenly grasped Temari's arm, exclaiming loudly, "Send a clone," rushing in like this could get you injured by Shikaku's power. As expected, when Temari's clone attempted to dispel Gaara's illusion, he mistook it for an enemy and sent it flying with a single palm strike. However, this action jolted Gaara from his murderous excitement. Regaining his composure, the three continued toward the central tower. Throughout, Gaara remained silent. His thoughts fixated on Jiangshan as the one he must challenge. Departing from Gaara, Jiangshan reflected on Gaara's dazed expression after executing the Phantom Moon Slash. A smirk crept across his face. He had never imagined that as a swordsman, he could wield illusions, and that he might have the opportunity to enhance these illusions further in the future, as long as his sword intent continued to rise. Achieving a level comparable to Tsukuyami was not beyond the realm of possibility. Filled with newfound vigor, Jiangshan resolved to seize every opportunity to accumulate shock value. However, in this forest of death, such endeavors seemed rather futile. Orochimaru would not eliminate Naruto and Sasuke, so it was unnecessary for him to confront Orochimaru. As for the possibility of repelling him, it would undoubtedly require considerable effort, and his identity would likely be questioned by many. Thus, it was best to adhere to the original plan of following Hinata. Once more, Jiangshan unleashed his perception, which astonished him with a fit of laughter. After upgrading to the second stage, his perception had expanded exponentially, allowing him to sense the majority of the Death Forest. Inuzuka Kiba led the way, his companion Akamaru squinting with joy, wagging his tail. Hinata followed closely behind, the 12-year-old girl blossoming into a more beautiful figure, her stature beginning to reveal itself. Shino trailed last, his face swarming with insects that constantly flew out and returned. Surrounding them, Shino had deployed reconnaissance bugs, providing updates on the surroundings within a kilometer radius. This group had already gathered the necessary scrolls, rendering them free from unnecessary battles. Thus, they continually evaded others as they hastened toward the central tower. Suddenly, Shino halted, his body trembling slightly. "Wait, let's change direction and move quickly." Hinata turned in shock, while Kiba furrowed his brows, gazing at Shino. "What is it, Shino?" Shino's face glistened with cold sweat as he trembled. "There is a rapidly moving entity behind us," and in an instant, the bugs were crushed. "Do you understand what I'm saying?" Kiba's expression turned ashen as he began sniffing the air. However, the distance was too great, and he could not detect any scent. He understood Shino's character well. He was ruthless and spoke little, never one to lie. "Hinata, we must leave now." "Trust Shino, let's change direction quickly." Without hesitation, the trio altered their path, avoiding the direction they had just come from. "Shino, what kind of person could crush those bugs?" Hinata inquired curiously. Kiba shared her curiosity. Even at their swiftest, the force of impact should not have been enough to crush such small insects. As they darted through the trees, Shino's forehead continued to bead with sweat. "I do not know who this person is, but I can assure you, they are far from ordinary. The speed of that impact is something I have never encountered." "What? How can someone of our rank possess such speed? Could it be Lady Anko?" The three discussed as they hurried along. Shino wiped the sweat from his brow and stated something even more shocking. "At this speed, even Lady Anko would struggle to match it." Chapter 78, Jiangshan appears, shocking Shino. Shino's words struck like a bolt from the blue. The two trembled uncontrollably. Regardless of who this person was, the forest was filled with examinees. If such a formidable figure truly existed, wouldn't the rest of the exam be at risk of being instantly eliminated by such a master? With that terrifying speed, escape would be impossible. All three heightened their vigilance. Shino released more insects and even set numerous traps to prevent that fearsome pursuer from catching up. "Shino, has that person caught up?" Kiba asked anxiously, his greatest concern being whether this mysterious expert was targeting them. "Not yet. I've already deployed insects at our previous location. If he approaches, I'll know immediately. We must move quickly. Hopefully, the traps will buy us some time." "Impressive, Shino. You've thought of everything." Kiba grinned broadly, while Hinata pressed her lips together, admiring Shino's composure. At that moment, Shino's face turned even paler. Were it not for his glasses, his eyes might have bulged in sheer terror. "What's wrong, Shino?" "He's coming toward us. His speed is incredible. He'll catch up in minutes." "What?" Kiba's worst fear had come true. He never imagined this mysterious figure would actually target them. Akamaru whimpered mournfully. "Shino, do you think it's someone seeking revenge for those we defeated earlier?" Shino didn't answer. Instead, he halted the group. "Stop running. I set 5 traps." And he dismantled 2 in under a minute. "If we're his target, escape is impossible." "You're right. Rather than fleeing, we should face him head-on and prepare," Kiba agreed. Shino nodded slightly and turned to Hinata. "I'll set more traps here. Use your Byakugan to identify his village and prepare mentally." Hinata nodded firmly. Shino and Kiba began laying traps, devising countermeasures based on the enemy's village and techniques. But after a long wait, Hinata remained motionless, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. "What's wrong?" "Hinata?" Kiba leaned in, puzzled. Shino adjusted his glasses and glanced to the right. "Woof, woof." Akamaru barked atop Kiba's head. Kiba grinned. "Oh, it's Naruto and the others. What a coincidence." Now he understood Hinata's blush. Naruto waved enthusiastically at Hinata, who only lowered her head, too flustered to respond. "Don't approach outsiders so carelessly. We're still in the middle of the exam," Sasuke warned, blocking Naruto. But Naruto paid no heed. He trusted Hinata would never harm him. Hey, did you guys collect both scrolls yet? He asked smugly. Idiot. We got ours ages ago. The two groups immediately fell into bickering. Shino, however, remained tense. The mysterious figure had suddenly vanished. Enough. We must reach the central tower quickly. Shino dragged Kiba away. Hinata lingered near Naruto, whispering shyly, good luck, Naruto-kun. Then she turned and hurried off, her face as red as an apple. After they left, Naruto slumped in disappointment. You don't even have the scrolls. Yet you pretend you do. Ridiculous, Sakura muttered. Hidden in the shadows, Jiangxin watched Naruto's foolish antics with an amused smile. Keep striving. Growth comes through hardship. Your path is yours to walk. Farewell. With that he vanished, trailing Hinata's group in secret. So Shino noticed me. Was it the insects? Time to reveal myself. Whoosh. As the trio advanced toward the tower, Jiangxin materialized before them. Kiba and Shino, already wary of Jiangxin, tensed further. Hey, little Hinata. It's me. Jiangxin greeted cheerfully. Jiangxin and I-san. Hinata beamed. Kiba glared, Akamaru whimpering fearfully. Jiangxin had sealed his killing intent. Unless he willfully unleashed it, no one could sense his aura. Akamaru's reaction stemmed solely from detecting his immense chakra. The trembling whimpers drained the color from Kiba's face. What? Jiangxin, is that strong? Shino frowned. Cautiously releasing more insects. Relax, Shino. I mean no harm. Call off your bugs, they won't work on me anyway. Jiangxin strolled casually toward Hinata. At 170 centimeters. He towered over the 148 centimeters Hinata. Gently patting her head, he smiled. I'm glad you're safe. I chased you all this way, haha. Boom. The casual remark sent Shino and Kiba reeling. Shino's expression darkened further. He alone understood how terrifying their pursuer had been. If Jiangxin was that figure, then Kiba pieced it together too. Akamaru's trembling confirmed Jiangxin's overwhelming strength. Jiangxin and I-san. Were you the one following us? That incredibly fast expert? Hinata blinked up at him. Shino and Kiba swallowed hard, nerves taut, awaiting confirmation. Jiangxin froze. Mysterious expert? What did I do? Baffled, he scratched his head. Yeah. I was following you. Just wanted to make sure you were safe, haha. Only then did he realize, in his haste, he'd forgotten to suppress his speed, making his pursuit seem inhuman. Shino gulped, adjusting his glasses with a trembling hand. So it really was Jiangxin. Just how strong is he? He feels even more unfathomable than before. I once thought he was at CH Nin level, but clearly, I underestimated him. Could he have been AJ Nin all along? Hiding his true power? Chapter 79, The Confrontation with the Sound Trio. Heh. Jiangxin chuckled awkwardly, scratching his head with a helpless expression. Why are you all looking at me like I'm some kind of monster? The trio could only gulp in silence, their throats dry. If Jiangxin himself refused to acknowledge it, who were they to press further? Apart from Hinata, the other two could barely muster the courage to speak to him. Even Akamaru trembled violently in fear, and Kiba could no longer stand still, frantically signaling Shino with his eyes. Shino, however, had already pieced it together. This mysterious figure was undoubtedly Jiangxin. With his concerns resolved, he calmly suggested, it's getting late. We should head for the central tower before nightfall. Hinata, Kiba. Kiba nodded vigorously, eager to leave immediately. Hinata, on the other hand, gazed at Jiangxin with wide, reluctant eyes. Go on. Jiangxin said with a faint smile. I'll stay within a kilometer of you. I doubt anyone would dare lay a finger on you now. His words were spoken with such effortless confidence that Kiba didn't even question them. Had Naruto uttered the same thing, Kiba would have scoffed and argued. But coming from Jiangxin, it carried an undeniable weight. With someone as terrifying as him watching over them, who would be foolish enough to threaten Hinata? Hinata, oblivious to the deeper implications, simply beamed at the thought of Jiangxin protecting her from behind. She clenched her fist in excitement, her heart swelling with joy. Having wasted time earlier trying to avoid Jiangxin, the trio hadn't made much progress toward the central tower. They resumed their usual formation, Kiba leading the way, while Jiangxin trailed them from a distance. Wait. Someone's ahead, fall back. Kiba barked as Akamaru whimpered nervously. Byakugan. Hinata activated her eyes, spotting the sound trio lying in ambush just a few dozen meters ahead. Let's go around. Those three aren't to be underestimated, Shino murmured, his face crawling with insects. Just as they turned to retreat, a mocking voice called out, Oh, you came all this way, and now you're leaving? The speaker was a ninja with his head wrapped in bandages, only his left eye visible. A long, broom-like cloak draped over his back, Dosa Kinuta, leader of the sound trio. His teammates, Zaku and Kin, swiftly blocked Kiba's path. Hand over your scroll, kid, and you might live to see another day, Zaku sneered, looking down at them. Kiba scoffed. Unfazed. If he were facing monsters like Jiangxin or Gaara, he might have backed down. But against these three? No way. And if I refuse? Then you die. Simple as that. Without hesitation, Zaku leaped into the air, his palm aimed at Kiba. Kiba bared his teeth. I don't have time for this. Twin Fong over Fong. He and Akamaru spiraled toward Zaku like twin whirlwinds. Oh, not bad. But, is that all you've got? Sonic wave. A blast of ultrasonic energy erupted from Zaku's palm, forming a pressurized barrier that repelled Kiba's attack. Boom. The impact sent Kiba and Akamaru crashing onto a branch. Wiping blood from his lips, Kiba growled, TCH. He can reflect attacks? Shino, your turn. Shino remained silent as swarms of insects poured from his body. Zaka smirked. Pathetic. You really thought you stood a chance? Know your place. Shino. Behind you. Kiba shouted. Dosa lunged, his multi-hold arm guard aimed at Shino's back. Crash. In an instant. Shino's insects swirled into a defensive wall, beetle barrier jutsu. The impact scattered the insects, but the shockwave still rattled Shino's skull. Staggering, he plummeted to the ground. Humph. Trash like you shouldn't even try to act tough, Dosa sneered, turning his gaze toward Hinata. Before he could strike, Kin intercepted him. The girl's mind. I want to see what those high GA eyes can really do. In a flash, she was upon Hinata, her bell jingling as she launched a flurry of strikes. Hinata activated her Byakugan, countering blow for blow. The two clashed in a graceful yet fierce dance. Dosu ignored their battle, focusing instead on Shino, only to find his body dissolving into insects. What? Before he could react, a cyclone of beetles engulfed him. Boom. The insects scattered violently as Dosa staggered back, panting. His eyes narrowed. You're the strongest of the three. Fine. I'll stop holding back. The two engaged in a deadly dance across the branches, sound waves repelling the insects while Shino struggled to land a decisive blow. Kiba, meanwhile, fared worse. Zaka's sonic attacks rendered his brute force assaults useless, sending him crashing repeatedly. Yet he refused to yield, locking in a desperate brawl. Hinata and Kin's battle was pure taijutsu, no tricks. Just skill. But the hypnotic chime of Kin's bell slowly overwhelmed Hinata. Without her Byakugan, she would have fallen long ago. You're cute, Kin taunted, flipping her hair. But your hair's a mess. Mine's way prettier. Hinata ignored her, focusing on defense. Ugh, you're pissing me off. Kin snarled, drawing a kunai. Let's carve up that pretty face. She lunged, the bell disorienting Hinata just enough to send her tumbling from the tree. Kin followed, kunai gleaming. Die, brat. But as she struck, an overwhelming killing intent froze her in place. Her limbs locked up, trembling uncontrollably. Jiangchen, perched on a branch, had watched the entire battle unfold. He hadn't intervened, they needed the experience. But now, it was time. Chapter 80. I never strike a woman, hey, just play around. If it weren't for my principle of never harming women, you would have perished the moment you laid hands on Hinata. Jiangchen's words resonated like a ghostly echo in the canyon, profound and reverberating within the hearts of those present. Just like Qin, everyone in attendance froze, trembling as they gazed in Jiangchen's direction. No one dared to move an inch. Even if they wished to flee, their feet felt rooted to the ground. The overwhelming aura of menace had caused several individuals to quiver uncontrollably. Before them loomed a colossal shadow, enveloping their forms. Jiwan cowered in Ye's embrace, emitting pitiful cries. Ye's forehead glistened with cold sweat as he stared at Jiangchen, whispering in fear. That feeling had returned. It was the same sensation he experienced upon first encountering Jiangchen, now even more terrifying than before. He could not bear to remain in this place for another second. He had to escape. Ye struggled to stand, but no matter how hard he tried, an invisible force seemed to pin him firmly to the ground. He was utterly immobilized. The insects within Shino, initially attacking TOS, had all retreated into his body, restlessly stirring. Shino summoned all his chakra to stabilize the insects. Beads of sweat streaming down his forehead. TOS and Sak recognized Jiangchen, memories of being swiftly defeated by him flooding their minds, leaving them shaken. Faced with such a terrifying aura, they had no time to continue fighting. All they could think of was mustering every ounce of strength to move their bodies. Like ya. Despite their efforts, their limbs trembled uncontrollably. Damn it, why did I have to encounter this guy? Is he really a Jinin? This terrifying aura is unbearable. The 5 individuals present were engulfed in a profound sense of dread. Yet Hinata stood up, her cheeks flushed as she gazed at Jiangchen, softly saying, Jiangchen Nisan. She observed the state of the others, confusion clouding her mind. She was entirely unaware that Jiangchen's murderous intent had been directed solely at the 5 of them, sparing her entirely. Jiangchen had elevated his sword intent to the 2nd level, allowing him to control the target of his killing intent freely, leaving others unaffected. Hinata, oblivious to these details, saw the others frozen as if ensnared in a genjutsu. Jiangchen approached her slowly, bending down to gently inquire, Did you hurt yourself, little Hinata? She shook her head. The tree was not tall, and the ground was covered with grass, so she was unharmed. Good, as long as you're fine. Who bullied you? Jiangchen will take revenge for you. Upon finishing his words, Jiangchen's smile vanished abruptly. He began to walk toward Qin. Qin's beautiful eyes trembled with fear, her body shaking uncontrollably. Why you said you wouldn't harm women? At that moment, all she could think about was how to survive. Resistance was the furthest thing from her mind. Recalling Jiangchen's previous words, Jiangchen seized her hair with one hand, coldly stating, I did say I wouldn't strike a woman. But that does not extend to women who bully Hinata. Releasing his grip, he delivered a swift kick to her abdomen. Bang! The force sent Qin flying several meters, crashing heavily against a tree. Pff. She coughed up blood, her beautiful eyes rolling back as she fainted. With one kick, Qin was defeated. Jiangchen's action once again illustrated the true Maya chapter 81. Grant me this favor, mind your own business, Anko muttered with a pout, her displeasure toward Jiangchen evident. The sight of him, someone with mediocre abilities yet granted special privileges by the Hokage, irritated her beyond measure. Her resentment festered, particularly when recalling the 2 scrolls she had deliberately given him, intending to make him a target. Yet, against all odds, he had arrived at the central tower unscathed. Did he exploit the Byakugan's reconnaissance? She wondered bitterly, glaring at the screen. TCH. Just because he's Hinata's brother, acknowledged by the High GA clan, no. It's all thanks to his grandfather's legacy. Her bitterness stemmed not just from envy, but from the lingering sting of Orochimaru's abandonment. Seeing Jiangchen bask in attention due to his lineage only deepened her frustration. Hey, look! Someone exclaimed. Gaara is standing up, glaring at Jiangchen. He's shaking with rage. What's going on between them? Interesting. Did they clash before? But how, without any casualties? Anko's gaze snapped to the screen, startled. Gaara's fury suggested Jiangchen had provoked him, yet Jiangchen remained unharmed, utterly unfazed. Why isn't he afraid? Even Kiba and Shino fled from Gaara, but he just stands there. Unbothered? Amidst the murmurs of the observing shinobi, Jiangchen merely glanced at the surveillance cameras before smirking at Gaara, deliberately quirking his right eyebrow. Gaara's eyes bulged, his body trembling with barely restrained violence. Had Temari and Kankura not restrained him, another battle would have erupted. With the second exam concluded, the third stage commenced. Skipping the formalities, the proctor, the sickly Moonlight Hate, stepped forward, coughing weakly. Ahem. The rules of the preliminary matches are simple: defeat your opponent or force their surrender to advance. His gaze swept the participants, freezing momentarily upon spotting Jiangchen in the corner. With him here, whoever faces him is doomed. I doubt anyone stands a chance. Ahem. The matchups will now be displayed. Names flickered across the electronic screen. The early bouts held little interest. Jiangchen didn't even bother watching. Fourth match, Jiangchen vs. Dosa Kinuta. Naruto bounded over, grinning as he raised a fist. Big bro, go all out. Hinata clasped her hands, her large eyes earnest. Jiangchen and I, do your best. Jiangchen strolled into the arena with languid indifference. Kankura shuddered. That one-eyed freak is done for. He'll be obliterated instantly. Gaara's lips curled. Trash. Only fit for annihilation. Hate raised a hand. Ahem. Begin. The Jainin watched intently, eager to gauge the Hokage's special exception. Then, I forfeit. Dosa raised his hand, refusing to even meet Jiangchen's gaze. He had no intention of reliving that nightmare. Only a fool would challenge death twice. What? He surrendered without fighting? That kid looks terrified. They must VE clashed in the forest. Disappointed murmurs rippled through the spectators. Jiangchen merely shrugged and exited the arena. Ahem. Next match. High GA Hinata versus High GA Niji. Jiangchen approached Hinata, his voice soft but firm. Little Hinata, if it's too much. Don't push yourself. But if he hurts you badly. His tone darkened. I'll kill Niji. The sheer conviction in his words stunned her. She knew he meant it. The battle unfolded, a duel of gentle fist techniques. Niji, the prodigy, wielded the Byakugan and gentle fist with masterful precision. Their strikes clashed in rhythmic harmony. Then, Hinata collapsed, her chakra pathways sealed. Niji bowed. Lady Hinata, your tenketsu are closed. I have no wish to harm you further. Please concede. His words lacked malice. Jiangchen nodded approvingly. Saving Niji's father, Hayashi, truly changed him. He is not the ruthless type anymore. Despite being of the branch family, Niji remained deferential to Hinata, the main house heir. Yet, trembling, Hinata forced herself up. I want to go back. On my words. That is my mind. Her gaze never wavered from Naruto. Jiangchen's heart ached. He could intervene, but only discreetly. Watching her suffer, he acted. A surge of killing intent, focused solely on Niji, erupted. Boom. Niji's fist froze mid-strike. His body locked in terror. No matter his skill. Jiangchen's suffocating aura paralyzed him. Before he could speak, Jiangchen's voice slithered through the killing intent, unheard by others. Silence. Did your father never tell you how the Oni blade saved him? Grant me this favor. Stop hurting Hinata. Niji stiffened. He had heard the tale. Knew Jiangchen was the Oni blade's grandson. But this, transmitting words through sheer killing intent, this power is monstrous. Retracting his Byakugan, Niji yielded. He dared not refuse. Chapter 82. Danzo must die. Hinata's body had reached its limit. Despite Jiangchen's attempts to shield her from Niji's relentless assaults, she succumbed to her injuries and collapsed. A throng of ninjas rushed forward, anxious about Hinata's condition. Jiangchen gazed at Hinata, lying on a stretcher, his heart torn as he glared fiercely at Niji. With just a glance, Niji recoiled, unable to meet his gaze. This was a confrontation, and Jiangchen felt powerless. He exhaled deeply and made his way toward the exit. Where are you going, brother? Naruto's voice rang out. Jiangchen did not turn back, waving his hand dismissively as he declared, I forfeit the next match. The moment his words fell, the third Hokage and the others were left in stunned silence. The third inhaled deeply, sighing, just like his grandfather, truly an unpredictable character. Who knows what he's thinking? Hokage-sama, it would be such a pity for Jiangchen to leave like this when he should secure first place, Moonlight Kazekage pressed. Fully aware of Jiangchen's formidable strength, feeling that he should not forfeit the upcoming official match. Observing all the contestants, Kazekage did not believe anyone could defeat Jiangchen. Not even the terrifying Gaara. Let him be. I promise to respect his wishes no matter what he chooses, the third Hokage said. Shaking his head in resignation as he watched Jiangchen's retreating figure. The elite shinobi present were filled with curiosity regarding Kazekage's confidence in Jiangchen's abilities. Could he truly be that formidable? Gaara's eyes widened, his mind flooded with memories of his confrontation with Jiang Qin in the Forest of Death. Trembling, he muttered, "What is that brat trying to evade?" Naruto stood frozen, uncertain of what to say as he observed his brother's silhouette. Jiang Qin stepped out of the central tower, gazing skyward. Orochimaru had arrived in Konoha. Surely, that rogue Danzo was aware. What clandestine dealings had he engaged in with Orochimaru? His expression sharpened. Danzo was the one person he loathed above all others. Until now, Jiang Qin had refrained from confronting him, fearing he could not evade Danzo's ocular techniques. However, with his sword intent now elevated to the second stage and his resistance to ordinary genjutsu significantly enhanced, he felt his prowess had grown considerably. He unfurled a scroll, releasing his cursed blade, which he gripped tightly. As sunlight glinted off the blade, he slung it over his shoulder and selected a skull mask from the system shop. Though not as remarkable as the mask of his cursed blade, it sufficed to conceal his identity. Another reason he chose this mask was its striking resemblance to Ichigo Kurosaki's mask. He couldn't help it. He was simply fond of it. Donning the mask, he directed a cold smirk toward Danzo's location. "Danzo, today is your reckoning. If I cannot defeat you, then I shall gladly embrace death." Jiang Qin was acutely aware of Danzo's capabilities, possessing 11 Sharingan and the cells of the first Hokage in his right arm. He wielded Uchiha secret techniques that could transform dire situations into dreams. His right arm could employ wood release, capable of devastating techniques like wood burial and wood spike. Yet, these were not what Jiang Qin feared most. It was Danzo's Kodo Amatsukami that posed the greatest threat. If he were ill-prepared and fell into a genjutsu, it could spell disaster. Fortunately, Danzo lacked the Uchiha clan's pure bloodline, or he would be even more formidable. All in all, this battle marked the first time Jiang Qin felt his chances of victory were uncertain. He recalled the conversation he had with the third Hokage a few days prior, where the Hokage had mentioned Danzo's intent to recruit him into the Root organization. The third had declined, citing Jiang Qin's youth as a recent graduate as a reason. While seemingly trivial, it was clear there was more to the story. Why would Danzo, a man of such dubious character, wish for him to join his organization? It was not hard to surmise that Danzo had likely arranged for someone to monitor him, possibly even keeping a secret watch during the Chunin exams. How much did Danzo truly know of his strength? What were his intentions? One thing was certain. He had colluded with Orochimaru, a fact Jiang Qin could never forgive. Moreover, the clandestine assassinations of Shisui and Kakashi, all for the sake of his own Sharingan, revealed an insatiable greed that led him to betray his own village. As Jiang Qin approached the entrance to the Root organization, he muttered fiercely, "No matter what, I shall slay this rogue." Utilizing his agility, he concealed himself in the shadows, relentlessly searching for Danzo's whereabouts. In the midst of his quest, he encountered 2 Root members, whom he dispatched without hesitation. Had Orochimaru made a move during this exam? Danzo leaned on his cane, eyes closed, inquiring of the ANB member kneeling before him. "Yes, he has moved." Akatsuki reported this to the third. Yet he has chosen not to halt the Chunin exams. Foolish. He is digging his own grave. Remember, regardless of what transpires, if Orochimaru confronts the third, do not engage. You are no match for him. If you spot Kabuto, inform me immediately. Danzo kept his eyes shut, his expression impassive as he continued. What a junction. He battled Gaara in the Forest of Death, but the outcome was inconclusive. He has been carrying a wooden sword, the subordinate reported. What? A wooden sword? Danzo's eyes snapped open, shock evident on his face. Indeed, and he has managed to subdue Gaara during the exam in the central tower. The Sound Ninja conceded, leaving his techniques uncertain. Continue to track him. We must ascertain his abilities for future plans. With that, the subordinate vanished without a trace. Furrowing his brow, Jiang Qin overheard everything from his hidden vantage point, murmuring to himself, that scoundrel truly is allied with Orochimaru and is following me? What could he possibly intend? Just as he pondered, Danzo's voice broke through the air. Casting aside his cane, Danzo turned toward Jiang Qin and rolled up his sleeves, declaring, "Since you have arrived, come forth." Jiang Qin was taken aback. When did that rogue discover my presence? With no other choice, Jiang Qin emerged from the shadows, standing a distance of several meters from Danzo. "Since you are aware of my arrival, why did you not have your subordinates ambush me?" Danzo laughed heartily. "If they were capable of dealing with you, would you have so easily made it here? It seems I must intervene personally. Now, shall we see the answer, Jiang Qin?" Boom. Jiang Qin's head felt as though it had been struck by a stone. This rogue not only sensed his stealth, but also recognized him instantly. Chapter 83. Jiang Qin's blind battle with Danzo, seeking silver tickets. You are quite the character, able to discern my identity? I must admit, Jiang Qin was somewhat astonished. Danzo, however, wore an expression of utter calm. "Little brat, do not presume that your grandfather's reputation as a hero grants you the liberty to act at will. Do you dare approach me, concealed by the ghost blade, thinking me a fool? Ding. Congratulations, elder brother. You have astonished Danzo, earning 40,000 taels of gold and 40 sword intent. Current progress, stage 23451,000. Jiang Qin was momentarily taken aback. Danzo appeared so composed. Yet had he truly been astonished? Huh. This scoundrel feigns indifference while already shaken to his core. It seems you are not a fool. So I shall speak plainly. My purpose here is to eliminate you. Having embarked on this course of action, why would I fear your knowledge of it? After all, the dead cannot divulge secrets. Danzo smiled as he unwrapped his bandages, laughing heartily. How absurd for a great hero like the Ghost Blade to utter such ridiculous words. I am unaware of your intentions in saving Konoha, but it appears you merely seek to usurp the position of Hokage. Although you have rendered service to Konoha, I must act in accordance with justice. Jiang Qin's heart trembled. It was evident that Danzo was well informed. Yet, what did this bizarre rhetoric of righteousness signify? Had Danzo lost his wits, speaking with such righteous fervor? Allow me to clarify a misconception. I have no interest in the Hokage's position. I simply cherish this village. Spare me your pretentious moral posturing. Today, you shall die regardless. With that, Jiang Qin vanished from sight. Boom. When he reappeared, the ghost blade hovered above Danzo's head, ready to strike down with a single blow. The speed was unparalleled. Danzo's body abruptly split in two, yet a wisp of smoke emerged. Jiang Qin furrowed his brow. Filled with doubt, he had not seen Danzo perform any hand seals. When had he created a clone? He scanned the surroundings, and suddenly his pupils dilated. Could it be that this fellow had been a clone from the very beginning? Damn it. I've fallen into a trap. Wind release, vacuum wave. The voice rang out. And a sharp, side-like gust of wind surged towards Jiang Qin's rear. Jiang Qin's form flickered, the ghost blade cutting through the void. Boom. A thunderous crash echoed as Jiang Qin remained unscathed. The vacuum wave had not harmed him in the slightest. He scoffed. A mere wind technique seeks to injure me? What folly. Yet before he could fully register the situation, Danzo unleashed another attack. Wind release, vacuum sphere. Danzo expelled a high-pressure sphere of wind akin to a rocket. Aimed directly at Jiang Qin. This technique could obliterate an enemy in an instant, its power staggering. Boom. The wind sphere howled as it relentlessly struck toward Jiang Qin. What a disgrace to employ such ninjutsu. Do you truly underestimate the name of the ghost blade? Jiang Qin positioned the blade behind his back, enveloped in a ghostly aura. One sword style. Great shockwave. Boom. Bang. A powerful wave of air radiated from Jiang Qin's center. The wind sphere collided with the shockwave, producing a deafening, thunderous roar. The underground space of the root organization trembled, stone bridges fractured, and rocks crumbled. Were it not for the robust skeletal structure, the entire space might have collapsed. Clap. Clap. Danzo applauded, a grin splitting his face as the bandages on his right arm began to unravel. Very good, you managed to withstand my wind release. You truly are the man who cleaves meteors. However, your ambition shall not prevail. For the sake of Konoha, I will eradicate you here. As Danzo's bandages gradually fell away, the Sharingan in his right arm revealed itself, its gaze chilling. The visage of the first Hokage was etched upon his shoulder. Though Jiang Qin had known this from the outset, witnessing it firsthand still left him somewhat astounded. Is he about to employ the Sharingan? This child is intriguing. In that case, I too must reveal my ultimate technique. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Qin retrieved a black cloth from his pocket to blindfold his eyes. With a smile, he declared, "It has been a long time since I fought with such seriousness. I wonder how long you can endure. Once you perish, no one will know. All your sordid plans will vanish." Danzo snorted softly, his voice raspy as he retorted, "You think that blindfolding yourself can shield you from the Sharingan? How naive. If you cannot see, how do you intend to battle me? Relying on your hearing? Truly childish." Wind release, shuriken. Danzo infused chakra into the shuriken, flinging it rapidly toward Jiang Qin. The shuriken spun violently, emitting a sharp whine. Bang. Wherever the shuriken struck, the rock was neatly severed in two, the edges impeccably smooth. It was evident just how razor-sharp Danzo's wind-infused shuriken was. Before the shuriken could reach Jiang Qin, Danzo produced a kunai, positioning it before his mouth. Wind release, vacuum blade. He expelled chakra, forming an elongated wind blade from the kunai. Whoosh. Danzo leaped into the air, raising the kunai as if it were a mountain descending upon Jiang Qin. With all this noise, let's see how you handle it. Utilizing the shuriken to generate a powerful cacophony, Danzo sought to disrupt Jiang Qin's hearing, seizing the opportunity to strike with the vacuum blade. Yet, Jiang Qin remained motionless, a smile gracing his lips in the face of such an onslaught. Fool, you think I rely on my ears? I utilize my perception. With a swift motion, Jiang Qin wielded his blade, the ghost blade dancing with an unseen speed. Clang. The sounds of shuriken clashing with the ghost blade echoed rapidly, crisp and sharp. In an instant, over 10 shuriken were deflected, scattering like deflated balloons around Jiang Qin. Danzo's vacuum blade descended fiercely, akin to a tiger leaping down a mountain, its power and momentum crashing towards Jiang Qin's head. Jiang Qin remained calm, wielding his blade with the grace of a moonlit flick. The ghost blade stirred a tempest, meeting the vacuum blade head-on. The two weapons collided above Jiang Qin's head. Clang, clang, clang. Danzo's brow furrowed, bewildered by Jiang Qin's effortless defense, striking wildly. No matter how he targeted Jiang Qin's vulnerabilities, the latter effortlessly parried each blow, his aura remarkably steady. Suddenly, Danzo leaped back, establishing a distance of over 50 meters, his voice a shocked whisper. How can this guy block with such precision while blindfolded? It is truly uncanny. Ding. Congratulations, elder brother. You have once again astonished Danzo, earning 40,000 taels of gold and 40 sword intent. Current progress, stage 23851,000. Jiang Qin's smile widened as he positioned the ghost blade before him, directing it toward Danzo. You need not be so astonished when you meet your end. I will explain everything, ensuring you depart with understanding. Haha. With his eyes closed, Jiang Qin found the illusions of the Sharingan largely ineffective. Danzo found himself at an impasse. Shaking his right shoulder, he adopted a serious expression. It seems there is no choice but to use it. Chapter 84. The Awakening of Mysterious Powers Within. Jiang Qin's perceptive abilities allowed him to observe all occurrences around him with remarkable clarity. Naturally, he also noted the expression of Danzo. Could this fellow be planning to use wood release? If he maintained a safe distance. Avoiding the roots that could erupt from the ground should not pose much of a challenge. Jiang Qin was acutely aware of the technique Danzo intended to employ next, and thus he prepared to keep his distance. In that case, he would employ this move. One sword style, Black Dragon Slash. Jiang Qin raised his ghostly blade, muscles in his right arm bulging, and with a swift motion, he struck down. Boom. A gigantic black dragon manifested in an instant, roaring like thunder as it engulfed Danzo. The speed was incomparable. Danzo's figure was consumed by the black dragon, his mouth opening in a painful howl. The colossal dragon collided with the rocky wall behind, instantly exploding. The wall was pierced, and Danzo's body hung upon it, gradually descending. Jiang Qin exhaled, preparing to remove the blindfold from his eyes. It was all over. However, just as he relaxed, a massive tree trunk suddenly emerged from the ground at his location. Jiang Qin's brow furrowed in astonishment. This was bad. He had activated Izanagi. Jiang Qin had underestimated his opponent. He had failed to realize that Danzo had activated Izanagi the moment he initiated his slash. What was even more surprising was that Danzo had already anticipated this from the moment Jiang Qin began his attack. This time, Danzo not only did not underestimate him, but had also devised a strategy to counter Jiang Qin's slash. Such a decision was commendable. Indeed, it was a wise move. Yet now, it was too late for words. Danzo took advantage of Jiang Qin's moment of unpreparedness and unleashed wood release, root burial. At that moment, a colossal tree sprouted from Danzo's right arm, swiftly engulfing both Danzo and Jiang Qin. At this juncture, the second eye on Danzo's right arm began to close. This indicated that he had used Izanagi to convert the damage he had sustained into a dream. Meanwhile, Jiang Qin would be consumed by this wood release. In such a fleeting moment, with such a sudden attack, Jiang Qin found himself unable to evade. Swoosh! The tree enveloped Jiang Qin, plunging him into an abyss of darkness. As the wood release invaded his body, rendering his vision dim and inflicting excruciating pain until he gradually lost consciousness within the tree. Danzo's figure began to materialize. At this point, the second eye on his right arm had fully closed. He brushed the dust from his attire and exhaled. Indeed, the ghostly blade. Although I have yet to ascertain the reason behind your eternal youth, I shall claim your body after death. I will surely uncover the secret to immortality. With that, Danzo laughed heartily and gestured behind him. Come forth, you lot. We have thoroughly recorded the evidence of Jiang Qin's intrusion into the Root Organization, correct? Several masked members of the Root Organization knelt, nodding solemnly. Lord Danzo, we have completed the recording as per your instructions. There were 2 casualties within the Root Organization. Danzo slowly wrapped his right arm and spoke softly. Carry the 2 bodies to the higher-ups of Konoha and inform them that Jiang Qin attacked the Root Organization, having colluded with Orochimaru. This exam was only made possible with Orochimaru's assistance. Furthermore, upon being discovered by the Root Organization, he teamed up with Orochimaru to murder 2 members of the Root Organization and is currently engaged in battle with me. I hope the higher-ups can send Hisashi to assist. Understood? Understood. Whoosh. The 3 individuals vanished in an instant, heading straight for the higher-ups of Konoha. Danzo's eyes gleamed with excitement as he gazed at the towering tree, laughing maniacally. Your death can grant me the secret to longevity. Your worth has been more than sufficient. Now, the infamy of the traitorous rogue ninja shall render the name of the ghostly blade obsolete. That which I once admired is nothing more than this. Danzo recalled the scene from years past when the ghostly blade saved Konoha, shaking his head. Before confirming your identity as the ghostly blade, the name was still sacred. However, now that I know your identity, your secret of eternal youth stirs my ambition. If I could obtain an immortal body, the position of Hokage in Konoha would surely be mine. At this moment, Danzo was entirely enraptured by the visions of grandeur he imagined. The endless darkness continued to consume every cell of Jiang Qin, rendering him senseless and devoid of pain, akin to a lifeless corpse. Gradually, Jiang Qin began to experience a familiar sensation once again. Heart of the Origin, Lost Forest. Boom. Jiang Qin felt his heartbeat accelerate suddenly. and the wood release that had invaded his body began to meld with him, as if he were a black hole consuming the tree within. The tree began to sway incessantly, as if merging into Jiang Chun, like a river flowing into the ocean. Danzo's eyes widened in shock, utterly astounded by the events unfolding before him. What is happening? This is madness. Danzo's body recoiled, shaking his head in disbelief. What on earth is occurring? How could the wood release enter his body? What is the structure of Jiang Chen's body? At that moment, Jiang Chen's body floated in the air before slowly descending. His blood had already congealed, and his wounds were visibly healing at an astonishing rate. The tree that had consumed him had vanished without a trace. Danzo stared in shock. Left speechless, Jiang Chun gradually opened his eyes, feeling something amiss within his body. His heartbeat quickened, as if the powers he had long sealed were awakening, manifesting like a spectral presence within him. It stirred restlessly, welcoming each of his cells with a delightful sensation, akin to being immersed in warm water. It absorbed relentlessly, an exhilarating sensation, with the specter within him as the object of this absorption. Yet he sensed that this specter was immense. Even his cells had only scratched the surface of its true magnitude. Nevertheless, the power he felt was unprecedentedly formidable. He had no knowledge of what this was, nor could he glean any insight. Little brother, are you there? Jiang Chun called out to the system in his mind, hoping to glean something useful. I am here, brother. What is your command? I currently feel as though I have absorbed an immense power within me, but I cannot discern what it is. Could you assist me in examining it? Certainly. You may utilize the body detection function for 300,000 currency per attempt. Would you like to proceed? Jiang Chun was momentarily speechless. It seemed everything now required expenditure. He sighed and confirmed the usage. Received. Deducting 300,000 currency. The System Chapter 85, The Arrival of the Tree Realm, Danzo's Self-Detonation. With a thunderous bang, an invisible protective shield enveloped Jiang Chun. Danzo's strike was swiftly deflected, causing the kunai in his hand to spiral into the air, sending a jolt through his arm. What is happening? What kind of ninjutsu is this? Danzo gazed at Jiang Chun with a heart full of doubts. Detection complete. Congratulations, host, on awakening Sage Chakra. Progress of cellular absorption of Sage Chakra, 10. Due to insufficient physical strength, further absorption of Sage Chakra is currently impossible. The system's words surpassed Jiang Chen's wildest imagination. What does this mean? A sea of Sage Chakra within me? Indeed, my brother. Although I am also perplexed as to how this sea of Sage Chakra came to be within you. It is precisely due to its existence that the wood release was absorbed into your body by that powerful ocean. Jiang Chun was utterly stunned. When he was learning to harness the natural energy at Myaboka Mountain, it was an arduous task. How could there be a sea of Sage Chakra within him now? Moreover, the very idea seemed utterly absurd. Brother, your cells are undergoing a transformation. You now possess a sage body. Is this the power of the six paths? No, it's not the power of the six paths, but the primordial power of the sage body, an exceptionally pure form of ninjutsu. Though Jiang Chun did not fully grasp what this meant, it certainly sounded impressive. I have absorbed wood release. Could it be? Just as you conjectured. You can now utilize wood release. Congratulations on this fortuitous encounter. You can wield wood release at your own will. Though your cellular strength is currently insufficient to use all forms of it, the ability to use wood release was something Jiang Chun had longed for, and today, his wish was finally fulfilled. So, can I use the original Hokage's wood release without hand seals? Yes. However, due to the low concentration of Sage Chakra in your cells, many ninjutsu, such as the true Thousand Hands, will remain inaccessible to you. In the sea of consciousness, Jiang Chun was as joyous as a child. While he did not dare to dream of mastering such advanced techniques as true Thousand Hands, being able to command the tree realm's descent was already perfection in itself. So, have I now learned sage techniques? Not quite. However, the unique aspect of your situation is that your cells are continually transforming into sage cells. This implies that once you achieve 100 absorption of Sage Chakra, there will be no need to enter any so-called Sage Mode. You will embody Sage Mode itself, and the natural energy will be inexhaustible. This is simply too perfect. Jiang Chun recalled his previous venture into the Lost Forest. Realizing that his current circumstances were undoubtedly related to Chapter 86, framed, becoming Konoha's criminal, he understood now why Dan's had initially spouted so many sanctimonious words. Jiang Chun's actions had already been recorded, framing him as Orochimaru's accomplice while painting Dan's as the noble whistleblower who uncovered Jiang Chun's alleged plot to assassinate the Hokage and seize power. That pompous speech marked the beginning of the recording, conveniently omitting the truth that Jiang Chun was the legendary Ghost Blade. This was merely Jiang Chun's speculation. But if the world were to learn that he was the Ghost Blade, chaos would ensue. The myth of immortality would draw countless covetous eyes. Gazing at the four stone faces carved into the distant cliff, Jiang Chun exhaled a resigned sigh. Perhaps Konoha was no longer a place he could stay. With the village elders in possession of the damning footage and Orochimaru's invasion coinciding with his confrontation with Dan's, no explanation would suffice. And the truth was likely even more twisted. Huh, to think it would come to this. Shaking his head ruefully, he watched the scattered leaves drift to the ground before closing his eyes. He had arrived in Konoha with dreams of protecting Naruto and Hinata, only to be ensnared by Danza's schemes. The village he once loved would soon become a place he could no longer freely return to.